Chapter 1, The God-Tier Game Development System. Zombie Simulator takes you on an exciting journey through the zombie world. Come join the fight against zombies with your buddies. Elite Warriors, a blockbuster domestic FPS game with tens of thousands online. Winner winner. Chicken dinner, fortune and glory await tonight. Waste Life Simulator is now available on STM platform, with game reviews being barely satisfactory. Thunder Counter-Strike, the pride of domestic gaming, is now released. The latest female character Angela debuts, with exclusive rare outfits as download rewards. After browsing the gaming forum for over an hour, Chen Yufei almost felt sick. The games in this world are so poorly made. What a waste of such advanced technology. Chen Yufei sighed. He wasn't originally from this world but had crossed over due to an accident. The technological level of this world was quite impressive, especially the full sensory interaction technology referred to here as virtual reality, which far surpassed that of his original world. A small virtual wristband or a pair of virtual glasses is all it takes to immerse players into the worlds meticulously crafted by designers. With a realism level as high as 99.9%, it has essentially achieved the pinnacle of what the metaverse world aspired to, a technology that was unattainable in the previous life. Yet, in such a world with advanced virtual technology, the quality of game production is disappointingly poor. Looking across the domestic gaming landscape, the gaming industry suffers from severe quality polarization. Major studios produce polished games but focus solely on monetization, designing various pay-to-win mechanics that treat players like ATMs. Small indie studios have creative ideas but prioritize ad revenue, delivering shoddy game content, often dubbed 3 minutes of gameplay, 30 minutes of ads. The only decent titles worth mentioning are competitive FPS games like Elite Survival and Thunderstrike. Yet even these games neglect gameplay integrity, turning a blind eye to rampant cheating while aggressively pushing loot boxes and weapon skin gacha systems. The entire gaming ecosystem is plagued by a toxic culture where profit reigns supreme above all else. Is it really that hard to make a good game with dedication? Chen Yufei shook his head helplessly. It wasn't difficult at all. Back in his original world, any AAA title could easily blow the minds of gamers in this world. Just as Chen Yufei was feeling frustrated, a sudden electronic chime rang out. Divine-level game development system activated. This system assists the host in game development. Without violating world rules, it can extract the source code of any game from the host's memories into reality. Each extraction consumes emotional value. The more complex the game, the more emotional value is required. A good game should evoke empathy. By creating games that elicit emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, or surprise from players, the host can accumulate emotional value. The cheat code arrives just like that. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew about the perks of cheat codes for transmigrators. Moreover, Chen Yufei was originally a game design major, so he understood even more how fulfilling it was to create a great game. This god-tier game development system was practically a tailor-made cheat code for him. Absolutely love it. This is like an old cow running into a high-voltage wire, truly shocking and electrifying. But it seems there's no emotional value right now. How can I extract the game? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Yufei calmed down. Without emotional value, he couldn't extract the game, and without extracting the game, he couldn't obtain emotional value. Does this mean he has to develop a game from scratch first? Of course, it's not impossible, but the source codes of those masterpieces from my past life took considerable time, at least half a year, or even 3 to 5 years. Starting from scratch alone would be twice the effort for half the result, taking even longer. Ding! System activated for the first time, rewarding a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Chen Yufei's eyes lit up. The system was indeed reliable. Start. As the words fell, the electronic voice sounded again. Newcomer's gift pack is being opened. Reward, survival horror game Blind Box X1, 5,000 emotion points. Immediately after, Chen Yufei's vision displayed an interface resembling a game inventory, where a package-like box lay quietly, bearing a label that read, System Product, Guaranteed Quality. Is this the survival horror game Blind Box? Chen Yufei's heart stirred as he suddenly recalled the rich and thrilling horror games from his past life. Outlast, Left 4 Dead, Ghostwire, Tokyo, Dying Light, Home Sweet Home. Each was an incredibly exciting horror game. The mere thought of transforming them into virtual reality games was exhilarating. No use just thinking about it. Opening it up will reveal what game it is. Chen Yufei willed it, retrieving the game mystery box from his system backpack. Grabbing a utility knife, he immediately started slashing at the box. As strips of tape were cut away and the box gradually opened, Chen Yufei's heart swelled with anticipation. What kind of game could this be? The thrilling tension of opening a mystery box sent his adrenaline soaring. You promised that system products are guaranteed to be top tier. Don't let me down. Mystery box. Chen Yufei thought to himself. The next second, the blind box opened, and he froze in shock. Before his eyes was a slightly aged game cartridge case, featuring a man and a woman on the cover, looking tense. with the backdrop of a sinister and eerie castle. In the center of the cover was a line of English text that read Biohazard. Isn't this Chris and Jill? I actually got Resident Evil. Chen Yufei's body trembled with shock. This blind box draw was absolutely perfect. Resident Evil. This game is the childhood memory of countless people, and was considered one of the phenomenon-level games of its time. Capcom also greatly increased its industry influence back then by relying on this game. Later, the Resident Evil IP became one of Capcom's most valuable IPs. Nearly 20 related games were published, with 8 mainline titles alone, undoubtedly proving the game's immense popularity. For Chen Yufei at this stage, making his first game an instant hit and potentially harvesting massive emotional value is the goal. Resident Evil is undoubtedly the best choice right now. Moreover, the system's blind box reward turned out to be the Resident Evil 1 VR remake, perfectly suited for virtual reality technology. Just imagine the uproar that the combination of Resident Evil and virtual reality could create. Chen Yufei casually opened the system store to check the price of the Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 1 VR remake. Price, 5,000,000 emotional points. 5 million emotional points? Looking at the price in the system store, Chen Yufei was overjoyed. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Chapter 2, My Fiancé is a Streamer. Inside the room, Chen Yufei revisited the plot of Resident Evil 1 once more, filled not only with nostalgia but also deep awe. The details of the visuals, character portrayals, 3D rendering, and lighting effects are all maxed out, with a level of realism far beyond what the technology of his previous life could achieve. Even on the PC version, Chen Yufei experienced a sense of thrill and excitement he had never felt before while gaming. If this were applied to virtual reality technology, wow. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. It would definitely harvest a massive wave of emotional engagement. If such an outstanding work weren't released, he would feel like he was letting down all the gamers worldwide who were desperate for a quality game. This is it. Let's get started. Chen Yufei couldn't wait to let players experience such an epic game sooner. To maximize the development of Resident Evil 1, physical feedback and immersion are essential factors in perfecting this game. However, to virtualize the game into reality, another core technology is needed: virtual reality interaction guidance technology. Chen Yufei had no clue about this technology, but it was available in the system's store. Virtual reality interaction guidance technology. Price, 5,000 emotional points. As expected, Chen Yufei knew the system wouldn't be so kind as to give him a game for free to release directly. I'll endure it all for the sake of those children who love games. Chen Yufei held back tears and gritted his teeth as he spent 5,000 emotional points to purchase this technology. Watching his emotional points reset to 0, it was impossible not to feel the sting. The next moment, Chen Yufei felt a massive surge of information flood his mind. After silently processing it for a while, he had fully mastered the technology. Fortunately, the system's transmission mode was akin to enlightenment, allowing him to skip the practice process entirely. Otherwise, he'd have struggled to keep up. With the technology now in hand, the next step was optimization and production. It sounded simple, but Chen Yufei knew the workload remained enormous. Originally on PC, the Resident Evil 1 virtual remake was just under 20 gigabytes in size, even with all settings maxed out. But when adapted for the virtual engine, it was likely to exceed 100 gigabytes. But overthinking won't help when it's time to grind. You just gotta grind. Chen Yufei directly opened the virtual engine's interface, imported the game files, and began the tedious and monotonous optimization process. And so, Chen Yufei locked himself in his room, dedicating every waking moment outside of eating and sleeping to optimizing the game's VR experience. Even though Chen Yufei's mastery of this technology was already terrifyingly proficient, it still took him 10 full days to complete. It took a full 10 days to finally grind out the complete Resident Evil 1 virtual remake through sheer effort. Sigh, making games alone is truly exhausting. Once this game makes money, I must start a company and hire 8 or 10 secretaries to massage my shoulders and legs. Chen Yufei thought with bloodshot eyes, his face now covered in stubble, making him look a decade older. After finishing the game, he had to lean against the wall to walk out. Though physically exhausted, Chen Yufei's spirits remained high. The final presentation of the game he had just completed was simply flawless. After just 5 minutes of gameplay, he was already shouting with excitement. He dared to claim that once released, this game would absolutely blow the minds of players nationwide, no, worldwide. In short, the game was now complete and ready to be released on gaming platforms for immediate sale. However, if it's just directly put on the platform for sale without any promotion or advertising, Chen Yufei had full confidence in the quality of the games produced by the system. They would definitely become popular sooner or later. But he was impatient by nature and didn't want to wait too long. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden, urgent reminder tone from his phone interrupted Chen Yufei. Your fiancée Joey will arrive at Modu East High-Speed Rail Station in 30 minutes. Please head to the station to pick her up ASAP. Seeing the notification, Chen Yufei immediately slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? His fiancée, Zhou Yi, a popular female streamer on Douyu, was moving in with him today. The matter was actually quite simple. It was an arranged marriage from their childhood. Chen Yufei's parents and Zhou Yi's parents were old friends, and both families had a very close relationship. Then there was no other way. Chen Yufei's parents wanted a daughter but ended up with a son. Zhou Yi's parents wanted a son, but instead, they had a daughter. Both families adored each other's children and were extremely satisfied with Chen Yufei and Zhou Yi. This is why the marriage arrangement was so solid. They even arranged for the two to live together before they were officially engaged. But Chen Yufei had never been keen on this arranged marriage, and Zhou Yi's impression of him was rather lukewarm as well. During this time, Zhou Yi wasn't without thoughts of rebellion, but her parents were simply too formidable. They outright threatened to break her legs if she dared call off the engagement. Eventually, after multiple negotiations, both parties reached a decision. The decision was for Chen Yufei and Zhou Yi to live together for a year. If after a year of daily interaction they still felt no affection, the marriage agreement would be called off. If the two develop feelings for each other after a year, they'll get married on the spot immediately. Chen Yufei and Zhou Yi both agreed, and today marks the first day Zhou Yi is moving in to live together. Checking the time on his phone, Chen Yufei knew this matter couldn't be delayed. Grabbing the keys to his beloved electric scooter, he rushed straight to Shanghai East High-Speed Rail Station. Chen Yufei's residence wasn't far from the high-speed rail station, though the roads were bustling with traffic. Riding his electric scooter actually made the trip considerably faster. Watching the scenery recede behind him, Chen Yufei recalled his mother's recent phone call. If you don't manage to win Zhou Yi over and bring her back to marry within a year, then the Chen family will consider you no longer our son. Remembering those words, Chen Yufei let out a deep sigh. Even after transmigrating and becoming a man with a system, to be forced into marriage like this, I'm truly at a loss for words. Chen Yufei sighed in admiration, yet his cycling speed didn't slow in the slightest as he raced toward the east station of Modu. 20 minutes later, Chen Yufei parked his bike and waited at the station exit in the square. Just as he was about to call to ask, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. Picking up the phone, he saw a WeChat message from Zhou Yi. Chen Yufei, you've arrived, right? Following those brief words was a helpless emoji. Just as Chen Yufei didn't want to live with Zhou Yi, who believed in free love, also didn't want to cohabit with a guy for a year. But this was all arranged by their parents, and neither side had any say in the matter. Seeing Zhou Yi's message, Chen Yufei quickly replied, waiting at the exit. Got it. I'll be there in a few minutes. Tell me what you're wearing, or I won't know which one is you later. After seeing this message, Chen Yufei replied without blushing or skipping a beat, no need to check the clothes. Just look at the face. When you come out, the most handsome guy in the crowd will be me. Chapter 3, An Accident? Definitely an accident. This wasn't Chen Yufei being narcissistic. His looks were genuinely handsome, not just ordinary handsome. Some young idols in the entertainment industry pale in comparison to him. Standing at 6 feet tall with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and well-defined facial features, he's the epitome of a sunny handsome guy. Chen Yufei and Zhou Yi were telling the truth, but in Zhou Yi's eyes, those words were utterly shameless. This guy really has a thick skin. Zhou Yi stood at the exit of the high-speed rail station. When she saw the message Chen Yufei had sent her, she couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Zhou Yi was 162 centimeters tall, with a pretty oval face, almond-shaped eyes, delicate nose wings, thin lips, long hair, a wasp waist, and a perfect figure. Standing at the exit for just a short while, she had already attracted countless admiring glances from men. What do you mean shameless? A girl standing beside Zhou Yi spoke up. This girl was about the same height as Zhou Yi, but her beauty was no less striking. With cascading black hair, a pair of lively, captivating eyes, and a charming face, every smile and glance exuded allure. With two stunningly beautiful girls standing at the exit like this, the scene was breathtaking for a moment. This girl was Zhou Yi's best friend, also one of the popular female streamers on Douyu, known as Dai Xiaomei offscreen, with whom she shared an exceptionally close relationship. Upon hearing that Zhou Yi was returning to Magic City to live with her fiancé, without a second thought, she decided to become the flower protector and came along to Magic City. Zhou Yi glanced at the silly girl and said, "What about that Chen Yufei? How could he be so shameless?" The silly girl was somewhat curious. Zhou Yi paused and said, "I asked him what he was wearing so I could spot him easily." Guess what he replied? What did he say? Dumb little sister pressed further. Zhou Yi rolled her eyes. He doesn't need to check clothes, the most handsome guy there is him. Put. Her best friend, Dumb Xiaomei, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Still giggling, she took Zhou Yi's phone and scrolled through the chat history. After reading it, Dumb Xiaomei teased, "Oh, Zhou Yi, this Chen Yufei might be a bit shameless, but he's quite humorous. Funny my ass. He always bullied me when I was a kid." and I remember every bit of it. If it weren't for my mom threatening to chop my legs off, I wouldn't even consider going back to Modu, Joey said while making a fierce expression. Don't worry, I'm here with you. The three of us will live together. And if Chen Yufei dares to mess with you, no way in hell. Daimei comforted with a smile. Two girls were chatting quietly at the exit. Chen Yufei had already spotted them, two stunning girls with near-perfect looks standing at the exit. Impossible to miss. Dai Xiaomei was also scanning the crowd and happened to see Chen Yufei. Zhou, look, is that guy your fiancé? Dai Xiaomei said in surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately looked in the direction Dai Xiaomei pointed. The next second, Zhou saw a tall, handsome man with striking features who turned heads wherever he went. Could it really be? Zhou and Chen Yufei hadn't seen each other for over a decade, and Zhou's impression of Chen still lingered from their childhood. Yet traces of the boy he once was remained visible in Chen Yufei's features, making Zhou feel an unmistakable familiarity. This had to be him. Is it really him? Dai Xiaomei asked uncertainly. It should be him. The more Zhou looked, the more she felt the resemblance. With looks like these, it's no exaggeration, Chen Yufei is really quite handsome. I think I'm getting a little obsessed. Enough with the glib talk. Keep your expressions in check, don't embarrass me in front of others. Don't worry. I was just saying. The two women were still standing there, whispering to each other. Chen Yufei had already strode towards them with vigorous steps. Seeing such a handsome Chen Yufei, Dai Xiaomei's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. Before they could speak, Chen Yufei took the initiative and said to Zhou, what's wrong? Judging by the look on your face, you're not planning to come home with me? The Zhou before his eyes was more beautiful than he had imagined. He had seen her live streams, but she was even more stunning in person. Although Zhou had stunning looks, her personality was rather tomboyish. During her live streams, she acted more like one of the guys, calling her viewers bros and becoming a breath of fresh air in the streaming world. She earned nicknames like Boner Blocker and Anti-Horny Warrior. Chen Yufei didn't dislike Zhou's personality, but he wasn't particularly fond of it either. As a result, Chen Yufei maintained a rather indifferent attitude toward Zhou. He didn't try to please Zhou just because she was pretty. I don't even want to live with you. Why should I act happy about it? Zhou pouted, speaking with a hint of grievance. Seeing this, Chen Yufei said seriously, don't think you're the only one who's upset. If it weren't for my mom saying she'd disown me if I didn't bring you back, I wouldn't want to go through all this trouble either. Alright, come with me. Where are your luggage? Chen Yufei asked in confusion upon seeing the two women only carrying handbags. Our luggage was checked in earlier and should have already arrived at your place by now, Dai Xiaomei said with a smile. Chen Yufei nodded, thinking it made sense for the two women not to carry much. Traveling light was normal. He then led the two, turning left and right, until they arrived at where he had parked earlier. However, when Zhou and Daimei saw Chen Yufei's ride, both women seemed visibly unsettled. Why were they unsettled? Because Chen Yufei's ride was quite different from what they had imagined. It wasn't a Maserati, nor a Porsche, not even a four-wheeled sedan, but a two-wheeled electric scooter. Well, also known as a little e-donkey. Is this your car? Zhou pointed at the electric scooter and asked. Yeah. Chen Yufei inserted the key and said, I just bought this new one. It can fit 3 people no problem. How about we just take a taxi instead? Seeing this, Dai Xiaomei asked, thinking Zhou was angry. No need. Just take this. Traffic in Shanghai is terrible right now. Riding an e-bike is actually much faster. Zhou hesitated slightly but ultimately didn't choose to take a taxi. Needless to say, Chen Yufei would be the one riding the bike. If the two girls tried, they'd probably crash within 100 meters. Chen Yufei didn't stand on ceremony with them and promptly took a seat. Zhou was the second to sit down without hesitation. After Zhou settled in, Daimei was the last to climb aboard. The electric scooter was a large model, so the three of them fit comfortably. Are you seated properly? Chen Yufei turned his head and asked the two women. We're seated. Drive slowly later. Don't flip the car, Zhou said with some concern. Car crash? Chen Yufei smiled without saying a word. As an experienced driver, how could he possibly crash? Soon, the electric vehicle started up, carrying a sweet breeze as it navigated through the congested streets of Modu. Thanks to his skilled driving, the journey remained relatively smooth all the way. This made the two women feel much more at ease sitting in the back. Riding in Chen Yufei's car was quite smooth. Just as Zhou and Daimei were thinking this, a motorcycle suddenly darted out from a corner not far from the residential area. At Chen Yufei's current speed, if he didn't brake, he would definitely collide with the motorcycle. Seeing this, Chen Yufei slammed on the brakes immediately. Screech! The braking was a bit too sudden. Before the two women could react, Delaunay crashed directly into Zhou, who in turn collided solidly with Chen Yufei's back. A faint scent of perfume accompanied the sudden impact, giving Chen Yufei an unprecedented sense of being pushed from behind. Zhou, sitting behind Chen Yufei, instantly blushed. Chapter 4, This game is terrifying. Dare you play? Without much conversation, the three soon arrived at Chen Yufei's residence, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, a standard 90 square meter compact apartment. In a city like Shanghai, such housing was already quite decent, even though Chen Yufei lived in the suburbs. For people in their profession, location wasn't a major concern. Seeing that the apartment was fairly well furnished, the two women weren't particularly picky and went about tidying up their respective rooms. Chen Yufei didn't say anything either, just helped them carry some heavy items and such. As for what happened on the road earlier, none of the three brought it up. They were all adults and understood the situation perfectly well. It was an accident. What happened with the brakes earlier was purely accidental. Chen Yufei did want to ask Zhou if she had been hurt after the collision earlier, given the differences in male and female physiology, but out of consideration for her dignity, he ultimately kept the question to himself. It shouldn't be that easy to get hurt, right? Chen Yufei, who didn't know much about girls, wondered if he should look it up online, but the thought of online searches always starting with cancer diagnoses made him hold back. After bustling around for a while, he finally got everything settled. Glancing at the time, it was already 6 p.m. Chen Yufei ordered takeout, 4 dishes and a soup, and invited Zhou and Daimei to eat first before discussing anything else. At the dining table, the three of them had their first formal meal together, and it was still a bit awkward. Chen Yufei was relatively fine, but Zhou and Daimei probably didn't feel very comfortable yet. Zhou, what time is your live stream later? At the dinner table, seeing the awkward atmosphere, Daimao broke the silence first. I'm streaming at 7 o'clock. It's the weekend today, and I need to do a new game review, but I haven't even had time to find a game yet, Zhou said while picking at her food. Are you dumb? Chen Yufei is right here. Just stream with him, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. It's bound to attract a lot of fans. Xiaomei chuckled sneakily. Stop joking. I'm afraid I'll lose all my popularity on the spot. Zhou rolled her eyes and said, I can help you. Chen Yufei also joined the conversation. What can you help me with? Do you really want to live stream with me? Zhou studied Chen Yufei carefully. It didn't seem entirely impossible. Want me to sell my looks? Forget it. Chen Yufei firmly refused. However, I can give you a fun game to play during your live stream. It's guaranteed to be a hit. Really? Zhou looked at Chen Yufei with suspicion. I guarantee you'll gain followers if you play this. If not, I'll handle all the housework for a week by myself. TSK, you dare make such a bold bet? Fine. If I lose, I'll wash your clothes for a week. Deal? Zhou perked up at this. How could Chen Yufei dare to make such a wager with her? Bet him to death. Seeing this, Chen Yufei went back to his room and took out the game hard drive of Resident Evil 1, helping Zhou copy it into the virtual helmet. The bet isn't a problem, but this game is a bit scary. Are you sure your heart is okay? I'm worried you might get frightened, Chen Yufei said calmly. But I've never been scared of anything. Zhou curled her lips dismissively and said pretentiously, You're underestimating me. There's nothing that scares me right now, let alone some little game. I'm serious with you, this game isn't your average horror, Chen Yufei kindly reminded him. Chen Yufei, you're really underestimating me. When it comes to game streaming, I'm a professional. It's just a game, how scary can it be? Zhou interrupted. Fine then, Chen Yufei smiled. If Zhou could stream his game, it would save a lot of effort in early stage promotion. Zhou, do your best. If you really can't handle it during the game, you can choose to quit. Chen Yufei still earnestly reminded her before copying the game and returning to his room. This guy. Zhou's stubbornness kicked in. She refused to believe it. It's just a game. How scary can it be? Zhou didn't care. She only hoped the game would be as good as Chen Yufei claimed. Helping her gain more followers, the industry competition was just too fierce now. Watching the two make a bet, Daimei finished her meal and returned to her own room. Looks like there's going to be quite a show tonight. 7 p.m. Zhou's livestream also began as scheduled. Hey guys, your sister Zhou is here, Zhou said boldly, and the livestream's popularity started to rise rapidly as soon as she went live. Sure. Sister Zhou is so punctual today. Where are all the anti-recoil warriors? Follow me and charge. The moment Sister Zhou speaks, I lose all momentum. Let's just see what antics she has for us today. Hurry up. Sister Zhou, tell us, are we playing League or Glory today? Honor was almost at Master Rank yesterday, right? I saw Sister Zhou and her Diamond Eye promotion series. As the barrage of comments kept scrolling, Zhou had long grown accustomed to the audience's teasing and continued. Hey guys, today I'm taking a break from these games. I've got a new one for you, a horror game. Let's all watch my gameplay, alright? As she spoke, Zhou began setting up the virtual gaming equipment, which was simultaneously connected to the PC, allowing viewers to directly see the scenes inside the virtual game. A horror game? That doesn't sound very appealing. What good horror games are there these days? What's Sister Joe thinking today? Could it be another trashy game from some platform selling gimmicks? The moment they heard they'd be playing a horror game tonight, the chat atmosphere in the livestream immediately soured. These days, for competitive games there's League, for mobile games there's Glory, and for FPS there are popular titles like Elite Survival, Thunder Counter-Strike, and more. As for other games, there's practically not a single one that can hold its own. And when it comes to horror games, the quality is even more abysmal among the already lackluster. Not relying on gimmicks to create superficially thrilling content, just piles of blood and gore, games with nothing but violence and disgust, lacking any real horror. It can be said to be utterly devoid of originality, leaving the live stream audience with little to look forward to. Watching the barrage of comments in the livestream, Joey shared similar thoughts with the audience but still launched the game. Alright, guys, let's officially start the game now. After speaking, Joey put on the VR headset and entered the game directly. Resident Evil. As the opening animation and music played, a heavy and eerie atmosphere began to unfold. Joey felt a slight tension in her heart just from the opening. It was clear this wasn't a poorly made game. No way. This game isn't actually going to be scary, is it? Joey's heart began to race. Chapter 5, Enter the Game. Following that is the opening cutscene. Resident Evil 1 tells the origin story of the entire series, focusing on the infamous mansion incident. The so-called mansion is actually an Umbrella Corporation retreat in Raccoon City, but beneath it lies the company's secret biochemical research facility. The animation begins with Alpha Team boarding a helicopter to the mansion in search of the missing Bravo team members. As the opening animation unfolded, the previously silent live chat began to buzz with activity. Holy, no way, you're telling me this is a horror game? This CG opening animation is blindingly gorgeous. The opening animation of this game is so well made. Even through the screen, I feel completely immersed. Just from the opening animation, I can tell this game is anything but ordinary. The backdrop feels incredibly grand. Could this be another game that's all bark and no bite? They spent some money on flashy effects and animations up front, but the actual gameplay is utter garbage. In the live stream, although viewers had differing opinions, without exception, they all agreed that the game's opening animation was truly impressive. As for Joey in the game, her sensory experience was far more intense than that of the audience in the live stream. The 360-degree perspective, coupled with continuously transitioning into new scenes as the animation progressed, created an immersive experience that made it feel like being in that world. Following Alpha Team, the helicopter hovered over the Arklay Mountains. Joey couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. It truly felt like she was riding in the helicopter herself. As the perspective kept shifting, the team now spotted Bravo Team's helicopter. Inside, they discovered the corpse of squad member Kevin. The group immediately tensed up and went on high alert, turning on their flashlights to investigate the surroundings. In the game's opening cutscene, Joey, from an omniscient perspective, could continuously switch between any character, providing commentary while observing. Brothers, let's be honest, although this is a horror game, the graphics and storyline are genuinely well designed. However, this is just the opening cutscene. Whether the game is fun or not depends on the actual content. Just as they were speaking, the camera angle in the scene shifted, and Joey's perspective followed along. A squad member seemed to sense something behind them, but when they turned around, there was nothing there, just as he thought it might have been an illusion. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the bushes. Before anyone could react, it pounced on him. A bloody maw gaped open and severed the member's neck in one bite. Holy crap! The sudden situation made Joey scream out loud. If she hadn't been in the game at that moment, she would have definitely jumped in fright. It wasn't just Joey. Even the viewers in the livestream were startled by the sudden appearance of the zombie dog. Damn it! I was just eating some fruit and almost choked to death. Stop talking about it. That shadow suddenly appeared and nearly gave me a heart attack. Looking at its size, it seemed like a dog, but its appearance was terrifying. I decided not to feed my dog today. I'm traumatized. At this moment, in the game's CG, the team member who was pounced on by the zombie dog died in its jaws with a blood-curdling scream. The other team members were completely stunned by the scene. Fortunately, they were a well-trained squad and quickly regained their composure, raising their pistols to fight back. But the gunshot also attracted more zombie dogs. Seeing the situation turn dire, the squad members realized it was no time to linger and immediately began their escape. However, at that very moment, the pilot who had brought them there panicked and fled in the helicopter without looking back. This sudden turn of events left the squad stunned, forcing them to flee toward the only possible refuge, the mansion. At the end of the CG animation, the group flees into the mansion while being chased by zombie dogs. Next comes the official loading screen of the game. Seeing this, Joey also breathed a sigh of relief, finally calming down from the intense chase sequence. Alright guys, I'm about to dive into the game's storyline now. The live chat messages can be seen in the bottom left corner of the game, so even while playing, Joey can interact with the audience in the stream. However, while Joey appears calm on the surface, she's actually panicking inside. She didn't even notice her voice starting to tremble. In the room, Chen Yufei, who was watching the stream, couldn't help but laugh and then sent a message in the live chat. I think you should take a break before playing again. You look pretty scared, don't end up crying later. As soon as this comment was posted, it instantly garnered agreement from many viewers. Yeah, Sister Zhou, maybe you should take a break first. That makes sense. I know Sister Zhou's courage, she definitely wouldn't dare play this game. Don't talk about Sister Zhou like that. My Sister Zhou graduated from Shaman University. Sister Zhou, if it's too much just quit. No shame in that. Ha ha. The live stream audience teased relentlessly. Seeing the barrage of comments, Joey's expression instantly darkened. The fear she initially felt was somewhat alleviated by the chat room banter. Fine. I'm determined to play this today. If I get scared to tears, I'll live stream doing a handstand while washing my hair. Joey said angrily, not just because of the audience's teasing, but also because she remembered the bet she made with Chen Yufei. Maybe that guy is watching her livestream right now, after all. She's a prominent figure in the gaming live streaming community. She can't afford to back down now. The game finished loading at this moment. Proceed into the game? Enter. Without hesitation, Joey chose to enter, and in an instant, the surrounding environment transformed. Chapter 6, a glance back with a smile. When her vision cleared again, she found herself inside the mansion, surrounded by the Alpha Squad members she had just seen in the game's cutscene. As Joey stood there stunned, a prompt sound suddenly played in the game. Please select your identity. 1. Play as Jill, female protagonist. 2. Play as Chris, male protagonist. 3. I am an investigator dispatched from headquarters, now joining Alpha Team, custom character. Unlike the games from Chen Yufei's previous life, after the system extracted them, he also added new modes more suitable for virtual reality games, enhancing the freedom and openness of the gameplay. Joey looked at the options before her. There were only 3 in total. The first option was male, which she skipped directly. The third option was an unknown character with no specified gender. After a moment of thought, she chose Jill for safety's sake. Once selected, her vision instantly shifted, and she found herself seeing the world from Jill's perspective. Wow, this game is so incredibly realistic. Looking at her impressive figure and the Special Forces outfit she was wearing, Joey felt as if she had truly become a female Special Forces soldier. As she surveyed her surroundings, it felt just like the real world, with the ground beneath her feet offering an incredibly lifelike sensation. Joey touched and examined everything around her, as if she had discovered a whole new world. Filled with excitement, the live stream audience was stunned, watching Joey's gameplay footage as comments flooded the screen non-stop. This game seems pretty impressive, not just the CG animations, but the physical feedback feels incredibly realistic. Yeah, this feels even more immersive than watching the CG earlier. Look at those game environments, you'd think it was filmed on location if you didn't know better. Sister Zhou, stop playing around and hurry up with the plot. In the game, Joey fumbled around for a while and had experienced enough, so she walked up to Captain Weskier and asked bluntly, Captain, what should I do next? Captain Weskier didn't seem to pay much attention to Joey's unusual behavior. After a moment of thought, he said, Jill, go check the main gate and ensure the surrounding area is secure. Chris, you search this area. Joey immediately understood the captain had assigned her a task. Upon receiving the mission, she headed straight for the gate. Seems like the mission is pretty straightforward. Brothers, follow me, let's see what's over by the gate. Joey had already immersed herself in the role. The novel experience made her feel less afraid. However, obviously, at this moment, Sister Zhou had no idea what she was about to face. Dressed in military uniform, the valiant and heroic Jill arrived at the door, noticing nothing unusual, and then Sister Zhou pushed it open. A dim and gloomy corridor appeared before her eyes. Am I supposed to check the surroundings here? Joey was now equipped and unafraid, so she proceeded to explore the corridor directly, even cracking jokes along the way, praising the game's environmental effects for being genuinely well done. Why is there someone here? Just as Joey turned the corner, she noticed a figure standing with their back to her in the dimly lit corner, seemingly gnawing on something. I see, it must be an NPC. Just as Joey thought a plot event was about to unfold, the person slowly turned their head around. Hollow eyes, a mouth full of blood, with bits of flesh still hanging from it. At the same time, accompanied by a beast-like roar. Such a terrifying sight instantly sent a shiver down Joey's spine. Her pupils violently contracted as a bone-chilling sensation surged up her spine to the crown of her head. Then followed a near-piercing scream that reverberated throughout the entire livestream. Joey collapsed to the ground, utterly paralyzed by terror at the scene before her. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Joey collapsed to the ground, her arms flailing wildly, even forgetting to draw her weapon. But the zombie didn't care about any of that. seeing a fresh meal delivered right to it. Its rotting face lunged toward Jill's alluring body for a bite. Amidst a frenzy of biting and roaring, Jill collapsed in a pool of blood, while Joey's vision went black as she was ejected from the game. Oh my god, that's way too terrifying. I'm not playing anymore. Joey removed her VR headset, her eyes already reddened, her voice still trembling with sobs. It was her first time seeing a zombie, and she was so scared she started crying, and now her eyes were tightly shut, not daring to open them at all, afraid that the terrifying zombies would appear before her again the moment she did. Meanwhile, the entire live stream saw a massive surge in traffic, with the barrage of comments refreshing at an unstoppable pace. What the hell was that monster just now? I was so scared I ducked under the table in an instant. Same here. I'm still breaking out in a cold sweat down my back. It happened so suddenly. I didn't even have time to react before Sister Joe got bitten by the monster. Don't even mention it. That moment when the monster turned its head just now nearly scared the life out of me. Such an amazing game, who dares to call it trash now? Can anyone tell me where to buy it? It's absolutely thrilling. You guys chat first. I need to go change my pants. Ha ha, this dude can't be serious. Scared less already? Stop pretending. I almost pissed myself too just now. That freaky thing earlier was terrifying, hanging chunks of flesh from its mouth and grinning at me. My hair stood on end. Can you guys stop discussing this and show some concern for Sister Joe? She's still crying over there. I'd cry too if it were me who could react in time to that. The live stream audience was discussing intensely, as that scene was a classic moment from Resident Evil 1, the infamous look back and smile. Chapter 7, Miss Joe actually got scared to tears. Meanwhile, Joey wiped her tears and rushed straight into Chen Yufei's room, not even caring about her live stream anymore. Chen Yufei had actually been watching Joey's live stream the whole time, so when he saw her storming over, he was already waiting by the bedroom door. Upon seeing Chen Yufei, Joey angrily pounded his chest with her fists while tearfully complaining. You jerk, Chen Yufei, what kind of terrible game is this? And you actually told me to play it. It scared me to death. Admit it, you just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. My bad, my bad. Seeing Joey crying pitifully with tears streaming down her face, Chen Yufei didn't take it to heart and comforted her, saying, I warned you beforehand that this game is quite scary, but you insisted on playing it yourself. You said it was scary, but you didn't say it would be this terrifying. It's really horrifying. As she spoke, Joey casually wiped her tears on Chen Yufei's clothes. Chen Yufei looked at the dirty clothes and said, then don't play, just wash my clothes for a week. You wish. I haven't admitted defeat yet. My live stream isn't over. Joey also remembered the bet. If she admitted defeat now, she'd have to wash Chen Yufei's clothes for a week. Could it be that she really had to admit defeat like this? Back to the live stream again. Joey's expression finally returned to normal, though with some awkwardness. Her earlier performance had made a fool of herself so embarrassing. Thinking about the bold claims she made at the start of the stream, her face now burned with discomfort. Fortunately, the audience in the livestream didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, many sent concerned greetings, asking Joey if she was feeling better now. Some viewers even joked, keep playing, Sister Joe, we didn't get enough of it just now. Seeing this teasing comment, Joey couldn't help but feel annoyed. Still playing? Play a hammer. You really think I'm an idiot? That scene around the corner almost scared me to death. Whoever likes playing such a terrifying game can go ahead. Joey wasn't foolish either. She thought this in her heart but didn't voice it out, because although this game was terrifying, its overall gaming experience was truly outstanding in every aspect. As a streamer who had been active in the gaming circle for years, her sharp eye for quality was what got her to where she was now. A game of Resident Evil 1's caliber could genuinely surpass 99% of the games currently on the market. From her current experience, it's almost flawless without any imperfections. She now had to admit that the game Chen Yufei mentioned was indeed a good one. Was she really going to admit defeat like this? Should she wash Chen Yufei's clothes for a week or keep playing? Joey thought for a moment, still too scared to play, so she decided to admit defeat. Guys, I give up. Alright, the game is really good, but it's also terrifying enough. It's just a handstand hair wash. I'll livestream doing it tonight, Joey said with an apologetic smile, then exited the game by controlling her computer. She thought it could end just like that, but clearly, the livestream audience wasn't having it. Come on, don't chicken out now. You've got me all hyped up. What's so interesting about washing your hair upside down? You talked big earlier, now you can't back out. It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and you're quitting already? Hurry up and open the game. Let's see what happens next. Ugh, scared already? How boring. You've got 3 seconds to launch the game. Don't make the boys laugh at you. Stop being silly. No one's watching you wash your hair upside down. Hurry up and get in the game. The livestream viewers started urging him on, and for once, they were perfectly synchronized. Damn it, play my ass. You guys want me dead or something? Sister Joe saw the barrage comments and started cursing under her breath. The cold sweat on her back hadn't even dried yet. At this point, she was already regretting why she had been so impulsive earlier and decided to play this game. This was completely different from the childish horror games she had imagined. The game made her feel like she was the protagonist in Resident Evil, constantly at risk of being devoured by those man-eating monsters. But at this moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, the viewers in the livestream started sending rockets to watch Sister Joe's broadcast, with some wealthy viewers leading the way. I've spent a whole month's salary. Hurry up and get in the game. I tipped you. Stop dawdling. All the anti-tilt warriors are waiting to watch. Seeing so many people tipping, Joey hesitated for a moment and took another look at the livestream's popularity. Damn! In such a short time, with rocket donations boosting it, the livestream's popularity actually reached 5 million. 5 million popularity, what does that even mean? She's been streaming for so long, and her peak popularity was only a little over 2 million. In just this short while, it doubled directly, and the gift revenue increased several times over. Joey couldn't help but feel excited when she saw the data, and now she was willing to admit she lost the bet. However, should she really continue playing? Joey had regained her composure. With such great popularity, it would be a waste not to keep playing and capitalize on this momentum. But playing alone was a bit scary. Joey looked at the barrage of comments in the livestream and felt momentarily conflicted. As Joey's livestream viewership exploded, she quickly topped Doyu's daily popularity rankings. This caught the attention of many other streamers who were live at the time. Dai Xiaomei's streaming room, Dai Xiaomei, who was hosting a viewer tournament live, also noticed the donation announcements in Joey's stream. Out of curiosity, I clicked into the live stream to take a look. When her gaze landed on the popularity metrics of Joey's livestream, a ***** slipped out of her mouth. Joey, you've blown up the charts, 5 million viewers. Dumbfounded, Xiaomei sent a message in surprise. Joey also saw the message sent by Daimini. Originally stuck in a dilemma, her mind instantly cleared up. It was all because she got scared silly playing the game. Daimini was still in the next room, why not just call her to join? Chapter 8, Big Sister Won't Trick You. Joey first excused herself to go to the bathroom, avoiding the livestream audience, then banged hard on Daimini's door. Dummy girl, hurry up, grab your VR headset and come to my room for a joint livestream. Dummy girl? Utterly confused expression. Joey, bestie, come quickly and join me for the livestream. Can't you see how popular my stream is right now? Dummy girl, is it Chen Yufei's horror game? That impressive. Ha, Joey, they call it a horror game, but it's not scary at all. You'll see when you get here, the live stream effect is amazing. We'll split the profits 50-50. Daimei, alright then, give me a few minutes. I'll be right there. Seeing Daimei agree, Joey finally let out a sigh of relief, at least she wouldn't have to face it alone anymore. Good sis, don't blame me for tricking you. This is what they call share the joy, share the burden. And Daima roughly understood Joey's situation. With 5 million live viewers at stake, she was determined to help Joey no matter what. Daima immediately returned to her own livestream, informed her audience that the fan match would be postponed, and asked her followers to watch her and Joey's joint stream later. After the announcement, she ended the live stream. Inside the Douyu platform's live stream room, Joey returned to the live stream with a carefree expression, showing no trace of her earlier fright. In just 2 minutes, her attitude had completely changed. Hey guys, I got the donations. We definitely have to play this game, and play it well. Just now, I invited Daimini to join us in playing this game. Don't worry, once she arrives, we'll jump right into it. Seeing Joey's confident words, the audience in the livestream quieted down. That's more like it. When has Sister Joe ever backed down from a challenge? Dai Xiaomei is already on board. My earlier tips weren't in vain. I'm really looking forward to the performance you two will put on later. As expected of my sister Joe, too scared to play alone, she actually dragged Dai Xiaomei into this mess. Bro, stop spouting nonsense. Sister Joe is just looking out for the brothers. When has she ever led anyone astray? I came over from old lady's stream. What's happening here? I heard there's going to be a collab with Sister Joe, a super fun horror game called Resident Evil. They're about to play it together later. Nonsense. There's no such thing as a good horror game these days. Ha, buddy, don't be so skeptical. Just wait and see the livestream, it's seriously awesome. During the wait, more viewers gradually flooded into Daimini's livestream, and the room's popularity steadily climbed, soon approaching the 6 million mark. Just like Joey's viewers at the beginning, the new audience didn't think horror games were any fun, but seeing so many people talking about it, they decided to stay and watch together. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Chen Yufei changed his clothes, took a sip of freshly brewed hot tea, and couldn't help but give Joey a thumbs up on screen. Originally, Joey being able to livestream his game was already quite good for the early stage promotional effect. Who would have thought that less than half an hour into the livestream, Joey even pulled in Daimao. Just think about it, having two of the top beauties in the gaming circle live streaming and promoting Resident Evil 1. The effect was definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. This woman is simply too impressive. Chen Yufei sipped tea from his cup while happily watching the live stream. This is what they call Jiang Taigong fishing, only those willing get caught. Joey's clothes were definitely going to be washed. He could already foresee the explosive popularity once he released the game. Shenzhen, Tencent Group Building, Gaming Department. A game reviewer was idly scrolling through game videos on their phone, yawning between swipes. What kind of games are these? So uninspired. Might as well clock out at 8 p.m. sharp. While browsing videos, a WeChat message notification popped up. Upon opening it, he saw a message from a super moderator buddy inside Douyu. Bro, if you're off work, go check out Joey's livestream. Seems like she's streaming a new game. The reviewer was feeling drowsy, but perked up immediately upon seeing the message. What the? New game livestream? That's definitely worth checking out, the reviewer thought as they opened Joey's livestream. The livestream title read, Tribute to those years we spent hunting monsters together, streaming the phenomenal horror game Resident Evil 1. Joey had just changed the livestream title, and it happened to be spotted by the Tencent reviewer. Bragging without even drafting, how could there still be a groundbreaking horror game these days? Just another hype stunt. The reviewer shook his head and glanced at the viewership count. Damn! 6,300,000 viewers? This really left the game reviewers baffled, since when could a horror game attract such a massive audience? Judging from the barrage of comments in the live stream, even Daimei is joining in to co-stream. The reviewer was stunned. Have all the streamers gone crazy these days? Isn't Glory of All good enough anymore? Isn't LOL great? Isn't PUBG great? How can a horror game be this good? The reviewer also realized something, this game might not be as simple as it seems, considering the boss had been urging them to keep an eye on new games every day. He checked the time and obediently stayed overtime to watch the livestream. Inside the livestream room, a few minutes passed quickly, and a knock on the door broke the silence in the livestream room. Joey, who was playing music and interacting with the audience, now flashed a faint smile. The savior has finally arrived. Opening the door, he saw Dai Xiaomei holding a VR headset, looking on the verge of tears. Joey, if today's livestream doesn't go well, I'll be at a huge loss, Dai Xiaomei complained, having even cancelled several fan matches with her top supporters just to collaborate with Joey. Don't worry, would your sister ever trick you? Just look at the livestream's popularity, the audience is waiting for you. Joey wore a doting smile as she pulled Daimei into the livestream room. At a glance, wow, in just this short time, the livestream had already hit 7 million viewers. Chapter 9, the explosively popular livestream. Seeing the data, Daimei's face lit up with joy as she flashed a sweet smile and greeted her live audience. Hi everyone, I'm Daimei. Tonight, Joey and I will be live streaming this game for you all. With Daimei's arrival, the previously quiet livestream room instantly buzzed back to life. Hey, the old lady finally showed up. Old woman, you shouldn't have come. You've walked right into a trap. Shoo, keep it down. If little miss finds out, it won't be fun anymore. I can't wait to see the expressions on their faces when they see that smile again. Ha ha, stop talking. We might give ourselves away. Dai Xiaomei looked at the barrage in the livestream, feeling something was off. Joey, what do these viewers mean? They're saying you set me up. Puzzled, Dai Xiaomei turned around to look at Joey, who was fiddling with her VR headset. Good sis, don't listen to their nonsense, they're just stirring up trouble. Would I ever set you up? Joey turned around with a hint of guilt in her voice, then immediately turned back to continue installing the VR headset. As she turned away, an involuntary smirk of triumph crept onto her face. With Dai Nini's arrival, the livestream's viewership continued to climb steadily. By now, Joey had already connected her VR headset, and the arrival of Daimei undoubtedly eased much of her earlier fright. When Chen Yufei gave her this game, he also mentioned that it supports 1 to 4 player online co-op. She didn't dare to play alone, but with 2 people, it was a different story. Alright, Daimei, let's hurry up and get into the game. Joey patted Daima's shoulder with a beaming smile. Tell me secretly, is this game really that scary? Daima wasn't foolish either. With such a great opportunity, Joey was practically begging her to join in. There must be some catch to it. She had just sat down in the livestream and felt something was off the whole time while reading the comments. Among the barrage of comments, there were occasional mentions of phrases like a glance back with a smile or scared to tears. Seeing that she couldn't avoid the topic, Joey could only nod and whisper, it is a bit scary, but I'm going to play too, aren't I? With both of us playing together, what are you afraid of? After hearing this, Dai Xiaomei was somewhat skeptical, but upon closer thought, it made sense. Compared to the popularity of the livestream, what was a horror game worth? In their line of work, they knew all too well that traffic was the most important thing. In the end, Joey was still helping her. so she didn't take the things the netizens said to heart. I heard it all from the room. Were you crying just now? Although Dai Xiaomei had already agreed, she noticed that Sister Zhou's eyes were slightly swollen and red, as if she had been crying. This was definitely not something that could be faked through acting or performance. Alright, I'll come clean. I was caught off guard earlier. You know, I've always been a bit of a scaredy cat, so I ended up making a fool of myself. But the game is actually quite good and pretty terrifying. Seeing that Dai Xiaomei had noticed, Joey decided to drop the act and came clean. Seeing Joey speak so confidently, Dai Mei also believed it, putting away her initial self-assured expression as a trace of solemnity flashed across her pretty face. Clearly, she was being much more cautious than before. With this, we won't get to see Dai Mei make a fool of herself later. Ah, forget it. Joey silently cursed her luck. But since things had come to this, there was no choice but to proceed. The two women were almost ready, each putting on their VR headsets to enter the game. Meanwhile, at the Douyu streaming platform, by now, apart from the dance and music sections, most popular streamers had caught wind of Joey's livestream exploding in popularity. What? Sister Zhou is playing a new horror game and got so scared she cried? Not only did she cry, but she also dragged Dai Xiaomei into a live stream together. I heard the game has surprisingly good graphics and is terrifyingly scary. Hey, no need to keep chatting about it, just go check it out for yourselves. Watching the discussion messages sent by their respective chat room buddies in the bullet comments. At first, the streamers didn't believe it. But when these streamers clicked into Joey and Dai Xiaomei's live streams and glanced at the popularity metrics, holy cow, it's already over 7 million in popularity. What's the difference between this and a rocket launch? The streamers watching were practically burning with envy, their eyes filled with longing. Streamers like Teacher Ma, PDD, Big Horse Monkey, Chen Yifa, and Xiao Xiao would occasionally drop by the livestream when they had free time. When they checked out Joey's livestream and saw the viewership skyrocketing by the second, Teacher Ma flashed a golden wheel-like smile and asked, "What game is this? The popularity is insane." Meanwhile, the streamer's WeChat group was also buzzing with discussion. I watched Joey's livestream tonight for no particular reason. The game quality is genuinely good, and it's really scary, but it seems there's nowhere to download it. According to Joey, she got it from a friend, and it hasn't been released yet. That's tough. It probably still needs some time before release. Not necessarily. Maybe the developer intentionally released a teaser to generate hype. The game might already be finished. Then let's wait until Joey and Dummy Sister finish their livestream before asking. For now, let's watch the broadcast. The streamer group chat was buzzing with discussion. Although this game hasn't been released yet, it hasn't dampened their enthusiasm for the new title at all. After all, which streamer wouldn't want their live broadcast to go viral? At this point, the game hasn't been released yet, but many streamers have already made plans to buy it no matter the cost and be among the first to try it out. This allows you to eat the early heat. These guys are no slouches anyway. One by one, they play the game and top up to 6 or 7 figures upwards. Take, for example, the large horse monkeys in an action game called Arad Warriors, where a single piece of equipment can be exchanged for a suite in a second-tier city, in the time it takes for a bunch of anchors to discuss it. At this time, Joey and Dull Little Sister had also reached the end of the opening animation. Captain Whiskers led the members of Alpha Squad and escaped into the Oceanic Pavilion amidst a chase of zombie dogs. Soon, end of screen, the two have entered the game. Chapter 10, Laughing Out Loud Monkey Calls. Joey still chooses Jill this time, while Dumb Little Sister chooses to join as a free character, who also happens to be a female investigator. Joey entered for the second time and acted like a lightweight, and Nerdy Little Sister looked at the female character she was controlling and her eyes went straight to her head. Not that the game girls are all that pretty, rather, it's the modeling of the characters, which is exquisite beyond words. With the addition of the virtual device, even if the game's special effects are now halved, it also makes the game characters appear incredibly clear. So clear that every strand of hair is clearly visible, especially with this immersive physicality. The sweaty hairs on your face, the fibers of your clothes, the level of finesse is such that you're telling people that you're making a movie in the real world, and some people will believe you. Plus the surroundings, the shadows and lighting are handled perfectly, more like being in another real world. This level of fine craftsmanship, it's something that players in this world haven't experienced. At this moment, the Dull Little Sister had completely immersed herself in this incomparably new and strange world. Inside the live room, the pop-ups had reached a new peak in tumbling speed. Brothers, I feel as if I'm about to witness a new gaming history, a king that has swept through countless games. I'm afraid it's about to be born. There's one thing to be said for the quality of this game. It's so nifty and conscientious. I've never seen a game of this quality in all the time I've been playing games. Did you guys notice that every scene in the game is not something that can be accomplished with simple mapping? It's basically full modeling to achieve the effect. As far as I can see, there are hardly any flaws. And this game, like an alien from heaven, just doesn't seem like a product of this world. I'll air my words here today. As long as the gameplay and plot can pass muster, this game will definitely be number 1 on this year's game top list, killing many game makers at home and abroad. It wasn't just the nerdy little sister who marveled. The entire audience in the live broadcast room, including some of the anchors who had come inquiring, were shocked beyond words by the images presented by this game. See the exquisite effect that the picture presents. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "The games you've played before yourself are trashy as game." After checking her equipment, Joey saw that dull little sister was still immersed in sighing, and smiled as she patted dull little sister's character, Aaron Investigator. "I say, sister, you just don't look at it. It's been 3 minutes. How many viewers in the live room are watching it? Don't make a hole like a dirt hat," Joey said with an attitude of having seen the world. Unbeknownst to her, just half an hour ago, she had just entered the game with a better performance than dumb little sister ever had. Not only did they touch here and there, but they jumped up and down and were so excited. Dull little sister didn't know how Joey had acted before, and thought that it was indeed because she hadn't controlled her excitement, and had an embarrassed expression on her face. Once back in the game, the two began the game's plot. This time, Captain Whiskers still arranged for 2 men to check at the gate. Unsurprisingly, this should be a main plotline. After the two of them had claimed their quests, Joey led dull little sister to that gate once again. "Little sister, you take the front. I'll give you the rear," Joey commanded with an air of experience. Nerdy little sister nodded, opened the door, and explored towards the dimly lit corridor. Seeing the little sister walking in front, the corner of Joey's mouth raised a bad smile of triumph. At this time the two of them walked forward, one after the other, cautiously. The familiar corridors, the dim lighting, the cramped environment made the two women's hearts begin to tense up. At this time, the environment was quiet and shootable. The whole live room could only hear the creaking sound of two people's feet stepping on the wooden boards, as well as the eerie horror atmosphere music. The corridor wasn't long or constant, and soon, dull little sister had come around the corner. "Joey, should this be the place to get scared and cry? As for that, this doesn't feel that scary. It's not like I haven't played horror games before. It's all the same formula. I'll admit that the quality of the game is really high, but the horror still falls short of being interesting," dull little sister muttered inwardly, knowing that Joey was surely not doing anything good by letting her walk in front of her, but she had also given herself a good precaution. "It's just a game. How scary can it be?" Immediately afterward, Aaron walked silently around the corner. Jill was following carefully behind Aaron, her pistol cupped tightly in her hand as if she were about to fire it at any moment. Just as both walked around the corner, a familiar back figure reappeared in the eyes of the two. This person was carrying two people on his back and seemed to be nibbling on something in his mouth. The screen went dark, accompanied by an eerie soundtrack. At this point, throughout the live broadcast, the audience who had seen this scene had already sent out a screen full of pop-ups. High energy ahead, pop-up protection and other pop-ups. The sudden change that came into Chi-Chi made dull little sister's already tense demeanor become even more tense. She gulped, staring intently at the somewhat less than normal back. However, even the dorky little sister who had already prepared herself mentally, as the zombie turned back to reveal its hideous face. Nerdy little sister is still dumbfounded. A face full of rotting flesh, blood hanging from its mouth from broken flesh, hissed beastly at Aaron. "Aha, mama." A squeal like that of a groundhog resounded throughout the broadcast. I had already seen this scene and wasn't too scared anymore, but I was shocked by the old woman's voice. "Ha ha, that's hilarious. An old woman being scared like that. Joey is also too bad. Standing behind alone, catatonic for a long time. Ha ha, the old woman still hasn't blocked the power of a smile back. We're looking at a screen. If we were in a real game, I don't think we'd be any better." The water friends in the live room were discussing cheerfully, which was a pain in the ass for dull little sister. In the middle of the game, dull little sister was still immersed in the horror of the zombies, and Joey hid in the back, watching dull little sister make a fool of herself and laughed out a monkey's cry. "You think your defense is useful? I've experienced the power of this look-back smile, sis." At this time, dull little sister has been overwhelmed by the zombies. The situation is very critical, and is about to be bitten. Seeing that Joey was still motionless at the back, dull little sister cried out in panic. "Ma, Joey, hurry up and save me. Don't watch the show." Only then did Joey put away her smile, and the magnum that had long been raised in her hand instantly opened fire. In the darkness, a fire breaks out. 3 shots in a row, shots that hit the walker in the back. Chapter 11. The picture quality is too good, and it's not a good thing. Seeing that she hit the zombie, Joey even made a handsome gesture of blowing smoke from the muzzle of her gun. With these 3 rounds, it goes without saying that the monster is definitely dead. And after the zombie was shot, the whole thing was knocked over as if it was dead. Dull little sister was so shocked that she barely sat up and held her head before crying out in pain. This can put Joey to the hole will not. Just wanted to show off a wave of it. This will also have to comfort dull little sister. Well, didn't I destroy the monster? So stop crying. How many spectators are watching? Joey squatted down and patted her dull little sister's shoulder to comfort her. How dare you? Why didn't you just warn me? I think you just sincerely want to see me make a fool of myself. Good sister. I wasn't just scared for a moment and gave it a miss. Sister, there's absolutely no intention of screwing you over. The two sisters were still there talking, but they made a fatal mistake. They have no knowledge of zombies and don't realize that zombies have to be shot in the head to die. When Chen Yufei, who was watching the live broadcast, saw this scene, for a moment he was tempted to remind them at the pop-up screen, but considering the fun of exploring the game, Chen Yufei felt that it was better to let them discover it on their own. And within the game, Joey and dull little sister were still chatting there, and no one paid attention to the viewers in the live stream. The zombie that had just been lying on the ground gradually began to glow red in its body at this time, a sign that it was going to go berserk. The zombie will go into a berserk state while taking damage if it doesn't get hit in the head. In the berserk state, the zombie's attack power increased greatly, and it was even more bloodthirsty than before. Come on, sisters, let's go back and turn in our quests. Joey picked up her dull little sister and said, but before she could finish her sentence, the zombie violently opened its eyes, and an iron-green corpse hand directly grabbed Irene's ankle. Nerdy little sister once again scared the monkey out of her. Joey on the side and the viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned by this scene. Who would have thought that this monster could not be beaten? The sudden turn of events caused dull little sister to lose her balance once again, tripping over the zombie and falling to the ground. The iron-green corpse hand gripping dull little sister's ankle as deathly as an iron vice. After dull little sister screamed, her legs fought to kick at the walker's hands, trying to dislodge this walker. But at this time, the zombie had already gone berserk, and its strength had increased by an unknown amount, so it simply couldn't struggle away for a moment. Joey was also shocked by such a sight, but while horrified, she knew to raise the pistol in her hand and shoot in an attempt to free dull little sister. Boom boom boom. Joey fired several shots, and the shots hit the walkers. Not only did the imagined image of the zombie falling to the ground not appear, the zombie instead became more furious, as if it had gone berserk, and bit down hard on dull little sister's ankle. This time the two women were really shocked. Not to mention them, even the battle-hardened special forces would be appalled under such circumstances. Something that had been proven long ago. How can it not be beaten? It's just horrible. Meanwhile, the viewers who were watching the live stream exploded. What's wrong with this monster? The pistol is smoking and it's still not killed? I feel like if I was in the game, I'd have pissed myself by now. This is too scary. Guns can't even kill you. If this game was in reality, I'd shudder to think about it. This is a real horror game. Comparing to those trash games in China, this game is simply a masterpiece. From my point of view, this monster must have a weakness. There's no way the developers would design monsters that can't be killed to be placed in the novice level. Yeah, try shooting the heart, or try the head. There must be a weakness anyway. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, all shocked by the situation in front of them, not to mention dull little sister and Joey inside the game. The two women panicked, but luckily they were still in the habit of keeping an eye on the pop-ups. Joey, try shooting it in the heart or head, or I'm dead. The dorky little sister who came back to her senses immediately shouted. Joey also reacted quickly, knowing the urgency of the matter, and without saying a word, she began to reload, having just panicked so much that she shot all her bullets. At this time, the zombie was still biting hard on dull little sister's military boots. If it continued to let it bite down, dull little sister's consequences could be imagined. It was sure to be bitten to death by the berserk zombie. Although dull little sister took out her dagger and started to counterattack, but the zombie's strength was too great. Her arm gripped the ankle position tightly and wouldn't let go at all, and her sharp teeth kept gnawing at the outer skin of the military boots, which was likely to be bitten through in the next second. Just in the nick of time, Joey finally loaded the bullets. In the middle of the dimly lit corridor, there was a loud bang and a strong smell of smoke. Joey's first shot directly hit the zombie's back at the heart of the position. Often play chicken fire line Joey. Shooting accuracy is still very good. Just the shot went down, and although the zombie was hit and its body shook a bit, it still didn't fall down. This is a goddamn monster. Right, it doesn't die like this? Seeing that the zombie was still alive, Joey was angry and cursed directly. Stop inking. I can't hold out much longer. I feel like my shoes are going to break. Dull little sister was so shocked and scared that her shouts became more urgent. I know. I'll hit its head this time. I don't believe this monster can't die. Joey also knew that the situation was urgent and subconsciously aimed again, this time directly at the zombie's head. Snap! With the sound of a crisp gunshot, this bullet was like the death god skimming over, straight at the zombie's head. With a swift and whistling momentum, it did not enter the zombie's head. Roar! As if in resignation and anger, the zombie finally stopped attacking, let out a miserable wail and fell to the ground. The scene was a mess at this point. The zombie's head had been opened up and black goo was sprayed everywhere. As for dull little sister and Joey, the two of them, their hearts were finally released at this time. Looking at the miserable scene, the two women almost spit out even their dinner. It's inside a game. You don't really throw up, but the mental discomfort is definitely still there. Coupled with the fact that both of them were girls, and this was still just a novice mission, both of them were like going through a big battle, with a sense of physical and mental exhaustion. That was so scary just now. Are you okay, dull little sister? It took Joey a while to slow down and asked with concern. I'm okay, my shoes aren't chewed up, I should be able to keep playing. Dull little sister reluctantly stood up. The immersive experience made her feel as if it was reality, and this strong sense of reality stimulated her nerves. But take a look at the heat of the live feed. Nice guy! In such a short period of time, it has already reached the 8 million popularity mark. 8 million popularity in one night's live broadcast. If this were in the past, it would not even dare to think about it. Not to say that it broke the all-time record of the teeming fish, but it was also a rare heat in the teeming fish live. Just for this achievement, how could Joey and dull little sister not react? The game that this Chen Yufei gave them, that was definitely the best of the best, an extremely rare quality masterpiece. However, it was not clear whether it was better to thank Chen Yufei or to stink at him. This game is so realistically done. It's not at all comparable to the kind of mapping and simple effects on the market. For the first time, the two women felt as if it wasn't a good thing for the game to have too good a picture quality. Chapter 12 Goose Factory and Pig Factory. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience had long been in an uproar. If you ask me nah, this game can be sealed. This scene is simply too exciting, too good. You're still cool. I'm ing stoned. This kind of game is not for the faint of heart, but there's one thing to be said for the authenticity, the gameplay. The game designed by some big shot that beats every horror game on the market. The more I look at it, the more I want to play it. When will the developers be able to release the game? Release it and I'll be the first to get my hands on it and play it. Me too. Whatever the price. I'm done with this game. I'll sell my Firebrand number tonight. Now that I realize it's a crap money grabbing game, still playing a chicken hair fire line, labor thousands of dollars rushed down, basically is to hit the water on the mall to send those female characters, not half as good looking as Erin. Hey, I feel the same way. Erin the investigator, Jill the warrior woman. There's really no one else with that body. You old colorful bastards. Isn't Chris, the male lead, handsome? I was just overwhelmed by the game character modeling in the opening scene. Without further ado, the old man rushes today. What about you guys? Inside the room, Chen Yufei, who was watching the live broadcast, was also happy. These water friends really have a lot of flirty words, but it's understandable. Men, we all know what we're talking about. Even Chen Yufei had to admit that for those dick-stabbing apes or gentleman viewers, the female characters in Resident Evil 1 Virtual Reality Reset are really attractive. Because this is all systematically processed and designed again with a blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, the face value aspect of the game definitely beats the average game's original art. However, what pleased Chen Yufei even more was the effect of tonight's live broadcast. It's just too good. It's only just been live for less than an hour, and the popularity is already 8 million. So there's definitely nothing wrong with breaking 10 million tonight. Even if only 1% of the traffic converts after the game goes on sale, that's tens of thousands of copies of the game sold. A new game can sell tens of thousands of copies a day, and it's from a no-name studio. That's definitely the dark horse of the year. This publicity effect, not better than the kind of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, do some brainless brainwashing ads to attract over the promotion do not know how many times. For Chen Yufei, it was a win-win situation. For one thing, it will allow Joey's popularity to climb. Secondly, it's also great publicity for releasing the game yourself. It seems that this game market, I'm afraid it's going to change. Chen Yufei watched the live broadcast and unconsciously revealed a smile. Deep City, Goose Factory group building. It is not like what the internet said, but Goose Factory to the point of closing. At this time, although it cannot be said to be brightly lit, but the night is still working overtime is not a minority. Game department. The game reviewer who was yawning before was not sleepy at all at this time as he watched Joey and dull little sister's live broadcast. 8 million popular. It's really a hell of a night. The reviewer muttered inwardly in dissatisfaction. If this was a game made by Goose Factory, this heat he didn't think anything of it. But it's still clearly a new game that hasn't been released yet. And it's a horror game. Are horror games so popular these days? The tester didn't expect the audience to be so enthusiastic about this kind of game. Even though he only watched it when Dull Little Sister came on the air later, in just a few minutes, he still saw a lot of things. The CG production and environment rendering of this game put in enough effort. It's definitely not the product of some small studio. Could it be that Yoi is playing a staged game here? Trying to break through with a horror game and get on this year's new Game Gold list? No, Yoi hasn't made a horror game at all. And this frame doesn't fit with Yoi's strategic direction. Or maybe it's Poor Harvest? Or Legendary Games? Hiss. Where the hell did this monster come from? The reviewer mumbled as he sat in his office, still pondering which game company had made this game. As for foreign game companies, the assessor is not thought of, but soon he vetoed, because well-known foreign manufacturers such as Rintengu, or Storm Snow Game Company, 1. Will not publicize the game in this way, 2. Like a new game, but also will pass a gas each other, to consider the domestic agent and other issues. After all, Goose Factory's influence is there, and these companies will still sell some face to Goose Factory, but he would never have guessed that the game came from an individual, not even a studio. Linen City, Yoi Network headquarters. As the 10,000-year-old in the domestic gaming industry, there are not a few people who are still working overtime at this point. And, of course, the busiest is the gaming department. In recent years, by constantly changing skins, the strength of the Tour Easy is not to be underestimated. What's more, there is also cooperation with Storm Snow, obtaining the right to act as a domestic agent, and the game industry is doing as well as T. It's not as good as Goose Factory in general, but it's still got a few things going for it in the gaming world. Once a turn-based fantasy once put Mr. Ding on the list of richest people in the Dragon Kingdom. Now a yin and yang spellcaster is even more of a money-sucking tool on the handheld end. But at the end of the day, Yoi has gotten to where it is today by doing nothing more than changing skins. Just like Goose Factory, it's a big game circle to say the least. Some reviewers from the game department of Yui Company also found out about Joey's live broadcast. At this point, several assessors were having a discussion. With such polished graphics and comfortable gameplay, what game company made this? I just asked a friend at the Goose Factory, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with that side. This is strange. Is this made by a foreign game company? Looking at the background is quite similar. Impossible. If it was a foreign game company, there would have been news coming out. They couldn't wait for no one in the gaming community to know about it. You guys, could it really be his friend's game like Joey said? Are you out of your mind? Just this kind of game, how can it be made by a nobody? As far as our company is concerned, I'm afraid it will take half a year. So you're saying this is a game that came out of there? Hell knows. A few assessors were in the middle of a heated discussion when a middle-aged man in a suit, somewhat slightly chubby, walked over. What's being discussed? Look at you guys talking so intensely. The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Manager, we're discussing a new game. Yeah, a horror game that hasn't been released yet, but the live stream is exploding. It's not watching the live stream. Manager, why don't you come and take a look too? Upon seeing that it was the manager coming over, the several testers immediately turned off the fire and replied respectfully. Horror games have what to see. If I say you guys still study more about the new game, the boss sent word this time. This time the new game must enter, at least also enter the Game Gold list. You guys have to hurry up. The development department is still waiting for you to mention the program. As soon as the middle-aged man heard that it was a horror game, he immediately lost all interest and sternly admonished a few people. The assessors looked at each other in dismay, and did not dare to say more. After all, this is set out. No one really can only honestly follow the manager arranged to do things. Chapter 13. Nerdy Little Sister is terrified. On the other side, in the middle of the game, Joey and Nerdy Little Sister got through the newbie level without any danger, and after they realized that the zombies' weakness was headshots, they were obviously much more adapted to the game. The truth is, it really isn't that hard to play once you know the zombies' weaknesses, and the attack that took place over here obviously attracted the attention of the other squad members as well. The main man, Chris, and team member Barry rushed to catch wind of the situation and discovered the condition of Jill and investigator Aaron. Jill, Aaron, are you guys okay? Chris asked with concern. It's fine, we just came under attack and destroyed the monster in a hurry. Jill replied with a smile. It's good to be okay, we'll take it from here. Chris nodded and began to check the condition of the walkers. Barry's side of the family also realized what was going on and then let out a gasp. Shelter, it's Kenneth's body. Barry pointed to the body that had been eaten by the walkers earlier, and vaguely recognized that it was none other than Kenneth, the member of the Barvo team they'd come to look for. God, what the hell is going on here? Chris looked incredibly angry at Kenneth's body, but there was nothing he could do about it. The comrades who had once fought together in blood were already dead, and he could only try to dispose of his teammates' corpses. Joey and Dull Little Sister were also flooded with sympathy when they saw the scene. If this person who died was one of their friends or relatives, they would probably be just as angry and bitter as Chris. Although this is only the beginning of the game, but as the game slowly unfolds, they are more and more interested. They feel that this game is like a huge treasure, waiting for them to dig. The simple plot, but wrapped in a heavy fog, is more likely to arouse the player's desire to explore. It's not just a horror game, but also a survival puzzle game. With a rich worldview and exploration, players will be able to immerse themselves in the game world and not be able to stop themselves. This is why Chen Yufei was so confident in this game after opening Resident Evil. In the hallway, Chris and Barry gathered up the body of their teammate Kenneth, and Zhou-Yi and Dull Little Sister returned to the hall once again with them. At this moment, to Zhou-Yi and Dull Little Sister's consternation, Captain Whiskers was nowhere to be seen. Chris, however, made a decision at this point, and the group split up to make sure to find out what was going on in this place. The next game is a bit more open. Zhou-Yi and Dumb Little Sister need to keep looking for clues in the foreign house, and gradually find out the truth of the matter. After seeing Chris and Barry leave individually, Zhou-Yi smiled and raised the magnum in her hand and said, "Let's go, good sisters, let's see what conspiracy is hidden behind this." Dull Little Sister also nodded, knowing that iron needs to be struck while it's hot. She also agreed with Zhou-Yi's viewpoint at this time. The two scanned the heat of the broadcast. 10 million popular. Both of their eyes became fiery in unison. As the plot of Resident Evil unfolded, more and more mysteries attracted viewers to come in and watch, and the heat of the live broadcast actually remained high for a while and continued to rise. This can make Zhou-Yi and Dull Little Sister excited. Originally also said that after the live broadcast to find Chen Yufei to settle the score. Zhou-Yi, at this time also has long put this idea behind. The two once again explored within the foreign pavilion, and since Zhou-Yi had chosen the female protagonist, Jill, the direction she explored was not the same as the male protagonist, Chris. This time, Zhou-Yi didn't let Dull Little Sister walk in front of her, but instead explored the rooms within the ocean pavilion with Dull Little Sister. Under the search around, slowly, except for the beginning when they encountered Brother Ishiao, the two of them didn't touch any monsters at the back. It didn't seem like it was that scary, except for the eerie atmosphere. The two gradually let their guard down. Of all the rooms, isn't there a single monster? Dull Little Sister relaxed. No, it's not good enough. Here's a box of bullets and a bottle of medicine you can save for later to save your life, Zhou-Yi said in surprise, immersed in the exploration. I'm not scared anymore, and I basically figured out the routine of this game, Dull Little Sister said confidently as she searched for supplies. That's good. Let's develop obscenely. When we see the monsters later, so many bullets will be enough for the monsters to drink a pot. Zhou-Yi responded with a smile. Nerdy Little Sister nodded and turned into a nearby bathroom. The bathroom was simple. A vanity mirror and a bathtub next to it, but filled with water. The lights in the bathroom flickered on and off when Dale walked in, and Dale didn't care, since she had just encountered several similar rooms with nothing at all. It was probably just another developer making it up to scare people. With this mentality, Dull Little Sister even looked in the mirror, looking at the delicate and beautiful faces of the characters. Once again, Nerd Girl exclaims that the modeling in this game is just too much work. It was also at that moment that the horrible soundtrack started up again. There was a sudden splash in the bathtub filled with water off to the side. A withered corpse, standing up from the tub. The monster that stood up had white eyes and ulcerated skin all over its body, so it could be said to be completely disfigured. At this moment, it saw the Dull Little Sister in front of it, like fresh food, and let out an excited hiss. Jumping straight out of the tub, he lunged at the dorky Little Sister. A sudden change of heart. It made Dull Little Sister scream again in terror. Pulling up his legs, he ran for his room. This time, Nerdy Little Sister is really freaking out. Before, when I faced Brother Ishiao, I was at least prepared. It's not like this time, when I thought there was no danger. I ended up looking in the mirror when a zombie popped out of nowhere. Who else could stand it? Not only Dull Little Sister. Zhou-Yi, who was searching for supplies, was also startled. Not by the zombies, but by Dull Little Sister's voice. Chapter 14, Zhou-Yi Save Me. Watching Dull Little Sister run as fast as a bereaved dog, the pop-ups couldn't watch any longer. I just brought it in too much. The walkers came out of nowhere and almost scared me to death. I wasn't scared, but the old woman's voice made me scared. The old woman can't do anything else, but she's fast in the face. This escape speed, it's almost catching up with Flying Man. If it were me, I'd run too. This designer is so insidious. Who would have thought there was one hiding in the bathtub? Don't run, counterattack, shoot it in the head. Did this old woman create some kind of sin in her past life? How come she's the one who runs into the monster first every time? Make a handicap. I'll bet $1 that the old woman will be bitten by the monster this time. +1, plus 10,086. In the meantime, Chen Yufei, who was also watching the live broadcast, almost didn't spray the water in his cup onto the screen. That's really none of his business. All the locations where the zombies refresh are all automatically assigned by the AI. In addition to fixed levels, such as the one smile brother in the hallway. Where the other walkers came from he didn't know. This also serves to add authenticity and fun to the game. It was set up that way to allow players to experience a more realistic survival mode. So, this is a pot that he really doesn't take. Jo-yi, hurry up and save me. Dull little sister flew to Jo-yi's side, all the way to the pear blossom, looking at the situation, almost want to cry out again. It's okay, I'll help you. Jo-yi was obviously experienced as well, and without any further ado, raised the magnum in her hand towards the zombie that was rushing towards the two of them with teeth and claws. Bang bang bang! Several shots in a row were headed straight for the walker's head, but unlike the walker at the corner, this one was thin but faster. After a few shots, I'm surprised they didn't hit the head. Moreover, the bullet had missed the zombie's shoulder, and the zombie had become even more frenzied, and its foot speed had increased a few more points. This can put Jo-yi also gave the whole panic. This zombie speed is not slow, coupled with the room space is not big. For a moment actually a bit of exertion cannot open. Dull little sister also reacted, pulling out the pistol she had searched for along the way and shooting it towards the drywalker's head as well, but already panicked. Her accuracy was even worse, and she fired several shots in a row without even touching a zombie's hair. The zombies were about to surround the two women and gnaw them to death. In her haste, Jo-yi saw a chair on the ground, and without thinking, she kicked it directly to the feet of the zombie. After all, the withered zombie had no intelligence and did not know how to dodge. Suddenly an obstacle appeared under his feet, and he directly stumbled to the ground with a heel. This gave the two women time to catch their breath, and while the zombie fell to the ground, Jo-yi directly aimed a shot at the zombie's head. Immediately afterward, a pile of yellow and white material instantly burst with the bullet not entering the head between, splattering all over the ground. You, dull little sister didn't hold back one bit and just dry heaved. Jo-yi's face wasn't much better. It was also waxy and looked like she wanted to vomit but couldn't. But for better or worse, the monster was finally destroyed. After the robbery, dull little sister leaned against the wall and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was Jo-yi who accompanied her. Otherwise she would have been terrified if she played this game alone. At this point she no longer dared to take it lightly. Who knew from which dark corner the monster would emerge next? However, what dull little sister and Jo-yi didn't know yet was that the zombies that appeared now were still just the appetizers in the biochemical crisis. More monsters await them next. Straight from the booth. Along with the popularity breaking through 10 million, the pop-ups tumbled faster and faster, and Jo-yi's flirty maneuver just now was being exchanged frantically by the viewers at this time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just now Shufan kicked the chair that time really handsome I pressed to this as Shufan can operate out. No blowing, no black. Sister Joe's gaming prowess. I still recognize it. After all, I've been mixed up in the gaming circle for so long. Don't you guys realize, just now this operation, the playability of this game is greatly improved again. Who would have thought that you can still kill monsters like this in the game? This is too much fun. Can you release it soon? I can't wait. Seeing as it is now, top quality graphics, top fun, top horror, top playability. I just can't find any weaknesses in this game. Is it really a horror game? Don't mention it. I admit I've been punched in the face. Other horror games are crap and Resident Evil is a masterpiece. I'm definitely calling my friends to play this game as soon as it's released. Me too. I'll bring my girlfriend along for the ride. Hey, it's awesome to think about. Dude, fantastic. Why didn't I think I could bring my girlfriend along for the ride? Isn't this much cooler than a movie date? I've decided that instead of watching movies on dates, I'll play Resident Evil. And Chen Yufei, who was watching the live broadcast, didn't expect the audience's thoughts to be so refreshingly unorthodox. Using a game to pick up girls is something the average person can think of. However, if it is true that playing his game can lead to a lover's marriage, that's a beautiful thing to talk about. There is only good and no harm in it for him. It also indirectly promotes his game. So why not? Thinking of this, Chen Yufei also had a decision in his mind. After Jo-yi and dull little sister finished their live broadcast, he would take advantage of this wave of heat and directly release the game up. In-game, after experiencing 2 monster attacks, Jo-yi and dull little sister had experience at this point, and had become more cautious about the game. The two continued to explore the rooms within the oceanarium, encountering several walkers in the meantime as well, passing through without incident thanks to their combined efforts. It had to be admitted that Jo-yi and dumb little sister's guts were not big, but their game understanding was still very good. In addition to exploring for ammo, medicine, and the like, Jo-yi and dull sister also found quite a few clues in the various rooms. At this point, the two women followed the clues and arrived at the outer court of the foreign house. According to the clues, the designer of the foreign house lives in a cabin in the outer court. Might be able to find the cause of this thing in there. The night is like ink. The already quiet yokai looked particularly terrifying in the midst of the darkness. not to mention the fact that the two women had just come from killing one walker after another. At this point in time, the environment was awfully quiet. The sparse moonlight waved in the middle of the woods, and the sharp-eyed dull little sister suddenly tapped Joey's shoulder and pointed to the woods not far away. Between the trees, a dilapidated cabin stood so quietly before them. Chapter 15, Pitch Black Night. The moonlight was completely covered by the leaves of the trees, and the surrounding darkness was extremely eerie. Dull little sister and Joey, two people, carefully came to the door of the cabin. In the middle of nowhere, so quiet place, there is a cabin. Anyone who looks at it knows that here I'm afraid it's not quite right. Joey, why don't you go in first and take a look? Dull little sister swallowed, inexplicably feeling a little flustered. I'd better take over from the side. My pistol is powerful, and in case there are monsters later, I can eliminate them in advance. Joey said so on her lips, but in her heart, she didn't want to be the first to go forward. For a moment, the two women just stood in the doorway, neither of them going to open the door first. Seeing that the situation was a bit of a stalemate, the viewers of the live broadcast were not buying it. Come on guys, don't dawdle. Whoever goes up and opens the door can do it. Hurry up and see what's inside. It's hard to get all the way here. Don't be a wimp. Old woman, I believe in your courage. What do you guys think? Could the designer of the foreign house be in there? Why do I feel like it doesn't quite look like it? It's hard to say. From the clues so far, the designer must have lived in this cabin. It's been 5 minutes. Can you guys hurry up? I'm not going to watch if you don't get in. Yeah. Hurry up and open the door. Everyone's waiting to see it. The more the two women were scared, the more the audience clamored. And frankly, they wanted to see the two women make a fool of themselves. Seeing the pop-ups from the audience, the two women knew that waiting like this was not a good idea. Nerdy little sister, go open the door. I'll make sure to protect you. Joey gave a wink to signal. Dull little sister could only nod helplessly. She also knew that the live broadcast was so highly popular that it couldn't be dragged on like this. She just took a deep breath, and with a heartbeat, she pushed the door of the cabin straight open. Squeak! The worn wooden door made a grating opening sound that stung in the silence of the night. The moonlight was dappled, and under the sparse moonlight, the furnishings of the house inside could barely be seen. Nerdy little sister poked her head in and raised the searchlight in her hand to peer inside. A casual sweep did not reveal anything out of the ordinary. Look, there's nothing to be afraid of. Dull little sister patted her chest in relief. I shouldn't. Is it possible you didn't look closely enough? Joey was a bit puzzled that the designer, George Worley, was here, as indicated on the clue. Come on, let's go inside. Joey couldn't help but pull up dull little sister and head towards the house. Just as the two of them walked into the cabin, a clanking sound came into their ears, startling the two women. Who is where? Dull little sister was instantly shocked. She clearly didn't see anyone in the house just now. With that, the searchlight shone towards the corner where the noise had been made. The moment the lights fell, dull little sister's pupils instantly dilated. Only a monster with hands shackled and hunched over was staring at them with blood-red eyes. The monster's face, which was already completely unreadable from its original face, was plastered with other people's face skin, so horrible that people didn't dare to look directly at it. This would have been downright frightening at this point if it had been viewed by someone with an intense phobia. Before the two women could react, the monster let out a terrifying hiss. Seeing the two women, they rushed straight over. Holy, what the is this? Dull little sister let out a gasp of surprise and ran straight out the door without looking back. Joey was also frightened by the monster's horrifying appearance at this time, and followed dull little sister as she ran towards the woods. During the escape, the two women also tried to fight back against the monster with a pistol, but the bullets that were fired were simply ineffective against the monster. The two women were even so scared that they screamed while fleeing towards the ocean pavilion without looking back. Watching this somewhat comical live broadcast image, Chen Yufei twitched the corners of his mouth. Familiar with the Resident Evil 1 storyline, he knows where this monster came from and is arguably the most tragic character in the Resident Evil series. The monster's name is Lisa, was the daughter of George Worley, the designer of the Ocean House. When the Ocean House was first designed, all three members of the George Ray family were injected with a mutated strain of the originator virus by researchers, but only Lisa survived with the virus, and that's exactly why, for the next 10 years or so, Lisa was used as a test subject for researchers to do numerous experiments. The mutation caused by the virus left Lisa faceless, but a chance experiment fused her with a parasite. Having regained quite a bit of his sanity, he kills a large number of female researchers in the lab and puts their human faces on his own. The Umbrella organization had sent someone over to destroy Lisa, but Lisa, in the midst of the destruction, survived hard, and has been wandering around the foreign house ever since. The two women who had escaped were obviously unaware of Lisa's background, especially for pretty girls. Lisa was full of hate value. Can two people stop screaming? I'm deafened. This monster is really scary. If I were to play it alone, I don't think I'd be able to sleep at night. Don't mention it. I'm holding my pee and trying to go to the bathroom and I'm all panicked. No, I need to find someone to join me. It's like a sewing monster. How many faces did it take to grow into this? I'm a woman who already has a heart attack from watching it. So what do I do? Seeing this, I've turned on Sage mode and can't really punch it. Dude, bull. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched with trepidation, while Joey and dull little sister in the game were no better at this time, all the way to escape. Both of them hated to grow an extra pair of legs at this point, but Lisa could be a lot scarier than they thought, hunched over but running faster than even a zombie dog. Joey in the rearmost party took the brunt of the bloody scene as she was directly pounced on by Lisa, and although dumb little sister ran ahead, she only survived for a minute longer, eventually dying a horrible death in Lisa's mouth. Game over. A blood red alert announces the end of the game for both women. Chapter 16, Rave Reviews. Inside the live broadcast room, the two women opened their eyes again, having just exited the game after a surprisingly out-of-this-world feeling. I have to say, the immersion of this game is done so perfectly. If it wasn't for the death exit, the two women were afraid that they would still be a bit confused between the game and reality. At this moment, Jodie and dull little sister both had some cold sweat on their backs that had yet to dry up, and the clothes on their backs were sticking to their bodies with an indescribably uncomfortable feeling. It's all Chen Yufei's fault. Why do you make a good game so scary? The two women eased up a little. Their faces were still a little pale and they looked terrified. Looking at the time, Joey came to the live broadcast window. Sorry about that, guys. It was a real shock just now. And dumb little sister and I haven't gotten over it yet. Joey apologized as soon as he arrived. It's okay. Understand you. You don't have to say it. Everyone understands. You're strong enough for this game. I feel like I'd be scared to death playing it as a boy. Seeing as you've worked so hard. Another wave of gifts for everyone. The gift is arranged. While chatting, a number of aquatic friends swiped gifts for Joey and dull little sister. What a rocket. Governor, captain and so on endless. And even a tycoon swiped a super emperor. It is important to know that in the amusement platform, the emperor is the highest level of the platform, and the selling price of a super emperor is even as high as 12W. That one gift alone would have topped a whole bunch of gifts swiped earlier, and Joey was able to share half of the proceeds. This could make the group of anchors who were watching Joey and dull little sister's live broadcast look envious. It was estimated that Joey and dull little sister's earnings for one night could top the earnings of many anchors for a week or even half a month. Joey was also flattered when she saw that the fans were giving too much. The dull little sister in the back also rushed over to thank Big Brother for the reward. After thanking her, Joey then said, "Thank you for the gifts from the audience and Big Brothers, but I'm really sorry today. What about this Resident Evil 1 review? I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop here. I can't help it. It's just too scary. I reckon I'll have nightmares tonight." Joey, this will really be honest. At this time, although the live broadcast is only 2 hours, it is also only about 9 o'clock in the evening, but the mental state, really, didn't allow her to play the game again. The dull little sister on the side obviously also had the same attitude as Joey, beating her to death. She didn't want to play again tonight. Sorry, golden daddies. I just can't play today. Dull little sister also folded her hands and sincerely apologized. Hey, I can understand that. Indeed, it's a really scary game to make, although I would like to continue to see it. The physical condition of Sister Joe and dull little sister is also important. Yeah, body first, game second. Next time you guys live stream this game, I promise to be the first to watch it and bring my classmates with me. Ha, me too. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were brushed up with words of understanding and such. After all, the audience could also see that the two female anchors could play like this, which was already very good. Thank you all for being able to understand us. Joey was also clearly happy that the audience understood as she continued. The game is live and I'm reviewing it. It's a horrible game but it's really awesome. Though I can't tell you how many times I mentally cursed the developers of the game while I was playing it. But there's one thing to be said for the fact that this developer is actually pretty good. And with a well thought out plot, it's a masterpiece that can't be beat. There's no horror game, at least from the current market, that compares to Resident Evil 1. There was no need for Joey to analyze it, and the bright-eyed viewers could all see the signs. Whether it's a smiling brother or Lisa, all of the events have a story and relevance to them, and its storyline and gameplay is done quite reasonably. And while the mystery is a big one, it doesn't stop viewers from speculating about what's going on behind the scenes. The more I think about it, the more I feel as if it's a story that seems to be true, and the horror elements are pretty well done, with each horror behind it, I'm afraid, having its own story waiting to be unearthed by the player. This satisfies the adventurous interest of many players. But the game is good. It's just too scary, Joey exclaimed. Indeed, the immersion of this game is really impeccably done. The combination of all the environmental factors, sound effects, and horror graphics makes for a horror experience that simply pulls out all the stops. For this short 2-hour live broadcast, Joey and dull little sister didn't know how many times they had been shocked inside the game. After all, unlike 2D and 3D games, this thing is a virtual reality game. The immersive experience is so well done. Sister Jo, don't sell me short. You hurry up and tell me where to download this game. Yeah. When are you releasing this game? I already wanted to buy it when I watched the live stream, but I didn't know where I could purchase it. Come on, everyone's waiting. The water friends are now most concerned about this issue. Although many people have been under the weather after watching Joey and dull little sister's live broadcast, but more people want to try it for themselves. After all, a game this realistic and fun is really unheard of. You guys wait for me for a while, I'll ask my friend. I don't know where he got this game from. Joey, with her doubts, jogged to Chen Yufei's room, and Chen Yufei, who had been following Joey's live broadcast the entire time tonight, was already standing at the door. Chen Yufei, where did you get this game and when will it be released? Joey asked suspiciously. I'm the one who designed this game, so go and tell your water friends that it will be released on time tonight at 12 o'clock on the ST platform. Chen Yufei said with a smile. You designed the game? So you arranged all these monsters. I'll get you later. Once Joey heard that Chen Yufei was the developer of this game, she almost didn't curse out, but considering that the audience was still waiting, she revealed a fierce expression and returned to the live broadcast. Looking at the water friends who were still asking questions, Joey solemnly announced Chen Yufei's reply. Brothers, I asked for clarification. This game will be released on the ST game platform at exactly 12 p.m. this evening, so stay tuned. Chapter 17, It's impossible that this game should be so cheap. Joey's words were tantamount to dropping a heavy bomb in the live broadcast room, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly exploded all over the screen. Releasing it tonight. Is it that good? I thought it was going to be a long time before this game was released. Releasing it tonight, that would be awesome. I realized that this game developer is full of malice. Released at 12 o'clock, but also ing horror game. Is he not afraid of players scared to death? I'd advise against it for the faint of heart. Really? It says right at the beginning of this game that it's not recommended for people with heart or mental illnesses. You're the one who had a heart attack. The laborers aren't afraid. I'm sure I'll be down first thing tonight to play. The virtual helmets are all ready to go. Just ask when it's going on sale. How much hasn't been asked yet? Yeah, Sister Jo, how much is this game? Price. What's the price? Many people started asking about the price of the game. I'll ask again. I forgot just now. Joey had just forgotten to ask, and was again running to find Chen Yufei. But after she heard the price Chen Yufei quoted her eyes changed a bit as she looked at Chen Yufei, feeling a bit incredulous. Are you sure you're selling for that price? Before leaving, Joey also confirmed it. Okay. Chen Yufei nodded calmly. Joey returned to the live broadcast once again with an incredulous expression. Well, how much? I don't make a lot of money, but I'm okay with it as long as it's under $1,000. The student party said they would buy it even if they borrowed around $500. I am indifferent. Anyway, this game only dares to sell. I dare to sell. Look at this expression on Sister Jo's face. It can't be really expensive. It's understandable that it's expensive. After all, it's such an awesome game. It's acceptable to be expensive. Don't ever exceed my expectations. I've spent almost all my money this month. Sister Jo, you don't sell out. Hurry up and say. After seeing Joey come back with a grave expression, many water friends thought that this game is expensive yuppies. Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room had misunderstood, Joey then sat upright and cleared her throat. Guys, don't guess. This game is not expensive at all. Not $19.98, not $998, just $98 and you can take it home. And, for the first 7 days of the sale, there's a 20% discount, which means you can pick it up for less than $80. Joey announced the news with a smile. Even the dorky girl next to him was dumbfounded. Nanny? Really? It's only $98, and it's 20% off? Nerdy little sister are listening to the skepticism of life. This price pressure is not worthy of this game. It wasn't just dull little sister's shock that blew up the live broadcast room straight away. Liar, are you sure you didn't miss a number? That's a ing broken bone, isn't it? I can't believe it's not even in triple digits. Are you kidding? Identifying the developers as being charitable. It's surprising that such a conscientious game is sold for less than $80. With this CG and this picture quality, I would have believed you when you told me $29.98, and it turned out to be $80. There are such good things these days, and at this price, basically no one will be able to afford it. This developer is trying to do a lot, and this knows how to attract player viscosity at a low price. Whatever this developer is up to, I'm messaging my friends and telling them to get behind it. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. That on-sale price, too, is too affordable. Even if you put aside the content of the game, the movie-level picture quality is already capable of beating those so-called 3A masterpieces on the market. And anyone who has played a console knows that a 3A game can't be picked up without big hundreds. Not to mention the fact that this game is so rich in content. I can't believe it's only $80. It's as good as nothing. In fact, Chen Yufei didn't even think that much. The reason why he priced it so low was just to test the waters. After all, this was the first game he put on sale. Besides, there's a system mall with lots of good games behind it. There is no hurry to gain or lose a city. If you're going to do it well, do it big, do it beautiful. So in terms of price, Chen Yufei also arbitrarily set $98. That way everyone can afford it. A discount might even entice a few more people to buy. At this time there were also questions from the water friends in the live broadcast. Is the selling price cheaper because of in-game purchases or additional skin props or something like that to stimulate spending? After all, it's all the usual formula for game makers in this world. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. For example, the domestic gaming giants, Goose Factory and Pig Factory, are basically changing their ways to stimulate player spending. But as soon as this claim was made, it was dismissed by the wider Watergate. As far as this game goes, I watched it live and there was no kryptonite at all. Characters are free to choose. Weapons search for themselves. And I don't know where kryptonite is needed. Yeah, this game's kryptonite is completely useless. It's impossible to buy a skin for a monster in a game, right? Haha, when you think about it that way, you really haven't found any kryptonite to work with. Unless I'm given a Gatling and I just blitz. But I'm guessing the developers won't do that and the game becomes less playable. Birdseed, so it's still safe to buy. Seeing the pop-ups from the audience, Joey also smiled and then said, "Brothers, don't worry, this game comes from a very reliable source of gray, and there's absolutely no kryptonite, so you can go ahead and buy it with confidence." Nerdy little sister followed suit with her publicity. You can look forward to the water door. If there is the phenomenon of pitting players, I do the Lord, to help you find the developers to seek justice. Seeing that Joey and dull little sister had said so, the audience was also relieved. Although Joey and dumb little sister were usually cheeky with him, they were still very credible when it came to matters designed for the benefit of the audience. Everyone is an old fan and basically understands Joey and dumb little sister's character. Chen Yufei, who was in the room, obviously also saw the two women working hard to promote themselves. A faint smile appeared as he looked at the screen. Although it's only the first day of contact today, but this Joey and dull little sister still know to help him. At least this trusting love, he has to accept. Looking at the two women in the live broadcast room whose faces were still slightly pale, Chen Yufei sighed as he stared at his computer. Looks like the favor is owed. Chapter 18, Willingness to Gamble. After chatting with the audience for a while longer, Joey glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. Combined with the fact that neither she nor dumb little sister were in very good shape, they announced the end of the broadcast. But this live broadcast was arguably the most glorious night in Joey's live broadcast history. Popularity topped 30 million at its peak time, even as the real viewer count reached 1 million at one point. And it's the gift proceeds that are the biggie. After the share calculated by the system, after just 2.5 hours of live broadcasting, the earnings unexpectedly broke 300,000. Even after splitting the proceeds 50-50 with dull little sister, she had $150,000 in her pocket. It's simply making a lot of money. However, while the money is moving, Joey did not have the heart to continue broadcasting. It was a real shock because of playing this game, and she just wanted to take a breather now. And dull little sister was just like Joey. Now she just wanted to go back to her room to recover her mood quietly. After finishing the live broadcast, dull little sister returned to her room, and Joey washed up, thought about it, and came to the door of Chen Yufei's room. Knocking on the door opened directly because Chen Yufei hadn't locked the door at all. At this time, Chen Yufei was sitting in front of the computer, constantly tapping and tapping, making the final subtle adjustments to the game to prepare for the 12 o'clock release of the game. After going through the initial testing of the two mice, Joey and dull little sister, Chen Yufei also discovered some problems. Resident Evil 1 Virtual Remake was a little too scary for its own good, so some setting tweaks had to be made. Sometimes the picture is too good to be true. This was something he had discovered while watching Joey and dull little sister play on the livestream. So set up a guide that can autonomously adjust the degree of virtualization. Decrease the realism value and the scare level will decrease accordingly. Secondly, a protection mechanism has to be made. If a player's center rate in the game is too high or his blood pressure is too high, he can be forced out of the game via a virtual helmet without being killed by a monster before being able to exit the game. Doing so is kind of a safeguard for the player's perspective. He didn't want to actually have a player get scared straight to death because they played his game. It's a little bit of a lost cause. Chen Yufei, it's all because of your crappy game? It scared me and dull little sister. We cried several times. Joey had just finished washing up, wearing a delicate nightgown, and there was a faint smell of shower gel as she spoke. You're just going to come into my room? And it's a game. I didn't force you to play it, and reminded you of it. Chen Yufei swept a glance at Joey. Her figure was really good. Hearing Chen Yufei's words, Joey's somewhat white pretty face was colored with a hint of redness as she subconsciously treated this place as her home, completely unaware of the fact that she was now dressed in an unflattering manner. And Chen Yufei was right. It was he who was begging to play this game, and it really didn't count on him. But, just can't swallow it. I don't care. You're just doing it on purpose. Knowing I'm a girl and making me play such a scary game. You must be disturbed. Joey made a gesture as if she was about to play a trick, and even clamped down on her voice. This could give Chen Yufei goosebumps from listening to it. What can I say? A little bit of a woman's mentality is understandable, but you're wrong if you clip. Chen Yufei's brows furrowed slightly, obviously having been offended. Chen Yufei squinted at Joey and said, "What's the point of clamping your throat when you're just talking?" Chen Yufei's tone carried a sense of displeasure. "Why are you being mean? I didn't mean it just now." Seeing this, Joey revealed a look of "I feel sorry for her," and knew that her voice just now did sound that little bit disgusting, but she also unconsciously made that sound. She didn't know why, but she had never spoken like this before she ran into Chen Yufei. "That's right, it's much more comfortable to talk this way." Seeing that Joey's speech had returned to normal, Chen Yufei's brows then stretched, indicating that he forgave her. "Right, tell me what you think about playing the game," Chen Yufei pursued. "The game is really good, arguably the best experience of any game I've ever played," Joey said matter-of-factly. "But it's the one downside that's so damn scary. I think I've got enough guts, but this is a game I definitely don't want to play a second time." "Ahem, understand. After all, you were scared to tears," Chen Yufei coughed. Joey's face instantly reddened after hearing that. After all was said and done, it wasn't you this guy who messed up. Otherwise could it be like this? "No, are you snooping on the screen? Or else how do you know so much?" Joey also reacted at this time. Fittingly, Chen Yufei had been watching her live. "I'm doing this to research the player's playing experience. How can I call it screen peeping?" Chen Yufei knew that he had just spoken out of turn, but he continued to make things up without blushing. Asterisk. You probably just want to see me make a fool of myself. Don't say that so nicely. A hint of anger surfaced on Joey's pretty face, and she was about to do something. At this time, dull little sister changed into a comfortable outfit and came to the door, and after removing her makeup, she looked purer and more energetic than she did during the live broadcast. "What's all this bickering about? I can hear the smell of gunpowder all the way over here. This guy, it turns out that he's been watching us live. Our ugly behavior is probably all seen by him." Seeing that dull little sister had also come, Joey huffed and puffed. "Harm, I thought something. How many people see us crying in fear tonight?" Chen Yufei looked at it. "Makes sense. But, it's okay Joey. You're living with him. Why do you still care about this?" "I came over mainly to ask why Chen Yufei game is sold so cheaply. Such a good game. How can it be sold for a few $100s?" Dull little sister asked with confusion. "Yeah, tell me why you're selling it so cheap," Joey also asked curiously. "I didn't even think about it that much. It's just the first game I've developed, so I'll use it to test the waters first." Chen Yufei, on the other hand, replied with a smile. "There will be other games produced subsequently, so we can't be held back by the small profits in front of us." Chen Yufei's words had made Joey and dull little sister light up, not expecting that this Chen Yufei was still such an ambitious person. "However, this matter will be put aside for a while. There is another thing. Isn't it time to honor the promise? About the matter of our bet. When this girlfriend of yours face you will not deny it, right?" Chen Yufei looked at Joey and said meaningfully, "It's not just washing clothes. Joey, never go back to cheating on a bet I made," Joey said reluctantly. "Wrong is a week's worth of laundry," Chen Yufei corrected. I know. Do your laundry for a week." Joey blackened her face and conceded defeat. Chapter 19, Who told you to leave your things lying around? But I'll say it in advance. Joey, have never washed anyone's clothes when I was growing up, so don't blame me if I don't get your clothes clean. Joey pouted and said, "It's fine." Chen Yufei didn't take it seriously. "If you can't wash it clean, wash it again. And if it's not clean the second time, wash it the third time, until you wash it clean." Joey couldn't help but pout again when she heard Chen Yufei's words. "Just wash it. You'll put your clothes in the bathroom later and I'll wash it for you." Joey's character was as good as her word, and she also knew that without Chen Yufei's game, the effect of her live broadcast tonight wouldn't have been so explosive. He had gotten the benefit of the doubt and was still living in Chen Yufei's house for nothing, as if he was paying rent to the landlord. "That's more like it. If there's nothing else I'll get busy." I still have to release the game tonight. Chen Yufei nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to grasp at straws to modify the game's problems. And Joey didn't continue to disturb Chen Yufei and went back to her room to rest first. The dull little sister on the side was also happy to watch the fight between the two. What a pair of enemies! And then returned to her room as well. Seeing the two women leave, the room quieted down. Chen Yufei continued to tap on the keyboard. There is no way. Time is tight and the task is heavy. He must rush to finish the game modification before the 12 o'clock on the shelf. Time ticked by. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Yufei's hands pounding on the keyboard finally stopped, and some minor flaws were finally debugged by him. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the time on the screen. Good lord, it's 11 o'clock already and I'd been working for over an hour without realizing it. Still, it's ahead of schedule to finish debugging the game, so there's certainly nothing wrong with releasing it later. Looking at the fact that there was still some time left, Chen Yufei also wanted to take a bath to relax. Straight away, he stood up and walked towards the bathroom intending to wash up. Joey and dull little sister both stayed in Joey's room right now. The reason why they were together was because both of them couldn't sleep. As long as they closed their eyes, all kinds of horrifying images from Resident Evil just now could come to their mind. So, both of them felt quite scared to stay alone in the room, and since it was still early, they simply sat down to chat and dispel their panic. Did Chen Yufei come out just now? Joey suddenly remembered something and asked. Yeah, by the sound of it I probably went to the bathroom. Why? Dull little sister wondered. Oops. It's broken. As if remembering something, Joey suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong, Joey? Don't scare people all of a sudden. Dull little sister asked in a hurry. Just now Joey suddenly screamed and almost startled her. Under dull little sister's gaze, the expression on Joey's face changed from initial dismay to chagrin, and the chagrin was mixed with a hint of shyness. Seeing Joey with this look, dull little sister became even more curious inside. Under dull little sister's questioning, Joey frowned and slowly opened her mouth. Wasn't it because I was sweating from playing the game earlier, and after you took a shower, I took one too? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Bathrooms aren't for showering. Nerdy little sister hasn't reacted yet. Joey looked at the dull little sister's face, a bitter smile. But, you packed all your clothes, but I forgot. Now my clothes, including those, all on the sink. Air. The expression on dull little sister's face froze when she heard those words. She now finally knew why Joey had made such a fuss just now. It's okay, Joey. Although this Chen Yufei went in, it's possible that he didn't see your clothes. Dumb little sister could only comfort her so much. Who would have thought that Joey would be so neurotic that she wouldn't pack up her personal belongings when she had a man at home? Joey sniffed and was a bit speechless. She wasn't a little cutie. She's not a cutie pie. This thing is placed so obviously. Can she still not see it? Those things are on the sink. Just go in there and you're sure to see them. Air. Maybe Chen Yufei he doesn't love cleanliness. Going to the bathroom without washing his hands is also possible. Chen Yufei, who was in the bathroom, didn't hear the discussion between Joey and dull little sister in the room. If Chen Yufei could have heard it, he would have definitely compared a middle finger to dull little sister's remarks. I don't wash my hands in the bathroom? You don't wash your hands. You don't wash your hands every day. Chen Yufei, who had finished taking a bath with his hair, walked directly to the sink. He also likes to brush his teeth after every bath, otherwise he tends to break them. Therefore, Chen Yufei was not surprised to see what was placed inside the sink. When he saw those things, Chen Yufei's brows furrowed. This kind of stuff, too, just lying around? After muttering such a sentence, Chen Yufei also knows that originally the three people are each used to living alone, and now all of a sudden living together. It is estimated that they have not yet adapted to it. Although he didn't know whose stuff it was, Chen Yufei could probably guess. Who else would be so disorganized to put things away except a woman with a big heart like Joey? I guess I just forgot about it too. And that's why I left the pile here and showed myself. Chen Yufei didn't think too much about it and reached out his hand, picking up all those clothes of Joey's and throwing them into the washing machine. It wasn't that Chen Yufei was perverted and wanted to touch these clothes, but these clothes were thrown in the sink, and there was no way Chen Yufei could brush his teeth without taking them out. Throwing the clothes into the washing machine, Chen Yufei also washed his hands. After brushing his teeth, he walked out of the bathroom. When walking back to the doorway of his master bedroom, Chen Yufei saw Joey, a chick with an odd expression, open the door and skimmed herself before heading straight to the bathroom. Joey had just heard the commotion in the bathroom and knew that Chen Yufei must have seen it. I was going to ask Chen Yufei about it, but it's the kind of thing where the words just don't come out. Solely just leave it alone and go straight to the bathroom. Anyway, it won't be any less of a piece of meat if you look at it. Joey comforted herself in this way. Although the surface is big and bold, but inwardly she is actually a small woman. Walking into the bathroom, Joey saw that something was missing from the sink, and then found it in the washing machine. Joey also understood, and her face became a few more shades of red. Nerdy little sister also then walked in and saw it. Then crying and laughing, she said, "Joey, it seems like your fiancé not only saw it, but also touched it with his hands." "Touch? Just touch it." Joey pretended to be generous and said indifferently, "Anyway, it's nothing." Then quickly closed the washer lid and turned on the button to wash. After getting it done, Joey secretly sighed in her heart. This happened after just one day of living together. And the next, there was a year to go. It's a year of not knowing what else is going to happen. Chapter 20, The Game of Fermentation. Meanwhile, the internet. The live stream of Joey and dumb little sister playing Resident Evil began to slowly ferment. Because the video of the two women playing the game was directly edited and uploaded by the bloggers of the major short video sites, the amount of playback was visible to the naked eye. Netizens watching the gameplay video, while being viciously shocked, began to frantically leave messages in the comment section. "Oh my god, I just swiped this video and almost didn't die from the monsters in the game. This game is also too damn real and too damn scary. At first I thought I was watching some horror movie clips, but I didn't know that this was a horror game, which gave me a fright. There are still such games in China? I've never heard of it. Is it another newly released game from Goose Factory? Or is it Pig Factory? The background looks more like a foreign game. It doesn't feel like a domestic one. Impossible. This is Joey and dull little sister is playing. It is said that it is still the first-hand game. Absolutely domestic. There is also Chinese dubbing within the game. It is not at all like a game made abroad. With all due respect, a game of this quality doesn't look like it was made by those domestic game makers to me either. Domestic makers must all do handheld online games. Where would they make this kind of 3A masterpiece? That's what I thought. I'm afraid this domestic technology is far from being up to scratch. Yeah, so where the hell is this game and are there any resources? Same request. As the gameplay video went viral, netizens were blown away and began to speculate as to who the creator of Resident Evil 1 actually was. Although this game is dubbed in Chinese with Chinese subtitles from start to finish, but the domestic game technology is really backward, and the netizens still can't believe some of it. Not only domestic netizens, the video of Joey and dumb little sister was also spread to foreign short video platforms. Unlike domestic gaming environments, foreign gaming environments are more liberal, but netizens abroad were just as hard hit. OMG. This picture quality. Is this really a game? It's not just that the picture quality is unbeatable. The content of this game is really to my taste. It's so exciting, isn't it? Crazy, thrilling, haha, I love games like this. I heard that this is a horror game developed over in the Dragon Kingdom called Resident Evil. Dragon Country? It can't be. How can Dragon Kingdom do so well in special effects? Do they have that kind of power? If it's the Dragon Kingdom, I feel like it must be fake. Their gaming technology is far from it. I feel like it's a movie clip. There's no way there's a game like this for real. Yeah, Dragon Kingdom used to make those dark mythological games with great special effects, but they were all fake, and I'm afraid they're just CGs to this day. But I saw in the video that Resident Evil will be hitting the ST Games platform at 12 o'clock tonight, so go up there and check it out then to see if it's true. Haha, looking forward. If it's true, I'll play this game. Impossible. It's absolutely fake. There's no way Dragon Kingdom could have made this kind of game. Compared to the uncertainty of domestic players, foreign netizens have a lopsided attitude towards this demo video, and basically no one believes that this is the kind of game that the Dragon Kingdom can develop. What a demo video. Fake. Definitely synthesized. It can't be helped. After all, in the current global gaming market, the countries that can produce 3A masterpieces are invariably made by Pretty Country or Sakura Country. Although there are quite a few hot games in Dragon Kingdom, they are all proxy endgames, or the player card game, and Extreme Kryptonite, always despised by foreign players. Eating can be very ugly. Dragon Nation doesn't have a big 3A title that can hold its own so far. Note the emphasis. It's one of none. So, when it was suddenly rumored in the Dragon Kingdom that there was such a game with graphics infinitely close to reality, no one would believe it to be true. It's not like, just because you acquire or you represent, you have the ability to develop this kind of game. This is the bloody reality of the problem. But no matter what, Resident Evil 1 is indeed on fire. And in just a few hours, there are already millions of netizens discussing and talking about it. When the game is released up there, it'll probably be even hotter tomorrow. Well, when that time comes, it's almost as good as receiving a lot of emotion value. Chen Yufei followed the developments on the internet while thinking about how much emotional value he would probably be able to acquire tomorrow, if it wasn't necessary for players to personally play the game to obtain emotional value. Otherwise there would have been at least several 100,000 emotional value arriving from tonight's broadcast alone. Looking at the lone 2 points of emotional value in the system interface, which was still contributed by Joey and dull little sister, he could only wait for the players to pay for the download. Let's not think about that for now. Let's release the game first. Chen Yufei clicked on the URL of the ST game platform and just intended to upload the game. A figure was seen sneaking into his room. Turning her head to look, it was surprisingly Zhou Yi, who was dressed in a cute Pikachu pajamas and had a rag doll in her arms. This confused Chen Yufei. What are you doing? Why don't you go to sleep in my room dressed like this? Zhou Yi, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. Her expression looked like she wanted to say something, standing in place for half a day before she stammered. Chen Yufei, can we discuss something? Inside, I'm worried that you won't be able to sleep tonight, so I've specially come to chat and talk with you. Chen Yufei had a black question mark face expression. Speak human. Asterisk. I'm not just playing Resident Evil afraid of it. How are not afraid to sleep? Wanna make a bunk in your place? Can not? Zhou Yi suddenly said with some anger, and without waiting for Chen Yufei to react, she directly moved another bedding from her room and directly hit the ground. I say, the dull little sister is not also there. You go to her. What is the matter with you coming here to me? Chen Yufei want to cry. This is only the first day not a house to live, but a room to live? Then, Zhou Yi said something else that was shocking. It's not like we're both girls and insecure. Seeing as you're a guy, in case, and I do mean in case, there's a zombie attack, you'll still be able to protect us both. That's right, I'm talking about the two of us. And later dull little sister is coming over to bunk with us, so don't even think about hitting on us. Zhou Yi's words directly caused Chen Yufei to be struck by lightning. Nani? It's not enough for one person. You bring your girlfriends to sleep with you? Spare Chen Yufei 2 lifetimes. At this time the brain is frozen. For a moment unexpectedly do not know what to say good. And just then, another silhouette in pajamas appeared in the doorway. Chen Yufei knew that dull little sister had followed him over. Chapter 21, Plotting? I mean, you too. Are you really going to sleep here with me? Chen Yufei looked at the bedroom floor covered with full mattresses. Not even good to fall. Inwardly do not know how speechless. What? You still think you're at a disadvantage with our two big beauties accompanying you? Zhou Yi stared back with wide eyes. Brother Yufei, just let the two of us sleep here. We both promise not to disturb your work or your sleep. Dull little sister chimed in. WDF. Chen Yufei was directly rendered speechless by the two women as they spoke one sentence to the other. Two women are singing a duet with him here. One coerced, the other cajoled. Although Chen Yufei could understand that they were scared, it still felt wrong, and the words were on his lips and he couldn't say them. After pondering for a while, looking at Zhou Yi and dull little sister's expressions as they looked at themselves blearily, Chen Yufei's thoughts struggled for a while. Eventually it was agreed. But let me remind you, I've never been a big fan of clothes in bed, so watch out. Che, who do you think cares to look at you? Zhou Yi said with a disdainful expression, but her eyes were dribbling, not knowing what she was thinking. That could be a nice pin. I mean, I promise not to peek. Dorky little sister gave a drooling look, but it quickly disappeared like it wasn't even her words. Seeing this demeanor of the two women, Chen Yufei wanted to cry, and didn't know if they were joking or serious. Could it be that these two were trying to plot against themselves? You're not really craving your body, are you? But on second thought, he is a big man. What he is afraid of, it is not him who suffers. However, just to be on the safe side, he planned to sleep with his clothes on when he went to bed later. Seeing that the two women were like a dog's skin, they couldn't even shake it off. Chen Yufei also went along with them, and now the priority is still to release the game first. ST Gaming Platform is the biggest gaming platform in this world, which almost includes most of the games in the world, and by publishing the game on the platform does take a 20% cut. It's a pain in the ass, but for now it's the only platform to release the game on first. When you're strong enough later, you'll be thinking about making a platform of your own. ST platform registration process is also very simple. Cell phone number, ID number, and then bind a bank card on the line. It took less than 2 minutes to enter the verification code received on your cell phone and soon the account was registered. Then you need to give your account a name. And the name Chen Yufei has also thought about it a long time ago. It's called Genesis Game Studio. The moral is also simple. Create a whole new gaming world. Then, Chen Yufei spent another 10 minutes uploading the game content to the platform. Price. Chen Yufei also in accordance with what he promised. The domestic area directly set the price of 98 dragon coins, and limited time promotional 20% off discount activities also opened. After everything was set up, Chen Yufei took a sip of the tea in his cup and then released Resident Evil 1 at exactly 12 o'clock. And almost as soon as the game was released, he saw the numbers from the back end. Resident Evil 1 downloads went from 0 to 113 almost instantly. Immediately after that, on a refresh, the number of downloads became 216 again. Gee, it's only been 10 seconds since it passed, and the downloads are so many. Chen Yufei was a bit surprised. It seemed that Zhou Yi's live broadcast tonight was really good. A lot of fans are practically guarding the ST gaming platform waiting for him to release the game. That's what makes this horrible phenomenon of thousands of copies of the game being sold off just as soon as it's released. Originally, Chen Yufei thought that the number of people who dared to play a horror game like Resident Evil 1 should not be that many. But I didn't expect that the players in this world were quite enthusiastic. Chen Yufei, has your game been released? Yeah, brother Yufei, have you released it now? At this time, Joey and dull little sister both made their beds and opened their mouths to ask. Just posted it up. Chen Yufei replied. How's it going? Anyone downloading? Joey asked curiously. She was also curious about how many fans she could pull to download Chen Yufei's game tonight. Let's see, haha. Chen Yufei refreshed the page again. 15,103. In just 2 or 3 minutes, nearly 10,000 more copies of the game were sold. How much? Joey and dull little sister exclaimed in unison as they both stood up and walked over to the computer. So much for a moment. 16,523 copies. The two women's brains went down when they saw the number. Asterisk. This is simply bunker. So just a few minutes, you sold more than 10,000 copies. Joey sighed, followed by a straight slap on the thigh, an extremely difficult expression. This wave of loss. Chen Yufei, are you stupid? You say you're such an awesome game, you even sell it for $200. Now wouldn't the earnings multiply several times? Oops, a loss, a bloody loss. Joey's expression was one of remorse, as if this loss was her own money. Even dull little sister is also on the sidelines, calling out pity. Originally maybe Chen Yufei can rely on this game to become a billionaire. Now it is estimated that he can only be a multi-millionaire. Seeing the two women whimpering so much, looking like they had lost a mountain of gold, Chen Yufei felt like crying and laughing. Don't you guys get the situation? It's because this game sells cheaply and basically everyone can afford it that so many players are willing to pay for it. If you really want to set a few $100s, the player's desire to buy will be greatly reduced. You guys consider the reality. Okay, do you think most of the players are little rich girls like you? Chen Yufei's remark was very pertinent. The two women also nodded, feeling that what Chen Yufei said was not unreasonable. It makes sense for you to say so. Only, I still think it's a bit of a pity. After all, this game of yours, it can be said to be at the ceiling level in the market. It's really a bit of a loss to sell it cheaply like this. Yes, brother Yufei, my two are game anchors after all. And although my two are scared to death, this game is definitely more than $80. Although Chen Yufei knew that Joey and dull little sister were thinking about themselves, he had his own ideas. The system had also reminded him early on in the activation that it was important to make a good game, and that a game that the majority of players could play and empathize with was considered a good game. It wouldn't be in his heart to set the price high. While it's true that you can harvest a wave of leaks on content in the short term, you're throwing away the future. As the saying goes, if you don't forget your original intention, you will always get what you want. Chen Yufei didn't regret setting the price of the game lower. If he wasn't strapped for cash right now, he would even be willing to give players this first game for free, because the future he desired was not a small workshop, but a gaming empire that countless players would follow and love. Chapter 22, Punching Foreign Players in the Face. At the same time, when Chen Yufei officially released Resident Evil 1 Virtual Reality Remake, at least 1 million players eagerly flocked to the ST game platform. When they saw that Resident Evil was released on time and at the same price as Joey's live broadcast promotion, thousands of players boiled over. Bull, it's really just a 12 o'clock release and it's less than $80. Hurry up and download it, I can't wait to play it. I'll buy it and play it tomorrow during the day. It's a little scary now that it's so late. Scared less. That's what makes playing this game exciting at this point. Whether or not it's as effective as the live stream, buy it and play it to find out. I'm all set with the virtual helmet. If it's not the same, I'll just poorly spray it to death. Players can't wait to download the game. But after successfully downloading the game, the player's next move is split into several categories. There are some players who have downloaded Resident Evil 1, but they are afraid to click on the game, intending to wait and see what other players have tried first. Most of these people are not particularly bold, the kind who want to play but are afraid to do so. So there's a crazy tangle there. What about the other part of the player, who likes the thrill and is more interested in the perfect immersive experience of the game? I had a great desire to explore the content and plot of the game, so as soon as I downloaded the game, I couldn't wait to click on the game and start trying it out. The other part of the gamers are those who remain skeptical about Resident Evil 1 as a game. It's basically players who learned about it through short videos, thinking that they shouldn't be able to make this kind of game domestically, and maybe it's just a skin-swapping game that relies on gimmicks to lure them over. So this category of players mainly want to see if this game is really as effective as Joey live broadcast. If not, we'll definitely give this game all kinds of bad reviews as well as labels. As for the foreign players, There were also quite a few of them guarding the ST game platform at this time. But when it was discovered that although the game Resident Evil 1 was released, the set selling area was the Dragon Kingdom, and did not open the room to other regions abroad, these people have an even more lopsided tendency to talk online. I told you that Dragon Kingdom couldn't produce such a fun game, right? Look at it. It's not even on sale to netizens in foreign zones. In my opinion, the demo video of that game is a fake, just trying to attract ignorant Dragon players to pay for the download. That's it. I'm still not relieved in my heart. No, I'm going to find a way to go over the wall to get a game. To completely expose this scam in the Dragon Kingdom, going over the wall would be too costly. I'll ask my study abroad classmates in Longwood to get a copy for me. Now that the policy is strict, going over the wall isn't legal after all. Anyway, no matter what, we must expose them, and let players all over the world see the face of the Dragon Nation. The comments of foreign netizens have been mocked in various ways on international social media platforms, a phenomenon that has attracted the curiosity of many players. Among them, the number of stick country rhetoric is the most pointed. From beginning to end in telling all netizens, the Dragon country is a country known for fraud. Unlike their stick country, make games that not only have good perks, but also have superb content. In short, blowing smoke up your ass about yourself and devaluing Dragon's game is worthless. There was even a popular stick country anchor who was starting to talk big on his domestic live streaming platform. Just this game released tonight, in my opinion, is a joke. As we all know, my stick country up and down 5,000 years of cultural heritage. The strength in the gaming industry in the world is also the top level. But also dare not say that you can make the video like the quality of the game. A Dragon nation that relies on plagiarism and imitation can't possibly produce such a perfect horror game. And it's obvious from the release that this is nothing more than a self-induced scam by the Dragons. This statement triggered countless blow-by-blow comments from the audience in the stick country. That's right, the Dragons have nothing else but bragging rights. Ha ha, Anchor Smithy, you're the one who made me see the face of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Even making a game relies on cheating. Surely all the people on their side are cheats as well. As far as Dragon Kingdom's game production level is concerned, I experienced it a few years ago, and it's definitely at the level of last century's games. And that circulating demo video is definitely just a gimmick. Ha ha, it's definitely a game teaser scam. Only the Dragon Kingdom can do it. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers from the stick country gloated and discussed. However, some players in China also saw the accusations of the international players against the Dragons, and those who got off the game uploaded their gameplay to the internet to dispel the rumors, saying that it was a real game and there was absolutely no deception. But still the response was mediocre, with foreign netizens more willing to believe the theories of the stick country players. There are still many people who feel that these clarified Dragon players are the game company's trustees, deliberately covering up the truth. It was also at this time that a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom who was in the stick country also saw that Anchor's live broadcast, although he didn't think it looked like a game developed in the Dragon Kingdom either. But he couldn't watch an anchor from a stick country denigrate his homeland like that, so he went straight to a friend in China to help him buy a copy of Resident Evil 1 and confronted the anchor in the live broadcast room. I'm a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom. I purchased a copy of the game, and I'm now handing it over to you to play. And if it's a real game, please, you must apologize to all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. A conversation between the international students caused a sensation directly in the live broadcast of the stick country. That stick country anchor saw it, and was worried about having no place to find an excuse to spray the Dragon country people. And here was someone delivering it to his door. Without saying a word, he accepted the foreign student's offer and said on the air, "Ladies and gentlemen, I received this game and just in time to show the world how ridiculous this joke is." With that, the stick anchor put on his virtual helmet, downloaded the game, and calmly clicked on the game. He couldn't wait to expose the ugly face of the Dragon Nation. The first thing that comes to mind is a safety tip, but it's in Chinese, so the stick anchor can't even read it and skips right over it. Immediately afterward, the viewpoint blacks out and goes to the CG opening of the game. As the game's exquisite graphics appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the stick anchor's smile immediately froze. "What's the situation, Smitty?" That's a little different than he thought it would be. This game looks as if it's similar to whichever gameplay video it was before. The stick anchor was straight up confused. Chapter 23, The Internet is Dumbfounded. As the opening CG animation ends, the game officially loads, and it's soon time to get down to the serious world of the game's plot. And at this moment, the anchor of the stick country was completely dumbfounded. He was now standing within an ancient castle in the Western style of the last century. Its real gameplay graphics are just like in the gameplay video. It's like watching an 8K extreme special effects movie. You're the one who says it's in a real world and there are people who believe it. The stick viewers in the live room also looked shocked. No way. This game really is exactly like that demo video. This, surprisingly, It's really a game and not a false advertisement. Can anyone tell me if this was made by the Dragon Kingdom? ACI right. Fake right. Anchor, are you deliberately playing a movie to fool us? It's unbelievable that the dragons were actually able to produce such an awesome game. The stick anchor, on the other hand, was as hard as if he had eaten at that moment. The perfect immersive experience told him that the game was 200% real, but he couldn't accept in his heart of hearts that this was even a game made by the Dragon Nation. And such a scene not only happened in one place. About the same time, a number of other foreign anchors also through various ways, at no small cost to obtain this game. And when they actually started the evaluation trial, all the foreign netizens who were watching the livestream were blown away by the game's graphics. Oh Nishet, this is actually a real game. This is unbelievable. Look, the special effects of this game. I feel like it's hard for our country to produce them too. The Dragon Nation really didn't lie. I for one didn't expect to see a game with such realistic graphics one day. Oh by awkwardness. Look at the picture quality. Look at the rendering. I really can't tell if this is reality or a game anymore. I'm so excited I want to cry. Isn't this the horror game of my dreams? Hiss, in just a few years of not paying attention, is Dragon Kingdom's game production level already this strong? Compared to the brainless suppression of the stick country, the attitude of European and American players was quite a bit more moderate, and after seeing their own country's anchors try out the game with their own eyes, each and every one of them couldn't help but let out a deafening gasp of amazement. In their eyes, this is a brand new embodiment of virtual reality. A brand new virtual world with a degree of realism that is infinitely close to the real world. It's like the movie Top Gun, and Resident Evil was created to, in a real sense, even surpass the fantasy that the movie Top Gun brought to gamers. They felt as if they had really traveled to another world. The marveling at the picture quality didn't last long, though. As the game progressed, both the anchor and the audience immediately experienced the game, where the true horror lies. Oh, what the hell is this? Stay away. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there's a monster around this corner and it's unkillable. Oh no, don't bite me, don't bite me, help, help, I don't dare play. I'm wrong. A few minutes later, all kinds of ghostly cries and howls with incomparable sounds of panic filled every live broadcast room, but all of the hosts who were trying out Resident Evil 1, and there was one of them, all of them were scared less of the scary zombies. Thus, within less than an hour after the release of Resident Evil 1 on the Street Game platform, it directly surged up to the top 100 of the new game sales hot list, and it is still on the rise. You know, this is still only open to the Dragon region. This world over the wall is illegal and is closely monitored by all countries. There are only two ways for foreign players to get the game. Either they are in the Dragon Kingdom themselves and just buy it directly. Either that, or you'll have to have a friend in the Dragon Kingdom buy it for you. And it's also very cumbersome to send it over there. And you have to pay a considerable amount of transmission fees to the network companies in the Dragon Kingdom, because transnational transmission of data is also charged. And the larger the content of the data, the more expensive the charge. Like the Dragon students in the stick country. That's what happened. And even though they spent $80 on the game, they spent almost $1,000 teleporting to the stick country. This is not a price that the average player can afford to spend. So players abroad can only watch with bated breath as very few people play it, but suffer from nowhere to be able to play the game. The domestic anchors, likewise, have long had their eyes on the game and are ready to rub off on it. Although Resident Evil 1 is a horror game and very scary, but in order to attract traffic and make some money, you have to play around with it anyhow. Before the show even started, a number of anchors had sent out teasers on their social media accounts for a live stream of Resident Evil 1 during the day. These include big traffic game anchors such as Mr. Ma, Big Horse Monkey, PDD, and Eggplant. Of course there are also many new anchors, but also have joined the live army. Want to take advantage of this wave of heat? Their own anchor price to mention. In addition to the anchors of the live broadcast platform, there are also many granny owners who do self-media, such as V-Station, Teasing Sound, Shorthand and other short video platforms of the game granny owners, but also stared at this delicious fat meat, and have to go to the ST platform to download the game. In this era where traffic is king and content is king, if you can eat the first wave of heat, you're likely to make the first bucket of money. The other side. Inside the room. At this time, Chen Yufei closed his computer a few minutes after the game was released and prepared to rest. I can't help it. I really haven't gotten much rest lately, and I was busy half the day yesterday picking up people. Little did he know that the outside world had begun to become a stormy place because of the release of Resident Evil 1. Chen Yufei, who was lying on the paved floor bed, where could he think of that much? He only wanted to have a beautiful sleep now. Glancing at the two women who were sleeping peacefully on the bed next to him and still emitting slight dreaming, Chen Yufei was speechless for a time. Obviously his own bed froze under the continuous mouth of Joey and dull little sister to give away. It's also beautifully named that girls can't get cold or their health will be bad. He then guessed that it must not be good for the two women to come to sleep in his room, but as a man, he was too lazy to bother with two women that much. We'll just go to sleep like that. Chapter 24. This feeling needle does not poke. The night always flies by. Time came to the next day in a flash, and at 8 in the morning, Chen Yufei, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes violently. The biological clock routine of designing Resident Evil 1 during this time allowed him to wake up leisurely, even if his head was still a little foggy. Casually glancing at the bed next to him, the faint snoring told him that the two women would still be sleeping. Only the sleeping position. Chen Yufei covered his eyes in pain. Joey herself was wearing Pikachu pajamas, and her body was sleeping into a big zigzag. It looks like an octopus. Sleeping still makes an occasional sleepy comment or two. Don't monster. Gibberish. Or something like that in Martian. Come on. It's been a long night of sleep and I'm still not over the game. On the other side of the room, dull little sister wasn't talking in her sleep, but she was also lying 7 ways, and from time to time she had a look of horror on her face. As far as that goes, still not over the zombie scare? Chen Yufei shook his head while packing up his bed. Granted, the human subconscious reacts to fearful things in their sleep, but it's not that dramatic. Chen Yufei first went downstairs and ate some breakfast to fill himself up first, and then a little exercise around the neighborhood, because this time do not go out much, taking into account the health aspects of the body. Proper exercise is good for your body. After the exercise, he brought another breakfast for the two girls, and he didn't know that the two girls couldn't get used to eating it. It was almost 9 o'clock when I returned home again. Just as he entered the house, he could hear the odd dreamy murmur coming from the bedroom, and by the looks of it, the two were still asleep. Chen Yufei was not spoiled, and without thinking, he entered the bedroom and directly slapped towards Pikachu's tail. With a crisp ringing sound, Chen Yufei felt the afterglow in his hand. It's kinda handful. What monster? Don't bite me. My meat doesn't taste good. Joey was still having nightmares at the moment, and in her dreams, a zombie was viciously gnawing madly towards Joey. He woke up with a jolt and realized that the person who had patted himself awake was Chen Yufei, and he was furious. What the hell? What time is it? Joey asked with a confused look on her face. It's 9 o'clock. Hurry up. Chen Yufei said with an unchanged face. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. It's only 9 o'clock and you're waking me up. Joey cursed in anger after coming to her senses. Chen Yufei didn't know that those like Joey and the others who were anchors were usually able to sleep until noon. However, Chen Yufei is not spoiled even if he knows. It is true that many people like to sleep, but this is also very bad for the body. You live in my house. You have to follow my rules. And how you two let me sleep on the floor last night. I'm doing this for your health. Get up and eat, Chen Yufei said in a domineering manner, not giving Joey any room to talk back. Joey had no choice but to get up, and with a curse, she went into the bathroom to wash up. And dull little sister had already woken up long before Chen Yufei slapped Joey awake. And before Chen Yufei could send a word, she very consciously got up and folded up the bed. After grinding for almost another hour, finally, the two women were finally seated at the table. Looking at the serious-faced Chen Yufei, the two women didn't dare to speak, picking up the breakfast on the table and eating it. Well, next time you don't buy. If it's not tender buns, too many calories. Joey's mouth was stuffed with a bulge, and she grumbled as she ate. Love it or hate it, next time you make it yourself, and nag if you have it. Chen Yufei is not so good-tempered, and really treats him as a father as a mother. He is not spoiled Joey. Dull little sister is obviously much more well-behaved. She is not like Joey greatly grinning. More will be able to read the face. See, Chen Yufei is angry. Did not say anything at all, obediently ate breakfast. Only she didn't eat much, but Chen Yufei didn't criticize her either. Having breakfast is being a good comrade. It's not that Chen Yufei is a curmudgeon, but a regular diet is good for the body. In his previous life, it was because he didn't eat properly on time, didn't eat breakfast, and ate late for lunch and dinner, causing him to be just over 20 years old. Yet he had this body that was comparable to over 40. All kinds of major and minor problems. Since God had given him this opportunity to be reborn, he naturally had to treat this body well. After all, it is the body that makes the revolution. Seeing that the two girls were obediently eating, Chen Yufei was then pleased to reveal a smile, intending to go back to his room to see how the sales of the game were going. Because of his current system interface, there was still a constant stream of emotional values, and at a cursory glance there were hundreds of thousands of emotional points. And yesterday, there were only a pathetic 2 sentiment points, so I guess the game sales are in good shape. Before leaving, Chen Yufei also skimmed his head at Joey, pointing to the location of the bathroom. The meaning of the reference is self-evident. After eating should go to fulfill the bet. Joey, who was drinking milk, had her eyes glazed over with a reluctant face. I know. Yes, I'll wash it later. Not bad, not bad. Children. Chen Yufei walked back to the bedroom with a satisfied face. That look of godliness had infuriated Joey. Look at his smug look. He didn't just win the bet. Next time if I make a bet, I'm sure I'll win it back. Joey huffed and puffed as she followed her good girlfriend, dull little sister, and complained, "We're living in his house, so we might as well give him a break. After all, it's his house." Dull little sister simply consoled a few words, but her eyes looked in the direction of Chen Yufei's departing bedroom. In her opinion, Chen Yufei was quite manly. In the bedroom, sitting on a chair, Chen Yufei stretched out comfortably. He then moved his mouse and clicked on the account backend of the ST game platform. Opening the backstage, Chen Yufei's eyes immediately landed on top of a line of numbers. Number of Resident Evil 1 virtual reality reset sales, 523, 761. Another glance at the time, it was only 10 o'clock, and the sales figures were still jumping by the second. That means that in just 10 hours of work, over 500,000 copies of the game were sold. This really took Chen Yufei by surprise. He simply did not expect that just doing a live broadcast publicity, but was able to achieve this effect. More than 500,000 copies may not be much of a concept to many people, but converted into money, a full 40 million dragon coins. Even after deducting the platform handling fee of 20% and paying 20% personal tax, Entertainment Parallel World, 60% of the price is still a full 20 million waiting for him to withdraw. In other words, Chen Yufei had gone straight from a poor boy to a multi-millionaire overnight. And that's just one night's worth of earnings, with the released games just beginning to fester. Unsurprisingly, there will also be a large number of anchors who will be rubbing off on Resident Evil today and live streaming to promote the game. Easily breaking $100 million in revenue is just a matter of time. This made Chen Yufei's mood uncontrollably good. Money he's made, and a lot of emotional value has been acquired, which is obviously a great way to start the season. He knew that it was all about the benefits that the system had brought him. True to the system, the needle doesn't poke. It's like the old heifer running off to ride a rocket. Awesome to the sky. Chapter 25, New Game Sales Top List. In addition to sales data and revenue data, Chen Yufei also saw several message alerts in the background. He was also a little surprised when he clicked in. Congratulations to Genesis Game Studio. Your released game Resident Evil 1 Virtual Reality Reset has sold 100,000 copies, and has entered the 99th spot on the ST New Game Sales List Top 100. Congratulations to Genesis Game Studio. Your released game Resident Evil 1 Virtual Reality Reset has sold up to 200,000 copies and has entered the 63rd spot on the ST New Game Sales List Top 100. Congratulations to Genesis Game Studio. Your released game Resident Evil 1 Virtual Reality Reset has sold 500,000 copies, and has entered the 13th place in the ST New Game Sales List Top 100. After seeing such a message, Chen Yufei also clicked on the message link and turned to the new game sales list. Resident Evil 1 Virtual Reality Remake is heck in the 13th spot. And 12th place is only a few hundred copies more than his game sold, so I'm guessing it will be surpassed soon. First through 10th place Chen Yufei also took a look. It's basically 3A games made by foreign manufacturers and none of them have a huge sales gap. The difference in the number of copies sold between number 1 and number 10 is just under 500,000 copies. Only one domestic game made the list, ranking 9th and selling 610,000 copies. A meat pigeon game with fairy elements, developed by an independent studio. It has not been easy to achieve this. Except that all of these parameters are, in fact, sales parameters for a week or more, if not more. Because of the ST Games platform's rules for new games, any game released within 2 months is able to be represented on the list, and such data is essentially authoritative and reliable. This is because of the sluggish atmosphere in today's gaming market, coupled with the general economic climate that is trending downward. A new game that sells 1 million copies or more, that's a rare good game these days. Unlike Chen Yufei's game, which was simply a monster among monsters, it only took less than half a day to break the ST game platform's new game sales record. In the eyes of outsiders, it's definitely a monster-level game that you can't even think about. Sloppy, 13th place is still a little low. Chen Yufei sked. In his opinion, how could he enter a top 10, right? After all, he's the one who made the immersive experience full of 3A games that are essentially unique in this world. And with the added benefit of the system, it was no wonder he was a bit dissatisfied with only the 13th position. But if he had let the other studios hear this, they would have hated to come over and bust a gut. Just be content. You're breaking records here. If this is considered sloppy, then they simply have no face to live. Of course, this is all an afterthought. At this time a burst of urination. Chen Yufei released the mouse, put on slippers, ready to go to the bathroom. Brush up on your brush. Chen Yufei had just opened the door to his room when he heard a commotion coming from inside the bathroom. It sounded like someone was washing clothes inside the bathroom. I didn't expect Joey to be quite self-conscious. Chen Yufei took a step and walked to the door of the bathroom. Upon arriving at the door, she saw Joey squatting on the ground, her hair coiled into the shape of a bun. washing clothes with a scrub board. Brush up on your brush. As if sensing that someone was coming, the sound made by brushing the clothes became louder. Chen Yufei saw Zhou Yi's proper face, and Zhou Yi, who heard the footsteps, also raised her head slightly. A pair of good-looking almond eyes then saw Chen Yufei, who was standing in the doorway. In the next second, the two men's eyes locked. After only a second of staring at each other, Zhou Yi realized that Chen Yufei's vision was a bit off. Only Chen Yufei was originally looking at Zhou Yi's face, but in the next second, his gaze shifted slightly downward. This gave Zhou Yi a bad feeling all of a sudden. Thus, she slightly lowered her head and followed Chen Yufei's gaze to find where Chen Yufei was looking at the moment. The guy's gaze, surprisingly, was on his own neckline. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhou Yi immediately reached out and grabbed her collar. Chen Yufei, where are your eyes looking? Zhou Yi exasperatedly questioned Chen Yufei. Ahem, nice skin. Chen Yufei somewhat awkwardly clenched his right hand into a fist and put it to his mouth and coughed. Then with a look as if nothing had happened, he said, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Hearing Chen Yufei's words, Zhou Yi had the urge to smash the brush in her hand on Chen Yufei's face. Nice skin? You haven't seen anything yet? This collar opening, is it something you can just look at? Hooligans. Zhou Yi didn't talk nonsense to Chen Yufei and directly accused. That's a bit much for you. The bathroom is this big, and even though I accidentally looked, it's not like I meant to try to look at you. Once Chen Yufei heard Zhou Yi call him a hooligan, his temper came up. He really didn't mean it. Can't hold him to a hat for nothing. Carelessness is also hooliganism. Zhou Yi frowned, because decent people are not that careless. Hiss. Chen Yufei was momentarily speechless, surprisingly dumbfounded by Zhou Yi's words. Let it be. You call a hooligan, who had just taken a small advantage of that glance of his own. Indeed. Chen Yufei shrugged and said, can you put it aside for a while? It's inconvenient for me to have an internal emergency over here. No, I need to see it too, or I just lost money. Hearing this, Zhou Yi revealed a wry look, as if to say, I did it on purpose. Do you dare to facilitate it in front of me? Who told Chen Yufei to just take advantage of herself? She just wanted to rush Chen Yufei to death. And please get out while I'm talking properly or I'll get really angry. Chen Yufei said in a very serious manner. He was now suffocating, and did not want to joke with Zhou Yi at all. Hey, now you know you're in a hurry. I'm telling you, you don't want to pass through here today. Seeing that Chen Yufan was in a hurry, Zhou Yi instead purposely didn't let Chen Yufei go over, just to piss him off. Really? Chen Yufei's forehead veins popped up. Really not allowed. Zhou Yi acted as if she didn't see it. There are walkers behind you. Chen Yufei's plan came from his heart. Ah, where? Zhou Yi jumped as if her muscles reacted directly to the shock. This is also a moment. Chen Yufei directly Zhou Yi air hug. Hands into her creaky nest. Zhou Yi to move out of the bathroom. How dare you fight with yourself with such guts? Chen Yufei proudly closed the bathroom door behind him, leaving Zhou Yi alone in the doorway messing up alone. Chapter 26, Mr. Joy was scared out of his high blood pressure. The time went by in a flash and soon it was afternoon. As time goes on, Resident Evil 1 is festering on the internet. Even the major live broadcasting platforms had their eyes on the heat of Resident Evil 1, and they worked overtime to come up with a Resident Evil 1 game partition. It was specifically placed in the most prominent position on the homepage, even directly squeezing the big hit jerk and dance area to the side. Anytime a viewer enters the live stream, they basically see the Resident Evil 1 lead-in setup, Dragon Country at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. PDD has opened the live broadcast. Usually 6 o'clock in the evening to 12 o'clock live broadcast of his today will be a full 4 hours ahead of the live broadcast. There's no way to get ahead of the game. The Resident Evil 1 wave has been amazing. Some of the newer anchors, early in the morning when the traffic was at its lowest, were on the air, but the results were also clear, with all of them getting at least twice as much traffic as usual. Their anchor group is all up in arms about this game. Such a huge traffic tilt, couldn't that make anyone's eyes water? So PDD also changed his plans and started his live broadcast 4 hours early, intending to have a liver wave today. As soon as the show started, it was bombarded with pop-ups from Watergate. Mr. Whore is here. Quick. Just want to see you play Resident Evil 1. Ha, I can't believe it's so early today. The Thai pig is having a crisis too, not to mention Slutty Pig. In an hour, Mr. Ma is also going to go live in advance, as well as Eggplant, Big Horse Monkey and the others. I guess they're going to go live in advance today as well. Then there's something to see today. This big anchor are gathered. Information travels so fast on the internet these days. Cootie. It's all known that the game Resident Evil 1 is bursting at the seams and is about to take off. Don't talk about anything else. I want to hurry up and watch Slutty Pig get pissed on. Ha, +1. Here it comes. I say you guys are really Thai. Don't you just want to see me play? Wait for me to download a wave first. Seeing the screen's dense pop-ups, PDD was also very excited to reply. Sure enough, the early live broadcast was right. It had only just started, and the number of people watching in the background of the live broadcast was 50,000 people. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and it's not even the weekend. It's clear to see how passionate people are about Resident Evil 1. I might be able to make a good profit today. Just like Sister Chow and Dumb Little Sister did last night. The game is down and ready to go now. After downloading and installing the game, PDD brought in his virtual device straight away. A virtual bodysuit. The immersive experience of a bodysuit will be slightly weaker than a helmet. But it's not that PDD doesn't want to wear a virtual helmet. It's that he can't bring a helmet with him either. A lot of exhaustion and discomfort wearing bodysuits because my body is so fat. Looks like it would be better to spend some money on a virtual warehouse next time. But this time Resident Evil fever is so bombastic. How can we not try it? It was hard to put on the bodysuit. PDD was already feeling a little tired at this point, and looked so tight and comical that the water friends wanted to laugh. He took a deep breath and entered the game. First is the game's safety warning. Minors under the age of 18 must play under the supervision of their parents, and it is strongly prohibited to play this game for people suffering from high blood pressure, heart disease, mental illness, pregnant women, and people who are sensitive to panic, excitement, and frightening scenes. I'll go. It's not that scary. I have high blood pressure. Can I play? PDD saw the warning and subconsciously felt a little bad. This body of yours, I feel it's better not to play. Wait for the blood pressure to come up, still have to call you 120. Depends on how serious it is. If it's serious, it's still not recommended to play. It's better to play it safe if you ask me. Games are fun but life is worth more. Whoring a teacher is better. Some water friends who often watch PDD's live broadcasts know that he does have an average body, so they have advised PDD. Not so much. Slutty Pig was a bit unimpressed. I'm a bit sick, but I'm much better now than I was before, and I'm taking my medicine normally, so I shouldn't have any problems. Besides, I've always been bold. What horror games haven't I played? I'm even okay with watching horror movies alone, so I'm sure it's okay. With that said, PDD felt so good and self-confident that he simply ignored the warning and got into the game. As the over-the-top CG ended, he also arrived in the middle of the halls of the foreign house. This picture quality is really powerful. This TM just feel like you have traveled. I'm playing Chris now, and it feels like my body isn't so fat anymore, and the immersion is so real. Like other players, PDD, who was playing for the first time, was first blown away by the immersive physicality of the game and couldn't help but exclaim. But such exclamations disappeared completely and utterly as soon as PDD arrived in the corridor. Gloomy surroundings, crumbling corridors, and a dark, deep, unending distance. All of this made PDD's face slowly turn ugly. No way. Does this environment look so oozy? Why don't I feel right? It's awfully quiet now. Breathing and heartbeats I can hear perfectly. Brothers, this game is a bit chicken scary. Brothers who usually dare not walk at night should not play this game. PDD, who said he was bold before entering the game, is now starting to get scared of just one corridor. Many of the water friends who had seen Joey's live video couldn't help but laugh at this point. That's a really quick punch in the face. This hasn't even started and you're scared? If you walk around the corner and see Brother Xiao, you'll be scared to death. Not to mention the walkers hiding in various dark corners behind them, and Lisa at the cabin. Wouldn't PDD just be scared to death if he saw those? In fact, the Waterboys are completely overthinking it, because PDD can't play there at all. PDD was seen advancing slowly, finally making it to the corner of the novice level. A somewhat oozing backside just appeared in front of his eyes. PDD's heart tensed up. Something was definitely wrong here. Sure enough, as the head with empty eyes and a face full of rot turned around, PDD was directly shocked to the point where his body shivered. You had $@. Curses came straight from his mouth, before the zombies could pounce on PDD and gnaw him to death. The next moment his game screen turned straight to darkness, followed by a prompt box popping up in front of his eyes. Your blood pressure has been detected to be too high. Please stop playing this game immediately and take a break. Chapter 27, This welfare is simply bunker. Begging for votes. PDD? The sudden appearance of this prompt made PDD all a bit confused. I hadn't heard of this game having this kind of protection mechanism before. It can be. It wasn't there yesterday. Why the sudden hint today? It's probably because the game producer saw Sister Joe's live video and added it overnight. This game producer is really sweet, thinking so much about the players. Just for that. Originally I was hesitant to buy it, but now what's the point of hesitating? I'm buying this game. Seeing this game hint, the audience's first reaction was that this should be a design that the game producer had rushed out overnight. I told you how I just got a little dizzy and had a really fast heartbeat. Turns out it was my blood pressure rising. PDD was also surprised. Such a humanized game was really the first time in his life that he had seen it. But that wasn't the end of it, because after this warning ended, another pop-up appeared, now moving you to a restroom. Immediately after that, PDD's vision shifted, and he found himself coming from the corridor directly into a brand new room, with the sound of a cozy and melodious tune coming from his ears. This room has a warm color tone throughout and a TV, recliner, premium soft bed, small balcony and other relaxing amenities. And through the small balcony, you can also see outside the window is a blue sea. The balcony is also filled with flowers and plants, like a miniature small garden. It looks very healing to the mind and body. What had been an eerie environment suddenly became so warm and cozy. PDD and the Water Friends gate in the live broadcast room were confused for a moment. What the hell? The contrast is too strong. What happened to the promised horror GA? Me? The setting of this room is too healing. It's supposed to be a designer's way of relaxing the player, so it's specifically designed to, of such a room, right? Oh my god. This designer has a conscience. I love this game. The live broadcast instantly exploded. Suddenly appeared such a healing picture. This is really a far cry from the style of the picture within the game. You haven't seen the video. Can you believe this is Resident Evil 1? But soon, an even more boisterous scene for the waterman occurred. As PDD was at a loss for words, he found a random chair and sat down. At that moment the door to the room was also pushed open, and a beautiful woman in maid's clothing walked in. I'm Tina, and I'll be the one to do your body relaxation. PDD was even more dumbfounded. Is this game that open? You're telling me this game is only $80? It's $800 he's willing to buy. It's simply bunker. Of course, the so-called relaxation was really just that, relaxation. And there were no unholy images. But so what? It's just a game. And to be able to do this kind of thing is something players wouldn't even think about. The live stream at this point directly exploded. I drop boy. I am new to this girl. Even not I say this game. How to sell $80 for luxurious enjoyment. I didn't think that this time the tart pig would be blessed by a disaster and discover the ultimate benefit of the game. I thought I was on the 5th level. I didn't realize that the designers had elevated the game to the atmospheric level. And I won't be playing any other game but Resident Evil 1 from now on. Dude, you're way off base too. But seriously, who the hell is this designer? I want to send him a banner on behalf of countless LSBs. Tart is awesome. You've taken great credit for this wave. It's like a boon for timid players like me. Yeah, well, I was going to save it for the dust and play it tonight. The crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room directly transformed into wolves and let out wails of excitement. At this moment, PDD was enjoying himself. Not to mention, this room really relaxed him. His head wasn't spinning and his heart rate was back to a normal rate. But rather sadly, as all aspects of PDD's heart rate returned to normal, the cozy, healing room disappeared. And so did the young lady beside her. Back to the main screen of the game again. Phew, cozy, I'll play it again. I'm realizing now that the game doesn't seem so scary anymore. PDD seems to think he's good again and is going to try again. Instead, it was discovered that the game was no longer accessible and an alert pop-up reappeared. It has been detected that your body has experienced a special condition of high blood pressure and high heart rate 15 minutes ago, and you will not be able to play the game again until after 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. We recommend that you take a full rest before playing again. Thank you for your support of the game. That's a whole lot of PDD. I don't think there's anything wrong with my body anymore. It won't be a problem, but still can't get into the game again. After many attempts by PDD, he was finally persuaded to quit. This game designer is really too much for the players to consider, right? Not even a chance to play again. If you still want to play, you'll have to wait 4 hours later. When PDD exited the game, he was a bit downcast, and once again struggling to take off his bodysuit. PDD sat down in front of the computer again with a disheveled look on his face. I'm sorry guys and gals. It looks like I'm not going to be able to play this game I guess. Although PDD would love to rub off on Resident Evil 1. The game is too scary for his body to handle. So it's just a pain in the ass to give it up. Understand. There's a reason the designers don't let people with high blood pressure like you play. This wave speaks for the designers. Nothing is more important than life. You'd better take a rest too. Play something else. Fight the landlord. Whatever. In short, your body comes first. The water boys were still full of goodwill and persuasion. Speaking of which, I have to say a fair word too. PDD said with a serious expression again. This game, if there are no physical problems, it's an absolute must-buy. I'm sure a lot of the live streamers have seen how kind this developer is to the players. Just for this kindness, I, PDD, have to say this for the game. Resident Evil 1 is definitely a top game you can't miss. Also, I'd like to remind watermen who are not in good health to always read the safety warnings and don't try to be brave. After saying that, he ended today's live broadcast early. intending to go to the hospital for another checkup to see if there were any other health conditions, at the same time as PDD hurriedly ended his live broadcast. On the other side, Mr. Ma, who is one of the popular anchors on the Tease Fish live broadcast platform, just happened to turn on his live broadcast at this time. Chapter 28, Unlocking the New Map. Unlike PDD, even though Mr. Ma was middle-aged, his health was still very good, no heart disease or high blood pressure, and Mr. Ma had purposely done his homework before going live. After watching Joey's live video carefully, he basically knew some of the scare points in the early stages. So, Mr. Ma's journey to Resident Evil 1 was going well at first. A smiling brother around the corner. He still survived easily by being bold. The next open-ended exploration, though, is not as easy for him as it was before, as a zombie could show up in a random place in the cold. Careful, careful, there might be walkers in this restroom. Attention Mr. Ma, I feel a walker infestation in the next room. I watched Sister Joe's live broadcast last time, and the Yangwon girls only explored part of it, not all of it, and there are still maps that haven't been unlocked, so I hope that Mr. Ma will be able to show us around. The hard part about this place is that you don't know where the walkers are going to come out of nowhere, and one slip up could kill you. That's right, last time it was Sister Joe and dull little sister who played together with two people who had to take care of each other, and that's how they barely escaped, but Teacher Ma is alone, so it's hard to say. Trust Mr. Ma, with his TART operation he might be able to surpass Sister Joe and the others' progress. The water friends in the live broadcast room spoke in your own words, while they all looked at the live broadcast camera with bated breath. Although Resident Evil 1 is not expensive, anyone can afford it. But most of the water users are still too timid and pressurized to play it themselves. It's times like these that watching the anchors suffer is the best option. In fact, Mr. Ma was very alarmed at this point. Just now, without him noticing, a zombie came barreling towards him in the darkness without even looking. If he hadn't been alert at all times and quickly pulled out his pistol and hit the zombie's head, he might have been accounted for just now. I have to say that this randomized setting is so adrenaline pumping that the rest of the way is a thrill. Mr. Ma's caution saved him from being chewed on by zombies several times, and he didn't encounter too many problems along the way as he explored. Waterboys, what do you say? Wasn't that a very handsome couple of waves just now? Several zombies were eliminated by him, and Mr. Ma now felt his self-confidence bursting. Ha ha, that's just where we are. You've only run into a few walkers here and there. The game progress hasn't moved much. There's one thing to be said for Mr. Ma, he's already playing pretty well. I've seen other anchors playing this game and most of them are still scared half to death at Brother Ishiao's place. Let's not talk about you fishing today. You catch up on your explorations and show us that this zombie is just the most common of monsters. 6666. Don't be proud. Play on. Seeing the comments of the water friends in the live broadcast, Mr. Ma's vanity was also satisfied. It's up to me next. I'll show you what Ma's triangle shot means, Ma said as she looked for clues in the game. The entire Western-style building is actually very large. And in addition to the first floor where the hall is located, there are also areas on the second and third floors of the Western-style building, the atrium, the dormitory area, the first, second and third floors of the Underground Research Institute, and so on. However, Chen Yufei did not unlock all of these areas in order to allow players to explore freely, but rather in the form of a map for players to discover on their own. Previously, Joey and dull little sister had only managed to explore one level of the area before heading to the small wooden hut on the outskirts of the ocean pavilion. And because Mr. Ma had studied their live videos, he knew that monsters like Lisa appeared to be undefeatable by bullets, so he didn't plan on going there either, instead focusing on exploring the Yokohama area. As you continue to explore the floor of the ocean house, you also discover new monsters, such as virus-infected venomous spiders, snakes, wasps, crows, and other animals. Only these monsters were not like zombies. They would still go berserk if they were injured. As long as they were skillful, they could even be killed with a small knife. So apart from the zombies, none of these newbie monsters were very difficult, so as long as they were handled carefully, there was still nothing wrong with them. Mr. Ma's skill was still very good, and all these monsters were taken care of one by one, and then it was in the drawer of a room where he found the map of the second floor area of the foreign house. Yo, there's a second floor map for this foreign house? Mr. Ma was surprised as if he had discovered a new continent. The pop-ups in the live stream also rolled wildly. I told you, it was weird watching Sister Joe's live broadcast before. Obviously the ocean pavilion looks big. How come we explored it quickly? Yeah, it turns out there's a second floor, and Mr. Ma was probably the first to discover it. The second floor. Ah, hurry up and see what's on the second floor and if there are any new monsters. A suspicion is gradually creeping into my head that this ocean house is littered with monsters, and I'm afraid the second floor will be quite a bit more difficult than the first. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the monsters on the first floor are actually newbie monsters, given to players to acclimatize to the game. I'm finding this game more and more interesting to me. Go on, let's see what's on the second floor. And Mr. Ma also responded to the request of a group of water friends, and went directly through the place pointed out by the map to the second floor of the Western Pavilion. The area on the second floor of the Oceanarium is no smaller than the first floor, with many rooms that need to be explored in person by play and quite a few puzzles waiting to be unlocked by the player. Mr. Ma had just arrived at the second floor corridor, and before he could take a few steps out, an odd sound made Mr. Ma stop in his tracks. The voice seemed close to the ear, low and terrifying, and it was still approaching. What's the situation? Mr. Ma felt his sweaty hairs explode as an unprecedented sense of crisis hit him. Immediately afterward, not far from the dimly lit corridor, two strange shadows appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Only when the shadow drew closer did Ma get a good look at the visitor. Two monsters covered in horrific wounds, staring with white eyes and showing bloody canines. It's the same zombie dog that chased the Star Team members in the darkness in the game's opening animation. This startled Mr. Ma, who had just been springing to life and wanted to continue to raid the second floor of the foreign pavilion. When he thought of the vicious and terrifying appearance of this zombie dog in the opening animation, Mr. Ma was a bit abashed. It's best to avoid it if you can. With that thought, Ma took a silent step backward, but it was this step back that became a moment of greatest regret for Mr. Ma, because as he stepped back like that, the two zombie dogs in front of him with their bloody mouths open unexpectedly made a sudden move. Roar! They let out ear-piercing strange cries, and their feet were like a whirlwind brought up underneath them, instantly rushing madly towards Mr. Ma. Seeing the two zombie dogs sprinting so exaggeratedly, Mr. Ma was directly scared out of his wits, and without looking back, he ran towards the first floor of the Ocean Pavilion. Chapter 29, Passing is Too Hard. Teacher Ma running like this seemed to have stimulated the zombie dogs' desire to hunt and kill, and their speed increased steeply. Thud. Probably because of too much panic. The second floor corridor would have been quite a lot of decorations. Mr. Ma forgot all about it, and fell down in a big way when he was not careful. It was a good thing that the pain value of the virtual device wasn't set too high, or else the blow would have still been quite painful, but it was just a moment's effort. As Mr. Ma looked backward in panic, the two zombie dogs had already opened their bloody mouths and bit towards Mr. Ma's head. No. Mr. Ma broke down and shouted as if he wanted to quit the game. Just in the nick of time, the game's security pop-up window appeared, and due to Mr. Ma's heart rate beating too high, he was directly forced to exit the game. The two zombie dogs disappeared before his eyes and he returned to his room. Teacher Ma, who had just exited from the middle of the game, was pale and sat paralyzed on the ground, constantly gasping for breath. He's not as lucky as PDD in that a high heart rate just forces him to quit and doesn't put him in the relaxation room. That just scared the piss out of me. The shot of this zombie dog disliking his face is just horrible. That mouth is open wider than his head. Yeah, who would have thought there would be zombie dogs on the second floor? This is a hell of a difficulty boost. I told you there must be a new monster on the second floor, but I didn't even think it was a zombie dog. Convinced, on the scary still is Resident Evil 1. The viewers of the live broadcast were also taken aback by the viciousness of the situation. This time, it was simply even more terrifying than the Lisa that Sister Joe had encountered live. The impact of the two zombie dogs was too strong. It's more of a life or death suffocation. This time, Mr. Ma was miserable. He didn't even have the time to pull out his weapon before he was scared by the zombie dog and was directly persuaded to retreat. After taking off his helmet, Mr. Ma still hadn't slowed down, covering his little heart and constantly gasping for a long time without saying a word. It took almost 5 minutes of slowing down before he felt the fear inside him subside. God demon Nan, why doesn't this zombie dog even give me a chance to escape? I feel like I almost died in this game, he said in shock. My heart goes out to Mr. Ma for a second. I really didn't react just now. Mr. Ma, where's the promised Ma's triangle shot? I'm dying of laughter. Don't tease Mr. Ma, he's the first person to discover the second floor of the foreign house. I'm also curious as to why Mr. Ma didn't even make a move to cause the zombie dogs to attack. Could it be that even the zombie dogs think Mr. Ma is ugly? Don't be ridiculous, they're all characters in a game. How can a monster tell the difference? Laughing my ass off. The water friends in the live room were discussing joyfully. Mr. Ma also couldn't figure out if it was really his bad character that this dog just wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Forget it, brothers, no matter what the reason. This game I do not play first. First play the landlord to relax. Today I guess I cannot suffer. Mr. Ma was also scared out of his wits by the zombie dogs, and waved his hand, indicating that he would not broadcast Resident Evil 1 live today for now. So, following PDD, Mr. Ma likewise chose to give up, and such a scene is constantly playing out in other live streams. Eggplant was so scared that he held his head and shouted, "OMG, my locker moved, I don't dare to play anymore." There are also anchors such as Foamy, Big Pony Monkey, and Smiley. It's all about confidence when it comes to pre-gaming. Then not long after entering the game, they were directly scared less by the various monsters in the game and hurriedly ended the Resident Evil 1 broadcast. This leads to a very strange phenomenon. That is, every anchor knows that Resident Evil 1 is the hottest immersive 3A game at the moment. As long as the live broadcast of this game, that watch the audience and gift earnings will not be less. But even then, there are very few anchors who can play the whole thing live, because the scare points are just one after another. There's always a monster that will get the player's fright spot. After all, although everyone has seen a horror movie, not many people are really brave enough to wear a horror movie genre. Of course, the broadcasts of these anchors are not without their rewards. For example, Mr. Ma's livestream, which allows players to discover new areas to explore, and Big Horse Monkey's accidental discovery of the secrets of the Hall Clock, indicate that there are still quite a few mysteries waiting to be solved by players in this game. This allowed players who loved the game to discover a new continent. So that afternoon they dedicated posts to the bar and game forums. Explore the mysteries of Resident Evil 1 together. This thread has gotten a lot of backlash from the players. I found a watchdog statue while I was playing, but I haven't solved it yet, so I don't know what the clues are. There's also a problem with the statue of the goddess in the foreign pavilion. Does anyone have a guide for that? Cheats are basically impossible to come by right now because no one has even gotten through the game so far. Yeah, well, all the known clues are pieced together on the air right now unless you go and play around with it a bit yourself. Don't. I'll just watch the anchors play first, and when they're almost done, I'll play a little more to see. Mr. Ma has only just unlocked the second floor of the Ocean Pavilion as well, and all the other anchors are basically on the first floor. Yeah, both Foamy and Big Horse Monkey wouldn't dare to go live on the first level as well. The netizens are talking about the anchors playing Resident Evil 1. In the final summary, within the group of famous anchors, it was actually Zhou-E and Dull Little Sister, who were the first to play, who lasted the longest. They at least found Lisa, one of the level bosses, while the rest of the anchors didn't even dare to go that way. Simply outrageous. This is incredibly depressing for most players who just want to cloud pass Resident Evil 1. At this rate, this Resident Evil 1, no one will be able to pass it. Chapter 30, an earthquake in the gaming world. At the same time, it wasn't just the average gamer who was crazy about this game. The release of Resident Evil 1 also caused an earthquake amongst the major game makers. ST Game Platform, although it is only a game platform publishing network, its parent company is the world-famous game manufacturer, Wilford. It is no less powerful than game makers such as Rent-A-Kill and Sony. When the head of the ST Games platform found out about the miraculous sales of Resident Evil 1, he reported the matter directly to the parent company, Wilford. At this time, an emergency meeting was being held at the headquarters of the Wilford Corporation in Pretty Country. The meeting was attended by one senior leader, 3 middle-level managers and a dozen subordinate supervisors. It can be said to be an unprecedented emergency meeting since the establishment of the company. The reason for this importance is that Wilford was already a big player in the shooter genre. Lida Elite Counter-Terrorism swept the European and American players, becoming a classic game in the hearts of countless players. Nowadays Resident Evil 1 is labeled as a horror game, but anyone with a clear eye can see that it's still an FPS game that must not be much of a game. And ST Games, which was originally a subsidiary of Wilford, had easy access to the game files. Of course, if that was all it was, it wouldn't have triggered so much attention. The most shocking thing for Wilford Games is that in just less than 15 hours, the number of downloads directly exceeded 5 million. Even if the asking price isn't that great, that's an amazing amount of downloads. A lot of games can't reach such a high download volume even after a lifetime of exhaustion. And this is still the sales achievement of only opening up a Dragon Country region. If the global region is opened up for downloads, what amazing sales data will be born? It's scary to think about it. In front of such an amazing number of downloads, where can Wilford Games sit down? Directly held an emergency meeting to discuss this matter. At the top of the conference room, the game director of Wilford spoke up at this point. I'll give you all one day to give me a full dissection of this game. Everyone go into the game and experience it for a while, and summarize the strengths of this game as a reference for us to develop games in the future. The game director's words caused everyone in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. Could think of companies taking this game seriously, but didn't think it would be this serious. It's literally the whole company working on this game. As for that, in the face of the crowd's doubts, the game director did not do much to explain. Before the meeting, He wore a virtual device to experience a wave of Resident Evil 1 in advance. However, within 5 minutes, he was scared less out of the game. Although he was scared to pee, the game's extreme graphic experience deeply shocked him. Practicing for more than 20 years, he keenly realized that this game, I'm afraid, has a landmark significance in today's gaming world, and can be said to be the beginning of a new gaming revolution. In this moment, he moved. He didn't know exactly what kind of spirit the developers had produced this game in, but it was definitely going into history. So, he didn't hesitate to give the order. By all means, crack the secret of this game. So, the following people can be miserable. All the leaders after attending the meeting all go back to arrange the task. Not only they have to experience the game, all the departments followed, were pulled to experience this game, and it happened to be nighttime on the pretty countryside, which would have been scary enough to play Resident Evil 1 during the day, let alone at night. And so there was a strange scene at the Wilford building, and every now and then a ghostly cry could be heard from inside the building. What kind of monster is this? My Jesus, my God, spare me. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to go to work. I'm quitting. I'm quitting. I'm quitting. With the sounds coming out of the Wilford building, local residents thought there was some kind of inhuman abuse going on here, causing the local film police to come to the door. But the top brass quickly quelled the incident without too much repercussions. In addition to arranging for the company's employees to experience Resident Evil 1, the leaders at the top also arranged for the game production department to specifically analyze the game files. But soon the people at Wilford discovered a desperate truth. These game files are crushingly unreadable. Originally, the game's files are just a bunch of code and data. But the code data, they couldn't parse it out at all. This can only mean one thing: Resident Evil 1. A game that uses a very different game engine technology than previous games. The superintendent of Wilford was also overwhelmed when he heard the news. No wonder the game's graphics are so lifelike, never seen before. It's using a brand new game engine technology. Quick, you guys try to see if you can roughly reverse engineer the game's engine technology based on this game data. The superintendent of Wilford gave the order. But soon, the news from the staff under his hand disappointed him again. It's amazing that they, a group of staff who stand at the top of the gaming industry and make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, can't project at all. This means that even if you are told to just copy your homework, you have no way of copying it. You have to find a way to imitate it. But how easy it is to imitate. There is no core technology. Imitation out is just a joke to the world. So it looks like this Resident Evil 1 should have been made by an industry giant. After many failed attempts, the superintendent could only let out a helpless sigh. It's not something a small workshop can do just to produce such a great game engine. At this moment, the director's assistant walked over and spoke. Boss, according to the information we've investigated, the Genesis game studio that released Resident Evil 1, the IP address is in Dragon Country. Do you think it's possible that it was produced by Goose Factory, Pig Factory or Poor Harvest? No kidding. Upon hearing this, the superintendent, however, laughed disdainfully. We haven't dealt with those Dragon Kingdom game companies much. How many of those big hit games under their banner were made by themselves? Not to mention the new game engine. The game they developed still uses the engine developed by our company, and the developed picture quality is extremely crap. Do you think that's possible? The superintendent dismissed the possibility outright. Those game makers in the Dragon State production level, he is still clear. Do what not? Circle money first place. So what company actually made such an awesome game? The assistant director was a little uncertain. It can't be Microsoft, can it? The assistant said casually. Microsoft? If Gates is behind this, it might be possible. The superintendent of Villeford's eyes narrowed after hearing that word, as if he had guessed something in his mind. Chapter 31, all the major manufacturers are scrambling. If it wasn't for Microsoft, we probably wouldn't have the Wilford we have now. The game director recalled. Our boss came out of Microsoft to start his own business, and after all these years, Microsoft may have gotten ahead of us. Maybe, because of special reasons, they don't intend to make it public, but purposely release it in the Dragon Kingdom, just so that others don't know about their moves. Microsoft, there could be something big in the works. The more the superintendent thought about it, the more he realized that his suspicions were correct. Because Microsoft is currently the world's largest internet giant, the superintendent really can't think of any other company besides Microsoft. The assistant on the side was also led astray by the director, and seemed to think that what the director said made sense. The assistant asked carefully, so boss, what should we do now? The employees in the game production department can't dig up half as much useful information, and the supervisors of other departments have also sent messages saying that the game has already scared several employees unconscious, and many of them are clamoring to quit, saying that the game is too scary for them to play. The superintendent frowned, hearing the assistant's words, and had wanted to angrily rebuke this group of useless subordinates, but after thinking about the mess I made before the meeting, When I was scared to pee after playing for 5 minutes, I thought better of it. In this case, go tell the head of the ST game platform to contact Genesis Game Studio, and remember to be careful to express our desire to cooperate with him. The superintendent also smiled at the thought. If we can succeed with Microsoft this time, then when the time comes, we'll be able to develop a realistic game like Resident Evil 1. We can also get a head start and gain a foothold in the new world before it comes. At the moment, it's not just Wilford Games, but gaming majors like Rentokil and Sony are also working on Resident Evil 1. But, like Wilford, they couldn't crack the game code for Resident Evil 1. In the end, there was no way out. And these large game companies, as well as various network giant companies, turned to Wilford to see if they could get the contact information for Genesis Game Studio. But Wilford was not stupid. How could this kind of information be easily given out? Client information must be kept confidential, or else we'll be subject to lawsuits. The reason for the refusal. If you give out all your contact information, wouldn't that be a peach for another company to pick? Naturally, Wilford would not do such a thing as feeding the enemy. We are all rivals in the industry, so let's each go by our own means. Foreign game companies are still so. The domestic nature is not the same. For example, the well-known Goose Factory, Pig Factory, etc. also had meetings all afternoon because of Resident Evil 1. They started out similarly to foreign vendors, having their employees test and having the development department try to crack the files. The result is also clear, game files that even foreign gaming giants can't parse. Not to mention those at Goose Factory who even have to use other companies for their engines. Although there were technical barriers they couldn't break through, it didn't mean they didn't have any other way. At this moment, the Goose Factory group building, the game department, the entire department's leadership was in a meeting. Check. Give me a thorough check to see where this Genesis Game Studio actually came out of the gods. As long as the conditions allow, don't even need to ask Mr. Ma, we can directly buy this studio. A middle-aged man at the head of the group said boldly. He was the general head of the game department. After all, they didn't do this kind of thing too often. What technology? What game content? Find a way to copy it first, and if you can't, then just bankroll it. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And it's still an unspoken rule of the industry. The usual trick of the big domestic manufacturers, and Goose Factory is the best of them. Even if it's a pit stop, as long as they can get their hands on it, they don't panic, because they have an unbeatable team of lawyers. South Hill Pizza Hut. When we buy it, let this Genesis studio make the games we want to make. The man in charge went on beautifully, and he also went on to research and experience the graphics quality of Resident Evil 1, although he was just as pissed off, but he was blown away by the graphics in the game. It's just so realistic that it's used for a horror game. Waste. It's a waste of time. If we can acquire this studio, then the first thing we'll do is get a virtual reality version of Arad Continent or Firewire Crossing, casually get some paid props and fashion skins and other things. That money is not rolling into the water like pouring in. Making a couple $100 million a day is simply a matter of sprinkling. These guys who make games have literally no brains at all to make a 3A game. How much money does that thing make? Making online and handheld games is where the real money is made. Oops. Still need him to mention a wave. Thinking of this, the person in charge has fantasized in his heart. When this thing is done successfully, then waiting for him will be a steady stream of dividends. Which line can make money? And it just so happens that this meeting is being attended by people from the measurement team. The tester who had watched Joey's live broadcast last night saw that the boss was so excited and knew that his chance to take credit had come. So without hesitation, he stood up and wanted to report. Boss, I watched Joey's live broadcast yesterday and reported it first thing today. Well, good. You get credit for that one. The man in charge nodded approvingly. However, while I don't know who the developer of this game is, I do know who I can contact the developer from. The tester continued. Who is it? Hurry up and tell us. As long as the information is reliable, the deputy head of your assessment department will be you from now on. The person in charge was overjoyed and immediately made a promise. And the assessor was overjoyed. It was the deputy supervisor. How many employees dreamed of the position? Directly a brain all said. Quite a few people recognize this person. That's the game anchor of the Teasing Fish live streaming platform, Joe E. Anchor Choi? The person in charge reacted immediately and immediately arranged it. Quickly go contact the old president of the Amusing Fish platform and get me Joe Yi's contact information. No matter what method you use, you must get the Genesis Game Studio's information from her. And naturally, those who wanted to acquire Genesis Game Studio were far more than just Goose Factory, Pig Factory, Poor Harvest, and even 4399, Kingsoft, 360 and other online companies not quite related to the game industry are inquiring about this studio. After the research of these companies, they unanimously found that there was only one person who knew about Genesis Studio. That would be Anchor E. Joe. Chapter 32 number 1 on the sales list. At 8 o'clock that night, 20 hours had passed since the release of Resident Evil 1, and Chen Yufei's mood was quite pleasant. He kept an eye on the emotional value obtained from the system interface. In just 20 hours, it easily went from a few 100,000 to 5 million. That's right, on the ST game platform, the downloads of Resident Evil 1 have reached 5 million at this point, and Resident Evil 1 has deservedly become the #1 new game sales top, far ahead of the second-place finishers, nearly 4 million in sales. The game below the comments section message, also very exaggerated enough, hundreds of thousands of messages. Of these, 80% are 5-star reviews and recommendations. This game is simply bunker, and has truly opened my eyes to a whole new world of gaming. I dare to call this game the light of domesticity, the only one of its kind. Before playing the game, it is recommended to watch the video of the anchor. It will help you more or less. Be sure to read the safety warnings or you really might die of fright. 5 stars for horror, 5 stars for fun, and I'd like to give 100 stars for picture quality, but the maximum I can give is 5. Please don't panic if you've heard screams in the neighborhood lately, because that could be playing Resident Evil 1. Don't be afraid of this game, people. I played it and it really didn't hurt at all. Really, nurse, add a tranquilizer. If you have a conscience, developer, please bring fruit to come and see me in Ward XX of XX Hospital. The consequences of not coming are serious. Looking at the countless netizens humorously giving this game positive reviews, Chen Yufei also felt that these players were very cute. It's just as gratifying and fun to read these reviews in silence as it is for authors of novels who enjoy reading reviews of their own books. However, Chen Yufei feel depressed is why there are still 20% of the bad reviews exist. Did it really scare the players out of things? It shouldn't. With a puzzled mood, he clicked into the bad review section to take a look, and only then did Chen Yufei come to a realization. Bad review. Don't crooked people have the right to play this game? I paid good money for it, but tell me it's all in Chinese and how to play it? Developer, you are so hateful. Such a fun game and you don't even set it in English. I can't even read it? You guys can still play. I don't even have any friends in the Dragon Kingdom. I can't even play if I want to. It's highly recommended to open up foreign areas and set them in a language that is understandable. I love this game so much. As soon as I saw the video I fell in love. But I can't play it. So sad. You see, developers, we just want to play the game, and we can live with a slightly more expensive price, since the comments section is open. These bad reviews are basically from foreign players. The reason is also simple. I hope that Resident Evil 1 will be open for sale to those foreign netizens who like the game in a language that is readable. That said, this is really Chen Yufei's problem. For one thing, Chen Yufei had only done publicity at home and didn't realize that netizens abroad were so well informed. Secondly, there is the problem of language. It is not that he does not want to do it, but he does not know how to do it. If it is only in English, he has no problem, but he cannot do anything in Japanese or Korean. After all, he wasn't a language graduate, so it looked like he'd have to find a professional subtitling and dubbing team. It is because of these 2 points, resulting in foreign players can play the unintelligible, but because the game is too much fun, and do not want to give up the game in this way, so it could only run to the comments section to brush off the bad reviews, hoping to get Chen Yufei's attention. However, foreign netizens' actions are not limited to these. On Twitter, countless netizens also initiated the topic of requesting the Dragon Kingdom to open up the sales channels of Resident Evil 1 and support the English version. This has made many melon people crowded around. Did not expect the Dragon Kingdom to have such a game that can make foreign netizens plead. The topic even shot to the top of Twitter. Domestic netizens who saw this scene were delighted. Haha, why does this scene feel so familiar? Didn't we used to go around asking for help because we didn't have the Chinese version? Don't out. Let them learn Chinese. I still remember my previous experience of frantically looking up words in order to play an English game. Let them experience that too. That's different. Chinese can be much harder than English, but I'd like to see them learn Chinese. Haha. Domestic netizens were wildly flirting with the idea, while feeling quite proud inside. There was a time when only Dragon players begged foreign game companies to release games that supported Chinese. And today, surprisingly, it's the other way around. How can this not make the players at home feel proud? Looking at the overwhelming number of player requests, Chen Yufei pondered for a moment. The decision was made to open up the sale to global regions and add English subtitles to it. After all, the more he played, the wider the game's popularity only became, and the more emotional value he could harvest. As for the other languages, let's wait until he gets the company set up. It's great to have English support at the moment. After thinking about it, Chen Yufei first opened the personal backstage of the ST game platform and opened the sales area of Resident Evil 1 to the world. At this point, Resident Evil 1 is also officially open to players around the world. However, for foreign players, the price is going to be slightly more expensive than Dragon players, priced at $30 US dollars, almost equivalent to 200 domestic Dragon coins. The price seemed to have doubled. but considering the offshore taxes and other issues, Chen Yufei's actual hand was only 100 dragon coins, so this price was already very cheap. Of course, apart from the language problem, there is another problem which is also more prominent. A lot of domestic players in the forum reaction, not to mention pass, the game progress has not to 20% are difficult to say. Looking for pieces of the strategy need to be pieced together, but also not necessarily reliable. So the majority of domestic players hope that the official can set up a strategy area. The best is the official have some pass ideas, can make the playing experience better. That too is also a question. Does that mean I adjusted the game's difficulty too hard? Chen Yufei couldn't help but prop his chin up and thought, a game actually loses a lot of fun if it's too hard to get through, but too easy doesn't work either, and such a game can be very unfulfilling. But having said that, I used to be a veteran Resident Evil 1 player, and it seems a bit unreasonable that I haven't thoroughly played my own game even once. Why don't I take some time in the next 2 days and make a strategy video for them? But it doesn't seem to be that urgent. After all, the game was just released less than a day ago. Chen Yufei had more or less some plans in his mind, and these days he could consider using the live broadcast to make a simple strategy. Just as Chen Yufei was thinking so, his cell phone suddenly rang. Pick it up. Surprisingly, it was an out-of-state phone number. Chapter 33, Unanimous Rejection. Chen Yufei's heart was instantly clear. He had already guessed who the person calling was. Get on the phone right away. Hello, is this Genesis Game Studio? A fluent English came from a very young woman with a soft, very melodious voice. That's right, this is Genesis Game Studios, Chen Yufei skillfully replied in English. As a game developer, his spoken English is still very good. Oh, it's nice to meet you, sir. I'm sorry to harp on your time for 2 minutes. I'm the head of the ST gaming platform. My name is Helen. The young woman identified herself. Just as Chen Yufei thought, it was someone from ST Games. Miss Helen, what can I do for you? Chen Yufei smiled and did not give his name. It's like this, sir. The Resident Evil 1 that you released on our gaming platform was a big hit with the players, and our company feels that your company has a huge potential. Therefore, our company hopes that we can cooperate with your company. Helen didn't hide anything. She directly told the whole purpose of her call, and could hear that the tone was very sincere. Oh, all those conditions? I wonder. Chen Yufei pretended to be surprised and said that he didn't rush to refuse. He also wanted to know what kind of conditions the other party brought to him to talk about this matter. The woman on the other side of the table said in an excited tone, seeing that there seemed to be something going on. Sir, although I represent ST Games, it is an authorization from the headquarters of Wilford Games. The conditions given by the headquarters side, $500 million of financial support, and you can also be given some of the shares of ST Games. $500 million? More than 3 billion dragon coins. Chen Yufei also surprised. He did not expect Wilford Company, actually willing to put down so much blood, on an unheard of game studio willing to invest so much money. Not to mention there are shares of dividends. The math is afraid to be more than $5 billion of investment. I'm sure there are other conditions that your company is so generous with. Chen Yufei is not stupid. This Wilford Company must have other ideas. That's right, sir. Our company hopes that the game can be developed on your end according to our needs, and that the IP is owned by Wilford. The woman on the other side said in a hurry. She seemed to feel that the other side was already going to be taken down by him. After all, this was $500 million, a fortune that many people don't reach in their lifetime. The woman's words, not unexpectedly Chen Yufei, the world will not have a free lunch. Behind the seemingly high investment capital, the studio's future was actually buried. I'm sorry, but our studio hasn't had any thoughts of working with other companies. Asked almost, Chen Yufei directly refused. Originally he did not intend to agree. Ask so much as purely curious. Sir, do you think the price is not right? I can still ask the headquarters. Upon hearing Chen Yufei's refusal, the opposite side directly panicked. She could never have imagined how she could suddenly refuse when she was chatting so well in front of her. No need to think about it. I'm not because of the price. I just simply don't have the idea to cooperate. You just give me $5 billion. I won't cooperate. Chen Yufei said indifferently. Straight away, the woman across the table froze. Are you kidding me? $5 billion? Why don't you go grab it? Please also consider your company. We really come with sincerity. The woman wants to hold out a little longer, trying to talk about it again. But Chen Yufei's attitude was resolute and still refused the woman's offer. I'm sorry about that. If there's nothing else, I'll be busy. Thank you for your kind words. With that, he took the lead and hung up. Cooperation was out of the question. He hadn't even thought of such a thing. And working together would also expose his secret. If people knew that he was the one person who developed a powerful game engine and incidentally created a super realistic game, this sounds like a pipe dream. That's why it's better for him, the game producer, to stay hidden behind the scenes for now. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yufei continued to add English support for Resident Evil 1. At this time, Joey took her cell phone and hurriedly walked in. Chen Yufei, someone from the Goose Factory just called me, Joey said with some panic. What did they say? Chen Yufei continued to strike the keyboard with a calm face. They want to offer $50 million into a share of your studio, but I have a feeling it's to buy your studio, Joey replied. And they asked a whole bunch of questions about how much capital the studio was registered with, whether it was in the country or abroad, how big it was and things like that. $50 million? You really think I'm a screamer? How do you answer that? Chen Yufei was disgusted by Goose Factory. I told you what you told me. Joey waved her small hand. Let's just say that everything about Genesis Game Studios is all no comment, and I pressed for the slightest bit of information to go out. You did a great job with this wave. Chen Yufei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Right, Chen Yufei. The people from the Goose Factory also said that they wanted to make an appointment to meet and discuss the matter of the shareholding, and asked me to make an appointment for them. Just turn it down for me. Tell them to stop daydreaming. Chen Yufei waved his hand. Do we really have to say no? Although she already knew that Chen Yufei would say this, Joey still expressed her surprise. The other side is a Goose Factory, so you should be able to make more money if you borrow their platform, right? I know very well what they are thinking. It's nothing more than the same thing they did against Puratur, but it doesn't work for me, and I rather hate their operational tactics, so there's no idea of cooperation. Chen Yufei explained when he saw this. And yeah, you made the game anyway, just figure it out yourself. Joey nodded, and she understood Chen Yufei's meaning. Ideas don't fit, and the paths are different. Besides, she felt that the games developed by Chen Yufei were much more powerful than those of Goose Factory Pig Factory, and there was really no need to cooperate with them. By the way, Joey, if any other companies find you next, you continue to do me a favor as well and don't disclose any information to them, including, what with the cooperation talks, there's no need for any of that, just reject it outright anyway. No problem, I can still help with this little thing. Joey agreed with alacrity. Although she didn't know why Chen Yufei was so resistant to those big companies, but she was still very righteous. Not because nominally Chen Yufei was her fiancé. Even if he was an ordinary friend, she would have done the same. That's how her character was. Seeing that Joey agreed without hesitation, this made Chen Yufei a little touched, and his mind gradually had some ideas. You and dumb little sister wait for me for a while. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight, Chen Yufei said with a smile. Joey had helped herself a lot, and she couldn't be too petty, so planned to take her two out for a nice meal. By the way, talk to them about the studio. Chapter 34. The funds arrived. Yo, the sun has come out of the west. You still know how to treat us to dinner, Joey said with a smiling face. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't pay for any of your meals, Chen Yufei said without any good humor. You have the nerve to say it's either takeout or takeout. You don't know how unnutritious takeout is, then I'm going to have to rip you off tonight. Joey revealed a wry smile, and without giving Chen Yufei a chance to speak, she ran off in a huff to find dull little sister. Chen Yufei also knew that Joey was joking, smiled and shook his head as he continued to rush the code for the English language. After almost an hour, Chen Yufei moved his shoulders. It's a good thing that the plot text for Rawhide Crisis 1 wasn't too much, and at this point it kind of gets the job done. After updating the game files again, Chen Yufei closed the computer and stepped out of the bedroom. As soon as he exited the bedroom, he heard the sound of two women laughing from the bathroom. By the looks of it, it should be in makeup. Chen Yufei walked to the bathroom door, knocked on the door and asked, "Are you guys ready to go out for dinner?" As the words fell, the voice inside instantly disappeared, followed by Joey's voice. "You're done, give us 5 minutes." Almost there. Chen Yufei looked at the time, 9 o'clock. His stomach was already very hungry, but sat down in the living room and waited. He was speechless that he had to put on makeup for dinner, but he couldn't say anything. Women are like that, basically. Just in time to take advantage of this and raise the funds for the ST platform, Chen Yufei opened his cell phone and logged into the backstage of the ST game platform through the app. In just a few hours of work, the number of sales had increased by another 3 million copies, and now there were 8 million downloads, not far from 10 million sales. I guess the foreign regions just opened up and the foreign players who were wailing because they didn't get to play the game started downloading it. These players are so cute too, Chen Yufei inwardly sighed, then tapped on the amount page again. $521,070,000. Seeing such data, Chen Yufei was also incomparably excited inside. In his last life he never had more than $200 on his card, moonlighting not to mention all kinds of chanting overspending. Not much savings in this life either. Now, a full 500 million dragon coins in the background quietly lying. Light Zero can buy a small villa, cannot be excited. These gains are after tax and are truly the first pot of money in his life. Without hesitation, the funds were transferred to the card, and within 5 minutes, I received a message alert from my bank. Worthy of being a global gaming platform, the efficiency is good. Chen Yufei looked at the balance in his cell phone with satisfaction, and his mood could not help but be very comfortable, and continue to wait for a while. Chen Yufei glanced at the cell phone time. This is almost half an hour. How those two women are still not done. Just as Chen Yufei was about to have a fit and was about to get up to knock on the bathroom door, Joey and dull little sister finally came out. Don't sit around. Go out for dinner. Joey saw Chen Yufei sitting in the living room and greeted him. You still know to come out. What about the promised 5 minutes? It's been half an hour. It's not dinner now. It should be a late night snack, Chen Yufei said without any good humor. Her eyes fell on Joey, who had just finished putting on her makeup, and her skin, which was already very good, looked even more rosy after doing so. The rosy skin, paired with that stunningly beautiful and pretty face, even Chen Yufei had to sigh. This Joey, besides her voice, had a really high face value. Aside of the dull little sister compared to Joey more fair skin, coupled with the taller than Joey some higher, more so tall and slender, face value is not lost. Joey, two beautiful women just standing in front of the eyes. Chen Yufei, although there is no idea, but it also looks pleasing to the eye. The inner fire also dissipated a lot. Aya, we are so well dressed. You do not also have the face of it. Handsome plus beautiful, always did not give you drag behind it, Joey said without feeling guilty at all. Okay, you're the one with all the wrong ideas. What are we going to eat? Chen Yufei asked as he stood up in a good-natured and amused manner. You're buying and you're asking what we're having. Of course you decide, Joey said while she also couldn't help but look up and down on Chen Yufei's body, wearing only a t-shirt and casual pants, but with Chen Yufei's face value there, he really couldn't pick any faults. Although Joey also has no idea about Chen Yufei at this time. However, Chen Yufei is really the highest value boy that Joey has seen so far. Not only was his face high, but he also had a great body, and with that dark, broken hair, that was truly handsome beyond words. There was nothing wrong with Chen Yufei's face value in Joey's eyes, but when I think of Chen Yufei's character, it's hard to say. Just tell me what you guys want to eat. I'm more of a casual guy. Chen Yufei walked up to the two women. Well, let me think about it then. Hearing Chen Yufei say it was very casual, Joey didn't be polite with him. She had already decided what to eat tonight. Joey stroked her chin and thought for 2 seconds and said, then let's go eat hot pot. Chatting while eating, it's gray and fun. Forget the hot pot. It smells all over the place afterward, and it's easy to get on fire. Chen Yufei shook his head. So go for Western food? Joey asked. Mordor's Western food was pretty well done, and she had enjoyed it before. Western food is fine, but you don't look at what time it is. What Western restaurant is open this late? Chen Yufei said without a good mood. The more he said, the hungrier his stomach became. Then have some pasta. There's more at this hour. I don't like noodles. Curb appeal. Curb appeal always works. That stuff is unsanitary to eat. Holy, Chen Yufei. Joey finally couldn't help herself and after calling out Chen Yufei's name, she said, didn't you say you'd eat whatever you wanted? I say one and you veto it. This can't be eaten and that doesn't taste good. Where's the promise of whatever you want? Joey crossed her arms at this time, looking puffed up. I'm telling the truth. I don't know why you're angry. Chen Yufei touched his nose and said, Humph, I see you're not casual at all. Joey wrinkled her nose and said, anyway, I don't care. You decide what to eat. I can't think of anything. Why don't we go eat barbecue? Joey, we haven't eaten for a long time. Dull little sister offered at this point. When Chen Yufei heard this, he brightened up. It's fine to have a barbecue, so I'll decide to have a barbecue. As the words fell, Joey was directly speechless. You just said that hot pot is easy to catch fire if you don't eat it. Exactly. Chen Yufei nodded. But doesn't eating barbecue make you hot? Joey asked questioningly. You may not believe me when I say it, but I really don't get on fire when I eat barbecue, so you'd say that's strange. Chen Yufei said with a smile. I'll believe the hell out of you. You Chen Yufei are bad. Joey looked disbelieving. Believe it or not, let's go. Chen Yufei didn't explain, and directly walked towards the door and put on his shoes. For some reason, Joey looked at Chen Yufei's back and wanted to be angry in her heart, but she couldn't really get angry, and even a little bit of a laugh. Yes, being pissed off by this Chen Yufei guy made me want to laugh. Chapter 35, I'm just asking. The three of them took the elevator and came downstairs, and dull little sister, who wasn't very familiar with the surrounding area, asked, Brother Yufei, is the place to eat barbecue far from here? It's okay, it's not very far, but it's a ways. Chen Yufei said casually, so how are we going to get there? You're not going to make us ride on your little electric donkey again, are you? Joey seemed to think of something and asked directly. Yesterday afternoon they came over here, and they almost fell, but the point is, there was an accident yesterday. It's just that Joey never had the heart to say it. Yeah, with 3 of us, it would be too dangerous to do what we did yesterday, dull little sister chimed in. However, she was mainly thinking about Joey, as a BFF. Of course she knew how embarrassed Joey was yesterday. What? You guys don't trust my driving skills? Chen Yufei turned around and said, believe you hell. Joey rolled her eyes. No, I'm mostly thinking about safety. Nurchan shook her head to indicate that she didn't mean it that way either. Then take a cab today. No need to ride the little electric donkey. Chen Yufei thought for a moment and said, still, you have a conscience. Hey, it's still good to be a Yufei brother, the 2 women said in unison. Seeing that the 2 women were so happy, Chen Yufei casually called a car and greeted the 2 women as they took their seats. Chen Yufei sat in the front row, and the 2 women sat in the back seat and whispered. The barbecue restaurant wasn't far away, and in 10 minutes or so, the car arrived in front of a barbecue restaurant. As soon as the car stopped, the 2 girls, Joey and dull little sister, got off one after another. Chen Yufei paid the money and walked off the bus as well. A group of 3 people came to this barbecue restaurant, which attracted the attention of many diners in the barbecue restaurant for a while. The male diners, basically, were looking at Joey and dull little sister. These 2 chicks are as pretty as a vixen. The female diners, their eyes were fixed on Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei has a very standard figure, handsome looks, and an indescribable temperament. It made a lot of younger female diners stare frequently, and their eyes even blossomed with peach blossoms. A handsome man and 2 beautiful women. Such a combination into the store, naturally very eye-catching. Chen Yufei asked for a private room. He did not want to eat a barbecue and still be stared at. The 3 of them just sat down inside the booth. Just as he sat down, a boss's wife in her 30s came over with a menu. You guys can order whatever you want. Don't be polite to me, Chen Yufei said with a bold face. That's what you said. I'm not going to go easy on you. Joey had long been starving at this point, and took the menu and dull little sister to order up their favorite foods. Soon, the 2 of them finished ordering their favorite food, and by the way, they also helped Chen Yufei order quite a lot. After ordering, the boss's wife looked at the list and then at the gorgeous Joey and the dull little sister. Finally, her smiling gaze landed on Chen Yufei's body, and she said to Chen Yufei with some deep meaning, young man, our cashews are very tonic. Would you like to try a few skewers? The owner of this barbecue restaurant was in her 30s, and a woman of her age was familiar with that sort of thing between a man and a woman. Seeing Chen Yufei so handsome and with 2 girls who were too pretty to be true, his thoughts instantly went that way. That's why she kindly reminded Chen Yufei to have a few bunches of cashews to replenish his body. Don't be weak at a young age. The boss's wife's words instantly made the atmosphere of the entire box awkward. All 3 were adults. How could they not hear the boss's wife's words? Chen Yufei was fine, thinking that the boss's wife was simply misunderstanding. But the 2 women didn't necessarily think so. Joey and dull little sister were both embarrassed by the boss lady's words. Joey, who had a big personality, had wanted to say something, but before she could say it, she saw that Chen Yufei had already opened his mouth towards the boss's wife. Boss lady, then tell me what's so good about this loin in your house. When Chen Yufei said this, Joey and dull little sister's faces directly turned red. This is not the more described the blacker it is. Know that the boss lady words have something, Chen Yufei so asked. That is not more people misunderstand? Joey thought in her heart. You're the one who's still toning your body. You don't even have a girlfriend as a single dog. What kind of body repair is that? This I tell you, this waste is good for many things. As soon as the boss's wife heard Chen Yufei's words, she thought that she would be able to earn a few more wastes of money tonight, so she spoke without any qualms. After speaking a few sentences, she even smiled at Chen Yufei. Boy, after all I've said, how many bunches are you going to have? Chen Yufei raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. I don't want any of the strings. I'm just asking casually. As Chen Yufei's words fell, the smile on the female boss's face immediately froze. Joey and dull little sister, who were still a bit embarrassed sitting next to them, also laughed out. They thought Chen Yufei was really going to order it. I didn't expect to hold back a sentence after the question. I'll just ask this casually. Just asking? The boss's wife followed up with a question, still a little undeterred by the idea. Right. Chen Yufei nodded and said, I'm in good health. What's the point of eating that? I'm just asking. Okay. The boss's wife didn't say anything more when she saw this, and took the list ordered by Chen Yufei's trio and walked out. As soon as this boss lady left, Joey and dull little sister could no longer hold back and covered their stomachs and laughed. Joey said with a smile while covering her stomach, Chen Yufei, you're really a random person. Emma, I'm laughing out of my eyes. Brother Yufei does have a great sense of humor. I really thought you were going to point it out just now. Dull little sister also covered her mouth and laughed as she spoke. It's okay, that's my personality. Chen Yufei rubbed his nose, and he didn't think it was so funny to ask just now. In the box, the three of them were talking and laughing, and seemed to feel more familiar with each other. Soon, the barbecue was also served one after another. Chen Yufei, who had long been starving, did not politely talk to the two women and greeted them before directly picking up a skewer of pork and eating it first. Joey and dull little sister also felt much more acquainted after the one with the boss's wife just now, and naturally they weren't as restrained as they were yesterday, reaching out and opening up. Brother Yufei, you invited us to dinner today. Is there something else you want to tell us? Dorky asked as she casually picked up a grilled sausage and took a bite. You're quite the wit. Chen Yufei smiled as he put down the signature in his hand and said to Joey and dull little sister, invite you guys to dinner. For one thing, when you first came to Magic City, I didn't even properly treat you guys to dinner, so tonight is a sort of pick-me-up. Brother Yufei is so polite. What about two? Dull little sister asked curiously. Yeah, two is something. Joey also put down the signature in her hand doubtfully. Chen Yufei glanced at Joey and then at dull little sister before continuing. Secondly, I would like to invite you too, as my Genesis Game Studio spokespersons. As Chen Yufei's words fell, Joey and dull little sister were both stunned by what Chen Yufei said. Chapter 36 Invitation. Really? Joey and dull little sister said in unison. Of course it's true. Do I have to lie to you guys? Chen Yufei said with a faint smile. Now that the craze of Sengoku Crisis 1 is known to you, Genesis Game Studio seems to be a studio on the surface, but as you all know well, it's all just me now. It's similar to an independent studio. That's why I think it's also time to build up the company first, and you two are one of the most beautiful female anchors in the gaming circle. So if I don't look for you to endorse, who will I look for to endorse? Chen Yufei said while analyzing. In fact, this is something that he has given a lot of thought to. Joey originally and he grew up together. The two families are familiar with each other, nominally or fiancé. Coupled with the professional issues, naturally the spokesman is the right choice. Dull little sister words. Although Chen Yufei is not particularly familiar with, have Joey this layer of relations in, think it is not a big problem. After Chen Yufei's words, the two women nodded after hearing them. There is a saying that Chen Yufei is engaged in a game studio, so the two of her are really quite suitable as popular game hostesses. So you're just going to hire us as spokespeople? What about the price? Joey asked bluntly. Price-wise, I haven't really thought about it yet. I'm just asking you two what you'd like to do first tonight. Chen Yufei rubbed his chin and said, this is a piece that he doesn't know very much about, and he really doesn't know what would be the appropriate amount to offer. You can be a real nerd, which do not even say the price of the endorsement of people. You do not know that dull little sister and the team's contract has not yet expired. Well, it does not matter. In any case, is now free. You look at it to give it. Joey rolled her eyes and said, she was mainly asking for dull little sister. After all, those like them who were anchors actually carried contracts behind their backs, and Joey happened to be in this year's contract expiration, out of their own solo, so it was able to directly agree to Chen Yufei. Dull little sister waved her hand back and forth when she heard that and said, it's okay on my end. I'm actually almost ready to end my contract. It's due in a month. As a matter of fact, dull little sister has long been dissatisfied with the high drawbacks of the group behind her, and is also ready to go it alone, and just happened to run into Chen Yufei so asked, and then told the truth. It's okay, it's only for a month, and when your contract is up, what I said today still stands. Chen Yufei thought for a moment and said, he knows what the concerns of the dull little sister are. If the endorsement received during the contract period, then the team behind it should at least draw 50%, add in various taxes, and there's not much more money she can get her hands on. Chen Yufei so a word, directly let dull little sister are given to listen to the dull. Chen Yufei so surprisingly righteousness? So, I'm going to ask you one more time. Will you do it? Chen Yufei asked solemnly. I'm fine with that. Joey took the lead. Chen Yufei nodded. This girl was indeed very interesting. She didn't even say how much she would pay. She agreed. Then he turned his head again to look at his still dazed little sister. Dumb little sister. Yes, of course I do. Dull little sister immediately reacted, constantly nodding her little brain, and her eyes became more appreciative as she looked at Chen Yufei. But it was only a passing thought, tucked deep inside himself. Very well, then the matter of communicating with the players in the future will be left to Joey, and dull little sister will wait for your contract to expire before making other arrangements. Chen Yufei nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and arranged the tasks, rather like a feeling of pointing the way. In fact, as the behind-the-scenes producer, he often had to remain mysterious and inconvenient to appear, and at this time it was necessary for Joey and dull little sister to appear and help him communicate with the players. Look at your smug look. I can make a deal with you. If you're too stingy with the two of us, I'll run away with my dull little sister anytime. Joey revealed a look of wanting you to look good, but in reality, she wasn't mean at all. And instead, she was a bit nerdy. Don't worry, if I have a bite to eat, I won't let you two beauties go hungry. Chen Yufei was in a good mood and said with a smile. These two women had trusted him so much, so naturally he wouldn't be petty with them. Why do I get the feeling you're rich and powerful? Did you make a lot of money from the game? Joey asked curiously. Yeah, brother Yufei is so bold, he wouldn't have made tens of millions of dollars. Nerdy little sister guessed as well. After all, Ken have the courage to find two flow female anchors at once to do endorsement. The game must be selling well. Not much, just 500 million. Chen Yufei also did not hide. The game sales are there. She too can guess. Chen Yufei's words fell, and when they heard the numbers behind them, the two women immediately felt that the kebabs in their hands didn't even smell good anymore. What? $500 million? You didn't count a zero, did you? Joey thought she had heard wrong. She hadn't paid attention to Chen Yufei's game sales today either, and thought there wasn't much. Holy, I want to get out of my contract right now. Brother Yufei, begging for a belt. Dull little sister also stunned. Last night she was still thinking Chen Yufei can only earn a few tens of millions, but never thought, less than a day's work, but wildly earned 500 million. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know how to develop games at all. At this moment, both women had the urge to learn how to develop games with Chen Yufei. 500 million more, and only more to come. Chen Yufei didn't think it was a lot. It's not like he could develop just one game. No wonder you turned down Goose Factory's $50 million investment. So you're a tycoon now. Joey wrinkled her nose, an unspoken sourness in her tone. She worked hard for a few years and didn't even earn $20 million. Chen Yufei is good. Less than a day to earn 500 million. Wouldn't that be more profitable than even Jack Horse? People are really pissed off at each other. Dumb little sister nodded her head sadly when she heard about this, just like what Joey had in mind. Although she is now a popular game anchor, but the deposit is only 10 or 20 million. Want to earn more is difficult. Simply cannot be compared with Chen Yufei. And if the conversation between the three is overheard by the one writing the novel, probably all jumping up and down with red eyes. I don't even have 5,000 a month. You have to rely on your readers to support you when you read a novel. You guys are moving tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you still let people live? Chapter 37, The Mysterious Game Producer. Jerking off while chatting was a bit of a treat in this somewhat hot weather. After half an hour, the three of them had gotten much better acquainted with each other, and things had been talked over. So Chen Yufei settled the money for the barbecue while going to the restroom. The three of them, who had already eaten and drank enough, then walked out of the barbecue restaurant, called another car, and returned to the place where they lived. Along the way, as Chen Yufei expected, Joey also received many calls from other game manufacturers one after another. And Joey also followed what Chen Yufei had said and gave a total rejection and did not have any room for maneuver. And, after understanding that Chen Yufei had made $500 million in one day, she followed suit and felt scornful of those domestic manufacturers' tens of millions of dollars of investment. To put it bluntly, these manufacturers are just trying to empty their pockets. It's like getting into the money. In the elevator, Joey also cursed and said, "These game companies are also too disgusting. More than those live broadcast platforms are black. It is true that the world is as black as a crow." Dull little sister nodded as well. They hadn't suffered this kind of loss as game anchors, so for Chen Yufei to reject these manufacturers, it was very agreeable. Anyway, we have the capital now. It's still fast to start a company. We don't need those manufacturers' investment at all, Chen Yufei said with a smile, and in his mind, he was slowly planning the follow-up. Brother Yufei is awesome. No, I should have to call you Mr. Chen now. Ha ha. Nerdy little sister teased with a grin. Don't you put a high hat on him? He won't even know his last name in a while. Right, Mr. Chen. Joey followed suit and joked. Chen Yufei laughed out loud after hearing this, and for the first time, he felt that it was quite interesting to live with Joey Doo's little sister and the girls. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, and after they returned home, Joey was not idle. First, he posted a message on his personal scarf. From today onwards, I'm the spokesperson of Genesis Games. Everyone support Manhwa Crisis 1. Tomorrow, I'll help you connect to the game producer and chat about this game. Don't miss it. This was the task that Chen Yufei had arranged for her to do a live interaction without showing her face. Once the scarf with just this one message was sent out, there was a buzz at the bottom. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is Sister Joe so powerful? This became the spokesperson for Resident Evil 1? It's not just Resident Evil 1. It's the spokesperson for Genesis Games. Sister Joe is taking off. I guess it's Sister Joe's friend who gave the lead. After all, this game was all gotten from her friend. That's something to see. I just want to know what someone who can develop such an awesome game looks like. Ha ha, Thief is looking forward to it, and I'm curious as to what the producer looks like. A scarf from Joey instantly made countless netizens look forward to it. At the same time, it also makes the amusement fish platform are nervous. After all, Joey is still in the amusement fish platform live. This sudden traffic, that is not to earn white. Without even waiting for Joey to contact the platform, the staff of the Amusing Fish platform directly released this teaser in advance on their own homepage screen strip in the form of a banner advertisement. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, the producer of Resident Evil 1 will meet you in Sister Joe's live broadcast room, and we won't see you there. Thanks to the fermentation of the scarf and the efforts of the Amusing Fish platform, the news that Joey was going to link up with the producer of Resident Evil 1 tomorrow night was sort of known to the general public. Soon the time turned to the next day. Early in the morning, Chen Yufei got up, and the first thing he did when he got up was to open the computer and look at the sales of the game first. This smells just like me, a floundering author, who wakes up every day to check my novel's score first. A day and a half into the sale, 10 million sales and about 100 million added to the back-end amount. It seems to have reached a plateau. Chen Yufei looked at the sales records in the background, and it was obviously expected by him. Resident Evil 1 is an unbeatable virtual reality game though, but the horror theme limits its ceiling. So the next day, the sales rate obviously began to decline. And then there will be players who will learn about the game in various ways to download it, but it will not be as fierce as at the beginning of the hearing. Chen Yufei estimated that Resident Evil 1 would already be very good if it could eventually sell 50 million copies. In fact, even Capcom's entire Resident Evil series has only sold 120 million copies. That may sound like a lot, but that's the total sales of dozens of BioShock series. Thanks to the virtual reality version provided by the system, Chen Yufei only conservatively estimated 50 million copies, because the game titles are limited there. The upper limit of players determines the sales of the game. So, for the second game, it's almost time to start planning. And that's the reason why I got up so early today. Have to get the company registered first. Next, unlike the previous open blind box, want to develop any game, the system only provides the source code. The rest of quite a lot of work, such as the original painting creation, plot implantation, game model development and so on work requires a lot of time and energy. Chen Yufei can't do it alone, so the establishment of the company is imminent. Chen Yufei would like to get another handful of blind boxes to save him the trouble, but after half a day of research, he couldn't find a way to get them again. The game's blind box will have to be put aside for now. After hastily eating a breakfast and leaving one for the two girls as well, Chen Yufei went straight out the door. First, I went to a proxy company and paid the proxies to go to the company to register the company. If you were to register on your own, it would take at least a week to go through the process, which is inefficient and cumbersome. The agency is much simpler, usually with a green channel, but the speed of processing can be reduced to less than 3 days, and it costs nothing more than a little bit of money, anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand. This amount of money was now a drop in the bucket for Chen Yufei, so as soon as Chen Yufei came to the agency, he took $20,000 out directly and asked the agency to do it within half a day. This way, when he went to look at the office building later, he would be more efficient and put the company's office in place as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient for him to start recruiting people. As soon as the manager of the agency saw that Chen Yufei was so generous, he knew that he could make another profit today, and patted himself on the back for getting it done by 2 p.m. After dealing with the proxy, Chen Yufei didn't return his head and directly walked into a real estate agency next to him. Chapter 38 Imperial Sky Mansion. In the Magic City, such agencies are almost everywhere. Chen Yufei just walked into the store, and saw several agents are constantly making phone calls. Seeing that someone had come, a pretty girl with a face value of about 80 points walked towards Chen Yufei, and many agencies had 1 or 2 such girls. Hello, are you here to buy a house? The girl came face to face, and realized that the man in front of her was surprisingly handsome. I'm here to rent a room. Chen Yufei shook his head and walked into the store. Renting a room? Just a moment. Upon hearing that it was a rental, the girl's interest weakened quite a bit, but seeing as Chen Yufei was so handsome, she still ran over to receive a cup of water. Yes, is there a nice office building around here? Something grand. Chen Yufei sat in his chair and drank a mouthful of water and said lightly, compared to buying an office building, he had enough money, but there was little need for it, and it wasn't a particularly good location to buy. After all, real estate in the Magic City is claimed to be not the most expensive, only more expensive. A few $100 million won't even buy a high-end office building, so renting is clearly the most cost-effective option at the moment. As soon as she heard that the rental was an office building, the agent girl instantly came back in the spirit and hurriedly recommended it. Yes sir, the resources we have here are the most complete and highest end of all the agencies in all of Mordor. We will never let you down. Is there an office building in the CBD business district? Chen Yufei didn't take it seriously and asked directly. Yes, sir, which building would you like to rent? The rent over there is not cheap. The agency girl rushed back. Money is no problem. Like the Jean Mao Tower, the Universal Tower, the Imperial Sky Tower, whatever. Chen Yufei still did a little homework before he came. And these buildings are very good office buildings. Just this is still random. The agency girl heard Chen Yufei's words some surprise. Just Chen Yufei said that the few office buildings in the magic are ranked. In her opinion, Chen Yufei was unimpressive. Either a rich second generation or just teasing her. However, adhering to the principle that the customer is God, the girl, no matter how skeptical she was, still served Chen Yufei with a smile on her face. Look at this one. 200 square feet. Luxuriously furnished. $60,000 a month. Or this one's not bad either. An office building in the center of the CBD. 350 square feet at $100,000 a month. The girl took out a tablet and introduced it while showing it to Chen Yufei. It all looks good. Just a little small. Chen Yufei looked at the picture. The decoration and everything is quite good. He is afraid that it is too small and not like it. It's an early draft company. But it can't be too small. After all, the Sparrow is small. In addition to the owner's office, there should be at least 4 departments. Planning, assessment, development and promotion. The planning department can be dispensed with as he alone can plan the entire game. But the other 3 departments are a must build. And, if it's appropriate to still need a customer service department, it's impossible to let Joey do everything for you. If you also add a secretarial department, hey, after all, the development of their own game's so tired. Recruit a few secretaries to rub shoulders and legs is not too much. Originally 3 departments have become 5 departments. That makes 200 or 300 square feet. And that's simply not enough. These are too small. Are there any bigger ones? Chen Yufei said with some dissatisfaction. This is still small? The agent girl was also not calm. But seeing that Chen Yufei was so confident, she continued to introduce Chen Yufei to other bigger office buildings. Then only the office building of the Imperial Sky Mansion meets your requirements. You look at 1,000 square feet. Rent 300,000 a month. Are there any bigger ones? Chen Yufei said without batting an eye. Take a look at this one. 35th floor. 500 square feet. 450,000 a month. And this one. 26th floor. 1,350 square feet. Rent $400,000 a month. After looking at it like this for half an hour, Chen Yufei picked and chose, and finally chose an office with the largest area and the most luxurious decoration, which was 2,800 square feet. This is the office. Don't look at the rest. Sir, are you sure you want to rent it? You're not even going to look at it? No more looking. Just pick this set. Chen Yufei smiled and shook his head, because the video he watched, there was no problem, and he was too lazy to make another trip. The intermediary girl took a deep breath. Luckily Chen Yufei finally chose it. If it was going to be bigger, she really didn't have any listings. Now the girl is also sure that Chen Yufei is definitely a rich second generation. Otherwise, so generous. The office that Chen Yufei chose is the best floor of the Datian building in the center of the CBD in Magic City, with a monthly rent of $900,000. That's almost $11 million a year. That's $11 million. Enough to buy a small villa in the suburbs. Agency girl at this time do not know whether to be happy or sad. Happy is this single she can commission a month's rent. That is, 900,000. Deduct the company's cut and you'll get half as well. That one order directly earned her more money than she would have made in most of the year. The sad thing is that such a handsome and rich man is unfortunately not his boyfriend. Next, the girl's side quickly contacted the landlord. As soon as the landlord heard that someone wanted to rent his office building, he agreed without saying a word and came this way. The truth is that his office building is too large. Coupled with luxurious decoration, large enterprises think it is too small, and small companies cannot afford to rent. Empty for almost half a year. The loan itself was quite stressful, and as soon as I heard someone wanted to rent it, I headed this way without saying a word. An hour later, after signing the contract with the landlord, Chen Yufei directly transferred a year's rent to the landlord, which made the landlord call out that Chen Yufei was young and talented, and that he was really generous. Chen Yufei smiled and didn't say anything. He was simply too troublesome, so it was more comfortable to simply get it done at once. The office was rented. The rental contract was sent to the agency, and the registration is almost down there. At this time, Chen Yufei also breathed a sigh of relief. After spending almost half a day's effort, he had finally gotten things more or less right. Leave the recruiting to the headhunters next. There was no need to do everything himself, and to be honest he found it quite a hassle. Walking out of the agency, Chen Yufei glanced at the time, and it was almost time for lunch. I don't know if Joey and dumb little sister are up yet. Just thinking of these two girls, Chen Yufei's cell phone rang, and once it looked like a call alert, the word Joey was displayed. Chapter 39, Pain and Happiness. Chen Yufei, when are you coming back? This is starving. Just after connecting the phone, Chen Yufei heard Zhou Yi's complaining voice. Don't y'all know how to order a takeout? Chen Yufei asked in a good-natured and amused manner. All such a big person, eating still need to be worried about people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't know what time you'd be back and wanted to wait for you to eat together. As soon as she heard Chen Yufei's words, Zhou Yi was furious. Okay, you two come over to my place and I'll take you to eat. Chen Yufei hung up the phone after saying that, and then sent a location to Zhou Yi. Chen Yufei wasn't too far from where he lived at this time, and it was only a 10-minute effort for the two of them to come over. As soon as Zhou Yi heard that she could dabble in another meal for nothing, she pulled dull little sister and rushed over to the place she had located. Not long after, Chen Yufei saw the two women waving towards him on the side of the road. I didn't expect to be so punctual today, and I'm surprised I didn't procrastinate. This was a bit surprising to Chen Yufei. It seems that you two are really hungry, or you wouldn't have come over so quickly. Chen Yufei flirted. That's for sure. We got up early this morning and breakfast this would have been uneaten, Zhou Yi said with an offended look. Let's go then. Just as well I'm hungry. Chen Yufei had called ahead and the car had already arrived. Chen Yufei also did not talk to them more, greeted and entered the car. The two women followed, also have been seated in the back row. However, the driver wasn't driving slowly, but it took a full hour to get there. The three of them stepped out of the car. Zhou Yi and dull little sister were already hungry in the front and back. Chen Yufei, for a meal. Do you have to run so far? This is all the way to the center of the CBD, Zhou Yi said breathlessly. Yes, brother Yufei. What is this taking us to eat? Dull little sister was also starving and couldn't help but ask. Chen Yufei pointed to a restaurant not far away, and the two women followed the assured look Chen Yufei pointed to. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. Nerdy little sister didn't get it, but Zhou Yike, who grew up in the Magic City, got it. Holy, it's actually UV. Chen Yufei, you're also too generous. This one is super hard to book, eh? Zhou Yi directly exclaimed in shock. She did not expect Chen Yufei to bring them here to eat this. What UV? Zhou Yi, don't sell yourself short. Dull little sister asked with a confused look on her face. She really didn't get it. How to tell you? 3-star Michelin Western restaurant. Super hard to book the kind. You just follow the food on the line. Zhou Yi, where she had the strength to explain so much, but she knew that the restaurant was super delicious. Chen Yufei smiled. This store was indeed difficult to book, and he had paid for a place from the internet. The three walked into the UV restaurant and ordered their meals. Zhou Yi just couldn't wait to ask. Honestly, what is your purpose in treating us to such an expensive restaurant? What purpose can there be? It wasn't you who clamored for Western food yesterday, so here it is. Chen Yufei didn't have the good sense to say. Once she heard that Chen Yufei was actually because of herself, Zhou Yi's expression froze a little. It's a lie, isn't it? Is it really because of yourself? When did this guy become so generous? Well then, it's always okay if I thank you, Zhou Yi said with some shame. That's more like it. Actually, I simply wanted to celebrate the establishment of Genesis Game Studio today, Chen Yufei said casually as he picked up the wine glass in his hand. Humph, I knew it. You must not be so kind. Zhou Yi knew that she had been tricked, and with her teeth itching with anger, she also raised her wine glass. Congratulations to Genesis Game Studios. Nerdy little sister raised her glass in her hand as well. Cheers! Cheers! The three of them raised their glasses and clinked them, each taking a sip, and a faint layer of redness soon appeared on Zhou Yi and dull little sister's faces. After mingling, the three of them enjoyed a sumptuous meal. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction lingered in the hearts of the three. After dinner, Chen Yufei also happened to bring the two women to take a look at the company they would be working for in the future. On the 38th floor of the CBD Center Empire Sky Building, when the two women followed Chen Yufei into the office, both women were shocked by the luxurious decoration and the huge space in front of them. Chen Yufei also nodded in satisfaction. The environment here was indeed very good. It's really grand. I feel like it's capable of working with 200 people. Is this the office building in the center of the CBD of Magic City? Brother Yufei is awesome. Chen Yufei, I've wanted to move here from your little Thai rented room, and now look, the place you live in is too small. I also think, in that comparison, we might as well move here. The two women were chattering away, both of them very satisfied with such an office environment. Chen Yufei took a look at his luxurious office of over 200 square feet and walked out with satisfaction and said, well then, after you've seen the place, come with me to see the house. Chen Yufei heard the two women's conversation, looked at the 2,800 square feet of the office, and then compared to now live in 90 square feet of small 3 rooms. Indeed a world of difference. And the place where I lived before was a bit far from the center of CBD, and it was even more congested in the morning and evening rush hours. When he thought of this, Chen Yufei waved his hand and just bought a house. Next, Chen Yufei took Zhou Yi and dull little sister to a nearby villa area to look at properties. in less than 2 hours. A luxury villa with a good location, covering an area of more than 500 square meters and 3 stories high was chosen. Lawns, underground garages, central swimming pools, micro-landscaped gardens, goldfish viewing ponds and other buildings are available. And these are nothing more than attached spaces that don't take up interior space. Not to mention the interior, which is lavishly decorated with all imported furniture, a gym, lounge, and gaming room. It's a 10-minute drive from here to the office. Of course the price was also very high, and it cost Chen Yufei $150 million. If he hadn't made some money from the game, he wouldn't have been able to spend it like that. The rest of the time, Chen Yufei did not idle. Directly went to the Mercedes-Benz 4 store to mention a 10 million Maybach S680. Although you can buy a sports car, but it is not necessary. 2 seats plus the congested road conditions in the Magic City. It is better to buy a luxury car than comfortable. Finally, the movers were called in to move all 3 people's belongings to the villa. Chen Yufei looked at his wallet with some meat pain. Just this one day today, $170 million just spent out. He also really realized what it meant to spend money like water. Chapter 40 Connecting Players. The good thing is that this money is not spent in vain. Luxury villas, high-class office buildings, the enjoyment is still their own. Chen Yufei lazily lay on the soft bed in the bedroom. Don't say. It's kinda comfy. Stretch and stretch. Not bad for an import. This would probably be a blast to vibrate on. However, Chen Yufei thought just that. It wasn't time to enjoy himself yet. There was still a lot of things that were waiting for him to do. Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and Joey was sitting in front of her computer. Unlike her previous live broadcasts, she was wearing a formal suit today, and looked like she had the style of an elite working woman. It wasn't that Chen Yufei had asked for it, but that she wanted to do it herself. After all, Chen Yufei brought her to live in such a good villa, and now that the company is also initially established, how can it be more formal? Although Chen Yufei lives in the same house as himself, the netizens don't know this, so it's better to make the surface look like it. First, she clicked on the backstage of her amusing fish live broadcast, and then Joey was shocked to find that the number of people in her live room was 300,000 people. This is not even on the air yet. It showed that the hundreds of thousands of players were waiting in the broadcast room early. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more overwhelming. Where are the people? Where are the people? When is Sister Joe going to start? I want to see the producer. Come on. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. What is Sister Joe doing? Hurry up and start. Is it so explosive? There are so many people here just after the broadcast. Joey was shocked. Naturally, she was well aware that the audience wasn't coming for her. Instead, it was directed at Chen Yufei, who was behind the curtain. Let's just say that Resident Evil 1 is just too hot right now. She didn't open the live broadcast first, but first adjusted the microphone and said into the microphone, Hey, Chen Yufei, can you hear me? A specially synthesized voice came over the microphone. It's okay, I can hear it, the sound quality is fine, so disconnect and go ahead and turn it on. Even though Chen Yufei was staying in the room next to Joey, the appearance still had to be put on. No problem, Joey answered, and after disconnecting the connection, she directly opened the live broadcast. It's on, it's okay, it's finally on. Not bad for you to be on time. Sister Chow, where's the producer? Yeah, dog author. No, I mean where's the producer? Sister Joe, can you give way and let us see the dog author? With the opening of Joey's live broadcast, countless pop-ups spewed out in the first hour, and countless netizens clamored to see what the producer of Resident Evil 1 looked like. Take it easy, everyone. Joey hurriedly opened her mouth. She had done game tournament commentary before and was considered someone who had seen a big scene. So Joey wasn't intimidated by such a large and enthusiastic audience and even spat out a sentence. I say, who did you all learn from? Can you not speak so excessively? People are at least a game producer. Why to your mouth becomes a dog author? It would be fine if this was about someone else. But these netizens were talking about Chen Yufei, and she somehow didn't sound very comfortable. However, the live streamers were quick to dislike it. That's naturally what I learned from you. Sister Joe, you can't have forgotten, can you, that when you first started playing Resident Evil 1, you cursed the dog author in the game I don't know how many times. Ha, the real deal. You're the one who said it. Joe. She did forget about this. When she first played it she was terrified and didn't know that it was a game made by Chen Yufei, so she cursed and said a lot of bad things about him. So there's really nothing wrong with what the internet is saying. The words were indeed the first to come out of his own mouth, but I didn't know that at the time. This wave of cursing is a blood loss. Chen Yufei shouldn't be angry with himself, right? Joey thought with some embarrassment. In fact, Chen Yufei wasn't angry. If it wasn't for the effect of that live broadcast by Joey, his game wouldn't have fermented so quickly and rushed to the top of the sales chart. Of course, the players shouted after Joey with a mouthful of dog authors. But it's not meant to be a curse. Instead it's a flirtatious term of endearment that surrogates gamers' love for the game Resident Evil 1. Hey, you guys say it is what it is. Joey, who was also disliked by netizens, continued. But I went through a lot of trouble to contact the producer this time, so make sure you guys swipe some gifts for me later. Joey also lied without blushing, and shamelessly begged for a wave of gifts. And the water friends are also very cooperative. When the anchor does not want gifts, then still be an anchor for what? So as soon as Joey's words fell, a large wave of gifts were swiped in the live broadcast. Wow. It's okay, you guys don't have to brush so much. Seeing the water friends frantically brushing their gifts, Joey was a little embarrassed. How it felt as if she was cheating money. Then I'm connecting to the producer now. Joey didn't delay any longer and directly opened the voice connection. Chen Yufei was also sitting right in front of the computer ready to go, and soon connected to the voice link. Hey, hello producer. Joey gave a decent greeting. Hello, big anchor Joey. Chen Yufei responded in kind and then greeted the netizens again. Hello live audience. Is this producer surprisingly faceless? And it's still using sound card software, which is clearly not my voice. No way. So mysterious. I was hoping to see the face. Looks like this producer doesn't want to show his face. Although it was just a greeting, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't stop talking about it. The producer of this game looks a little shy. Chapter 41, the producer appears to reveal the secret. Producer. The viewers of my livestream are tweeting about you not showing up and your voice not sounding like yourself. Joey looked at the pop-up screen and teased. Hey, I can't help it. If I don't cover up more tightly, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up when I'm recognized by players walking down the street in the future. Chen Yufei replied with the same smile. Ha ha ha, this is the producer no doubt. There is indeed that risk. Who told you to make the game so scary and scare us? For scaring players like that, a beating would be light. The audience couldn't stop laughing. The game producer was kinda funny and they liked it. May I ask what the producer calls you? Joey asked again, starting to perform a double act with Chen Yufei. Just call me Fei. Chen Yufei didn't give his name directly. He just gave a nickname so that others wouldn't know who he was. So viewers, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Fei? If you do, ask them on the air, and I can choose some questions to ask Fei from among them. Joey immediately asked to the general audience. The audience was also enthusiastic, and with a swipe, a whole bunch of questions popped up. Joey also started to pick questions inside the audience's questions, because Chen Yufei had reminded her before that something involving the privacy of the studio would not be an option. For example, if you ask for specific information about Genesis Game Studio and directly ignore it, it is very likely that this kind of is a water army sent by other network companies to try to set information. Then may I ask Brother Fei, is your Genesis Game Studio team all from the Dragon Kingdom? Joey took the lead in picking out the first question. That's right, all of our team members are from the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yufei was also quick to give an answer. And I can confidently tell players that we as a team are definitely at the top of the game industry. The purpose of our team is actually very simple. That is, to tell players all over the world that we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, are also able to make games that are truly fun for the world to play. Chen Yufei's words made the netizens in the live broadcasting room listen with a sense of approval, simply speaking to their hearts. After all, Dragon's gaming prowess, as we all know, has always been at the bottom of the contempt chain. Whether it's fun or not doesn't matter, but its money-grubbing mouth is globally recognized as an embarrassment. There are simply no 3A games of their own. Can't really think of anything creative to come out of this other than skin swapping and plagiarizing. This is the same as soccer in the Dragon Kingdom, which is in a very awkward position. For now, though, it's better than soccer. At least Genesis Game Studio, this wave has earned face for countless Dragon players. Okay, let's move on to the second question. Is Resident Evil 1 really passable? Joey continued to ask. This is an issue of great concern to the majority of players, because so far, no player has ever beaten the level. It's not even known what the final boss is, even before the game's plot is finished. Of course it's passable. Don't worry, any game produced by Genesis Game Studio is a game made with the player's playability, fun, and experience in mind. Chen Yufei said with great certainty this time. It's just that, probably because the game is made so realistically. Even though there are now 15 million downloads of the game, there isn't a single player in the world who has cleared the game yet, so people don't know the ending of the game. Hiss. It's only been 2 days. My goodness. Over 10 million copies? This is too horrible. 15 million players, and no one has cleared the level yet. It's your fault. Who told you to make the game look like the real thing? It's so damn scary. Indeed. It's such a horrible game. There aren't many who can pass it, I guess. A crowd of netizens were first surprised by the number of downloads of the game, and then trolled. Looking at the netizens complaining madly about the horror of Resident Evil 1, Chen Yufei felt that it was necessary for him to comfort these players. Tell you what, since everyone wants to know how to pass the level, when the questions are answered, I'll make an installment of the guide for you today, so that's always fine. When these words came out, the entire audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk? The producer is going to give us the rundown himself? That's a good feeling, Brother Fei. As long as you dare to play, I dare to reward you. Can. Finally, no need to search hard for cheats. The official is finally going to make a move. Producer, have you played this game yet? Don't be intimidated. Can't be. He made his own game and he's still intimidated. I'm already looking forward to it. There's so much more to this game that I don't know about the plot. The netizens have started to look forward to it. Joey and the host also froze. This is not in the script arrangement. Chen Yufei actually want to personally give players to do the strategy. Will it work or not? Joey thought with some concern. But on second thought, why should I worry about him? I'll secretly watch him live later and see his ugly face too. So next, the third question. Thinking of this, the corners of Joey's mouth rose slightly, and her tone became a few points more cheerful. Next, netizens threw out a bunch of questions, and Chen Yufei patiently answered them one by one for the players. This live link-up kind of answered most of the players' questions. It also gives players some knowledge of Genesis Gaming, a mysterious game company, just trying to get players to play a good game. This is the most intuitive experience of the audience of tonight's live broadcast, making the wave of players directly become a loyal fan of Genesis Gaming. In the future, they will support and respond to any game produced by Genesis Games. This is the first step that Chen Yufei did after founding the company, building his player base. When the questions were all answered, the enthusiasm of the players became even higher at this point, because Chen Yufei had already opened the game interface at this time. The intention is to show all players the cheats to pass the level. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Passing Gift. Chen Yufei entered into the game. He played the male protagonist Chris, and what came into his eyes was the hall of the foreign house. For this game, although it was opened in a blind box, Chen Yufei had long since passed it many times in his previous life. Since it's a virtual reality remake, it's different from the previous PC game, but the idea of getting through it is actually the same. Because there is an experience value set for killing monsters in this game, the vast majority of walkers must be killed, which will result in an outrageous lack of bullets by the end of the game. If you want to pass the level, not only do you have to be able to shoot a gun to the head, but you must have the ability to hunt a single zombie by relying on a dagger without injury. Even to the middle and late stages, the ability to fight head-on to kill the hunter-killers is required. Therefore, Chen Yufei, who had familiarized himself with the operation, did not rush to the corner of the corridor. Instead, he pulled out the dagger in his hand and practiced swinging it to get used to the game first. After almost 5 minutes, Chen Yufei had also adjusted more or less, and only then did he start the official plot, only to see Chen Yufei take up the task, cat-like, like a hunting leopard, quietly approaching the corner of the corridor. As soon as he walked around the corner, when Brother Smiley hadn't even turned his head over, Chen Yufei suddenly stormed up, and the dagger in his hand viciously stabbed away from the zombie's temple. However, the zombie didn't die outright. Chen Yufei pinched the dagger and forcefully stirred it in the zombie's brain. Everyone saw that the zombie twitched and fell straight to the ground. This scene, on the other hand, deeply shocked all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast. Hey, should we be so outrageous that a dagger knifed Brother Ishao? Asterisk 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 asterisk, why didn't I think of that? But you can also kill zombies with a dagger. I remember. I did see an anchor try to use a dagger, and when Brother One Smile didn't kill it and get himself, I thought that was a death-defying maneuver. The sight of a zombie is terrifying. Where would you dare to get so close to kill a zombie with a dagger? This is the kind of operation a human being can come up with? Asterisk 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 asterisk, and Laborer almost got hung up with a gun. More and more. I'm thinking that this game is just too real. The in-game Chen Yufei did not speak as he wiped off the blood on his dagger and continued to explore the ocean hall. Next, wherever Chen Yufei went, as long as there was a zombie infestation, it would basically be killed by Chen Yufei with a single slash. Doing so is not only a test of courage, but also a great test of the player's energy and stamina. Soon, the monsters on the first floor of the ocean pavilion were cleared out by Chen Yufei, and the speed was no slower than using a gun. Having gotten the map of the second floor, Chen Yufei also continued to the second floor of the foreign pavilion. It's slightly more difficult here when you run into a zombie dog, but Chen Yufei knew the zombie dog's weakness, and while the zombie dog was rushing over, he made a sliding shovel, and the dagger in his hand slammed upwards, directly slashing the zombie dog's stomach open. This left the zombie dog essentially incapable of fighting, and proceeded to get its head blown off by a single stab. In fact, this was only one kind of monster-killing thought. and there were all sorts of other tawdry maneuvers in his previous life, so he wouldn't cite them all. After dealing with the zombie dogs, Chin Yufei searched all the way to the second floor to get a map of the third floor and the dormitory area. Straight away, you clear the area on the third floor again and get a map of the underground institute and a map of the atrium. At this point, 80% of the entire game area had been unlocked by Chin Yufei. In fact, having made it this far, Chen Yufei could no longer continue the game. The game's plot experience is greatly diminished if you dramatize it too early, but the idea of passing the level is already clear. Players just need to continue to explore in the direction given by Chin Yufei. They will definitely be able to meet the final boss tyrant. That's all for today's demo. I'll be putting today's live video in the game's official cheats section for those who want to get through it to continue their research. Chen Yufei said and exited the game. Bullpucky, I'm really thinking on this wave. Tough dog author. I was just scared and terrified when you were playing. I was so afraid you'd get bitten by a walker. The timid me read it and stated that I wouldn't be able to pass the level even if I was given the entire guide. This is too much of a show. The whole time a dagger took care of the 3 floors of the foreign pavilion area. I could hardly see my scalp go numb. The producers are awesome. I feel like a lot of people are going to be able to get through this game tomorrow. The audience in the live broadcast room gave a rainbow fart, making Chen Yufei a little embarrassed. In fact, he's been kind of lazy, with many of the puzzles pressed into service for the players to solve, in a sort of violent way of getting through the game. But even that gives players a lot of ideas for getting through the game. Well, that's it for today. Chen Yufei felt that the time was almost up. He still had to maintain the mystery. It was not good to talk too much. Anyway, work hard everyone. I hope to see everyone pass the level. The first 50 players to pass the level will receive a mysterious gift from Genesis Game Studio. Chen Yufei left the audience in suspense at the end and decisively disconnected the connection. Hey, don't. Are you leaving? I'd like to see it again. Unfortunately. What mystery gift? Dog author, can you say it clearly before you go? I have to hurry up and get through it. I don't know what kind of gift it is, but it feels awesome. It feels like we're going to send everyone on a treasure hunt. Damn, that makes me want to play it right now. So without further ado, turn on Resident Evil 1 and continue to liver zombies. Chen Yufei entire live link is also about an hour, but it is such a short time, but again mobilized the enthusiasm of the majority of players. For the mysterious gift that Chen Yufei said, countless players have once again challenged Resident Evil 1. Chapter 43, The Legendary Shaking M. C. Fungus was a mediocre granny master on B Station. He had been a op master for several years and had several million followers. Originally, he had always played horror games, but in the past 2 years, he increasingly felt that the quality of domestic and foreign horror games was really sparse, and his fan base is slowly starting to dwindle and the circle is getting harder and harder to navigate. But the crossover of Resident Evil 1 was like a ray of light to his slumping career. He felt his chance had come, because he's a person who was born a little different from normal people's personalities. He enjoyed the excitement of the game very much. That's why he has a penchant for the horror thriller genre. And while he does get scared, inside he's more exhilarated, elated, hate to admit it, but there's no doubt, he is the legendary Jitterbug. So the day Resident Evil 1 hit the shelves, C. Fungus was the first to play it. Then he realized that the game was really up his and his alley. Wariness and excitement, his favorite feeling. Although Resident Evil 1 is bursting at the seams right now, the B-side about the game is all about what's challenging to try out Resident Evil 1. How to unlock Resident Evil 1 gameplay eggs, all the major anchors swimming in the Resident Evil 1's high-energy famous scenes and other clips. And yet not a single up owner has made a video of passing Resident Evil 1, because none of them dared. In that case, he'll do what those up owners don't dare to do. As it happens, he came to see the live broadcast of Zhou Yi's connecting producer this evening. Chen Yufei's thoughts on clearing the level had simply opened up his Rendu Jie, and his mind had even conceptualized the next steps to clear the level. The producer's last words were something he had memorized. The first 50 players to clear the level will have a chance to win a mysterious gift from Genesis Game Studio. Top 50. I'll take this spot. Whatever the mystery gift is, it's a major point in the turnaround of my career. With this determination, as soon as Zhou Yi's live broadcast ended, C. Fungus went all in on Resident Evil 1, playing it constantly. He had already prepared his heart. Even if he didn't sleep for the next few days, he was going to pass this game the first time. The time soon came to the next day. Chen Yufei, who still woke up early, habitually opened the background page of the ST game platform. Today is the third day of the game's release and the game has sold 18 million copies, which is another drop from the previous day's sales. These were all things Chen Yufei expected, but he wasn't mainly there to look at the sales figures today. Instead, he opened the game's homepage to take a look at the number of passers. So far, the number of passes is still 0, although the general idea of the passes was given to the webmaster yesterday. Still, knife stabbing a walker takes a lot of skill and practice to master, not to mention the hunters and tyrants later on, which can't be cleared with just the dagger. Chen Yufei shut down the computer. In order to arrange for the mysterious gift promised to the players last night to be in place earlier, he also had to take care of the studio's personnel issues today. The wild Maybach let out a beastly roar and drove all the way to the Imperial Sky Mansion, attracting many sideways glances from passers-by. Although it is not uncommon to see such a luxury car in the Magic City, it will still make many people look envious. Chen Yufei feel the value of 10 million luxury car comfortable interior. Inner also cannot stop sighing. A few days ago, he can only be so sour on the road. Right to see other people driving a luxury car envy. A quick trip, Chen Yufei parked the car and went straight up to the 38th floor. Just stepping out of the elevator, the headhunter's manager had been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Chen, the personnel are almost found according to your needs. The manager is a middle-aged woman with short, dry hair who is very efficient. Well, then hurry up and schedule an interview, Chen Yufei said indifferently. Yes, arrange it right away. The manageress replied very ably. The two were seated in the interview room. The manageress made a few phone calls, and before long, a number of interviewees came outside one after another. Soon, the corridor outside the interview room was filled with whispering discussions. Chen Yufei glanced towards the outside, fearing that there were no less than 30 to 40 people. And that's just a small number. There are at least 200 people invited to interview today, the manageress said with a bitter smile on her face. You're really good at doing things efficiently, so there's no need to interview them one by one. Just come in batches of 5 and pick them on merit. Chen Yufei nodded. He also did not expect the headhunter to be so fast. Moreover, his requirements were not very low. Candidates coming in for interviews should have a minimum of a 985 or 211 degree and relevant experience in independently developing games. It's not that Chen Yufei doesn't want to recruit students who graduated from ordinary universities. That would be too many people and too inefficient for him to build a team quickly. So, let's take a group of Sharpies and put the framework of the company in place first. Soon the manager of the headhunter was scheduled and the interviews began. The first interview was with the development department, because this department is the most important to Chen Yufei right now, and it is also the one that is most short of people. Original artists, modelers, programmers, engineers, and other important positions are essential to develop the next one game. As the interview began, soon, Chen Yufei found that this headhunter is worthy of professionalism. In addition to 211 and 985, in the middle of a number of Qing University, Peking University of high talent graduates, including overseas students are not a few. Of course, except for the academic qualifications, Chen Yufei is actually more important to the personnel's individual ability to manpower. After some professional questioning, Chen Yufei quickly locked in a few good seedlings. 1 modeler and 1 programmer at YU, 2 modelers and 1 engineers at BYU. All are graduates with strong professional skills and a lot of work experience. On the original artist side, a female international student and 3 original artists who graduated from major art schools. And these original artists, the weakest one, have won the National Bronze Award for Original Design. Time turned from morning to afternoon, and it took almost more than 8 hours for Chen Yufei to finalize the candidates for the 4 departments. Ministry of Development, 1 minister and 12 positions in various categories. Customer Service Department, 5 positions in various categories. Evaluation Department, 1 head of evaluation, 5 evaluators. Promotion Department, 1 minister and 6 positions in various categories. A total of 181 applicants were interviewed and 31 were eventually passed. A pass rate of only 1 in 6. It's kind of the best of the best. These people will be the first class of Genesis Studios, the cornerstone of the company before it grows into a towering tree. Look at all the dust settled. Chen Yufei this only stretched a lazy waist to move the body. Today can put him tired enough. Almost done. Finally, with the interview, after Chen Yufei finished speaking, he wanted to leave. Wait, Mr. Chen, it's not over yet, the headhunter's female manager shouted in a hurry. She was also tired, but she hadn't earned much commission today, so she was in pretty good shape. Why are there still? Aren't all 4 departments done hiring? Chen Yufei asked with a bit of impatience. No, Mr. Chen, you've forgotten that there's another department you haven't looked at yet, which you specifically instructed me to do yesterday. The female manager saw Chen Yufan getting a bit angry and scowled. Where else? Why don't I remember? Chen Yufan pondered for a while. There were just too many people interviewing today. His mind was a bit spinning right now. The secretarial department. Or your key account. The secretarial department? And there's this. How could I have forgotten? Chen Yufei lined up his head and thought about it. There was indeed such a thing. Chapter 44. We're in serious company. About a couple people. And I'm in a hurry for dinner. Chen Yufei frowned and asked, because there were too many interviews today. He hadn't eaten much at lunch and was now famished. Just one, the manageress said with some embarrassment. It's just one person, so hurry up and arrange to come in for an interview. Chen Yufei saw this and sat down again. Interviewing a person does not take much time. Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, although this is the only one, but I assure you that the girl will definitely satisfy you. The manageress said with a smile. That looked like a pimp. It feels like a whole lot like that. Chen Yufei didn't talk and quietly waited for the interviewer. It didn't take long for the sound of hurried footsteps to come through the door. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Sorry. Soon, the door to the interview room was pushed open, and a voice as pleasant as a lark came in. This girl has a nice voice. Chen Yufei could not help but follow the source of the sound with interest. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of long white legs. Sheep fat like slender thighs stood straight in the doorway. Looking at Chen Yufei also couldn't help but have his pupils quake a bit. The long black hair was simply tied into a ponytail behind her, and under a white sun hat was a beautiful bright face. Chen Yufei couldn't help but let his eyes light up. This girl has quite a face, although the face is not powdered, but the skin is like solid fat, bright eyes and teeth, especially a pair of eyes, smiling like a round of bright curved moon, seemingly to Chen Yufei's gaze. The ponytailed girl's gaze also met Chen Yufei's. The beautiful eyes were like waves, flooded with a pool of autumn water. Seemingly a little shy from Chen Yufei's gaze, the ponytailed girl's face brushed with a hint of redness. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? Yes, I am. Chen Yufei clenched his fist and coughed, swearing that he definitely did not intentionally try to peek just now. Appreciate it, simply just appreciate it. However, there was one thing to say. This girl's face value was in no way inferior to that of Zhou Yi and dull little sister, and with a very well-proportioned body, she did look pleasing to the eye. Briefly introduce yourself. Chen Yufei quickly regained his composure and said, My name is Mina, and I graduated from secretarial school in Stick Country. Mina met Chen Yufei's gaze and said, she didn't expect that the boss who interviewed her was so young and handsome. You're from the Stick Country? Speak Chinese so well. No, I'm from Rokoku, back from studying abroad. How many languages do you know? Currently fluent in 8 languages including German, French, Bang, Island, and English. So what do you know? Chen Yufei quickly entered the question and answer mode. The two asked questions and answered them, and slowly, Chen Yufei realized that this girl, in addition to being a little shy, was very good at professionalism, barely knowing 8 languages not to mention conversation down the line. Mina was a whole lot more organized and planned out than the average person. Not bad for a secretarial graduate. I didn't realize there were schools like this in the land of Stick. Chen Yufei nodded with satisfaction. For this girl, he felt quite satisfied. Miss Mina, state your terms. Chen Yufei thought for a moment and said, You mean I passed? Mina asked, covering her red lips in a bit of incredulity. She has interviewed with several companies and either they had bad ideas about her and she turned them down, or because she didn't have the work experience to meet her expectations. I didn't expect the handsome man in front of her to let her pass the interview with just a few questions. Can I ask? There won't be any special requirements? Mina bared her nice silver teeth. It was a little hard to say, but she had to ask. Of course not. We're a regular company. You just need to do your job. Chen Yufei couldn't help but laugh. Did he have the word bad guy written on his face? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. It's really because I've stumbled upon this kind of thing too often. Mina also knew that she was misunderstanding Chen Yufei, and hurriedly waved her hand to explain, then said timidly, for the salary piece, would 6,000 do? 6,000? Chen Yufei sipped the tea in his hand and almost didn't spray it out. Are all girls so honest nowadays? Just $6,000 in Mordor. It's simply not enough to spend, is it? Still thinking that it was because she had said the price was high that Chen Yufei showed that expression. Mina struggled internally for a moment and continued, 5,000. 5,000 is my bottom line. And then I have a small request, preferably with food and lodging. Mina said with her head down, her voice getting lower the further she spoke, and in reality she had no idea what was going on in her mind. After all, she was a recent graduate, and in Magic City, the average internship salary was only 3 or 4,000. Asking for a $5,000 salary yourself, with food and lodging included, seemed a bit too much to ask, but if the paycheck is too low, there's no way to pay back that money. The reason why Mina has this request is because the family has borrowed all the money from friends to study abroad for the past 3 years. Now that her family has been unable to make ends meet, she must make monthly calls home to pay off this tuition. So a $5,000 salary is the minimum for her. Thinking of this, Mina hesitated for a moment before revealing her reasons. After Chen Yufei heard about Mina, he also understood the cause and effect. No wonder this girl wanted to pack her food. Emotions are about paying back tuition owed. Chen Yufei pondered for a while. In fact, he felt that it was nothing. After all, Mina's ability perfectly matched his requirements, and it's not a lot to ask for. One could even say it's very low. You do this, the salary I give you to open 8,000. Things do well and performance bonuses, food and housing problems, I also give you to solve. Chen Yufei said with a big wave of his hand. Chen Yufei's words fell. Mina stared at her beautiful eyes a little unbelievable. She completely did not expect Chen Yufei gave her such a good condition. What? Too little? It's not enough and I can add more for you, Chen Yufei said with a raised eyebrow. No, it's that I feel quite a lot, Mina explained with a somewhat flustered wave of her hand. It's settled. We start tomorrow. Chen Yufei didn't nag with Mina and decided directly. At this point, all the personnel of the Genesis game studio had finally been recruited. Tomorrow, it's time to work on the new game. Chapter 45, 3 Women in 1. Requesting for votes. Half an hour later, Chen Yufei pushed open the door of the villa, with Mina following closely behind. After seeing such a luxurious decoration, Mina covered her mouth and wanted to cry. I didn't realize that when Chen Yufei said he helped her with food and lodging, he turned out to have taken her back to the villa where he lived. She didn't even know how to thank Chen Yufei for this. Such a boss was too good to be true. Mina inwardly resolved to assist Chen Yufei and do her job as a secretary. As a matter of fact, Chen Yufei didn't even think about that much. Anyway, the house is so big, and Zhou Yi and Dull little sister are also living there. One more person is not too much. Besides, it would be too much trouble for him to go and rent an apartment for Mina, so it would be convenient to simply bring it back and live there. But Chen Yufei didn't know that he would soon regret this decision. Chen Yufei led Mina up the stairs and made a shushing gesture. He didn't want to startle Zhou Yi and the girls, avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But how does it always feel like it has a sneaky flavor? The two had just walked up to the 3rd floor when they heard voices coming from Zhou Yi's room. Why isn't Chen Yufei back yet? I'll go out and take a look. As the words fell, Zhou Yi was seen pushing open the door to her room and walking out. It was so nice to bump into Chen Yufei and Mina who had sneaked upstairs. And for a moment, all three froze. Asterisk. Chen Yufei. Zhou Yi let out a strangled cry, directly leading to the room. The dorky little sister also inquired and walked out. What's going on? Dull little sister stepped out and asked. And upon seeing the trio, Dull little sister froze as well. A gasp followed. Brother Yufei, you're actually stealing. Chen Yufei could not have thought of such a coincidence. Just wanted to explain. Zhou Yi took off her shoes and threw them towards Chen Yufei. Throw thunder mother. The shoe was unbiased, hitting Chen Yufei's face, and a stream of crimson blood slowly flowed down from Chen Yufei's nose. Mr. Chen, are you alright? You guys have misunderstood. Mina, who was beside her, hurriedly supported Chen Yufei and said, then took out the tissues she carried with her to stop the bleeding for Chen Yufei first. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yi's room. Ha, so that's how it is, sis, you can stay here, you'll have my sister here to cover you. Zhou Yi laughed out loud and patted Mina's shoulder, and those who didn't know, thought they were extremely affectionate sisters. Right, sis, you can stay here at ease. Zhou Yi and I will definitely protect you and won't let brother Yufei mess around. Dull little sister also patted her chest in reassurance. Really? Then I'm welcome to stay. Seeing that the two women were so enthusiastic and feeling much more comfortable at this point, Mina responded, ha, don't worry about staying, it's fine, there's enough room. Yeah, it's huge. 2 more bedrooms on the 3rd floor and 4 or 5 on the 2nd. Aha, then I'm welcome. Thank you 2 sisters. 3 people you a word and I a word. Familiar like years of friends, chatting. I say, can you guys ask my permission? It's my house, Chen Yufei said with great displeasure, and while saying so, he also pinched his nose to feel if there was any nosebleed. Only then did the 3 women react to the fact that there was someone else sitting on the sidelines, only to see that Chen Yufei's nose was stuffed with toilet paper, and there was the slightest hint of bright red color at the end. It looks like there's enough to go around. Who told you to sneak back with someone like that without notice? Zhou Yi covered her stomach and laughed. Seeing Chen Yufei make such a fool of himself, she felt indescribably happy. When Mina and Dull little sister saw Chen Yufei's expression, they laughed along with him. Ha, Yufei brother looks pretty bad. Sister Zhou is so powerful, hitting Mr. Chen's nose in one go. Giggle. I can't, my stomach hurts, let me slow down. The 3 women laughed and fluttered, and the noise made Chen Yufei's ears raw. He was feeling very regretful now, and bringing Mina home to stay appeared to have been a bad decision. Originally, there were only 2 women, Zhou Yi and Dull little sister, and he still felt nothing. Now there's one more person. Instead of making the house as noisy as a food market, it's true to the old saying that 3 women make a drama. Chen Yufei was somewhat speechless as he looked at the 3 women who were mingling. Chen Yufei shook his head and returned to his room. He just wanted peace and quiet now. At the same time, As the video of Chen Yufei's live pass teaching continues to spread, players around the globe, who had learned a lot of ideas from Chen Yufei's video, were constantly striking the top 50 on the clearance list for that mysterious gift. C. Fungus is one of the vast number of people who want to pass. From the end of last night's live broadcast until now, he basically didn't take much rest, and worked tirelessly on delivering Resident Evil 1. During this time, his spirit constantly switched back and forth between fear and exuberance. After being bitten to death by various biochemical monsters for I don't know how many times, and experiencing various sensations such as unprecedented excitement and acidity, C. Fungus really did it. Surprisingly, he managed to make it to the final level and saw the ultimate boss tyrant. This 4-meter-tall virus-infected body stood like a small mountain in front of him, his body coiled with muscles, full of violent aesthetics, simply a humanoid war machine. Its powerful sense of oppression and suffocation made C. Fungus feel that he was now facing a real monarch. He himself was as fragile as an ant in front of the tyrant. Looking at this giant-sized tyrant in front of him, C. Fungus couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva at this moment, and the dagger in his hand was inserted back into his waist. He's not retarded. It's the final boss. It's impossible to beat the level with a dagger. The psychology of fear and excitement played to the extreme. At this time he felt that his adrenaline was spiking wildly. Directly without saying anything, he pulled out the ultimate weapon that he had been treasuring for a long time and had not been willing to use. RPG rocket-propelled grenade. Fighting against his shoulder, he took a shot at the distant tyrant. Rumble. Violent explosions and jets of flame emanated out. And that was just the beginning. C. Fungus had arrived here with great difficulty, so naturally he was unusually cautious. After taking a shot, he directly and quickly switched sides and continued to fire the bazooka. 3 rounds in a row went down, and a slight vibration was felt throughout the entire foreign pavilion. As the smoke faded, C. Fungus looked cautiously at the tyrant's position in the distance. Sure enough, as he expected, the tyrant didn't just die. The powerful life mile and recovery power allowed the tyrant to be only wounded, and it didn't even affect his movement. Sure enough, worthy of being the ultimate boss, this life is really hard. C. Fungus no longer hesitated at this point, once again pulling out a Gatling from his backpack. The endless fire snakes instantly sprayed and shot directly towards the tyrant's head. 10 minutes later, when C. Fungus finished the last bullet in his pistol, the giant in front of him finally let out a roar and collapsed unwillingly. At this point, at his feet, he was out of bullets for all weapons. It could be said to be thrilling, and the tyrant was less than a meter away from him. If it didn't kill, then the next moment, unsurprisingly, all it took was a slap on the wrist and the sea bacteria would have to lead the way. But it was the tyrant and not him who was now on the ground. He finally did. He managed to pass Resident Evil 1. Chapter 46, the first player to pass. C. Fungus was so excited at this point that he edited and organized the video of himself playing the game overnight and then posted it on the B-site. The whole network debut. C. Bacteria first view through the Resident Evil 1 full process. The title of this video caught the attention of a wide range of netizens as soon as it was posted. Asterisk 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 pass? Am I mistaken? I think I see the word pass here. Really? That fast? It's only been a day, right? Resident Evil 1 is a ing wolf exterminator if you can get through it. C. Fungus is a bit of a celebrity on B-site, and as soon as the title of the video was posted, it already caught the eye of many netizens. You know, it's only been a little over a day since the producers of Resident Evil 1 explained their gameplay skills. Although the bold players around the globe have been trying to get through the game within the day, they have all, without exception, not yet succeeded in doing so. It's really difficult to use the technique of daggers without injury the entire time. This is presumably the first person, in the whole world at the moment, who dares to say he's cleared Resident Evil 1. For a while, countless netizens were attracted and clicked on the video to watch it. Hi everyone, I'm C. Fungus. The video opens with the slightly tired voice of C. Fungus. Today I bring you as the Resident Evil 1 full flow through commentary video. I know that not many people should have gotten through this game by now, and many players are even too scared to play it. I also had to stay awake and fail countless times before I finally managed to pass this game. Now then, let me lead you, together, through Resident Evil 1 from start to finish. The video begins with a brief introductory opening by C. Fungus. It's been a hard wave, Granny Lord, just for being the first to post a clearance video. 1 click and 3 in a row. Must give credit for showing me the clearance video so quickly. It's so powerful. I'm still on the first level, too timid to play, and it's too good for players like me who want a cloud pass. Netizens were posting pop-ups and thanking C. Mushroom for working so hard on the video. Then the game begins. First of all, the newbie plot of the first floor of the foreign house. I will not repeat too much. Compared to everyone has watched a lot of live broadcasts of the anchor. The early stage I want to explain. How to use the dagger to hit the monsters without injury. In the video, Sea Fungus is narrating while pulling out the dagger in his hand and walking through the corridors of the Yokohama. There's not much difficulty with Ichabod, so quickly skim it. The next map to be explored. Sea Fungus then begins to explain. When I was watching the producers provide ideas for the pass, I combined it with Joey's Todd reactions from the previous live broadcast and realized that there is, in fact, a simpler way to kill. With Sea Fungus words, a zombie appeared out of nowhere in the gloom, but instead of being afraid, he scanned the terrain around him. Casually, he pushed against a post, causing the walker to fall to the ground. While the zombie was struggling to get up, the dagger with a cold aura was directly inserted into the back of its head. It's easy to kill walkers here just by being flexible with the terrain. Sea Fungus silently wiped the blood from his dagger and narrated, Soga, so that's it, why didn't I think of that? I give full marks for that thought process. Using the terrain wisely is the way to go. Wow, that saves time and effort. Awesome class. Ha ha, I can't believe I have a strange sense of joy when I see a zombie down and struggling. The netizens who watched it were enlightened that it could be operated in this way. This is all thanks to the open maps designed by the producers, making the game much more playable as well. Next up is searching and decryption. I'll be posting some of the decryption steps in the comments section. The Sea Fungus continues to move forward to explore the area. And in addition to the target map, there are a variety of ammo weapons that basically can't be spared from anything in sight. Netizens have also seen Sea Mushroom's top decryption process in the comments section, such as a golden arrowhead at the broken statue. And the arrowhead is the key to the angel statue in the crypt. On the stone table below the coffin hanging in the air is a cursed book, which is the key to unlocking the riddle of the catacombs. Summon 2 zombie dogs with the canine flute and kill them to get a collar, through which you'll be able to get the hidden coin and the key needed for the later episodes. And so on. Decryption strategy process let the netizens seem to see a new world, which is partly Sea Fungus from the various forums to discover the proceeds, part of their own solved puzzles. As the Sea Fungus continued on, it had by now reached the second floor of the Yokohama, and at the same time, the growling of the zombie dogs came from the corridors. If at this time, once you take a step back in fear, the zombie dog will frantically hunt you down and you will be killed on the spot. That's how Mr. Ma died before. Hearing this, the netizens came to a realization. I'll be damned. So that's how it is. I said how Mr. Ma was chased so badly by the zombie dogs. So this is all because Mr. Ma is too much of a wimp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is intentional by the producer. The more the player tries to escape, the harder he bullies. Right. That's a setup I wasn't really expecting. I always thought I'd have to fight 2 zombie dogs hard. Netizens who watched the video tweeted frantically. Actually, the idea of getting through here is pretty simple. Don't wimp out, and then look closely and you'll see that there's a room not far from you. Sea Fungus explained, and then, with a swift motion, rushed into the next room. By the way, there was a gap available for a walker dog to walk into. Be careful here. You can't open the doorway too much. It has to be just enough to pass only one walker dog. Sea Fungus intoned emphatically. And then, it's time to close the door. In the middle of the gameplay video, the 2 zombie dogs arrive at the door where the sea bacteria escaped, one after the other. A zombie dog walking in front had just poked its head in when it felt a cold dagger, directly towards its head. As it was, soon the bodies of 2 zombie dogs lay in front of the sea bacteria. Netizens were stunned when they saw the video in which Sea Fungus easily used the game's terrain to kill the zombie dog. Dog author, there's obviously such an easy way to get through. Surprisingly, we were taught to use a slide shovel. Chapter 47, shutting the door and beating the dogs. That was too easy. Killing 2 zombie dogs so easily. And I was stupid enough to use a slide shovel and die several times. It's not impossible to pass with a slide shovel, but compared to this method, it's outrageous. Say, this up master is a bit fierce, and he's found it. When he didn't say anything, I thought it was just a wall, but it turned out to be a dark room. Geez, this up master is also too meticulous. How many attempts did it take to realize this? The fact that Sea Fungus can spot these things means that what those anchors have experienced in the game, he has experienced as well. There's no telling how gutsy this guy is. After separating from Jill and the girls, I felt like there should be 2 threads to this game, and since I've always played Chris, I've never been to the cabin that Chewie went to. Sea Mushroom said, sweeping through the supplies while explaining the plot to the players. On the second floor of the Ocean House, he runs into medics in distress Rebecca and Charade, both missing members of the Barvo team. The 2 are attacked by a mutant snake, which bites Charade as he tries to save Rebecca. Here, Barry, who had been exploring separately, also arrived and joined Chris in saving Rebecca and Charade. This section is a plot kill. We don't actually have to do anything but get Rebecca down, Sea Fungus explained, while continuing with the plot quest, taking Rebecca and Richard to the dispensary to get settled. Rebecca has to stay behind to take care of the team, so the sea bacteria leaves the radio on her and continues to search the foreign house. Next, the exploration of the map continued, and at this point, the Tier 3 map and the pit map were obtained. Instead of going up to the 3rd floor first, Sea Fungus chose to go to the pit first. It doesn't really make a difference. I just went to the pit first to trigger the plot in order to make it coherent. Sea Bacteria continued to explain. This is the first time I've seen this episode, and I've watched the anchors not play here before. I know that part, but I died on the road afterward, so I don't know the subsequent plot. I feel that an air of intrigue is brewing. This Barvo squad is dead and wounded. What secret is this ocean house hiding? Mutated monster fish all over. I don't know. Just keep reading. Almost most of the netizens have not seen the episode here and one by one they discussed it. Let's move on. The tone of Sea Mushroom's narration was calm. Arriving at the underground mine pit, Sea Fungus, Chris, finds Enrique, the injured leader of Barvo squad, and learns through Enrique's narration that there is a traitor in Star Squad. But before he could say the man's name, a shot rang out in the darkness and Enrique was killed with a single shot. Sea Bacteria didn't get a good look at the killer either. The squad was found to have a traitor here, but we don't know who the culprit is, but we'll all find out later. I said, why is it so strange? So there are traitors. Who do you guys think it is? I'm confused when I see it here. It couldn't have been Chris and Jill anyway, because it's co-ed. I feel like everyone is suspect now, except for the girls. Ha, you've been watching too much Conan. Sea Fungus returns to the ocean house again and finds an attack on the pharmacy where Rebecca is located, and saves Rebecca one in the process, before Rebecca joins Chris in exploring the labs deep within the ocean house. At this point, the game had already come to the middle and late stages, and the monsters that were encountered now were all more powerful than the previous ones. The two had just reached a corridor when an odd growl stopped Sea Fungus in his tracks. Here, we'll encounter the toughest monster besides the final boss. Sea Fungus's narrator's voice rang out the next moment. A monster covered in scales and armor appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as long as a dinosaur that stood up without a tail, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Huntress. At this point it was like a ferocious hunter, coldly gazing at the sea bacteria in front of him, and Sea Fungus stared intently at the monster before him. This was already the unknown number of times he had stood in front of a hunter's eyes, and it was actually extremely difficult to kill a hunter with a dagger. The viewers who were watching the commentary video at this point were confused. This monster, it's the first time I've seen it. A hunter-killer? I can feel its grim gaze through the screen. There's this kind of monster in the later stages. How can this be beaten? I would have thought this was the final boss if the Up owner hadn't narrated it. For a monster like this, the Up master is planning to use a dagger? I follow this Up owner. Really brave. The audience finds it mind-boggling that the hunters are, in their opinion, so much more powerful than walkers and walker dogs. A monster like that can be killed with a dagger? Everyone now wants to know exactly what the sea bacteria will do with this thing. In the game, only to see the hunter and slayer leapt viciously. His huge body brought up a strong wind, but in the blink of an eye, he came to the Sea Fungus. So fast. Such speed proved that the monster had great speed and strength, coupled with that thick, long, sharp claw. All the netizens who were watching the commentary had no doubt that if this was grabbed by a claw, I was afraid that it would be GG. But just then, the sea bacteria moved as well. He'd encountered this scene too many times, countless times reading the file and starting over, and he knew it was really hard to be perverted here with a dagger. But he still held his dagger and did not use any hot weapons, having to save his ammunition for the last tyrant. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw the sea bacteria stabbing viciously towards the top, as if it were a godly attack. The hunter seemed to crash into it as if by itself. The dagger easily sliced through the small of its back, immediately inflicted a blow to the hunter. Everyone must remember to stab upward diagonally the moment the hunter jumps in front of you. It's a short time, but it can still be done. Sea bacteria explained, but it wasn't that simple to kill the hunters like that. Immediately afterward, Sea Fungus rolled towards his side. He was by now standing near the entryway to a side room. Because the corridors in the ocean hall are inherently narrow, they are not favorable for monsters like the hunters. Sea Fungus is all about taking advantage of the terrain in order to achieve the goal of killing monsters at minimal cost. But he couldn't easily miscalculate due to the speed of the hunters. Soon the hunters were chasing their prey and rushing into the room after the sea bacteria as well. But the body was so huge that it got stuck in the doorframe for a moment. The Sea Fungus in the game was smiling at this point, because he had succeeded. Brothers, next, here comes the moment to close the door again. Chapter 48 Deadly Oppression. Taking advantage of the hunter's stuck gap, the sea bacteria immediately strangled the hunter's neck, and as if it had been rehearsed countless times, the dagger stabbed through its top door with uncanny precision. Pust! A stream of crimson blood mixed with yellow and white came out. If that was all it took, of course it wouldn't kill the hunters. Sea Fungus raised the dagger again and stabbed it hard in the throat, followed by a third stab, directly through the temple. 3 slashes down. The hunter's cloudy eyes finally lost their gleam. The huge body, as if it had no support for an instant, fell down softly. Dead? Finally dead. The life force of this hunter is too tenacious. I don't think it would have been enough to slap the hunter if the up-owner hadn't closed the door on him. This operation is simply showy. The original battle can also be like this. I'm stunned by this operation. My scalp is numb from watching it. How many times do you have to read the file to make such an operation? In the comments section, the pop-ups were flying. See, the operation of the fungus really shocked all the players. It's not just a simple shutdown. Rather, I don't know how many deaths it took to accurately calculate the kills in a way that is comparable to classic textbook instruction. It's unbelievable. You can all refer to my paragraph carefully. It's a hit I've been dying all day to figure out. C. Fungus continued to narrate, and then Rebecca, who had come with him, came over to check on the injury. As the squad's medic, she is the first to simply heal players whenever a fellow player is injured. The two took a short break and continued toward the Yokohama lab. For as time-consuming as Resident Evil 1's decryptions and mechanisms are, none of them are really that much of a challenge once you discover the tricks. But as you get deeper and deeper into the plot, you'll realize that it contains a lot of information outside of the main storyline that remains foggy, meaning that the game, odds are, has a sequel. C. Mushroom narrated as he headed towards the lab. Yes, I felt that way when I looked down. Indeed, such as the cause of the biochemical virus and the conspiracy behind the Yokaken. I don't feel it's that simple. This Umbrella Corporation isn't simple either. Maybe this accident was made by the Umbrella Corporation. No way. This squad is all sent by Umbrella to investigate. It shouldn't be. In my experience of watching over 1,000 episodes of Conan, there is definitely something wrong with this Umbrella Corporation. Yeah, or how do you think there's an undercover agent in this squad? It doesn't make sense. Let's see it first. I'm getting curious. The audience watching the commentary echoed C's thoughts and expressed their own opinions. In the game, C. Fungus also finds the elevator to the lab and rides it with Rebecca to the Yokohama lab. On the other hand, Jill and Barry followed the clues to the Yokohama lab after taking care of Lisa. The four rendezvoused in the lab, at which point the vanished Captain Whiskers finally appeared. Whiskers? Several people looked at the screen suspiciously. They were not unfamiliar with this cool captain of Alpha Squad with the sunglasses. One man drove ahead, not only sending them a lot of ammunition on the way, but also giving several hints. Completely the image of a competent and good captain. Chris, I'm so proud of you. Weskier clearly sensed the arrival of the 4C fungus, and spoke as he entered data on his keyboard. Immediately afterward, Weskier quickly drew his pistol and pointed it at the 4C bacteria. Asterisk 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 asterisk, my scalp is numb. How is this possible? Could Weskier be behind this? I didn't expect that at all. How could he create so many biochemical monsters? My goodness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The truth. This traitor turned out to be Captain Whiskers. No wonder why I kept thinking it was strange that he disappeared. So he was waiting here. Dog authors are awesome. The viewers who were watching the video commentary were shocked. They suddenly remembered that Alpha Team had come to investigate the disappearance, and had then been brought into the ocean house by Whiskers. Wouldn't it be a total conspiracy if Weskier was behind it? It's the kind of thing that makes you shudder just thinking about it. In reality, Weskier is an undercover agent for Umbrella Corporation, ostensibly to search for Barvo Squad, but with the real purpose of gathering data on the bioweapon battle at the Oceanarium. C. Fungus also narrated along with the episode. In the middle of the game, Captain Whiskers rips off his disguise and straight up confesses that he's an undercover agent sent by Umbrella, and shoots Rebecca before any of the four can react. This female member of the Barvo Squad who had managed to come back from the dead, a girl who was only 19 years old, just fell under Weskier's gun. Life or death unknown. Sins? I can't believe I killed my doctor sister. I'm convinced. What a youthful, sunny girl Rebecca was. Just spoiled. Dog author, you come out and give me back my Rebecca. Oh. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Dog author, you, this plot is too abusive. So beautiful girl cannot stay? When they saw the scene where Rebecca was shot, a lot of players who liked Rebecca's female character sprayed. However, the next episode surprises everyone. Barry, the squad member who was originally working with Jill to take care of Lisa, instead points his gun at the heroine Jill at this point. I'm sorry, Jill. My family is being held hostage by the Umbrella Corporation and I have to do this. Well done, Barry. Take out both Chris and Jill and I'll commend you to the top. Whiskers gave a sinister smile, but Jill is, after all, the heroine, with a protagonist's aura, and with a flurry of persuasion. Barry surprises Barry by turning his gun around again and shooting Weskier. Such was the reversal that the viewers who were watching the video commentary were in awe. I told you, Jill should be fine. Rebecca's already gone, and if Jill's still dead, this dog of a writer is going to get hosed. Anon, my goddess, Jill is fine. Keep reading. Weskier doesn't seem to be dead. The players are discussing it. In the game, the injured Whiskers, acting as if he were crazy at this point, got up and pressed the button right in front of him. Immediately after, behind him, the monster, which was completely infiltrated in a kind of greenish-colored liquid, slowly revealed itself from the liquid. It was a humanoid monster that was nearly 4 meters tall with an extremely sturdy body. Its muscles were incomparably strong, and its claws, which were even thicker than those of a hunter-killer, glittered with an icy metallic light above its sharp claws. This kind of mighty and domineering appearance, even through the screen, can make people feel a kind of overwhelming power and oppression came to the face. What the hell is this? Countless netizens looked dumbfounded at this time. Chapter 49. What a wolf extermination. This is the final boss tyrant. Brothers, what follows is an exciting moment. The sea bacteria in the video spoke in an exuberant tone, only to see the tyrant in front of him suddenly opened his eyes, and with a single tear of his huge claws, he tore the tempered glass in front of him to shreds. Even Weskier on the outside was run through with a grab. Crimson blood flowed down the huge claws, further shaking all the players watching the video severely. Hiss, is this the past boss tyrant? It's just horrible. Brothers, really Jill exciting, too good. You see this mighty body and pressure, make me have a kind of feeling on the edge of life and death, simply all over the body relief. I think you can also come to try. Sea Fungus narrated excitedly and exuberantly. Oh, try and pass away. Exciting? You're so ing perverted. Labor is freaking out. I'm the one who's ing scared to death of even the previous levels, and you're making me play this? I think I'll just take a look. There's only one life. There's something wrong with this Sea Fungus guy. I'm pissed this guy even said soothing? I'm afraid this person is either sick or shaking MO. Tiny viewers also realized at this time that Sea Fungus's character seems to be a bit different from the norm, living up to the appearance of a jitterbug. But that being said, either you're a jitterbug or extremely strong inside, or you'd probably have a hard time getting through this game. Roar! The tyrant let out a roar, flinging away Weskier's body as if he were throwing trash, and watching the players' insides go cold. This big villain just died? The death was too upsetting, wasn't it? Just lightly stabbed to death by a tyrant's claw. No thrill of revenge at all. It's good enough to die for good. I'm standing for tyrant in this wave, and stand a hammer tyrant. That monster is a senseless killing machine that claws people on sight. As expected, in the next second, Barry, who was closer to Whiskers, was also brutally hit by the tyrant, and another slap directly sent Barry flying unconscious. This violent scene made the scalps of all the players tingle as they watched. It's simply horrible and invincible. How can this be a fight? Just when so there were players watching the video feeling a little desperate. Sea Fungus laid out so far in front of it. The advantages of one with a small knife monster came out. Next, it was a solo show for Sea Fungus. With the unveiling of the RPG, single rocket-propelled grenade, all the players' eyes lit up. There's drama. Yet 3 rockets later, the tyrant was only slightly wounded. Again, the players' just raised emotions fell. However, it was as if the sea bacteria in the image had anticipated some of this, keeping a distance from the tyrant at all times, and using the terrain of the lab to start kiting with the tyrant, with Chen pulling out an endless array of weapons. What with shotguns, magnums, submachine guns, and finally a Gatling. Countless shots spewed snakes of fire and poured madly towards the tyrant. It was as if all the ammunition in front of him was sold out for the present moment, as it should be. 10 minutes later, the mood of all the players watching the video was like a roller coaster of ups and downs. But in the end, he too fell under fire. The much anticipated final boss, Tyrant, fell with a bang. Asterisk. Really God. I said why the Upmaster pre-dead just do not use a bullet. So it is all for this moment. This ammo-saving effort. The capitalists will weep when they see it. But this way the final boss is rather less thrilling than the hunter-killer. And it feels quite suffocating to die. Ha ha. That's the way to go. Fire away and hit the boss so hard he can't fight back. He is as strong as he is, and the clear wind rushes over the hillocks. Ha ha, you're wrong. It should be he's as strong as he wants to be. There's no panic when there's a lot of equipment. If you ask me, it's the Sea Fungus that's really strong. Remember to like and favorite. The audience looked on with emotion at the passing scene in front of them and offered their own one-button trifectas. This is like reading a novel without sending recommendation tickets. Players do not click a like or sorry for Sea Bacteria Sleepless to produce a pass video. Then next, let's watch the final ending animation CG of this game together. Sea Fungus spoke up as well. The next moment, the game's first-person screen suddenly switches to a third-person screen. At this point the viewpoint comes to the heroine Jill. The tyrant though slaps a Weskier, but after being seriously injured, it's no match for the goddess Jill. Final blow of the episode. After Jill defeats the tyrant, she wakes up a dying Barry, and Rebecca isn't actually dead. as Weskier didn't kill Rebecca because Richard gave her his body armor to Rebecca before he died. But Weskier is also really hard life. In such a situation are not dead through. Led him to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Before leaving also opened the self-exposure device. Chris, the hero, Jill, Rebecca, and Barry head to the tarmac. And Brad, the team member who flies the plane, keeps circling in the sky to meet the four as they leave. At that moment, the undead tyrant emerges from the ground. But this time it's different, as Bled throws down a bazooka, which is the last straw that breaks the tyrant's back. In one straight shot, the tyrant was blasted into oblivion. The four were finally able to escape on an airplane. The yokai behind them also disappeared in the explosion. The image then went completely dark, eventually turning pitch black. A line emerged from the midst of this pitch blackness. From Genesis Game Studios, game over, thanks for playing. As the game ends, so does this clearance video. The audience, on the other hand, was immersed in the game for a long time. There's no doubt that Sea Fungus is on fire with this clearance video. Less than 10 minutes after it was posted, the video was on the front page of the B site. Not only that, Sea Fungus has also released the clearance video on video platforms such as Scarf, Tease, Penguin and so on. Not long after, on the Scarf hot search, keywords like Resident Evil 1 passing video appeared. Within just an hour, the clearance video was also carried to extranets like Twitter and Tube. For a while, players all over the world who were paying attention to Resident Evil 1 saw this pass video. I can't believe there really are ruthless people who have cleared Resident Evil 1 in such a short period of time. Chapter 50 Preparation for the new game. As the video of the pass continues to spread, netizens, too, appreciate what's behind the game. The video's views skyrocketed, topping several million in minutes. The comment section is also quite active underneath each of the pass videos. This game is really hard. I thought the zombie dogs in front of me were fierce enough, but they turned out to be scum in front of the hunters, and the hunters are scum in front of the tyrants. Yeah, who would have thought this thing would have such a fierce boss at the end if we hadn't seen it in person? And the game is also very well done, with the plot's antecedents and consequences explained very clearly, and a lot of suspense left for the player. This time I'm cool. Finally I'm cloud passing Resident Evil 1. No regrets in this life. I didn't expect it. Whiskers let him get away in the end. Pissed me off. But Rebecca didn't die either. And this wave gave the producers rave reviews. I was seeing Rebecca get shot and it pissed me off. This is true. The dog author is quite conscientious. Many people launched a sigh of relief at the plot of Resident Evil 1, and when they saw the ending, the netizens were all saddened. While Resident Evil 1's plot isn't complicated, with the main storyline being a simple rescue and exploration, it's full of all sorts of intrigue. Countless netizens were tickled to death to watch the episode. Meanwhile, there were thumbs up for Sea Bacteria. I have to say, Up Master is really strong. The monsters in the back are one after the other, and the Up Masters are able to pass through almost unharmed. Yeah, the proficiency, it's just scary and psychologically sick enough. Congratulations to Sea Mushroom for being the first player in the world to pass Resident Evil 1. Envious, Genesis Studios' mysterious gift. He can get it. I'm really curious what kind of gift it is. As you can feel from the video, this game is not a very long process, but it is still a bit difficult to pass. The operation of the light knife without injury to the field requires countless times of trial and error to be able to master. And every trial and error means that it will come into close contact with all kinds of zombies. I guess Sea Bacteria don't even know how many times they've been killed by walkers. It's certainly not something that the average person can hold on to. Hey, Chen Yufei. Early in the morning, Chen Yufei was still sleeping heavily when Joey suddenly barged inside his bedroom while shouting in panic. What's going on? Chen Yufei rubbed his eyes and asked sleepily as he lay in bed. He had been busy knocking out code since yesterday, and after a rare nap today, Joey woke him up early in the morning. According to the feverish fermentation of Resident Evil 1, his emotional value, now, had come to more than 20 million. These emotional values are more than enough to make a new large-scale virtual game. Now, in order to prepare a mystery gift for those players who passed the level, he had already thought of the contents of the gift. The beta version of the new game, Call of Duty 1. It's in intense production. If the game had left him alone to slowly hammer out the code and draw the graphics, it would have taken years to do it. But the good thing is that now that the company is also established, basically everything can be left to the people below. Although things had been arranged, it was not enough. Chen Yufei still had to modify some specific details so that it would be more in line with the worldview of this world. So all night yesterday, he was working on this. Look. Last night someone posted a video of Resident Evil 1's pass. Now it's spread all over the net. Joey shouted, and then placed her cell phone in front of Chen Yufei, which was playing the Sea Bacteria clearance video. Good. This called Sea Fungus up very brave. Well, I guess most likely is a shake em. The corner of Joey's mouth twitched. Is it really good for you to talk about your loyal players like that? I'm telling the truth. Chen Yufei shrugged his shoulders. I made my own game, can I not be clear about it? The one who can pass. That is definitely the one who likes to be abused. Let me check it out. Chen Yufei got up, opened his computer, and logged into the background of ST to look at the player achievements of Resident Evil 1. Yo-ho, not bad. It's only been less than 2 days and it's going to take a dozen people to pass. Chen Yufei sighed again. And half of them are domestic players. There was only one last night, and now there's a dozen? Joey was also a bit surprised. Chen Yufei checked again. Well, this sea fungus was the first to clear the level, and 5 hours later, the second player also cleared it. I guess that second player who cleared the game did so by seeing Sea Fungus's video guide. It's understandable. After all, everyone is curious about your mysterious gift. These top 50 players will definitely try to find a way to clear the level quickly. By the way, how's your mystery gift coming along? Joey asked with a smile. Going to the office today to try and liver the new game early. Chen Yufei also said with a bit of a headache. It took an emotion point to extract the source code, but which was developed so quickly. Yesterday, he had asked the original artist to work on the draft overnight according to his design concept. Let's hope I can see something I'm happy with today. The mystery gift you said was the new game? Joey asked in surprise even after hearing it. Didn't I tell you? You told a hammer. In vain. I also do cattle and horses for the company. What news? First time to tell you. You can be good. The development of new games or not tell me a word. You put me this spokesman in what position? Joey puffed out a bun face and huffed out a long string of words. Stop. I only thought of it last night, and now it's not the first thing I've told you. Chen Yufei held his forehead and said, early in the morning, but also really cannot stand this Joey. Alright, counting on you to know what you're talking about. So how long will it take to develop your new game? I estimate that in the next 2 days, the first 50 passes are basically going to be reached. Although Joey played games, she knew nothing about developing games, so she was not at all clear about how long a cycle it took to develop a game, and how much manpower and material resources needed to be consumed. No panic, it'll be done in a week. Chen Yufei transported a tent. Chapter 51. You're a good boy. Wake up, it's going to be a busy day. Chen Yufei quickly got up and washed up, then called out to the 3 women to eat breakfast together. Today, Joey was quite understanding and prepared breakfast in advance. In the past, he was the one who prepared it. Eat openly, Mina, you eat more. Look how thin you are, Chen Yufei said with a mouthful of soy milk and a mouthful of buns. Am I skinny? Mina straightened her waist. Where had she lost weight? Chen Yufei, you eat slower. These are the ones I bought for Mina. Mina, you eat more. It's really quite thin, Joey said against her will. In reality, Mina's figure was much better than hers. Dull little sister quietly balanced the noodles in the bowl. See through it, Chen Yufei is joking. Joey is probably jealous. She knows too much about her best friend Joey. Not to mention Joey, she also thought that Mina's face and body were really great. Hey, this competition is getting fierce. Chen Yufei also didn't know the inner thoughts of the 3 women. He only ate his own breakfast and planned today's work in his mind. As players continue to pass through the game, Resident Evil 1, while temporarily gaining momentum, will fade from the heat. Not only for the promised gift to the players, but the new game has to be developed sooner. Chen Yufei, what's the theme of your new game? Can you reveal it in advance? Seeing Chen Yufei burying his head in dry rice, Joey asked curiously. Yeah, brother Yufei, don't be another horror theme. After I played it last time, it's scary to think about it now. Dull little sister spoke up as well. Don't worry, it's not a horror title this time. I'll have a copy for you when it's done, but I can't tell you about it yet, Chen Yufei said with a smile. It was for their own good not to tell them. They were anchors after all, and if they accidentally let their mouths slip during the live broadcast, their own plans would be disrupted. It's better to remain mysterious for now. One doesn't want to invite unnecessary trouble in the early stages of the company's development. Now the slightest movement of Genesis Studio. It is estimated that those manufacturers at home and abroad are all staring at it. So Chen Yufei chose to keep it a secret for the time being and tell Joey and Dull Little Sister when the game was made. Seeing Chen Yufei's mysterious appearance, Joey and Dull Little Sister nodded as well. For them anyway. Just know it's not a horror game like Resident Evil 1. While the game is indeed fun, what gamer can stand a daily horror game? After a simple breakfast, Chen Yufei brought Mina to the villa's garage and casually handed Mina the keys. You shouldn't have any problem driving, right? Chen Yufei said casually. He didn't want to drive there himself on his first day of work, since he had hired a secretary. The work that needed to be done still had to be done by Mina herself. No problem, Mr. Chen. I'm a professional when it comes to driving. Mina confidently straightened her back, took the keys and got into the driver's seat. Chen Yufei is also considered to experience something secretary dry boss life. Not to mention, it's pretty cool. On the way, Mina drove steadily, and Chen Yufei had the rare leisure to look out the window. Looking at the bustling, paper-drunken place of Magic City, it was impossible to say that he had no ambition. Since he had crossed over, he had to do something great out of it. The journey was uneventful, and the two drove quickly to the office. As soon as Chen Yufei walked into the company's front door, the personnel from all departments had arrived early. The office area, which had been empty and deserted, was now beginning to gain a touch of popularity. Not bad for a talent selected from the best of the best. The atmosphere of work is still very good. Chen Yufei nodded in satisfaction and walked into his 200 square feet of office. Just as he sat down, the original artist from the development department knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chen, the design you asked us to rush last night all night has been made, so please go through it first. The woman who came in was called Zhao Hui, the leader of the original artist group and the only international student. Having won a silver medal at the International Design Awards, the gold content can be quite impressive. So Chen Yufei asked her to be the leader of the original painting team, leading several graduates from Qingbei to design the original paintings together. Not bad. That sense of war is already there, and the characterization is pretty much what I said it would be. Chen Yufei received the design, just a cursory glance. These several design drawings in his previous life's Call of Duty within the role has been 8 or 9. As expected of an original artist who has won international awards, this foundation is simply too solid. However, this is still not enough. There are still a few small problems that need to be modified. This is a modern war game. The war sense of smoke and irony is still a bit lacking, including the battlefield environment and so on still need to do a little more detailed. Chen Yufei casually made a few suggestions, and Zhao Hui immediately understood. Okay Mr. Chen, all the problems will be corrected within an hour. Well, besides the character aspect, you guys have to hurry up with the scene maps as well. I'll only give you 3 days. All the screens must be fully produced. This workload is a bit heavy, I'm afraid, and the 5 of us working overtime is probably a bit much. Zhao Hui was a bit embarrassed. Who said to let the 5 of you do it? The basic scene picture. Spend money to find an outsourcing company to design it. How much you need to find Mina to report? No problem then. Promise to get the job done. Zhao Hui nodded. In that case there shouldn't be any problem to finish it within 3 days. After the original artist left, the ministers of each department came to the office one after another, waiting for Chen Yufei to arrange tasks for them. Development department, the original painting piece finished, draft a design drawing. Your side will arrange the modeler to model. Remember, must follow the modeling requirements of Resident Evil 1. Customer service department, what you have to do is to deal with the players' feedback in a timely manner, and let the players feel the company's attention to the players in the first place. Evaluation department, first go and evaluate Resident Evil 1 before saying anything. At the same time, you are needed to do some evaluation analysis, which will be handed over to the propaganda department to promote the publicity. Propaganda department, I will not say more. The major websites, forums, traffic platforms, the advertisement to advertise, must ensure that the content of the advertisement is real and reliable, shall not be promoted by means of trickery. What we do is real, to let players experience our true heart. Chen Yufei arranged the work of all the departments in one breath, and the managers of several departments received orders and quickly went down to make arrangements. A busy meal, but the Chen Yufei tired enough. This is only the first day of work, a bunch of things waiting for him. Hey, it's not easy being a boss. Chen Yufei bitterly frowned. The company is in its early stages, and it is still not practical to be a shirker now. Thinking like this, the next moment, Nina walked in with coffee, knowing that Chen Yufei was tired, and obediently tapped Chen Yufei's shoulder. Today Nina was dressed more formally, in a professional suit, and the top felt a little small. Most of all, today, she wore black silk, originally slender thighs with black silk. Chen Yufei couldn't help but look twice more. What a YYYDS. Chapter 52, Joey actually caught up Gil. Mr. Chen, is this strength okay? Nina's onion-tender little hands blew and squeezed on Chen Yufei's shoulders as she asked cautiously. Could be, it's great. Chen Yufei very cozy lying in the boss chair. Their own previous development of the game want to do things. Now not just do it. There aren't 10 or 8 secretaries, but there will be sooner or later. Nina didn't know what Chen Yufei was thinking at this moment. She only wanted to perform well in front of Chen Yufei right now and asked in a serious manner. Mr. Chen, you haven't given me a task schedule yet today. No, it's fine if you just relax and unwind for me, Chen Yufei said lazily. I was seeing how hard you were working so I gave you a squeeze. You won't keep letting me, will you? Nina thought Chen Yufei was joking with her. I mean it, there's really nothing for you to do. Chen Yufei thought about it and said that he hadn't really thought about it that much when he first said that he wanted to recruit a secretary. When I studied abroad, All the school said was that you have to follow your boss to meetings, socialize, talk about business and all that. And none of that? Mina asked suspiciously. Our company really doesn't have any of this business. After all, we're a game company that develops on its own and doesn't need to pull investment or anything, so there's no business dealings, Chen Yufei explained. In fact, it is really so. From the beginning, he did not intend to deal with any company. We all do their own, do not affect each other, and naturally there is no such socializing and negotiation. Well, isn't there anything else I can do? Mina said, crying and laughing. So it seems that the job is too easy, just serving tea and squeezing shoulders. That's an $8,000 paycheck. It's a bit unsettling to take it, to be honest. These are things that are so substitutable that they can be replaced at any time. It was hard for her to find a company she was happy with, so naturally she didn't want anyone else to crowd out her position. Not entirely, Chen Yufei said after thinking for a while. What is it, Mr. Chen? As long as you command, I can definitely do it. Mina immediately came to life, and the strength in her hands increased by a fraction. Pound my leg if you can, Chen Yufei said half-jokingly. Hate it, Mr. Chen. You just know how to make fun of me. Mina said this on her lips, but she still let go of her hand and walked over to Chen Yufei's legs, slowly squatting down. After all, the request made by Chen Yufei was not an excessive request, and she thought that Chen Yufei was really tired. This is not squatting, okay? Chen Yufei originally did not feel how this crouching down, due to the perspective and the fact that Mina was wearing a somewhat tight professional outfit today. This time, the dimples of the body are completely reflected, and Chen Yufei happened to be lying down, so he saw it as soon as he opened his eyes. Joey would probably be in tears if she saw it. Chen Yufei subconsciously thought of the way Joey washed her clothes that night. Mina does have more material than Joey. Ahem. Chen Yufei clenched his fist and coughed as a reminder to Mina. Although he was not a decent person, he was not so bad as to do such sneaky things. Mina also followed Chen Yufei's gaze, and only then did she realize that there was a problem with the neckline of her dress. Excuse me, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Mina let out a gasp and immediately turned her back to deal with it. When he turned around again, his originally white face was somehow red like an apple. Mr. Chen, I bought this dress when I was studying abroad, and now, it seems to be a bit small. Mina blushed with shame and spoke in a smaller and smaller voice, subtle as a mosquito. She really felt too ashamed that she had let her boss see the scene on her first day of work, and it was easy for people to get the wrong idea. It's fine, I didn't actually see anything. Chen Yufei waved his hand and said, subconsciously saying the same thing he had said to Joey that night. Mina blushed even more at that, all the way up to her ears. How can I say this? It's probably not something anyone in their right mind would believe, but good professionalism made Mina not reveal Chen Yufei's words. Then, Mr. Chen, shall I continue? Keep going on. Chen Yufei was once again at ease. On the other side, in the villa, after Chen Yufei went to work, Joey was not idle. The clothes she had ordered from the custom store had arrived just in time in the past 2 days, and at the moment she was trying them on with her dorky little sister. Both of them. Nerdy little sister. Help me see how it looks. Does it look good? Joey was seen wearing a police uniform and posing in front of the mirror. If the players who have played Manhwa Crisis 1 see it, they will directly call out, "Good guy, this is not the dress of the goddess Jill. Cow, you've really got that flavoring you." Nerdy little sister exclaimed with a thumbs up. That's fine. I was afraid the custom store wouldn't do a decent job, but now it looks like it should be fine, Joey said, patting her chest. Ever since that day when she had a barbecue and promised Chen Yufei to be the company's spokesperson, Joey had been thinking about doing something for the past 2 days. No, a Jill's costume was customized from the custom store and used for live streaming at night. For one thing, it creates a live effect. Secondly, it would also give Resident Evil 1 some publicity and attract some fans who haven't played it yet. Nerdy little sister, don't flinch, I've ordered a set for you too, Joey said urgently, then handed doll little sister a set of clothes. Isn't this Eileen? Joey, why don't you tell me this dress looks good. Doll little sister saw the clothes with a gasp. This Cos outfit was exactly the investigator Aaron character outfit she played that night, when she was live streaming with Joey. It's not as classic as Gil's character, but it's pretty good. Without saying a word, doll little sister tried it on as well. A few minutes later, a female investigator with a near-perfect level of Cos appeared in the mirror. Ha, doll little sister, you look good in this set too. This wave of fans will have a benefit. Joey couldn't help but marvel. Both women changed into their cosplay costumes and then took a lot of pictures of each other. Once the photos were taken, Joey sent them to Chen Yufei. In the office, Chen Yufei, who was drinking coffee, heard his cell phone ringing and habitually opened it to take a look. After looking at the photos in his cell phone, the coffee in Chen Yufei's mouth directly sprayed out. Nice guy. How to cosplay Jill for good reason. Chapter 53, Tricked Me into Passing Again? 7 o'clock in the evening. Joey turned on the live broadcast as usual, only to see the live broadcast. Joey was wearing Jill's police uniform, in front of the camera, posing with various actions, and purposely clamped his voice, the face area, the dance area, which is as good as Sister Joe. Having said that, he also took out a toy pistol and posed to shoot it. However, the pop-ups, looked out of place with Joey. Sister Joe, can you stop it? Why did you cos up Jill for a good reason? Sister Joe, you're going to make me lose my illusions about Goddess Jill. I feel like my dreams are shattered. Worthy of Sister Joe. It's like an old donkey kicking back. Guys, is it unusual for me to suspect that I'm losing some sort of ability to respond at all right now? It can't be. It can't be true that someone can. This is the only person in black silk I don't feel. Pretty is pretty. Too bad it's not dumb. Sister Joe just has this knack for making people look calm, cloudy and completely unthinking. Sister Joe, please let it go. Don't get a whole new job. In the live broadcast room, watching Joey cos up Jill, the water friends have been crying and begging to be spared. Joey looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, saying up front that she wasn't dumb. Joey got used to it. But then there was a pop-up that actually said it was fake. On the spot, he angrily slapped the table. What the hell is fake? Old lady, this is squeezed out, okay? Chen Yufei, who was working overtime at the company, saw this and the corners of his mouth twitched. He was now kind of regretting if he shouldn't have let this chick Joey be the company's spokesperson. But having said that, Joey's cosplay is still quite reductive. Only the voice, unfortunately, was the same as always. Miserable. Looking at his teasing fish account, Chen Yufei casually charged $20,000. Afterwards, a super fire was sent to Yi Zhou, who was on the air. It was also a way to treat Joey for working so hard to give the company an endorsement. As the super rocket's special effects take off, Joey then shouted, "Thank you Dada Fei for the super fire. Brothers, see, there's still someone with a discerning eye, and there's still someone who recognizes my cause." But after shouting, Joey immediately reflected on how this ID looked so familiar. Amount. It seems to be Chen Yufei's amusing fish account. This guy, count on him to have some conscience. Joey received the gift with a slight smile before announcing it in the live broadcast. Brothers, not yet past Resident Evil 1 sees the time to pass. The first 50 places are not many. The official site also let me tell the players, within 7 days, will be the mysterious gift will be sent to take the lead in the hands of the first 50 players to pass. Everyone cheer. Oh, I said I've cleared the level. Why haven't I gotten my gift yet? Turns out I have to wait a few more days. It's okay, I can afford to wait. Isn't it full of 50 people yet? I thought it was full. I decided to try one last time. I thought there was still a chance. What exactly is the gift? Sister Joe, can't you reveal a little bit? A little bit will do. Don't ask. It's all about the mystery gift. There's still mystery there when you say it in advance. Tricked me into going through the pass again. I've pissed myself several times. No go. Cloud pass okay. I've cloud passed several times. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience had a ghostly cry. And it is not that they do not want to pass quickly. It is really in addition to the courage, but also need a lot of skillfulness, which is not as simple as it is said to be. Even so, there are still a lot of players around the world who are working hard to pass the game, all for this mysterious gift, doing the final sprint. On the other hand, Genesis Game Studio, Chen Yufei is working overtime to oversee the process of the new game Call of Duty. In less than a day, 1/3 of the original artwork has been approved and put into modeling, including himself, who is helping with modeling and rendering. Who let him be a cheap talker and have to promise to give gifts to the players in the live broadcast? In the end, the bitter one was actually himself. He didn't regret doing it, though, with $25 million in sales in just a few days. He had been happy in his heart for a long time, and the balance in his own card had risen to close to $2 billion. Even if no one buys Resident Evil 1 anymore in the back, the current money is more than enough for him to break new ground in the gaming world. Since the players were so giving, he couldn't let them down. Call of Duty not only has to be developed, it has to be done fast and well. The reason why Chen Yufei chose this game was also well thought out. Because of the type of games in this world, most of them are of the FPS gunfighting type, including Resident Evil 1, which was such a hit and had nothing to do with the gunplay. So, making a sequel to Resident Evil 1 aside, a new gunfighting game is more in line with the current market. For one thing, players are very familiar with the flow of operations and can play right off the bat. Secondly, unlike Resident Evil 1, Call of Duty will be the first movie flow-style game on the market with a great storyline, coupled with virtual reality technology. The final result presented will only be better, not worse, than Resident Evil. And, wouldn't it be nice to beat those manufacturers in the areas they specialize in? Think about how you felt back in the day, when you first saw Call of Duty. Put it in this world and it would make players go crazy for it tenfold. Gee, I'd love to see the players' faces when they get so excited they cry. Chen Yufei had an anti-smile on his face as he quickly operated the computer and continued to modify the game data. There are a lot of settings about the game that need to be changed. For example, this was supposed to be a single-player game with an episodic mode that could only be completed alone. However, if and when the number of players can match the number of characters in the game, then the network online mode can be enabled. On the same battlefield, some people can choose to be raiders, while others can go for tank plane pilots, coordinated operations and whatnot. That scene, think about it, all feel shocked. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fighters are all and really players in the confrontation. There's also an unbelievably rich plot. Of course, you certainly can't do all of these things in just 7 days. The main thing he's working on right now is the effects of the beta. Let's release a little skinny first, to give those who were the first to get through Resident Evil 1 a taste of what's to come. When enough interest is hooked, then the full version will be put up for sale. After all, a good game is a good game. Just an internal beta. Chen Yufei had enough confidence. It can definitely attract countless players. Chapter 54, A New Business Ambition. For the next 2 days, Chen Yufei was basically buried in the company, working frantically. On the internet, there's a lot of heat about Resident Evil, hot off the presses. Some industries, offline, are likewise having a second spring. The internet cafe industry, which was all on the verge of going cold, went crazy ordering a bunch of virtual equipment after they caught a whiff of the Resident Evil 1 fever. As a result, the internet cafes, which were originally silent and deserted, are now full. There are players playing under each virtual set. Even in some of the hotter internet cafes, many people don't have a seat and choose to stand behind other people to watch the games on other people's screens. It's quite the atmosphere of Year Zero, surfing the net at an internet cafe. Very hilarious. Even the rest area, there wasn't a single empty seat. These people, mainly because they are timid or want to play but are afraid to do so, solely came to the internet cafe. Here, not only are there a lot of people, but you can also play online with your friends and experience the fun of hacking. Such treatment. Before that, I'm afraid that only Goose Factory games could be enjoyed. Such a phenomenon has led to a new lease of life for manufacturers who make virtual devices. Originally, in this world where virtual technology is very advanced, the popularity of virtual devices is actually comparable to that of computers. Ordinary virtual helmets cost just $1,000, and high-end devices cost just $10,000. However, due to the downturn in the content market, neither the movie industry nor the gaming industry has been able to fully realize the value of virtual devices. The technology is mature, but the lack of content is sparsely done, and naturally not many people are willing to buy it. But the sudden appearance of Resident Evil 1 changed the landscape in a heartbeat. When quality content is combined with proven technology, the result is more than 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Such a phenomenon has made manufacturers of virtual devices feel more motivated than ever before. While they are optimizing their equipment technology, they are also frantically searching for the source of it all on the other side, because they know that only Genesis Studio can bring them more opportunities in markets. As for other game makers, I'm sorry to say that they have long since shattered that fantasy. A few years back, they approached the major game makers in the country to collaborate, but neither the Goose Factory nor the Pig Factory can make the virtual industry reflect its proper value. It even nearly got the entire industry boycotted by users because of the poor experience of the content produced. Now that the industry has been revitalized, how could they not shed a tear? Drinking water without forgetting to dig a well. Without Genesis Game Studio, there is no there present. So in the past few days, the bosses of major producers have been searching all over the world for the Genesis Game Studio. It is hoped that cooperation with them can be reached for mutual benefit. On the other hand, Chen Yufei had also discovered this early on, when he found out that in this world, game companies and virtual equipment manufacturers were surprisingly not in a cooperative relationship, and no one even paid attention to them. In his mind, a huge plan was quietly born, a virtual gaming industry chain of its own, cutting off the back of other game makers. Even if, in the future, a game company does break through the technical barriers and is able to reach the gaming prowess of Resident Evil 1, he's also not panicking at all about what makes you release a game without the support of the device. It was precisely this point that Chen Yufei decided to start the program. It's not possible to monopolize the entire industry at once, but at least get a head start. In the office, Chen Yufei's fingers were constantly tapping on the table. This matter, at the moment, he could not personally step in himself. Someone trustworthy must be found to talk to the producers about this. It seems that we have to trouble Joe E to make a trip, Chen Yufei said to himself. At present, the one who could delegate this important task, besides Joe E, he could not think of anyone else who could help him with this favor. No one from the company can touch the matter at the moment, because he's not sure if there are any other vendors' ears in it. If we let the company people do it to go, it would be easy to leak out. And then it would not be as simple as it is now if we want to easily take care of the piece of virtual equipment. Thinking of this, Chen Yufei didn't dwell on it and made a call to Joey. After a long time, the phone finally picked up. Hey, Chen Yufei, what are you doing waking me up this early in the morning? Joey yawned with a waking tone. In the past few days, she, in order to give Chen Yufei's game to do publicity, do not know how much to sell live. All kinds of COS, linkage, the whole job, can be tired of her. During that time, there were also a few live streams of Resident Evil 1, which I insisted on playing even if I was scared, also that I could add one more sale. I know you've been working hard for the past few days. I'll turn around and prepare a gift for you, but there's something right now that might trouble you to make a trip. Chen Yufei also knows that Joey took the trouble to help his own favor. Indeed fortunate, but this matter, but also have to Joey to go cannot be. What is it? Can't you come back and talk about it? Go ahead, I'm listening. Joey returned without a good breath, but she still didn't push back on Chen Yufei's matter. Seeing that Joey had already agreed, Chen Yufei told Joey about the virtual equipment manufacturer. What? You actually handed me something this important? On the other end of the phone, Joey was also stunned, not expecting Chen Yufei to delegate such an important matter to her. You're the only one I can fully trust at the moment, Chen Yufei said in a solemn tone. But, I'm afraid I can't do it right, eh? Joey was a little worried. Although she was a little proud that Chen Yufei trusted her so much, she was afraid that she had little experience and couldn't handle this kind of thing. You're there to negotiate as the face of the company. Do your best in this matter, and if you really can't manage it, I'll have to step in. Chen Yufei also said with a bitter smile. To be honest, he wasn't very sure about Joey either. So, can those manufacturers agree to our terms? Unsurprisingly, they shouldn't refuse to work with us. Well then, speaking of which, how's the development of your new game going? It's tomorrow before the 7-day appointment. Don't worry, I'll just arrange this matter. Just do this matter at ease. I'll wait for your good news. Then I'll pack my stuff and leave later. Don't frown at Mina for the few days I'm gone. I'll have dumb little sister keep an eye on you. Chen Yufei cried and laughed after hearing this. What's this all about? When did he ever do such a thing? Joey, this chick isn't jealous, is she? Chen Yufei had no choice but to nod his head in agreement, and only then did Joey stop her babbling. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yufei was sort of relieved. Joey had already agreed, so there was nothing to worry about. Take over and just be quiet. Waiting for good news from Joey. Chapter 55, New Game Here I Come. With the passage of time, Resident Evil 1 sales are still climbing. From the very beginning, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. When the sales reached 30 million, the rocket-like speed of rise only slightly slowed down, and at this point, it's only 8 days until the game is released. 8 days, 30 million copies sold. This achievement definitely shattered everyone else's perception of buy-to-play games, and this, which is still only the first game that Chen Yufei has put on sale, is just the beginning. In the office, Chen Yufei held up a cup of black tea that Mina had just brewed and took a light sip, eyes on the backstage of the game. Looking at the rising numbers, Chen Yufei couldn't help but marvel at the combat power of the players in this session. It was really too ruthless. Today is the second day after Joey left, and it's also the time for Pledge Pass players to redeem their mystery gifts. After Joey left, it's still a bit uncomfortable, and I don't know how things are going on her side now, Chen Yufei thought as he sipped his tea. Mr. Chen, the development department reported over there that the experiential version of the new game is almost ready, and now the evaluation department is testing for bugs. Nina pushed the door and walked in, interrupting Chen Yufei's musings. Good job, give them 2 hours, finish the evaluation and submit the game to me as soon as possible, Chen Yufei said with some excitement. Although the source code produced by the system would not have any loopholes at all, Chen Yufei still let the people in the evaluation department go and evaluate it. Also let those guys experience what Call of Duty is all about, and let them realize what a right choice they made by joining Genesis Game Studios. Soon, 2 hours passed. The game demo, too, was sent into the office by Mina. Getting the demo version, Chen Yufei immediately opened the computer and tried it. Good. Then I expected to be more restored. The degree of simulation than the Resident Evil is only stronger not weaker. Worthy of the high school graduates, do things efficiently is really quite high. Chen Yufei experienced it and said with satisfaction. The staff, really, hadn't let him down. The demo version produced is only 30% content, but the level of restoration has reached 99.9%. You inform the development department to continue to work on the plot backwards and try to get the full version out as early as possible. And when this project is done, there will be a bonus given to everyone. And They will be given a 7-day long vacation. Chen Yufei was in a good mood and said to Mina, "Okay, Mr. Chun." Mina also immediately went down to make arrangements. When this news was conveyed to the development department, a cheer went up from all the employees who were working. Boss atmosphere. Not only do you get a bonus, but you get a vacation for everyone in the department? That's a 7-day vacation that could make anyone's eyes water. What gaming company gives up so much to give their employees such a great perk? Chen Yufei is a game designer himself and knows how hard it is to develop games. So what's wrong with giving these employees a few days off when they're so cute? The employees of the development department cheered and looked at the employees of other departments for a while. The mood is infected and they are also working with all their might. As long as they do a good job, such a benefit package is available to them. In the office, Chen Yufei first sent a copy of the Call of Duty demo to dull little sister. Her live streaming contract wasn't going to expire for many days, and she'd be the face of the company by then. Naturally, she had a share. Wow, Yufei brother, the new game is done? Dull little sister replied when she saw the file sent by Chen Yufei. Not yet, this is just a trial version. You can go live tonight to see the effect first. Joey hasn't come back yet. You try the water first. Then the mission must be accomplished. Brother Yufei, you have been so kind to me. How can I repay you? How about tonight? Stop. I know you are the eyes sent by Joey. Don't act with me. I'm a serious person. Your this set is useless to me. There is nothing I work. After returning the message, Chen Yufei quickly turned his cell phone into mute. No longer go to see the prestige message. This dull little sister also do not know that the nerves on the wrong. After Joey left, she moved and loved to tease him. This is probably arranged by Joey. We can't fall into this trap. There's definitely a conspiracy here. A woman's word can't be trusted. Putting down his cell phone, Chen Yufei began to privately chat with the top 50 players who had cleared the level on the ST game platform. First up, naturally, is the sea bacteria, the first to pass. A message was sent over to him on the Genesis Studio account. I've been hanging out on the ST platform. Sea bacteria directly returned in seconds, and the speed was fast beyond Chen Yufei's expectation. It looks like it really is a loyal player of my Genesis Studio. Chen Yufei sighed inwardly and then sent a message. So congratulations, you are the first player to pass Resident Evil 1. Please accept our mysterious gift, a trial of the new game Call of Duty. Call of Duty? New game? Hearing this name, Sea Fungus's heart stirred. So it turned out that the so-called mysterious gift was a chance to try out the new game. Genesis Studio Bunker. It's only been how many days and a whole new game? Thank you, Faye. I never thought I'd have this honor. Sea Bacteria immediately slowed down and replied. Well then, I'll send you the Call of Duty game files as a NetDisk right now, and I hope you don't spread them once you get there. Is that okay? That has to be okay. Sea Fungus balked straight away. He didn't get where he is now because of your brother Faye's Resident Evil 1. I promise, I'll just play it myself and never divulge it to anyone else. By the way, Faye, can I live stream this game? Live streaming is possible. Chen Yufei gave an affirmative answer. He couldn't be happier to have someone advertise for him for free. Okay, I understand. Sea Fungus replied immediately. Then, Chen Yufei sent him a link to a NetDisk, which was exactly the demo version of the game Call of Duty. Seeing the new game made the Sea Fungus shiver inside and take off with excitement. NES, a new game from Genesis Studios, here I come. Chapter 56, Game Gold List Reservation. Sea Fungus rubbed his little hands together in excitement and immediately clicked on the netbook to download. At the same time, he logged on to his personal scarf and posted a message. Fans, just a few moments ago, Genesis Studio made good on its promise and reached out to me, and the mystery gift turned out to be a new game. The trial version of the new game is currently being downloaded, and by the way, for your information, the name of the new game is Call of Duty. The original Sea Fungus had only 10,000 followers on his bib, but in the last few days, he has released several past videos that have bombarded the gaming community. This has skyrocketed his popularity, and with it, the number of followers on his bib. The number of followers today has reached more than 1 million. It can be said to be a well-known granny lord. As soon as the scarf was sent out, the comments section was buzzing. Haha, it's okay, the producer is surprisingly so good at keeping his word and saying 7 days. 7 days to make a new game. So impressive. Call of Duty? By the sound of that name, I don't know what kind of game that is. Whatever the game is, Resident Evil 1 is here. Just ask if you believe Genesis Studio. No matter what, I'm sure Genesis new game is fun. Looking forward to a wave. Up master, you finished downloading the game. Hurry up and live stream it first time for the guys to see. Yes. Seeing that Sea Fungus had really received a gift from Genesis, or the news of a new game. The other players really craved for it, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who told them they weren't in the top 50? One can only hope to see the game live for a while. Not long after C. Fungus posted this scarf message, dorky little sister, who received the game, posted a scarf as well. Iron guys, tonight live streaming the new game of Genesis Studio O, don't miss it if you want to see it. This time the netizens were confused. Nani? Dorky little sister got the new game too? Asterisk 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 nerdy little sister you're in the top 50? Impossible ah. In addition to the first live broadcast and Joey together, after I have not seen her live, how can the top 50 ah? Old woman, tell me honestly, is there some unspeakable secret here? In response, Nerdy Girl was quick to reply to these netizens who like to make things happen. Don't ask. Asking is a PY deal. Ha ha, it looks like dull little sister is paying a small price for this. Is it hard to believe that you're having an affair with the producer? It's okay to be okay. I can't believe you fell for the big guy. Anyway, looking forward to a wave tonight. See Fungus and Dumb Little Sister have released teasers for the live broadcast, and naturally, netizens are incredibly excited about it. Live streaming Call of Duty. Well, naturally the more the merrier so they can watch it. In an instant, phrases such as Genesis Game Studios' new game and Call of Duty went straight to the Bib Hot search list. It's enough to see how much players love Genesis Game Studios. On the other hand, PDD, Decima and other anchors were depressed, and they could already predict how serious the traffic decline in their live rooms would be in the next few days. Resident Evil 1 when it was first released not to mention. Well, it's a horror game and a bunch of hosts are afraid to play it, which leads to similar traffic. But the new game that's not necessarily true. Call of Duty. It's not the name of a horror game by any stretch of the imagination. When the time comes, naturally, the audience will all run off to see Dorky Little Sister and see Fungus and the others for Call of Duty. Oops, tough one. On the other hand, Chen Yufei sat in his office. It took almost an hour or so to sort of hand out the gifts for the top 50 global passes. That's a promise kept. He's had private chats with each of the top 50 players and has given them free demo copies of Call of Duty as well, and they were instructed not to spread it freely. Of course, in fact, Chen Yufei is not afraid of them spreading, because he had laid out a backhanded way to add a system-produced applet to the game file. Once the game files have been copied or moved, then this little program will simply kick in and completely destroy all the game files. Chen Yufei is not a wrongdoer. The heart of harm is not to have, but the heart of defense is not to be without. Meanwhile, located in the faraway pretty country of Wilford Company, it was during the lunch break when the employees gathered together to eat and chat. Guys, I think you've all watched the Resident Evil 1 clearance video. His perfect way of clearing the level was something I really didn't expect. A senior staff member, who was already balding, sighed, not only are the graphics of this game NES, but even the plot is brilliantly designed. Yeah, this game is really too strong. According to this year's situation, I'm afraid that Resident Evil 1 is the top 1 game gold list this year. It could even jump up and directly rate platinum. One game goes platinum, and it seems like that's never happened before in gaming at the moment. It can't be helped. Resident Evil 1 is so strong it feels like there's not a single one that can fight. The Game Gold List, an annual gaming awards event for the global gaming community, an award show sponsored by gaming giants such as Sony, Rent-A-Kill, Microsoft, and Wilford, known as the Oscars of gaming. It is the greatest honor among the gaming community. The platinum list of specifications is even higher level, held only once every 10 years, a selection of only 10 works. Each of the games on the list can be called a milestone in the game industry. Is the best of the best? I don't think so. Another employee interjected. It's still not a sure thing? Is there going to be another game that can top Resident Evil 1 this year? Yes. Isn't Genesis next game? This. Seems like there's nothing wrong with what was said. By the way, didn't they say that the person in charge on the ST side has already sent someone to negotiate with Genesis about cooperation? Don't mention it. MS. Helen herself came out and was rejected, and they made it clear that they didn't want to work with us. Unsurprisingly, after all, having mastered such an awesome engine technology, how could you possibly want to let other companies get a piece of the action? Just as they were chatting, it was a relatively young employee who was not participating, sitting in front of his computer and working on something. A moment later, the young employee's eyes glazed over and he suddenly shouted, Guys, someone from the Genesis studio contacted me, saying that I'm one of the top 50 players in the world to pass the game. So, they're giving me a gift, a demo of a new game." When these words came out, the employees in the room all showed surprised expressions. Genesis Game Studio, surprisingly a new game so soon? Seriously. Chapter 57, it's like a big mountain. Awesome, you actually did kill your way into the top 50. Can. No, Shell, hurry up and inform the superintendent, a group of employees said in surprise, and one of them ran to inform the superintendent of the news. In a few moments the superintendent arrived in a flaming hurry with a team of men and women in a flurry of activity. Although Zhou and Chen Yufei's live stream connection was conducted on the Dragon Kingdom's teeming fish platform, the promise Chen Yufei gave that night had long spread across the globe. Therefore, after knowing about it, Wilfred also encouraged its staff to cheer up to pass the game and successfully kill the top 50 in the world, with additional bonus rewards. Sure enough, a heavy reward is a good thing. His own company actually had an employee who made it into the top 50. How's it going? The superintendent had just walked into the office lobby and inquired loudly. Reporting to the superintendent, the new game is downloading. The employee named Shell replied positively. According to the guys at Genesis Studios, this new game of theirs is called Call of Duty. Call of Duty? The superintendent frowned, analyzing the wave. It doesn't sound like a horror game. Is it an RPG role-playing or action game? Superintendent wise. Shell immediately slapped a wave of rainbow farts. I also think this could be an action game. Well, we'll find out later when we download it. The superintendent nodded in satisfaction. Shell, you did a good job this time. You can go to the finance department in a few minutes to see the head of the department to collect your bonus. Thank you, superintendent. Shell responded with a big smile. Look at the crowd present envy. This time the bonus is $500,000. That is a lot of people's several years of salary. With that, the crowd waited with bated breath for 10 minutes before Call of Duty was finally downloaded. Superintendent, you try first. Shell turned back. Well, good. The director nodded. This young employee is very insightful. Well, the superintendent didn't push the issue and just started putting on the virtual equipment. I'd like to see how the quality of this Genesis Studio's new game is. If it's a role-playing or action game, the scene map should be huge. Modeling a large scene like this can be so much harder than modeling an interior. Maybe this new game isn't as good as Resident Evil 1. Anyone in the game industry understands that the wider the scene, the harder it is to do the game modeling thing. A lot of games have indoor scenes that are realistically done, but as soon as you get to the outdoor scenes, they reveal themselves and the falseness is instantly felt. Honestly, the director is now itching for the Call of Duty game to go yellow. After all, peers are enemies, not to mention a peer who doesn't want to work with his own family. I just hope that Genesis Games' first game is just a flash in the pan and it gets worse later on. Such a situation is not without similar occurrences throughout history. Soon, the superintendent donned his virtual equipment, stood on the virtual body platform, and entered the game. A crowd of employees had gathered around him, silently waiting for the director's feedback. Then the superintendent, who had been chattering before, suddenly fell silent. He just stood straight up on the virtual platform, not moving a muscle. The group of employees looked at each other, all a bit baffled. After waiting like that for almost 5 minutes, one of the employees finally couldn't help but ask, I say, superintendent, what's the deal with this game? The employee's remark seemed to finally wake the superintendent up, and he silently removed the virtual helmet. At this time, a group of employees realized that their director was actually crying, a face of old tears. The employees present were directly confused. What the hell is going on here? Wanted to ask but was afraid to ask exactly why. After a moment, it was the superintendent himself who spoke slowly. Do you know why I'm crying? Everyone in the room shook their heads in uncertainty. Firstly, I am once again blown away by Genesis Studios' game. The realism of this game is much more intense than even Resident Evil 1. Secondly, you may never have guessed that the genre of this game is, surprisingly, the area we're most proud of, FPS shooters. I now have a deep sense of powerlessness. I feel that the games developed by our company may never be able to surpass this, Genesis Game Studio. This game company, it's like a big mountain in front of us. Why are you being so cryptic? Hearing this from the superintendent, the employees were a little guilty in their hearts. It feels like the superintendent is talking a little too much. They've played Resident Evil 1, so how can they not be too much stronger? You probably won't believe me when I say this, so go play and try it for yourselves, all of you. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the employees, the director beckoned feebly, and so, with a half-doubt, the employees, too, began to take turns walking up to the virtual platform one by one and trying it out for themselves. Then all the staff fell into a mesmerizing silence, as did the superintendent. They are all veterans of making games and are considered the elite of the elite. Everyone experienced the feeling the superintendent was talking about. The entire office hall was plunged into an extremely depressing atmosphere. The feeling of powerlessness that comes with watching your peers pull out an era-spanning technology is really overwhelming. It's as if they are still in the era of FC games, but their opponents have come to the era of 3D games early. The gap between them is like an unbridgeable chasm. Well, don't all stand around. It was the superintendent who was the first to revitalize his spirits, and he tapped the table and said, "Don't be discouraged, everyone. Although it's true that our current technology is inferior to Genesis Studio, we can learn from it. We can learn from it. In this regard, The Goose Factory in Dragonland is a good example, said the superintendent, commanding. It's the same division of labor as last time. One part is responsible for experiencing the game content of Call of Duty, and the other part is going to analyze the game files. So let's hope that this time we can bring us something valuable. Even just a little bit would be nice. The superintendent arranged inwardly expectantly. Chapter 58, Betrayal of Genesis? Impossible. At the order of the director, all the employees started to move. The first and foremost thing to do is to start with a few extra copies of the game to make it easier for the staff to do things. Wait, this Call of Duty, is there no activation code? The superintendent suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to ask. No activation code. Shell shook her head. The ones that just open and play. This is not right. The superintendent frowned. Normally, in order to prevent piracy, the manufacturer would add an activation code to the game only, and without it to activate, you can't play the game. What's this Genesis game studio doing? Just straight up taking a game that hasn't even been released on the shelves and bringing it out in a big way for people to play? And you're not afraid of people spreading the word? No way. Genesis Studios could never be this stupid. Could it be that the game has other anti-piracy and anti-distribution measures? Thinking of this, the superintendent instantly commanded, Miller, come see this other anti-piracy measures hidden inside this game. Yes, Superintendent. Miller, a technician with an explosive head and a non-mainstream outfit, immediately went to the computer, clicked on the file and began to analyze it. After a bit of tapping at his computer, Miller came to a conclusion. Superintendent, no anti-piracy programs were found in the game files. It can't be. Is this Genesis Studios' heart so big? The superintendent was a little incredulous to hear the technician's conclusions, and he didn't doubt Miller's words, because Miller is the top technician in the company. He used to be a notorious hacker before he joined Wilford. When it comes to computer technology, the superintendent has yet to see a problem that Miller can't handle. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It's kind of cheap for Genesis Studio to be so stupid anyway. Very well, copy the game then. With a wave of his hand, the superintendent arranged it. Good. Miller began to execute the operation without saying a word. Then, as he did so, a dialog box suddenly poked up on the computer screen in front of Miller. Doesn't it smell good to play the game properly? I'm disappointed in you. The line is written in both English and Chinese, and the text is accompanied by a spoof emoji from the internet. When he saw this, Miller's heart thumped in his chest. However, before he could do anything effective, the screen then flickered. Then, Miller sadly realized that the Call of Duty game files had disappeared. One of Miller's faces instantly turned green. General, Superintendent. He shivered. What's wrong? The superintendent looked up. Game files disappeared. Walt? The director also panicked and immediately rushed to the computer, grabbing the mouse and clicking. It's really gone. Oh, farking squid. What the? The director turned his head and looked at Miller with an angry face. You're not a spy sent by the enemy, are you? Superintendent. Listen to my explanation. If my analysis is correct, this should be a Trojan horse program set in the game file. Once the game file is operated, it will be automatically destroyed. Miller said with a sob. Trojan horse? I thought you said this game file didn't conceal such things? The superintendent spewed wildly at Miller. You can't blame me for that. Miller also immediately weaseled out. This Trojan is so well hidden that it should have gone through multiple disguises. I've never seen this disguise before, so I didn't spot it. No discovery? You can pass the buck by saying you didn't find it? The superintendent's old face reddened with anger, and he then cursed angrily. You're a ING loser. Director, give me another chance. I'll try to see if I can get the game files back, Miller said with a startled huff, continuing to work away at his computer. After another bout of pounding on the keyboard, Miller was completely about to cry this time. I'm sorry, Superintendent. My ability is limited. I'm afraid this game file won't be recovered. What about the netbook? Check to see if there's any more inside the netbook. The superintendent shouted again. Miller checked again. Nope, nothing inside the netbook either. The superintendent almost fainted in anger, and the people on the side rushed to hold him up. This is great. It was so hard to get the game, but it wasn't even a few minutes ago that the game was just gone. They haven't even started playing seriously yet. So damn angry. Good tactics. Really good tactics. This Microsoft is getting more and more wonderful now. After a long moment's reprieve, the superintendent sighed again. Boss, what does this have to do with Microsoft? An employee asked weakly. Didn't I read on the internet that the head of Genesis Games and their team are all completely from the Dragon Kingdom? You believe in that kind of talk? The superintendent snorted. To be able to develop a game with this level of picture quality and even add this kind of hidden Trojan horse program to the game, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom can do it? You tell me who else it could be if it's not Microsoft. If it's not Microsoft, I'll cut my head off and use it as a piss pot for you. Hearing the director swear such a heavy oath, that employee instantly dared not squeak. For a while, the atmosphere of the whole company became gloomy. It took a while before Shell's voice came out weakly. So what, boss? Even though the game is gone, the promised bonuses should still be paid out as usual. Meanwhile, it's not just Wilfred that's been hitting Call of Duty, but also the big online players in the country. Only, to get the game files, you have to break into the top 50 worldwide. But not every game maker is as lucky as Wilfred, who doesn't have a staff on hand to break into the top 50. However, they are not without a solution. There is another way to get the documents, and that is to buy them. Let's just say that on C Mushroom's side, it didn't take long for the scarf to go out, and he's still downloading the game. The cell phone then received a call from Goose Factory. The head of Goose Factory wants C Fungus to give them an extra copy of the Call of Duty game files. Gene ran, not a white copy, we'll pay for it. To this request, C Fungus outright refused. And that's not all. Not only Goose Factory, but Pig Factory, Poor Harvest, Shengda, and so on, have been dumping phone calls all over the place, all for the same reason, to get a copy of Call of Duty. However, will the sea bacteria oblige? Of course not. He turned them all down. It wouldn't be a matter of money, it would be a matter of credibility. He knew deep down that if it wasn't for the game of Genesis, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish what he was turning over now. After he played Resident Evil 1, he was already a brainiac of Genesis Game Studios. Fly told him not to spread the word, but he still did it. Is that still a human being? Things that are not favorable to the Genesis game. He definitely doesn't do it. Chapter 59, Those Who Betray Their Trust. Everyone will be punished. Boss, that sea fungus won't do it even if he's persuaded. He says he won't do it even if he's offered more money. After contacting the sea bacteria to no avail, the Goose Factory staff reported the incident to their supervisors. Well, I get it. This guy is really greasy. The supervisor shook his head. Since that's the case, he's not the only one to pass in the Dragon Kingdom anyway. Let's look for the other top 50 passers. No problem, leader. The employee led the way and went on to contact the others. Goose Factory has also been working on Genesis Studios for some time now, and the idea of trying to acquire Genesis has not been extinguished. After finding Joey last time and then being rejected, they had been mobilizing their connections to search for the exact location of Genesis Studio. But Chen Yufei has long anticipated this point, before registering with the use of a purse company. Layers of camouflage. So Goose Factory has not found half a shadow of Genesis Studio after some searching up to now. This made them wonder how a studio that could develop such a new next-generation game could reasonably show a little bit of horseplay. They had no choice but to retreat and continue working on Genesis' new game. Since this sea bacteria doesn't cooperate, let's find one that does. So Goose Factory quickly found another top 50 player. This time the two sides talked quickly. As long as that player is willing to copy the game, then Goose Factory is willing to pay $100,000 to him. $100,000 is just a copy of the game, and it's still a beta version. It's kind of a bloodbath. For that player, earning $100,000 for nothing was a no-brainer. However, just as the player was stealing a laugh and violating his agreement with Chun Yufei by clicking to copy the game, a dialogue box popped up. Doesn't it smell good to play the game properly? I'm disappointed in you. It's also accompanied by a popular spoof emoji from the internet. The next moment, the screen flashed and the game simply disappeared. After the player's brief moment of confusion, he immediately panicked and told the Goose Factory staff, "Something's happened. My game is gone." "Nope. How, sister?" The staff at the Goose Factory also looked puzzled. The player then informed the staff of what had happened. The staff quickly understood. "I know. This Genesis studio has a high probability of setting a Trojan horse program on the game files. Once you do something else with the file, the program kicks in and destroys the game file." "What? So what now?" The player was completely dumbfounded. "I even just downloaded this game. I haven't even had a chance to play it yet. You guys want a copy of it for you, and now that the game is gone, you're responsible for it. Hold your horses. I'll ask the leader." The player could only wait in silence, and after a few minutes, the staff finally contacted him. "There's a way out," the staff said as soon as they returned. "What way?" the player asked in a rush. The staff member replied instantly in a hushed voice. "You can file a lawsuit against Genesis Studio, accusing them of planting a Trojan horse virus in your computer. Let Genesis Studio compensate you for your losses." That's a ING solution? The player was dumbfounded after hearing the reply. This is certainly considered a solution, and it is possible for you to win this lawsuit. From what it seems to be, it is a fact that Genesis Studio installed a Trojan horse virus into your computer. You can get your rights back by filing a lawsuit. This was the idea of a certain leader at Goose Factory, who thought it was simply a great idea to fish out Genesis Studio through this lawsuit. As for this player's rights, that's bull *******. Just bait they used to fish with. Goddamn going to sue Genesis. Hassle not to mention court. However, this player was not willing. The main thing is that he has some face left for himself. When he received the game, he promised Genesis Studio that he wouldn't spread the game. Now he goes back on his word and then he has to be made to backpedal and put the pot on Genesis' head? Isn't this the real-life version of the farmer and the snake? He couldn't do such a thing. What's more, he hasn't lost anything at all, and his computer is intact. So if he really wants to sue Genesis Studio, it's still a question of whether or not the lawsuit can be won. In that case, it can't be helped. The staff also responded to the player dryly. There's nothing we can do if you don't want to litigate together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're not going to tell me that you just don't care, are you? The player jumped in anger. I did what you guys said, and now that the game is gone, you should at least compensate me with some money. I'm sorry, but this matter is entirely the result of your personal failings and has nothing to do with us. The staff member hung up after returning the call. Since they couldn't use this player to sue Genesis, Goose Factory naturally didn't want to waste time with him. Gamblin' mother, Goose Factory UXXXX thing. Hearing the call just rudely hung up on. The player went on a rant at Goose Factory. He literally lost blood on this wave. Forget it if you don't get the money. The game is gone too. He had worked hard to kill zombies and fight tyrants, and it was not easy for him to rush into the top 50. Now there's nothing. Is this what happens to betrayers? Likewise, elsewhere, this isn't the only one that's similar, and Goose Factory isn't the only company that's done this. The Domestic Pig Factory, 360, etc., and the Foreign Rent-A-Kill and Sony, etc., all coincidentally approached the top 50 players. Then, the players who agreed to copy it all had the same dismal results. Capital is ruthless, and the standard loss of money is a loss of money. After a player abroad was tricked into deleting the game by Sony, he was so angry that he tweeted at Sony and Genesis Studios. He was then mercilessly mocked by the general public. You're also a cub seed. It's obvious that you're the one who sees the money. What's it got to do with other people's creation? Yeah, I don't have a problem with you cursing Sony, but why are you cursing Genesis? Isn't that a farmer and a snake? I don't know where you get the nerve to blame Genesis, you rat-tail juice. I'm strongly in favor of what Genesis did, and treating the betrayer as it should be treated. Ha ha, if you ask me, this is all too kind of Genesis. I'll just blacklist you and never be able to play Genesis games. Serves you right. Instead of sympathizing with the foreign player, the general public laughed out loud one by one, under the demonization of a group of game manufacturers. In the end, among the top 50 players, it is surprising that nearly half of the players' games were tragically destroyed. They had no choice but to break their teeth and swallow their stomachs in response. That's what happens when you don't keep your word. Chapter 40 Call of Duty entered. 7 o'clock that night. A well-fed and well-drunk dorky little sister sat down in front of her computer right on time. The game that Chen Yufei gave her today, she hadn't had time to try it out yet, and was planning to do so through live streaming. Before the live broadcast room was opened, dull little sister skimmed the number of people in the background. A whole 300,000, and it's still on the rise. Worthy of being Brother Yufei? This is the attraction of the new game. Just this number of people. It's already comparable to the jerk-off tournament. Dull little sister couldn't help but marvel at the number of people in the backstage. Today she was wearing the cosplay that Joey had given her that day, and she looked very eye-catching in a female military uniform. With that, he cleared his throat and clicked on the live feed. Good evening, brothers. In the live broadcast room, the water friends, on the other hand, were frantically sending out pop-ups and instantly took off when they saw dull little sister on the air. The old woman is on the air. Asterisk 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 Aaron, how much did you pat in? The old woman and Sister Joe are really good sisters, 'cause they have similar tastes. Sorry to A. Request artillery support. Vivi, you should drink less Coke and some papaya, or you really won't get married. I don't think drinking papaya juice is going to work anymore. I need to get plastic surgery. In the pop-up screen, the water friends daily flirting up. Stay little sister are used to it. Ha roll of the eyes let them go to say. I say brothers, all joking aside, are you still going to watch the live stream of the new game? As soon as dull little sister spoke, the live broadcast room became even more rowdy. Asterisk 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 you've learned the hard way. Old woman, hurry up and get on the game. Don't pull this. Yeah, we've been waiting for half a day. Don't you dare not broadcast spray you to death. I'll admit you're not right, eh? You're a coconut alright. Ha ha, coconut would be an exaggeration. Seeing the pop-ups from the viewers, dull little sister was a bit depressed. In the past, the viewers were still quite greedy for her body. And now, for the sake of the new game, pressing her personally, she felt like she was reduced to a tool person playing the game of Genesis. But being able to make money makes all of this trivial. Okay, you guys can stop kissing ass. I'm going to start playing now. Nerdy little sister couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the audience and began to wear the virtual equipment. Said as he put it on, "I've gotten some insight into Call of Duty from Faye. The game is Modern Warfare Games, a first-person chicken shooting game set in the real world. Players will take on specific roles in the World War of Heroes, but of course it's only a beta at the moment. So this time it's also been experience tasting. The full version is still in subsequent development and will be out soon, more or less." After dull little sister finished speaking, the audience immediately murmured, "What the hell is a chicken shooting game? Can you pronounce it better next time? It's a shooting game." Misunderstood. The old woman probably said that on purpose. She's got nothing to do but make a yellow noise. Whether it's the full version or not, it doesn't matter. It's good to see parts of it first. This kind of wargame is absolutely fun if it's done realistically. I just hope it's not worse than Resident Evil 1. I've played a lot of FPS games, but this is a game made by Genesis, so I'm still looking forward to a wave. In the past, if they heard that this was an FPS game, players would never have this kind of enthusiasm, because at least 6 out of 10 games on the market are of this type. It's simply too common in this world's gaming community. But what Genesis Studios produces, that's a different story. The heat from the previous Resident Evil 1 is still here. No one will question the quality of Genesis games. Then we're on the air. Nerdy girl giggled and launched the game straight away. The screen went black first, and a line emerged from the darkness. Genesis Studio presence. Later, after a minute of content loading, immediately after the screen flashed, a very modern satellite electronic map appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A man's voice began to ring out as the map shrunk. The good news is that the world is at peace. At least we are at peace here. On the other side, Kaylee ha. Ah lasses, this guy is the second most powerful person in the Black State area right now. He's got a lot of oil and arms on his hands, and he seems to be about to make a big move, and the intelligence services have directed their sights on him. As for the bad news, we have a new recruit here today. His name is Soap. As the words fell, the map quickly shrunk with it, then quickly landed, shifting very silky smooth to a first-person view. Seeing this, dull little sister also let out a wow. "Guys, this game is kind of fun. You guys, look at the transitions, and it looks like there's a plot." With that said, dull little sister saw her vision begin to clear up in front of her. The character she plays is named Soap. Full name John McTavish. He's standing in an armory, and his name is Gates. Gates said, pointing to the weapons cabinet, "Soap, go grab a weapon. I need to test your shooting ability." Upon hearing this, dull little sister immediately reacted that this was a newbie tutorial. Taking a few steps forward and picking up one of the rifles sitting on the tabletop, dorky little sister let out a gasp. "Brothers, look at this gun. It's very real to the touch, cold and metallic, and a heavy feeling of weight in your hands. It feels a little more finely crafted than the weapons in Resident Evil." "No need to stay," little sister said. "The water door has already seen the picture." Also a burst of, "True to Genesis, the texture of this image is as real and touching as ever. Old woman hands don't shake. Let me see the equipment on you. G36C, short assault rifle. This is the configuration of the Special Operations Team. Cow, short-range guided gas piston flamethrower muzzle, triple optical sights. This weapon is so finely crafted? Don't just stand there, dumb little sister. Go shoot and try your hand at it." In the live room, a lot of players who like gun games have seen a lot of things. Nerdy little sister glanced at the pop-ups of her water friends, who were now completely immersed inside the environment. Unlike Resident Evil 1, the physicality, this time around, is much more finely crafted. While fiddling with the gun, she was able to receive feedback from the real gun, touching the cold and reflecting the cold light of the gun body. The dull little sister whispered straight, "Yufei brother is also too good. This only a few days to make a game, but it is not even the slightest bit worse than the Resident Evil physical sense." Chapter 61 Recruit Training. At that moment, Gates, who was behind her, spoke up. "Hey, Soap, don't just stand there. Go to the shooting range for target practice." "Oh, okay." Receiving instructions, dull little sister held her gun and walked in the direction Gates had indicated to the target shooting range on the other side of the weapons room. "On my command, pop the target and fire without rules. First I need to get you to fire from a standing position," Gates said, pressing the button in his hand. A drop sounded immediately afterward from the grounds, 20 meters ahead of dull little sister. 3 wooden targets popped up. After seeing this, dull little sister immediately gripped the G36C rifle in her hand and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. An ethereal snake of fire erupted, accompanied by 3 shots, and the target missed by 1. However, none of the water users watching the live broadcast laughed, because they also see that the gun actually does have real feedback recoil. The technology is upgraded. The previous Resident Evil 1 weapons had a similar effect, but the alignment definitely wasn't as floaty. It seems to have been more carefully adjusted for the real parameters. Nerdy little sister fired just 3 shots and the muzzle of her gun collapsed into the sky. This gun is real on Earth. The recoil is really strong. Coconut girl, listen to me. Move your right foot back a step for body support and hold the butt of the gun against your shoulder. I'm convinced. How can Genesis Studios' game be so fine? This is still just the internal beta, right? It's simply incredible. Hearing the method suggested by a water user, dull little sister didn't hesitate to do as she was told and refired her gun, which barely managed to hit the 3 targets. The sensation made nerdy little sister feel as if she was actually in field shooting practice. Behind her, Gates stood on the observation deck and spoke. Well, see, you need to aim with your sights when you shoot to hit your target accurately. Now I will set up cover for the targets. You need to shoot in a crouching position and continue the drill. With that, Gates pressed a button and an iron and wooden plate appeared on the left and right in front of the target. For her part, nerdy little sister dutifully crouched down as instructed and racked the gun in her hand to fire a few more shots. The bullet penetrated the boards to hit the target, but the iron plates were not penetrated. Gates, see? Crouching shots are more accurate than standing shots. An iron plank bunker is also more sturdy than a wooden one. And if it were you, I think you'd know where to hide. Good. Now get up. And on the count of 3, 2, 1. Pull out your pistol as fast as you can. At that, Dorky blinked and stood up slightly woodenly to hang the gun on her. Looking down, she had a pistol hanging from her right hip. Ready, draw. Gates let out a yell, and dumb little sister froze for 2 seconds, clumsily pulling out her pistol with both hands. Seeing this in action, Gates also shook his head. You're going too slow here. Start over. Beside her, Gates' loud chortling, Dorky little sister was all confused. It felt, really, like a drill sergeant sternly educating the soldiers below him. The waterbenders also noticed that Dorky's heart rate was rising rapidly, indicating that she was frightened. After several times in a row, when dull little sister was finally able to complete a quick draw, Gates nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, and remember next time, it's always faster to replace a pistol than a rifle cartridge. Alright, shooting practice is complete. Now go to the CQB field. The captain is waiting for you. With that, Gates turned and left the firing range. Dorky then saw a small map appear at the top left of the viewpoint. The map was labeled with your location and current target point. It took a while for dull little sister to come back to her senses. Brothers, this game is so professional too. How I doubt this is really a military drill anymore. There was also a chorus of admiration from the watermen. CF and Counter-Strike are nowhere near as good as this game. Don't freeze. Get to the target point. I'm already excited. At that, dull little sister nodded and maneuvered her character out of the training room. As soon as she stepped outside, first the blinding sunlight above her head agitated her eyes. After waiting for a few seconds, when the line of sight was restored again, dull little sister and the water friends in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cool air in shock when they saw the image in front of them. Just in front of us was a huge military base. A heavy military and metallic feel fills the base. In front of them, several Abrams tanks rumbled by, and standing still they could feel the ground shaking. The sense of oppression was extremely strong. In the distance, several helicopters of various types were also taking off and landing at any given time, and the sound of the propellers was particularly authentic. Dull little sister, who was frozen in place too shocked to move, could even feel the dust that was pounding on her face. Nerdist is actually playing the game pretty well, at least with games like CS, Firewire, and Chicken. She's playing a pretty good game war. But when the tanks and planes and artillery of fully modernized warfare appeared before one's eyes, dull little sister's legs went weak, and for the first time she felt a sense of fear of being in a real battlefield. She froze in the doorway for a few moments as she poked and prodded, and then she slowed down. I've been given such an awesome game. I have to play it well. With that said, dull little sister cheered herself up. The game that Chun Yufei had given her was too shocking as well. She was dumbfounded as the first person to live stream the internal test. The viewers of the live stream are not to mention that another phenomenal game is going to be born. Knowing full well that this would be absolutely no low traffic, Dorky ran towards the location of the mission that Gates had mentioned, clutching her gun. When he arrived at the training grounds and entered, he saw 3 men standing together talking about something. When they saw someone come in the doorway, the 2 men stepped aside, and in the center was an old man with his arms wrapped around him. All NPC characters don't have a fixed logo above their heads, and when you look above the character for a second, his name is revealed. John Price, the old man's name. The old man with the gas mask and full armor looked dull little sister up and down. What the hell kind of name is Soap? How in the world did a brat like you get through the selection process? Price's tone was dismissive, and Dorky little sister pursed her lips. Wow, right off the bat. With that, Price waved his hand. Don't freeze, kid, climb up. Now for CQB training. Let's see how good you are. Looking in the direction Price's hand was pointing, there was a boarded-up field in front of him. Surveillance probes were set up all around the grounds, in which a number of targets were set up. CQB Nerd Girl knows the term. It is a shorthand term for indoor close combat. It is a very professional militarized training. A game that comes up with this kind of gameplay for recruits? Chapter 62, This Mother is surprisingly just a prologue. With anticipation, dull little sister also began to get excited, and now she felt like a new recruit ready for special training. Follow the instructions to climb the stairs from the side of the grounds. An MP5 silenced submachine gun sat on the raised platform, with 4 concussion rounds next to it. She was still familiar with these nerdy little sisters, and she had used these weapons when she played chicken a lot, replacing the MP5 with a G36 and hooking up the concussion rounds to her body. Dull little sister poked her head out to look down at her feet. The raised platform was high, almost 6 meters, and there is only one rope for rope descent. At that moment, Price, in the distance, spoke to dull little sister over the intercom. Soap, rappel down the rope. Follow the target instructions on the floor to travel quickly through the field and take down all targets. Ready, down. The words fell out of his mouth, and before dorky little sister could react, Price tapped the timer with a shout. Watching the timer on the field at one time pulsating, dorky little sister was dumbfounded on the spot. 6 meters, as tall as a 2-story building. How dare you call me a rope drop? She's never played this before. The audience in the live broadcast room was happy to see this, and the pop-up screen exploded. Wimpy wimpy wimpy. The old woman is too wimpy to jump. Ha ha, not to mention her. I feel like I'd wimp out if I went up there. 6 meters is still pretty high, and the fall would be absolutely acidic. Say, this is just the recruit training process, right? What game gives players this to play as soon as they come up? Only Genesis could do it. The process isn't really that hard. It's just a test of your mettle. I bet the old woman should be afraid to go down there. I saw she didn't adjust the pain value. This fall will probably hurt like hell. Make it quick. I can't wait for the first live mission. The water friends were forcing their way through the live broadcast, and dull little sister was cursing directly in her heart as she watched. This Yufei brother was also too pitiful. This kind of thing didn't even remind her of it. She didn't adjust the pain value switch of the virtual device at all. However, considering that so many players were watching, dull little sister hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and reaching out to grab the rope, sliding down a little bit, and by this time, it was over 3 minutes. Landing on the ground, dorky little sister was slightly pleased with herself. I didn't think I could do it, but I'm still pretty strong. But before he could be complacent for long, Price on the other end busted out directly. Run up, Soap, march indoors and shoot the target. Stinky curses exploded in her ears, and dumb little sister shrank in shock, dutifully taking the submachine gun in her hand and aiming it at her target in the chamber. A few shots were fired, the target was hit and fell to the ground, and dorky little sister took off at a run, holding her gun up and continuing as instructed. Downstairs, turning the stairs, Price called out, "Enemy at 9 o'clock, drop a concussion bomb." At that, dull little sister clumsily put down her gun, pulled out a shock bomb and pulled out the pin to throw it over. And then, before the explosion, he walked over to it himself. Foolishly, she had thought that the concussion bombs here were just like the firebrand, that they would explode when thrown out, and that the most she could do if she was hit would be to turn her picture white. Bang! As a result, there was an explosion, and the intense white light from the concussion bomb, along with the high-frequency noise, exploded in dull little sister's ears. Dull little sister was hit on the spot and was directly shaken to her knees, covering her ears. Price saw it and went right on cursing. Remember, shock bombs have a 3-second delayed detonation. Stand up and keep moving. Where was dull little sister to care at this time? She had just received a face full of thunder, and now her brain was buzzing and her mind was stunned. Inside the office, Chen Yufei, who was watching dull little sister's live broadcast, covered his face and said to Mina next to him, "You make a note of it, and later you'll summarize the problem and have the techs in development tweak it." Is dull little sister going to be okay? Seeing the game's dull little sister get grenade, Mina subconsciously worried. It's fine, I've adjusted the parameters long ago, it won't affect the player's health. Chen Yufei shook his head, but he also didn't expect dull little sister to catch a grenade with her face. In the live broadcast room, the audience was in a state of shock at this point. This concussion bomb feels so real? Eat a full flash with a beep? I feel like this is about as effective as any real-life concussion bomb. Bursts of flash plus noise, even if you don't eat the lightning head-on. The details, it's all about the details. Genesis Studios really is Whitey's. It's really absolute. How did such an awesome game get made again? The Aquanauts in the livestream were also blown away by the Call of Duty effect. I'm not sure how to look at it. It's so full of detail that you can't pick any faults. It took half a day for the buzzing in dull little sister's ears to stop, and she stumbled to her feet and shook her head. This feels so real. Holy, I almost had a brain fart. While sputtering, dorky little sister picked up her gun again and poked out most of her body to shoot the indoor target. Walking around another corner, Price ordered another shock bomb raid. With experience this time, dull little sister removed the pin and counted 2 seconds before throwing it out. Then, waiting until the last target was finally knocked down, dorky little sister gritted her teeth and ran to the finish line. Ding! 18 minutes, 16 seconds. Failing grade. Start over. 141 has never had a grade as bad as yours. Price was displeased to see dumb little sister's elapsed time and sprayed his mouth with the microphone. Climb up and start over or you're out. Remember, the best 141 time is 19 seconds. Reached by co-captain Gates. Look at you again. 18 minutes? Even your enemies will laugh at you. Platt had a very hot temper and scolded the dorky little sister. But there was nothing dull little sister could do about it. She wasn't even qualified to participate in the first actual combat mission if she didn't complete the training mission. Gritting her teeth and taking a deep breath, dull little sister cursed and climbed onto the high platform. Yufei brother is also too pitiful. Like this kind of thing, why do not say a word in advance? Subsequently, cursing aside, Call of Duty is truly awesome. The next few more attempts were made, and dull little sister became more and more skillful, finally completing the novice mission in 58 seconds after a dozen attempts. Watching her gasp for breath, Price shook his head as he cradled his arms. I don't know how many times I'd be dead if I were a rookie like you. However, you passed the maneuvers, and I'm willing to give you a chance at a real-world mission. And remember, if you die, I don't care. When you're ready, head to the hangar and leave in 30 minutes. When Price finished, the screen then faded to black and the training for this prologue ended. Seeing this, dull little sister let out an exclamation. Guys, it's too hard. This is just the prologue. Chapter 63, An Unexpected Pleasure. Just when nerdy little sister had worked so hard to beat the training level, the heat of her live broadcast room had exploded, and in the first half hour of broadcasting, she easily broke 10 million popularity. Unlike the previous Resident Evil 1 livestreams, this one saw tons of gamers flooding into the livestream right at the beginning, all to get a glimpse of the new game Call of Duty. In addition to the players, basically all of the major domestic factories were also paying attention to dull little sister's live broadcast in unison. Pig Factory, Goose Factory, 360, Poor Harvest, 4,399. Xingda and many other online game companies have arranged for people to be the first to analyze Call of Duty. Their arrangement was simple. Since they couldn't reach Genesis Game Studios, then eat his game up, copy it, imitate it, even duplicate it if you can. Whatever works to curb the rapid growth of Genesis Game Studios, because Genesis Studios games are a threatening presence to any manufacturer. It's not up to them to take it seriously. This was a bitter experience for the technicians, so the technical department of the Hog Factory had a scene like this. Pig-headed leader. Yesterday asked me to analyze Resident Evil 1. Today asked me to plagiarize Call of Duty. Really don't treat technology as a human being? Hey, who said it is not? This Genesis game is not so good copy good imitation. On the technology of the virtual engine, up to now there is not even a hint of a breakthrough, not to mention imitation. If you ask me, touch the fish, paddle the water, can't study it anyway, just swing for the fences. Other companies are probably in the same situation. Makes sense. Seriously, I'm going to buy a copy of the game when it's released and play it. It's not much more fun than some card game. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let the leader hear you. You're committing enemy behavior. Scared less. I'm just being realistic. And the same phenomenon is pretty much true for the tech departments of other game makers. Because as these technicians sadly discovered, it's not that our army is ineffective, but the enemy is too powerful. The level of game production at Genesis Studios is crushingly epic-making technology. It was simply not an area that the current ones could touch. Putting aside the individual game makers, there's also that wave of people who are also watching dumb little sister's livestream at this time. How about it? Mr. Lee and Mr. Wang, what do you think of the quality of this new game? A big grinning voice rang out from a conference room. If someone familiar with the situation was present, just by listening to the voice, they would know that it was Joey's voice because it was too distinctive. Joey dressed very solemn tonight. A slim female suit looks decent and generous. A live projection of nerdy little sister was being projected on the big screen in the conference room. A dozen or so people were staring intently at the screen in front of them. MS, Joey, your Genesis game. I personally like it very much, but the conditions you've given, you really have to let me think about it. That's right. The game has no problems and even exceeds our expectations, but the way of cooperation, it's still up for debate. If you ask me, this Genesis studio is still a bit too big for its britches. So what if the game is well made? without our virtual equipment. Can his game be so hot? Yeah, that makes sense too. A few of the people who opened their mouths were veterans of virtual equipment manufacturers in China. Only the top 5 manufacturers qualify for this talk. These people were old businessmen, and Joey wasn't reassured, but instead set her eyes on the woman sitting across from herself. Mr. Zhao, do you think so too? Joey smiled as she looked at the woman across from her. The other party was in his 30s, but his body and skin were very well managed, and without asking his age and looking at his appearance alone, he had a feeling that he was in his early 20s. Joey all had to marvel at the woman's skill in maintaining her face, looking enviable. It doesn't matter what the other manufacturers say, but this woman is the one that Chen Yufei personally ordered Joey to have to take care of. There was no other reason. This was the leading manufacturer of virtual equipment with a market share of more than 30% in China and ranked number 1. Zhao Silu, the owner of Menglong Virtual Manufacturing Company. I think that the conditions given by Genesis are very reasonable. After a long time, Zhao Silu spat out a sentence that took everyone present by surprise. Mr. Zhao, are you kidding? Genesis is going to buy us out without spending a dime. And you agree? Yeah, a multi-trillion-dollar industry being swallowed up by a multi-billion-dollar company sounds like a pipe dream. With only 10% of Genesis studios in total, how are so many manufacturers going to split it up? You're leading the industry to extinction. A few manufacturers, you and I, were dissatisfied with Zhao Silu's decision. Even Joey felt a bit flushed when she heard it. She also felt that what Chen Yufei had given was indeed too little. In her place, she wouldn't have agreed. Do you guys really think it's less? Zhao Silu spoke again. Not to mention how much money Genesis has right now. With the influence created by one Resident Evil, Genesis has the capital to become a giant in the industry. What's more, this Call of Duty, I don't think it's any worse than Resident Evil, if not better, and it all took only 7 days. So with that kind of potential, why not agree? Only Genesis, I think, can lead us to see a different new world. As Zhao Silu's words fell, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was a big shot in the shopping mall, so naturally they could hear Zhao Silu's words. The original virtual equipment industry has come to a historical low. Small factories cannot survive as a problem, even if it is a big factory like them. Sales have been gradually decreasing each year, and they are also tightening their belts to get by. But the arrival of Genesis has turned the industry around. These days, everyone makes a hard buck. Like Zhao Silu said, after so many years, I'm afraid that Genesis is the only one that can keep the industry going, and its potential is really immeasurable. However, everyone is not hard work to create the family business. Genesis Studio only takes shares to buy them. They naturally cannot let go of the immediate interests. I'm naturally aware of what you guys are thinking, but we, the Zhao family, have decided to cooperate with Genesis. Zhao Silu stood up and walked to Joey's side in a graceful manner. Your boss at Genesis is quite the man, and this contract, I'd like to bring it to your boss in person to sign. Joey was shocked at this time, not expecting that it was negotiated like this. Even that didn't take too much of her breath. Okay, I'll go back and tell him. Joey was too late to be surprised and replied with some stuttering. That's really interesting. I can't wait to meet the mysterious boss yet. Zhao Silu smiled like a flower and left the conference room. And when the other manufacturers saw that Zhao Silu had agreed, although they still had lumps inside, they gritted their teeth and followed suit, agreeing to Joey's conditions. This startled Joey. Unexpectedly, she had over-delivered on what Chen Yufei had explained. Chapter 64. This is too much fishing. On the other hand, after Dull Little Sister's novice training was completed, only to see the screen, the satellite map quickly jumped and fixed the center point where it was near the Bering Sea. A little later, a search for 3D model drawings of the freighter appeared, standardizing the structure of the freighter with a variety of specialized data. Immediately afterward, Price's voice rang out. Attention all, this operation comes from our bear ally, Nikolai. The target item is on a search of a medium-sized freighter with a large number of enemy guards. We need to land by night cover and make a quick attack on the freighter. Get the target items and evacuate. Gates, what about rules of engagement? Price, leave no one behind. 2 seconds later, before Dull Little Sister could catch the introduction to the rules of the game, the screen flashes again, accompanied by a tight drum soundtrack. Dull Little Sister then saw that she was already in a helicopter, the roaring sound of the flight resounding in the night sky, the night dark outside, accompanied by a rainstorm. Across the room, Price, the old guy from before, looked out with a cigar in his mouth. Next to them, Gates and 2 other team members sat on either side. The roar of helicopter propellers resounded overhead. Nerdy Little Sister was outright amazed that she had replaced her latest virtual device this time and could even smell it. As soon as she came up, she felt the penetrating cold wind, mixed with the fishy smell of rainwater. My God, Dull little sister held her head and cried out. The dark waters below her eyes looked so dizzying that if she wasn't careful she would fall into the sea. She sat upright in a hurry, her hands on the handles inside the helicopter. The audience was also completely and utterly blown away. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is this nifty sure it's a game? Why do I get the feeling that the old woman is literally traveling across the sea? I feel the same way. You look at the waves, the reflection of this seawater, and the gentle moonlight in the sky. What's the difference between this damn thing and the real world? The audience at this time really convinced. Resident Evil 1. The vast majority of the scene occurs in the indoor. The entire map is also the foreign museum and the foreign museum around. Although very realistic, but ultimately the light is dim. Do not really see. But this Call of Duty is completely different. The first chapter starts with a completely open world without any borders, and all kinds of light during the day and night are very realistic. In this case, the shock of the realism presented by the game is far more intense than Resident Evil 1. This kind of realism is already beyond those special effects movies in Hollywood. Almost no different from reality. Oh my god, I want to cry now. Is this really just a game? Even dull little sister couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the dark ocean below, she held her hands tightly for fear of falling. At that moment, the sound of talking came from inside her headset. Bravo 6. We have arrived near the target area. Landing in 60 seconds. Roger, sledgehammer. Radio silence is now in effect. Good luck. As the words fell out of his mouth, Price arrogantly removed the cigar from his mouth and casually flicked it out of the cabin. Looking over at dumb little sister. Soap, I hope you're ready for action. Put on your mask and get ready to move. Dorky little sister didn't even dare to talk much, dutifully using her arms to scratch in front of her. The game Soap then put on a gas mask. 55 seconds later, the helicopter flew to the side of the freighter. Target point reached. 5 seconds to landing. Then a green light came on at the head of the cabin and a teammate sitting on the side threw down the rope he was holding in his arms. Price also pulled out a silenced MP5 from his waist at this moment and handsomely cocked it with a flick of his hand. All down. This scene was dropped into the livestream through dumb little sister's first view. Everyone, directly stunned on the spot. So fierce right off the bat. Straight to war? I'm a military junkie. It's so damn exciting and this game is so much fun. Why do I feel like this is the beginning of a dream? Really excited. If Firewire and Counter-Strike had this kind of plot, the laborers would directly buy 10 fire unicorns. Okay, I directly kneel. In the live room, the audience went wild, and many of the anchors who had just come in to watched with fervor. They hadn't seen dull little sister's rookie training just now, and they were naturally even more shocked to see the helicopter descending the rope as soon as they came in. Dull little sister was super proud of herself at this point. She had just trained so many times and now it was surprisingly coming in handy at the first opportunity. Helicopter descending rope. Super handsome, okay? When Price slid down, she didn't hesitate and followed suit, grabbing the rope and trying to slide down. But having said that, live combat is still not quite the same as training. The rope drop at the training level is only about 6 meters high. Now, however, the helicopter had left a full 10 meters of altitude and the surroundings were accompanied by stormy winds and rain. The helicopter was not stable and was swaying slightly from side to side. At this point, just as dumb little sister grabbed the rope and poked her body out of the cabin, suddenly a demonic wind blew head-on from the left side, directly pouncing on dull little sister. Just like that, with an unsteady grip, dull little sister let out a scream and was blown hard out of the cabin by the demonic wind. Then dull little sister, who hadn't grabbed the rope, fell right out of the helicopter and into the rough sea. In an instant, dull little sister's blood froze all over her body, and her screams froze in her throat, unable to make a sound. It's like riding a roller coaster that suddenly drops at breakneck speed, and before the voice can be shouted out, the person is already over. 2 seconds later, the screen gradually blurred to black as dull little sister fell into the sea. A classic Call of Duty quote appears on the screen. If anyone really wants to fight, he must not have been in battle. Seeing this, everyone froze and looked at the black screen. Asterisk 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 that's dead? There's one thing to be said for this. It could never happen in reality. Crosswinds do blow people down. This is so realistically done. I just want to say that Fly is awesome and Genesis is awesome. Why can you think so carefully? Is Genesis Studio really alien technology? You don't say. I seriously doubt now that they created a second world for us to play in. Ha ha, cut the bull asterisk 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 and hurry up and see how the old woman is doing. There was a gasp of amazement from the waterbenders. It was just that Genesis games felt so real to the players. The dorky little sister in the game was even more confused. Originally, she had planned to pass with one life. Now that's good. Not even a single shot has been fired. And you're just blown down by the wind and dropped dead? That's too much fishing. Chapter 65, a cinematic immersion experience. Holy crap, I'm not convinced. I want a do-over. clenching her fists with an ah. Dorky little sister swung her hand violently, maneuvering the page to start over. Couldn't waste the opportunity for Chang Yufei to give her a new game for nothing, and dying like this was too much of a rake. As a matter of fact, the fact that repelling can also kill people is not really new, and there are many such examples in reality. For example, in the famous Black Hawk Down incident, a soldier was seriously injured when he brushed right off because he didn't hold on to the rope, especially in a stormy sea like this. The airflow of a helicopter can be very seriously disturbed, and it's good enough to keep the fuselage balanced. So, it was considered a normal situation for dull little sister to fall straight into the sea. However, nerdy little sister and her water friends couldn't care less about that. They are full of one thought right now at this moment now. This new game, it's ing brilliant. A few seconds later, after reading the quotes, the perspective returns again. Fight well and don't get distracted. In front of the nerdy little sister, Price pops a cigar in his fingers and orders his teammates to throw down the ropes. When they rappelled down, dull little sister was much more cautious this time, and with a death grip on the rope through gritted teeth, she quickly rappelled down the rope to the cargo bay deck. Nearly gave the gloves a wipeout midway through, but this one had a good scare and landed successfully. Yay! It worked! I told you it was no problem. Nerdy little sister shouted softly in celebration of her small victory. Viewers watching the livestream have now noticed and can't help but sigh. It doesn't seem to have been set up on purpose when dull little sister fell into the ocean earlier. It's purely because dumb little sister is too much of a rookie. And, most of all, the audience marveled. When the scene returns again to just before the landing, Captain Price's expression is not the same as it was at the beginning. He gave dull little sister a contemptuous look before speaking. Fight well and don't get distracted. With this sentence, she skillfully turned the accident just now into dull little sister's own fantasy. This showed the players a lot of things and they marveled at it. My god, Genesis Studios is truly divine. The detailing is simply overflowing. The NPC's expression dialogue will change with the player's actions, with a high degree of intelligence. It's too real. It's still just a demo version and it's made like this. How can other game makers live when they look at it? Resident Evil 1 hasn't even been played through yet. Call of Duty has me stuck in it again. Can Genesis make games slower? I really can't play it. Go. There's a new game and you're still bleeping about it. I'm gutsy enough to think Call of Duty is really good. Resident Evil 1 is still scary. Ha, don't stand there dumb little sister. Hurry up and play on. The audience is just watching in front of the screen and doesn't know the real reaction inside the game. At this moment, dull little sister was so engrossed that she didn't even have time to look at the pop-ups. As soon as she landed on the ground, dull little sister felt her feet wobbling and immediately felt a little dizzy. It makes sense, after all. The target location was on a cargo ship and floating in rough seas. Underneath her feet was a huge wave, and just hearing the lapping sound of this various huge waves made dull little sister feel scared. And at that moment, waiting until the last of his teammates had landed, Price once again pulled out a cigar and lit it unsteadily. Forward cabin control room 6. Free fire. With a big wave of Price's hand, all the players were ready to go. Not far in front of them, through the glass exterior window they could see 6 people inside, each sitting in chairs chatting away. It was dark and stormy outside, and the enemy didn't expect an attack at this time of day. Dull little sister subconsciously raised her gun and aimed at one of them after hearing the order, but she was slow to fire, because the previous training was all about the targets. The shooting was stress-free, and the characters inside games like Firewire and Counter-Strike are also very anime-ish, with stiff movements and limbs, purely as a game, so shoot when you say you're going to shoot. But the enemy the dull little sister was aiming at the moment was living and breathing, and every move was comparable to a real person. This led to a hesitation to shoot, though dumb little sister, despite being an older woman, she's still essentially a girl, not as wild as the male players. After a few seconds of freezing without firing a shot, dull little sister heard Throwback's voice from beside her. The squad was fitted with silenced MP5s and the sound of firing was almost negligible. Combined with the effects of the stormy weather, the people inside the cabin never realized that someone had fired a shot. Instantly, the cabin glass shattered in response. When the crew heard the sound they turned their heads to look, but the bullets were faster than they were. In less than 3 seconds, 6 enemies instantly fell to the ground. Price then exhaled a smoke ring. Gates opens the door. Soap bursts in. With that, Gates unscrewed the door to the ship, followed by a sharp kick from his big foot. Enter. These teammates give off a strong sense of oppression with every word they say and do. Nerdy little sister was almost like a log, completely forgetting the gist of the maneuvers she had trained for earlier. She then jumped straight into the cabin and then stared down at the dead man on the ground and froze. The others then followed in, crossing over to dull little sister to patch up the enemies on the ground one by one. A shot to the chest and a shot to the head. All of them were very professional and ruthless as seen in their movements. With that single action, once again, the water boys went wild. Immediately afterward, clearing the upper deck. Price stubbed out his cigarette and posted himself to the side stairway to poke his head out for a quick look. Down. Watch the corners. At that, Dorky shook her head back and headed down the stairs, gun in hand. Before she could take a few steps, she had just come around a corner when dumb little sister froze again. She saw a drunken sailor wandering the corridors not far away. Hesitating for 2 seconds, he was about to raise his gun and prepare to shoot. Suddenly a figure flashed quickly by the stairway on the other side. One of his teammates slipped up behind the drunken man and poofed 2 shots against the back of his backside and gave another quick follow-up shot to the back of his head. Immediately afterward, the team dragged the drunken man's body into hiding and back to the stairway. Corridors clear. Watch for rest pods. With that said, Gates replaced dumb little sister and padded over to the rest pod with his gun raised, only to hear a few shots and voices coming from the squad voice. Rest pods clear. Price nodded in satisfaction. Roger. Freighter foredeck clear to enter center. These 4 teammates, acting completely on their own. Price would first give dumb little sister, the player, the chance to take the first shot, but if she hesitated for more than 2 seconds, teammate Gates would then quickly take her place. Seeing this, dull little sister took a deep breath. She finally understood. This level, in effect, is also a training level, used to acclimatize the player to the pace, especially since it's a completely cinematic flow, tense and tight, with no nonsense at all. It just also puts the player into the movie environment and acts as a character. This is straight up cool as hell. Chapter 66, The Next Meal Operation. Famous words reappear. Seeing that her family's teammates were all so reliable, dull little sister's self-confidence rose with them. Although it was just NPCs, although this was just code data that Chun Yufei had set up, but after just a little while, Dorky Girl has grown a bit fond of these teammates. At the same time, nerdy little sister can understand why there are guys who call out their wives to a bunch of secondary paperweights. Smiling slightly, dull little sister took a deep breath and whispered, "That's the kind of game I want to play." Even Resident Evil 1 didn't give her such an unimpeded sensory rush. With that, she raised the MP5 in her hand and strutted after Price across the cabin and back out into the rainy night once more. Having stabilized her mind, dull little sister's movements were much more steady. After all, after a few years of live streaming, she had been exposed to any type of gun game. Even E-Chicken have not played a lot in the live broadcast, and now after the mentality is back to normal, the level of operation has naturally become steady. She then followed closely behind Price, who, despite the old man's knife-like tongue, was indeed exceptionally dependable. No other game has this indescribable feeling. The 6 then split into 2 teams and traveled behind the containers on the deck. Walking to the center, Price suddenly shook his fist and ordered everyone to stop. Only 10 meters or so away in front of him, an enemy was walking forward carrying a gun and an umbrella. "Soap, shoot the enemy," Price ordered, giving dumb little sister another chance. This time dull little sister barely hesitated, lifting the gun and aiming the action in one fluid motion, biting the tip of her tongue and snapping the MP5 in her hand. Pust! With a soft thud, the enemy fell to the ground. But, the very moment the enemy fell to the ground, his finger twitched unconsciously and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp AK shot suddenly rang out, though it lasted less than a second before being muffled by the sound of the rainstorm. But it was enough to expose the squad. Almost instantly, the enemy reacted. Several searchlights struck the next moment after the gunshot, illuminating the dead man on the ground. Immediately afterward, an intense burst of gunfire answered the call. "They've been discovered." The other 5 were very experienced and hurriedly hid behind the cover of the container. And dull little sister moved slower. She was originally a first-time player. How could she have such a fast reaction speed? Pust! A bullet, unsurprisingly, hit dull little sister directly in the small of her back, striking her entire body and hunching her over. It's also her own fault for not minimizing the game's pain settings when trying out the game. With the pain value now normal, the shot hit immediately made dull little sister feel like she had been whipped, and her face contorted in pain. Seeing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room hurt from looking through the screen. Well, that shot definitely hurt like hell. Wife. No. Oh my god. Look at Coconut Girl's heart rate. This is going to jump right up to 109. Old woman, you are also a talent. Hurry up and exit to adjust the parameters. Look at the heart of the people all. The water friends and the anchors who were watching the live broadcast had a worried look on their faces. As for the main character, dull little sister, at this time, the pain was so great that she directly cursed. She'd like to run away, but can a person still be faster than a bullet? The electricity was electric, to put it mildly, and it happened in a second. The first shot hit, bending her over in pain, the view in front of her immediately bright red. The second shot was followed by a hit to the right arm. The MP5 in her hand was knocked away, and dull little sister gasped for air. Then a third shot directly to the head. Bang! The nerdy little sister with the virtual helmet only felt like her brain had been kicked by a donkey's hoof. and her eyes suddenly went black. Quotes then appeared on the screen again. When the enemy is in your range, then so are you. When she saw the famous quote, dumb little sister knew she was dead again. There was a sigh of relief from the anchors at the sight. Dasima, something oh. This new game, it turns out that there is no bloodstain. I said I saw half a day no bloodstain it. PDD, 1 shot is red, 2 shots are gasping, 3 shots are seeing famous words. Saw man, indeed. I just counted. My little sister was shot 3 times in total. The first 2 shots were still alive, just affecting her vision and movement, and it was the 3rd shot that killed her. Eggplant, if Firebrand had this setting, I just mess with the kill. Joey, there's one way to put it. The game Faye made is really bullish. Eggplant, asterisk 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 asterisk. Joey, you're watching the live broadcast too. Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you live. Decima, hey. Joey slightly revealed when this game will be released. PDD, I said sister brothers also want to play can you talk to Faye Joey, you guys don't rush me either. I don't know when Faye will release it. So first, let's talk about it later. In the anchor group, many anchors were analyzing it, and Joey also showed up. She was on her way to Mordor and was also watching nerdy little sister live stream the new game. In fact, the anchors have touched the truth of the matter with their analysis. When Chen Yufei adjusted the game settings, he directly removed the difficulty debugging setting, in order to give players a more realistic virtual experience. All players have no difficulty options and all beings are equal. This will make it more difficult, but at the same time more fun. This way players will be more careful with each battle. During the process of beating the quest, the players ate pain and their negative emotions would rub off on them, and Chen Yufei could reap the emotional value from it. And when players finally succeed after all their hard work, they get a sense of accomplishment like never before. From there, they will prefer the games produced by Genesis, and game sales will increase further. For Chen Yufei, it was a win-win situation. After dying, dull little sister exited the game interface, in no hurry to enter the game again. After eating the pain she learned her lesson and never died again. Adjusting the settings first. This time the pain value was directly minimized, but only to a quarter at most. Getting shot still hurts, but it's acceptable. That's why you still need to be careful when fighting. Also, the virtual device is linked to the headset. Although it feels painful, it's a signal received by the brain. The player's body itself is undamaged, and the pain stimulus will only stimulate for a second or two before disappearing. So how about this? This kind of somatic pain, which is addictive when you eat pain instead, just feels weird. Nerdy little sister poured a glass of water to catch her breath and couldn't wait to get back into the game. Guys, it's impossible to get through this game with 1 life, but we can also make a bet. If I die again next, I'll change my costume for as many times as I die. I still don't believe it. Old me. I'm such a good shot. I can't beat this? Today I'm going to show you all what it means to be a bull. After saying that, dull little sister entered the game again. The game has a fixed broad main storyline, but the ensuing settings in it still change according to the player's whims. If they killed the enemy with a single shot, they wouldn't be exposed and could sneak into the center control room the way they did before. But dull little sister purposely allowed herself to be exposed again in order to get back her face, drawing a barrage of attacks. And this time, she stuck dead center behind the cover of the container and died without looking up. At this point, just as dull little sister was pondering how to fight her way out, beneath his feet, a round grenade rolled dripping. Seeing this, dull little sister's brain went down for a second, looking at the thing and not knowing what to do. As a result, after the next second, the grenade exploded open with a bang. The quotes then came out again. You've been grenade. Throw it back or duck. Decide in 1 second. When she saw the famous quote, the dorky little girl was dumbfounded. The water friends in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, are laughing extraordinarily wildly, and this operation is simply too much to eat. Chapter 67 Gatling in the Hand. The world is mine. Generally, if the anchor has a lot of down and dirty retarded maneuvers, then the odds are that he did it on purpose because it creates a programmatic effect and draws more attention to the show. The vast majority of anchors did the same thing before Genesis game came out, with the exception of a few who were really raking it in. So as watching the live broadcast of the Big Sema and other people thought that dull little sister is intentionally whole live. In the anchor group chat dull little sister's live level has grown again. However, this was actually overthinking them, and it was not the case at all. Where she was operating intentionally at the moment, being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the enemy in front of you is a completely unexpected situation. The enemies in this game are unlike anything you've come across before. Each one gives the impression of being a marksman. At first dull little sister did want to intentionally reveal her position so that the enemy could find out and then do a handsome counterattack. Then, dull little sister died 8 times in less than 5 minutes. When pushed, she was hardwired to pick up and throw back the grenade when she met it. right side southeast to receive the enemy. Take the enemy on the left, northwest. Within earshot, Price kept reporting on the battle. Dull little sister's heart was even more nervous to the extreme, where she knew east and west, south and north. Under the confusion, the sense of direction is directly messed up. Okay, and let's not even talk about her. Even Eggplant, who was a professional CS fighter, was quite numb as he listened to the reports ringing in his ears at all times. It was so intense, this battle, so much more intense than he'd ever fought before, that his brain couldn't react at all. However, it's a sideways reaffirmation of how awesome this game is. It doesn't matter if you're a new recruit with no experience or not, you're a little hot mess when you enter the battlefield. And this, too, is only the first level, still essentially a training level. It's hard to imagine how intense the fighting must be on a real-world battlefield. At this point, Dull Little Sister was hiding behind cover to replace her submachine gun bullets, which were flying over her head at all times. She could even hear the crack of the bullet as it cut through the air. That really brought the term, gunfire, to mind for her. That scared the out of me. Beside him, Price poked his head out from behind cover to take a look, raised his hand and blew out the searchlight on top of the center control room tower with a single shot, then quickly grabbed his headset and said, "Sledgehammer, we've been spotted, requesting helicopter fire cover. The first floor has been cleared, and no anti-aircraft weapons have been found on the second floor. Roger B6, we're providing cover." With that said, Price looked seriously at Dull Little Sister. "We'll take cover. You fall back to the foredeck and board the helicopter for machine gun fire." "Oh, what?" Before Dumb Little Sister could respond, Price yelled towards Gates. "Gates, flashbang cover." "Roger that." Price completely ignored Dumb Little Girl after that, and threw a flashbang with Gates. Bang bang, two explosions in the air, accompanied by blinding white light, brought enemy fire to a temporary standstill. Dull Little Sister's mind was all confused at this point, just completely subconsciously being ordered to move by Price. "Yeah, the helicopter. I remember where the location is." Taking advantage of the gap when the enemy stopped attacking, Dull Little Sister clenched her teeth and ran out from behind the cover, scattering and running wildly towards the helicopter's position. On the forward cabin deck, the Blackhawk helicopter that had transported them over earlier hovered a meter or so off the deck. The captain's voice appeared in his ear when he saw Dull Little Sister running over. "Soap, jump over and deploy the right machine gun." At that, Dumb Little Sister gave a little boost and with an oh-so-subtle leap jumped up and into the back cabin. A 7.62mm tube Gatling machine gun was deployed on each side of the Blackhawk, and when Nerdy Little Sister crouched down inside the cabin and grabbed the machine gun to stabilize it, immediately afterward, the helicopter turned its nose and flew low along the right side of the freighter. When the waterbenders saw the weapon held in Dull Little Sister's hand, they were even more excited and adrenaline-fueled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big guy, a 6-barrel Gatling. The one that hit the tyrant in Resident Evil 1 was like 4 tubes. 6 roots of purity and poverty shaft bomb. Great compassion Gatling. I'm basically sure now that this level is also a training level. Used to familiarize myself with various operations. Don't be a wimp old woman. Give me a messy kill. Damn, the more I watch it, the more I want to play it. This game smells so damn good. These Gatling machine guns are hydraulically actuated, very simple to operate, and have no particularly strong recoil when fixed to a helicopter. Crouching in a firing position behind the machine gun, Dull Little Sister looked down and immediately knew how the thing was supposed to work. In the left hand is the to-be-activated button, which spins the barrel 2 or 3 seconds after it is pressed. In the right hand is the excitation button, which is pressed down to fire. A low flight over the sea and the helicopter quickly located Platt and the others, immediately pulling up the nose to adjust the position so that Dull Little Sister could aim at the center control room on the second floor. 2 seconds later, by the time the enemy in the center control room finally realized something was wrong and craned their heads to look over, Price on the ground bellowed, "Fire! Roger, fire!" The captain also gave a command at the same time. "Good sisters, fire!" Joe E., who was watching the live broadcast on the road, got all excited and shouted at the top of her voice, startling the driver of the car. Hey, I'll show you guys the old Italian cannon." Nerdy Little Sister then pulled the trigger. Ta-da-da-da. The 6 barrels rotated rapidly at the same time, frantically spraying scorching fireworks at a top rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. For a moment, the flames were pouring into the sky, like a rain of fire in the darkness of the night, pouring out crazily. This thing doesn't have a very strong recoil, but it's a struggle to inspire feedback. Even though both hands were gripping the Gatling tightly, Dull Little Sister still felt her arms shaking violently. Bullets sprayed wildly, densely packed casings scattering downward like rain. Rumble. An explosion rang out, and without knowing what it swept up, the side of the center control tower suddenly exploded violently. The flames and shockwaves came crashing down on her, making dorky Little Sister incredibly topsy-turvy. In this moment, She was enlightened. The anger from being pressed by the enemy just now and dying more than 10 times in a row all surged to his head at this moment, and all of it was turned into bullets and sprayed out. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderstorm in the distance over the ocean, and the deafening roar of thunder shook her scalp. This Gatling seems to have a kind of magic that once you get your hands on it, you don't want to let go. There was a frenzied sweep of fire, and only when the entire center control room had been swept full of holes did dull little sister let go of the trigger. The heart felt free. Damn! Let you guys just bully the old lady. Now, the mall. Chapter 68, Why Do I Smell Barbecue? Soap. I didn't realize you had such a grumpy nature. Go back to the freighter. The captain is waiting. The pilot turned his head, shaking his head straight at the mass of rubble at his feet, and hovered the helicopter over a shipping container. Dull little sister in the heart of the free, can be regarded as out of the bad breath. She let go of the handle of the Gatling machine gun, honestly still a little bit reluctant to let go. Jumping out of the helicopter and onto the ground, the pilot added, Bravo 6, ground threat cleared, cargo bay unavailable for support, you're on your own. Price walked over to help the dorky little sister, who was barely on her feet, and gave her a look. Soap, having fun? Dull little sister's head nodded like a chicken pecking at a rice paddle. Her hands were still shaking now, and air and blood rushed to her brain. Super cool. Hesitantly lighting a cigar, Price took a deep drag and replied to the helicopter. Copy that, stay close by, we'll be up shortly. At this time in the live broadcast room, the audience watched dull little sister's operation and reacted. This new game, Call of Duty, is definitely not a well-fixed single scripted flow. The main quest objective for each level will not change, but it's up to the player's discretion on exactly how to complete the quest. For example, just now, if the squad had successfully infiltrated the center control room without being detected by the enemy, then the helicopter support would not have appeared. This is a game that has, at least, 2 or more different ways to play it, and completely different ideas of how to get through it. Battlefield. This is the real Battlefield game. Other shooters are simply weak. Clearing the deck of all enemies, Price led the way to the rear barn door. According to the intel, the target item is placed inside the bottom cargo hold, and you need to fight your way in on foot to get there. At the door, Price wrenched on the hatch. Gates stood beside dull little sister and pulled a shotgun out of his back. Soap. Spread out. Up close I like to hit with this. It's strong and comfortable. Hey, I've even got dragon breath rounds in there, so who's going to stop me? It's a very handsome gun. Pitch black and inlaid with a walking waist red line. Watching the nerdy little sister was a moment of gluttony. Gates, let me juggle too? Dull little sister subconsciously spoke up. She knew it was a game, so she just said that to herself. However, Gates' reaction stunned the nerdy little girl. He gave dull little sister a deep look and handed her the gun like a precious treasure. Soap, that's my good fellow. You're going to love it. Be careful to control the distance when you fire so you don't hurt your own people. Seeing this, dull little sister froze and pumped right back up. She asked Gates with a startled look in her mind. Dude, can you hear me? This time, though, Gates was having none of it. Oh, so it's characterization. Slightly disappointed, dull little sister took the shotgun and clicked it into place. The crisp sound sounding charged. A feeling of having a sprayer in your hand and the world at your fingertips comes with ease. When Chen Yufei modified the code, he naturally adjusted the parameters of this piece. Being a veteran gaming fan himself, he naturally has a very accurate take on the preferences of players, so he added some simple AI settings to the mods as well. When the player says certain words again, the NPC can automatically recognize them and respond accordingly. This can greatly enhance player immersion. At that moment, Price pulled open the hatch and immediately stepped back, indicating, Soap, enter. Dull little sister, who had long since become quite familiar with it, had nothing to fear, and led the charge up the cargo bay stairs in a single bound. He had just come around the corner when he met 2 enemies running headlong. Dull little sister raised the sprayer in her hand and sprayed it towards the duo without saying a word. Bang! The Dragon Breath ammo-equipped spray is so powerful and has such a grueling recoil that it's a completely different experience from a silenced submachine gun. The muzzle of the sprayer shot out a tongue of fire that rushed and flew like a fiery dragon up to 10 meters away. The 2 enemies even had nowhere to hide and ate a full spray directly to their faces. Asterisk. Bull. Just one shot popped off 2 enemies, and dull little sister was stunned, waiting her eyes to re-examine the big killing weapon in her hand. To be reasonable, the thrill of this thing is not much weaker than Gatling. Hearing her exclaim, Gates behind her came over and patted her shoulder. How about that? I'm cool with this baby. Cool, old cool. Cool is right. Keep driving. On command. Dumb little sister's face turned into a demented grin, and she strutted forward with the spray in her arms. Inside these cramped cargo bays, the power of the spray is unrivaled. Immediately afterward, several of the oncoming enemies had only just seen the man before they could fire. Bang bang, 2 shots in a row, and once the enemy was sprayed away, and a few were even smashed outright. At this point, it wasn't just dull little sister who felt good. The viewers watching the live stream were even more amazed. His grandma's legs, what's the difference between that and being open? 1 shot, 1 little kid, it's a killer on Earth. This is a dragon's breath bomb loaded with metal magnesium powder of the big guy. The flame temperature alone is as high as 1500 degrees Celsius. That is not a man blocking the killing of people. God when the killing of God. It's tens of thousands of dollars apiece. That's about as far as the game goes. Although the shooting range is only 50 meters, it's invincible in this scenario. Wow. This air feels like it smells like barbecue. It smells great. A number of watermen with knowledge of firearms were explaining it on the air, and it was a hot mess to watch the others. Soon, there was such a big killer weapon. Nerdy little sister went all the way across the corridor without any obstruction, arrogant to the extreme, and only stopped when she advanced to the very bottom of the road. This is a zigzag structure warehouse with 3 separate bays each with an exit. Unsure of which way to go next, Dorky stopped and waited for Price's orders. Price came up and was just about to poke his head out to check out the terrain. The enemy ambushed in the bottom cargo hold opened fire instantly. Price immediately retracted himself and frowned at the firing enemy. Soap, stand by for 9 flashes. Upon hearing this, dull little sister O let out a cry and took out 2 flashbangs from her waist. Which one is the 9 flashes in a row? Price nodded at the green-capped grenade in her hand. It's 9 flashes in a row. 5-second delay. 9 bursts. The one with the red cap is a concussion bomb. 3-second delay. 1 meter safety distance. Remember? Got it. Nerdy little sister put the concussion bomb back on her belt, took the 9-link flash and pulled out the pin and threw it along the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. 9 pops in a second. So fast that one could actually only hear 3 of them. Then the enemy, who had been ambushed near the door of the warehouse, were struck, and the firing ceased immediately. Chapter 69, Lose Weight. I have to lose weight. Enter. Without a word of unnecessary nonsense, Price waved his hand, and dorky little sister and Gates jumped into the cargo bay one after the other, with the rest of their teammates following close behind. An intense barrage of gunfire rang out, and the cargo bay was emptied in under a minute. Price then spoke into his headset. Sledgehammer. We have entered the cargo bay and are looking for the target item. Roger, B6. You need to hurry. HQ says there's a fighter coming our way. The purpose has not yet been identified as a fighter, so you'll have to move fast. Roger, over. With that said, Price waved his hand and instructed Gates and the rest of his teammates to take their detectors and look for items in the cargo bay. With no arrangements and no idea what the target item was, dull little sister poked in place and surveyed the cargo hold. It was also at this time that she suddenly heard a dense drumbeat faintly ringing in her ears. A good game is more than just a great plot with detailed drawings. BGM is also very important. Earlier in the heat of battle, she had heard a very impassioned musical score. Now the music had suddenly become eerie, creating an involuntary sense of tension. Not only her, the water friends also heard the sound and subconsciously followed the tension. Could it be that there is another unexpected situation about to happen? A minute or so later, Gates smashed open a shipping container with a gun drag and pulled a military laptop out of it. Target item acquired. Quickly, all evacuate. Seeing Gates get his stuff, Price immediately gave the order. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. As the squad of 6 acquired the items and turned around, the helicopter pilot's report was suddenly heard over the headset. B6, pull out, that fighter is firing. Before the words were finished, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the side of the ship. This sudden one shocked dull little sister and the viewers who were watching the live broadcast mesmerized subconsciously next flinched. In another second, an even more violent explosion rang out, and the fireworks and shockwaves lifted the container directly above their heads. Dull little sister and the rest of the team were even lifted up by a huge force and slammed into the wall at the end of the cargo bay. Subsequently, when dull little sister shook her head and tried to get up from the ground, she suddenly realized that she was very wet under her feet. Looking down, I was cold inside. The icy cold water just now poured all the way in, almost submerging the calves. The others stumbled in temper as well, and Price looked back at his dorky little sister, running up to her and grabbing her shoulders, yelling, "Hellfire missiles, the ship is sinking. Run, come on, run." Price lifted his gas mask and inhabited the panicked dorky little sister with a yell. Inside his ears, the burst pipe soaked his body. The dragon's breath shotgun in his hand was also shaken to nowhere, but dull little sister couldn't be bothered to pick up any guns. The moment she was yanked to her feet by Price, she couldn't hold it together any longer, and tears came to her eyes. Not only her, at this moment, all the viewers and anchors who were watching the live broadcast were also in a panic. A fighter missile raid? The missile came out of nowhere, though there were signs of a crisis to come with the BGM hinting at it before. but never thought that the game would actually give the player a Hellfire missile right off the bat. This unspeakable shock shook everyone's brain. The others were just fine. They just felt scared just looking at them. But nerdy little sister was inside the game at the moment, and personally felt the missile explode beside her. And at the moment the adrenaline had spiked to its peak. If you look at the physical data, her heart rate is afraid to break 200 this time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Coconut girl, stop gawking and run. Dumb little sister. Run. It's too late. Run up, run up. I feel the next missile coming. Asterisk 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 Nema. Genesis game is really extinct. I'm going to have to wear a good diaper for all future Genesis games. I'm afraid the cold can make a player cry. I'm in a cold sweat behind my back. This is a hell of a substitution. Faye, please lightly abuse playing a game is not easy. The waterbenders were in deep panic just looking at it, their eyes glued to the screen. Dull little sister couldn't care about wiping her tears at this point. Rolling and crawling, she followed Price and ran outside. If we don't run, I'm afraid it's really too late. That's when the squad ran up the cargo bay stairs. Boom! It was accompanied by a shocking bang. A second round of Hellfire blasted through again. A loud noise filled his ears, and the shockwave mixed with this hot breath and the cold sea water pounding on his face. Dull little sister's legs went weak with fear and she fell straight to the ground. The bottom of the freighter was now being bombarded by 2 Hellfires in a row, and a large portion of the hull cracked right open. The seawater rushed into the ship's hold frantically, and the freighter began to tilt severely. The entirety of the original wall tilted over, and even if dull little sister fell, she got her foot stuck in a steel pipe. It was surprisingly difficult to break free for a moment, and underneath his feet, the seawater was still surging and frantically, rising rapidly as far as the naked eye could see. The fear of drowning spread throughout her body, giving dull little sister her first real taste of the fear of death. Help me! With her legs stuck, she yelled at the top of her lungs with a sobbing voice towards her teammates. Hearing the shout, Gates, who had run to the front of the pack, shoved his computer at his teammate. He himself lunged over, running and swimming to the side of dull little sister, and yanked her out with a fierce tug. Run! It didn't take Gates to say that dorky little sister was so nervous she couldn't breathe, grabbing the armrest next to her and struggling to move. A few seconds later, the bottom cargo hold had been completely flooded with seawater. The ship was tilting more and more severely, and by the time dumb little sister ran up to the second floor of the cargo hold, she was practically grazing the ceiling. B6, come on out. The helicopter's being destabilized by the turbulence. In her ear, the driver's urgent voice made dull little sister increasingly nervous. The freighter's motor was damaged and the entire cargo hold was dark, with only the red warning lights providing a hint of brightness. This thrilling to the core environment would scare anyone else. Running at the front of the pack, Price removed a lighting rod and grabbed the doorknob and shook it vigorously, providing a glimmer of light to the environment. Soap, run this way. Hurry! Seeing this, dull little sister didn't even have the time to cry, gritting her teeth and desperately running in Price's direction. After 10 seconds or so, waiting dorky little sister finally ran to the door. Gates and Price turned around at the same time, each grabbing dull little sister by the shoulders with one hand and yanking her out of the ocean water and pushing her forward. The second floor is in much better shape, but still at risk of being filled with seawater. At the same time, the rhythmic BGM was constantly ringing in the ears, the drums pounding so hard that your heart was beating out of your chest. Seeing this, PDD and a bunch of other anchors couldn't say a word, staring at the screen and shaking their heads slightly. While the others were fine, PDD was left with a cold heart. Forget about Resident Evil 1 last time. He couldn't play it. This time Call of Duty. He wants to play the game more than anyone else. But, at his size, he's afraid he can't really run. Lose weight. I have to lose weight. Chapter 70, a close call. Quickly. Run up, run up. The helicopter can't be stabilized. On the other side, the driver urged again, in a tone so hypnotic it made dull little sister want to curse in her haste. Finally, when she ran out onto the deck, the oncoming sea breeze blew her cold. The light from the helicopter overhead illuminated the path underfoot. Behind him, Price gave dumb little sister a sharp shove. Right, sledgehammer. Bring the chopper to the right. We're coming out. Copy that. Damn, you guys are finally out. The strong airflow from the propeller blew dull little sister almost unsteadily on her feet, and it was only thanks to Gates' constant tugging that she didn't fall. In a matter of seconds, the 6 men ran along the almost 45-degree inclined deck to the side of the container. The helicopter hovered a meter away, the hatch already open. Without hesitation, the trio running at the front of the pack jumped back into the entry bin, into grabbing the grip and waving at the others. Jump over. Gates let go of his dorky little sister at this point and jumped into the cabin over her in a single bound. Price jumped in right after him, and that's when dumb little sister ahoyed and leapt up from the deck to try to jump into the cabin. Originally precarious hull at this time finally could not support a violent shake, so that the dull little sister directly feet on the bottom of the empty useless strength, only to let half of the body lying in the door of the cabin. Save. Before the words were out of his mouth, Gates reacted, looking at his dorky little sister who was almost slipping in trying to save, but he couldn't run over in time. Price saw Gates' reaction just in time and snapped back, lunging over and grabbing the nerdy little sister by the arm. Gotcha! Make it hard! With a sharp tug, dorky little sister was then hauled up stiffly and dragged back into the cabin. When she stood up, she looked behind her with a palpitating heart. The giant freighter sank almost all the way down, slowly swallowed by the raging sea. Soap. A great deal of trouble is a great deal of trouble. Price lit a cigar and patted his dorky little sister on the shoulder. Dull little sister had just experienced some life and death now, that still had the strength to speak, and could only nod unconsciously. Sledgehammer. All aboard. Let's pull out. Roger. Let's go home. The helicopter slowly pulled up and began to fly off into the distance. The original tense and exciting BGM has become soothing at this point. Knock knock. The military drums, heavy like a startled heartbeat, sounded rhythmically. The screen then fades to black. 2 seconds later, a headline appeared in the center of the screen. Welcome to Call of Duty Modern Warfare. At the sight of the headline, nerdy little sister sat down as if disengaged, full of fear. At this point, she could no longer hold back her tears and even wiped the snot and tears off her face with a giggle. In the live broadcast room, a group of anchors and viewers also breathed a long sigh of relief. However, 5 seconds later, instead, a prompt appeared in the screen. More episodes are yet to be developed. This demo version ends. Seeing this, dull little sister didn't have much of a reaction, but the audience was a bit displeased. It's over. Hey, I haven't had a good time yet. It's a demo, but it's too short. Oh, I think I'll check out the later episodes. Appetite is completely whetted. Genesis, can you make a game without being so bullish? Oh my god, how can I live with this? I'm up to my eyeballs in. Pity, pity, it would have been nice to have more content. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't get enough of it, while dull little sister was a little too tired to speak at this point. Brothers and sisters, that's it for today's broadcast. Dull little sister still had some tear tracks on her face and wiped them away before adding, too tired. Let's replay it tomorrow. Nerdy little sister can now be said to be physically and mentally exhausted. She had only been live for a little over 2 hours, but she had barely stopped for those 2 hours or so, spending most of her time either running or running. It can be quite a labor of love. In terms of the plot, there are other ways to get through the game, but I certainly don't want to have to reswipe it again at this point. This new game, Genesis, is really superb though. I basically don't want to play any other shooters now yet. Nerdy little sister chuckled. Indeed, the players all feel the same way. In comparison, games like Firewire and Chicken really aren't much fun. Not at all comparable to the plot and gameplay of Call of Duty. The audience was in complete agreement with dumb little sister's words. Nerdchan, can you ask when Call of Duty hits the shelves for us? Yeah, ask. I want to play this game so bad right now. This game is really bringing my childhood dreams of battlefields to life. I'd love to play this game right now and experience the exhilaration of a 6-barrel Gatling right now. Me too. And the Dragon Breath bomb spray smells super good too. Shut up and tell the dog writer to hurry up and take my money. Now. Viewers of the live stream were crying out for the game and couldn't wait to play it now. The quality of Call of Duty's gameplay is just so far out of their league. Well, your enthusiasm is known to me. Nerdy little sister nodded. I'll ask later, and if I hear anything, I'll be the first to tell. I'll see you tomorrow then, guys. After saying that, dull little sister directly closed the live broadcast. Then she took off her bodysuit, got off the virtual platform, and flopped down on the bed. So TM tired. On the other hand, not only nerdy little sister, but Sea Fungus also similarly went off the air in the same time frame. These anchors who sit in front of the computer all day, don't expect them to be in good physical condition. It's already good enough to last a few hours. And Sea Fungus didn't continue to play through it again after getting through the freighter level, because running and shooting at such a high intensity was too tiring. Sea Fungus just couldn't hold on even if he was a man. Chapter 71, even a little bit is good. Far away in the pretty country of Seattle, the people of the Wilford Company, led by the director, had organized hundreds of employees who were also watching the live broadcast of Dull Little Sister. It's kind of a bummer that they got a sneak preview of Call of Duty and then lost the game because of their own antics. Now, in order to get first-hand information about Call of Duty, you have to go over the wall to watch the Dragon Nation anchors play the game. It's a small price to pay, but it's nothing for Wilford, because it was all in Chinese and they couldn't understand it. There was also a special interpreter on the side to translate the game content. A major gaming company going to see a female anchor live in order to explore a game sounds like a fish out of water. As a result, when the employees heard the superintendent tell them to do so, they subconsciously tried to refuse. feeling humiliated. It's just that, despite what their mouths say, their bodies are still honest. Before long, they were mesmerized by what they were watching. Everything was so real, it was like watching a real battlefield. When dull little sister said to end the live broadcast, they didn't react for a moment, and they even wanted to brush dull little sister with a wave of rewards, begging her to continue broadcasting again. There's a feeling that you can't get enough. Well, staff, that's it for this game's demo stream. After the live broadcast ended, the director cleared his throat, swept a glance at the employees present, and spoke. After watching the Call of Duty demo livestream, everyone can say what they think about the game. As soon as the director said that, the staff immediately began to speak enthusiastically as well. Director, this fighter came too suddenly. When the game is officially released, I must find out what this is all about. Yeah, the squad of 6 was almost wiped out. Those 2 Hellfire rounds were a downward strike. It's still unknown what's hidden inside that target computer, and why they're going to steal it. Genesis is really trolling for players' appetites. And again, as a producer, I admire their plot design. However, this dark sea environment is really scary, and there is a rainstorm, so fighting in such a situation makes one's heart very nervous. There's no way around it. The Call of Duty environment is just too real. Don't you guys realize that this Dragon Country anchorwoman is quite courageous? I feel like I'm on the verge of becoming her fan. Yeah, sweet looking too. I remember another one called Sister Jo, and she's pretty good on air, too, but her voice is a bit thick. Wait a minute, are your priorities skewed? Hearing the staff's murmurings, the director interrupted them loudly and helplessly. I'm asking you guys if you think there's anything in this game that we can learn from. Not for you to talk about the content of the game, much less the hostesses. The director general realized one thing. How did the group of people under his command become fans of Genesis Studio when they watched? Even the female anchors who broadcast the Genesis games are into it. Isn't this growing others' ambition and destroying your own? It's outrageous. Seeing the director's face start to change and look like he was about to lose his temper, one of the employees opened his mouth. Director, I'll be honest, there's just so much Call of Duty can learn from. Whether it's the quality of the graphics, the interactivity, the plot, the idea, or the delicate emotions expressed in this game, it's undoubtedly first class. The thing is, we can still borrow from plot ideas and stuff, but the technical aspects, the director, can we borrow from? Everyone, including the superintendent, fell silent when the employee said that. Yeah, there's so much to learn in this game. It's the ability to learn it that counts. They and Genesis are also in the gaming industry, but the game files of Resident Evil 1 are directly unreadable for them to parse. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn anything on a technical level if I don't go and ask Genesis Studio directly. Either way, when Call of Duty is released, we'll all have to go over it again, and we'll have to scan through every single code inside its game files. Finally, the superintendent spoke up. Moreover, haven't you noticed that the IQ of the NPCs in the middle of this game is a bit off? With the superintendent saying this, the employees all immediately nodded their heads. It feels like the NPCs have very high AI. I'm afraid its level of intelligence so far is the highest within the AIs I've come into contact with. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen a player in distress and an NPC turn around and come back to save the day. With a few more upgrades, I'm afraid I'll be able to communicate freely with players. Hey, in such a comparison, the NPCs inside our development games seem as if they're retarded and don't even have the ability to talk to the players. And then look at Genesis, basically communicating without pressure. Yeah, it's hard to think about it. They all make games, and when making game NPCs, it's inevitable that they're going to use some low-level AI technology, so one's vision is much more poisonous than that of ordinary netizens. If the players were just skeptical, they were really able to see that the AI of Gates, Price, etc., was really good. Thinking about the NPCs in a game made by Wilford himself is completely impossible to do to communicate with the players directly in the language. Typically, the game makers have NPCs make fixed responses. That is, no matter what the player asks, it will just answer the same thing. What about the slightly more flexible ones that give different options for the player to choose from? It's only after the player makes a choice that the NPCs respond to the different choices, which are pretty much rote anyway. Compared to Call of Duty, the NPCs in other companies' games just look dull and silly, as if they're brain dead, one day at a time. I can't believe such an intelligent AI program was implanted inside a single-player game. Hiss, what the hell is this Microsoft playing at? Is it for AI training? Let AI with more people a flux, thus allowing it to learn and grow on its own. The superintendent tapped the desk and frowned. We'll have to work on that aspect as well when the game Call of Duty is released. Even if we can't get a game as good as Call of Duty, it would be nice for us to borrow from getting a highly intelligent AI. Chapter 72. I give you full marks for this wave. Early in the morning of the second day, dull little sister woke up in a daze. The sunlight from the window hit her face and she realized with a jolt that it was actually the next morning. Yesterday, because I was too tired. I originally just wanted to lie down on the bed and rest for a while, but I didn't expect to fall asleep directly. Hiss. This game can be really tiring. Dull little sister stretched lazily. Her delicate figure instantly came to the fore. While sitting up from the bed, that's when she realized that the covers were still on her body and her shoes were off. It couldn't be Yufei's doing, could it? Just the thought of it made Nerd Girl's face buried in the covers. Recently, because he was busy with development, Chen Yufei basically ate and lived in the company these days and didn't go home much. Dull little sister hadn't seen Chen Yufei for days either. A wave of warmth crossed her insides as dull little sister got up and moved her arms and legs, realizing that they were still a little sore. After all, it's been a while since I've exercised this hard. Simply packing up and coming to the dining room, dull little sister saw Chen Yufei eating a bun while drinking soy milk. It looks laid back. Dumb little sister, you're here just in time. Sit down and eat together. Chen Yufei greeted with a smile. Dull little sister nodded, took a small step to sit opposite Chen Yufei, took a donut and tore off a piece and stuffed it into her mouth, then stared at Chen Yufei fiercely. What are you looking at me for? Chen Yufei was speechless. Brother Yufei, was it you who tucked me in, covering the quilt? When did this happen? I just got back. Chen Yufei was also confused by dull little sister's question. He stayed up all night last night and came back early this morning. Where did he find the time to run and stay in his little sister's room? Ah, that would be Mina. Dumb little sister tore the donut with some disappointment. Not Chen Yufei. Then it can only be Mina. Mina followed me back in the morning too. Didn't you buy this breakfast table? No, I just got up. So who else? The two chatted and suddenly stared at each other at the same time. They all thought of someone at the same time. The woman with the big grin had returned. Sure enough, before Chen Yufei and dull little sister could start looking, Joey appeared in the living room wearing a cartoon casual dress. Hello, brothers and sisters, did you miss me? Joey ripped her voice and greeted with a big grin. Yufei Chen, nerdy little sister. Mina, who just walked by. Why, by the look on your faces, you're not welcoming me back. Seeing that a few were still fuming, Joey had a very lost look on her face. Thanks to her, she rushed home in a hurry. Holy, Joey, I missed you. Dull little sister finally reacted. The donuts were thrown aside, and she directly came into a sisterly hug with Joey. Oops, a handful of oil. I changed this suit for nothing. It's just a set of clothes. I'll buy you 10 sets. Where have you been the last few days? Dull little sister wiped a handful of snot and tears on Joey. Harm, don't mention it. It's been a tiring few days. I went to the imperial capital. Joey pulled dull little sister back to the table again, and Mina sat down to eat breakfast together. Joey basically didn't eat much because she had been traveling all night, but she didn't forget to prepare a breakfast for everyone, casually picking up a bun. Joey took a bite and began to ramble on. You do not know, those bosses are worth tens of billions of start, they drive that car, the worst are Rolls-Royce, and that Zhao Silu, 38 years old, looks like she's in her early 20s, envies me to death. I'm telling you guys, that woman's temperament, it's really absolute. Looking at Joey's excited face, Chen Yufei also revealed a slight smile. With Joey in this house, it feels much more comfortable again. Dorky and Mina, on the other hand, listened in awe and joined in the conversation. Wow, Sister Zhou, you've had so much experience these past few days. Not bad for you. Joey, what happened then? Did things work out? Right. Sister Zhou, how are things going now? With so many manufacturer bigwigs, it should be hard to handle, right? It's okay, Joey, it's okay even if you fail. I'm sure brother Yufei won't scold you. If he dares to talk about you, I'll scold him for you. The three women chattered, and Chen Yufei breathlessly held his forehead. Is he or she that insensitive? Originally, the matter of virtual equipment was not expected to be fixed by Joey, and he had no bottom in his own heart, because in the early stages, this is not big enough for those manufacturers for Genesis to annex those businesses. Chen Yufei was actually prepared for failure, but Joey's next words stunned everyone present. Hey, I'm not going to lie to you guys, the top 5 virtual manufacturers in China have all agreed to our conditions, and, with the exception of Dream Dragon, the others have already signed contracts. As the words fell, dull little sister even sprayed out the soy milk in her bowl. Holy, really, Joey, don't lie to me, really, I over-delivered on the task that Chen Yufei explained. Joey patted her chest and said, I give you full marks for this wave. Chen Yufei also couldn't help but give Joey a thumbs up. If that's the case, Then what was originally a heavenly who situation in his early days is now even more who on top of who. The top 5 virtual device manufacturers account for at least 70% of the Dragon market. Other small businesses could be directly ignored. And the virtual equipment market in Manhwa was directly able to be monopolized by him. There are still foreign markets, but it's not practical to try to annex them at the moment. He didn't expect Joey to bring him such a big surprise when she came back this time. But well, it's not completely done. Joey swallowed. How? Chen Yufei's heart stuttered. That Dream Dragon's old boss, Zhao Silu, said she wants to see you in person before she'll sign. In that case, that wouldn't be a problem. Mina, I'll leave it to you to take care of the matter of docking with Zhao Silu. Chen Yufei thought for a moment and arranged it. Since the other party wanted to see him, he would meet this woman that Joey was talking about. Chapter 73, It always feels like something is missing. By the way, brother Yufei, yesterday's live stream viewers were asking when Call of Duty would hit the shelves. After breakfast, the nerdy little sister rushed to ask. Well, follow-up development will take a bit of time, a week at the earliest, and the release date is set for 10 days from now. Chen Yufei pondered for a while and said, while the code is said to be readily available, there are quite a few areas that take time to create, and he's already working overtime. Well, 10 days is something I'm sure the Waterboys can live with. Nerdy little sister also knows that this time has been very fast. If not for the enthusiasm of the netizens last night, she wouldn't have asked that. Call of Duty started blowing up right after Nerdist's live stream last night. When you search today, one of the top few internet hot searches for this article will be the keyword Call of Duty. The heat of its related topics has come to tens of millions. Quite a phenomenon that Resident Evil 1 was when it was first released. But this game is only a demo and it's still early days from release, so this kind of heat is scary. The situation is similar abroad. The dorky little sister's demo video, directly into today's oil pipe clicks in the top 10 video ranking. Chen Yufei was also satisfied with such a publicity effect. You go ahead and talk to the audience. I'm going to get some sleep. I just can't stay up. Chen Yufei yawned. Yesterday stayed up all night to modify the parameters. Basically did not close his eyes. Now it is almost 9 o'clock. He is afraid that he will die suddenly. Although making money makes him happy, his body is what makes the revolution. Joey was in a similar situation, running around for the past few days. In fact, did not have a good rest, said hello to make up for the return sleep to go. Soon there were 2 people left in the restaurant, dull little sister and Mina. And Mina wasn't idle. After Chen Yufei explained things, the first thing she did was to start contacting the person in charge over at Menglong. Seeing that everyone was sleeping and busy, dull little sister also took out her cell phone and tapped on her social platform, first opening her own scarf to post a message. Brothers and sisters, the latest news, Call of Duty will be officially released in 10 days, so stay tuned. After the message was sent out, it didn't take long for the comment section to start constantly refreshing the netizens' messages. Dull little sister is awesome, getting the news so quickly. It seems like you really do have a thing with the big man of Genesis. After Sister Chow, Coconut Girl is really starting to fall too. 10 days? That's so long. How am I going to live these 10 days? I want to play so badly. 10 days is still a long time. Genesis, this is already rocket speed. Which studio can release a new game so quickly? That's right. A good game isn't afraid to wait. Isn't it just 10 days? I'll play Resident Evil 1 first in these days and take my time. That said, Resident Evil 1 was fun too. I haven't gotten through it yet. Just in time to beat it and have the new game come out. Cool. In the comments section, the vast majority of netizens who got the news understood Genesis' approach of releasing the game 10 days later. It's hard to make a game in itself, let alone one of this quality. People are much less likely to complain about anything. It's rather nothing to wait a little longer than the shoddy money-grabbing games. Seeing that the netizens were so supportive, dull little sister followed with a knowing smile. She is now similar to Joey. Because of the live broadcast of the game of Genesis, the fans of the scarf has long broken 1 million, and it is still increasing every day. Maybe one day, she'll be a big V with millions of followers. And some, all brought to them by Chen Yufei. Seeing that the netizens understand Genesis Studio so well, nerdy little sister is also relieved. Then it was time to tap on my phone and start looking for some good-looking COS outfits. Yesterday when she was live streaming, she didn't know what kind of nerve she had, and made a bet with the netizens that she would change her COS outfit if she died once. And yesterday, she was hardcore dead a dozen times. I have to say, Chen Yufei did the game. That pit or as usual pit, completely uneasy with the conventional set of cards. Therefore, dull little sister can only helplessly admit that this wave of welfare, but also had to be whole. Time passes in an instant. For the next 3 days, Chen Yufei basically stayed at the company, desperately trying to get Call of Duty out. Originally, in the past few days, he had planned to meet Zhao Silu, but there was a delay on Mina's side. So much for waiting for people to come to your door. It was a busy day. and by now it was afternoon. In front of the computer, Chen Yufei idly opened the amusing Fish live broadcast platform. While Call of Duty hasn't hit the shelves yet, Resident Evil is still being played by a number of hosts. Crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, eating cherries while watching the various anchors live with great interest. It's kind of a busy time. Don't tell me. Watch the hostesses and play horror games. It's still something else, especially when they were frightened and showed various exaggerated expressions like emoticons. Chen Yufei could only say one thing: good face art. Though the top anchors, guys like Dashley, and the like are hot, but relatively, they are frightened and don't yell as much. It's nothing more than a jolt. Either that or come up with a sentence. One of the funniest is still the eggplant. A cabinet moved. Now a direct line of famous stems. It's been more than 10 days since the release of Resident Evil 1. Sales have long since broken 50 million copies. Although they are now only selling tens of thousands of copies a day, it's only a few $1,000,000 a day, but it's been dominating the top of ST's new game charts for a long time. Today, excluding the cost of developing Call of Duty, one has close to 2 billion more on their bank card, and also took care of the domestic virtual manufacturers. Really want to count up? He now company valuation. Casually estimate a few tens of billions of no problem. It can be said that it is not what it used to be, and it's only been half a month. He has then completed the primitive accumulation of capital. I thought that when Call of Duty was officially released, he wouldn't have to tuck it away like that, and by then, Genesis was no longer in existence that could be easily shaken. However, there are still a few days to go before the release of Call of Duty. Isn't it possible to get some perks for the players or something? Chen Yufei stared at the live broadcast and tapped his fingers on the desktop. He always felt like something was missing, frowning and thinking for half a day. Finally, Chen Yufei's gaze, resting on Resident Evil 1 heroine Jill's clothes, snapped out of it. Yeah, why did I forget about the mod? How can Jill wear her own clothes? Chapter 74. This game is so damn flavorful. There's an old saying, when you're on PC, it's up to you what you wear. It's only natural for a virtual reality game to have a whole lot of perks for the players. Mod. In a nutshell, it is a game modification or enhancement program. Among the single-player games, players often get bored with the original game content because they have been playing for too long. Hence the creation of mods. Add to the fun of the game by modifying its content. One of the most famous of these is the Elder Scrolls. It was also called the Maiden Scroll by players in previous generations, for no other reason than it's filled with tons of mods made by players. On top of that, popular games like GTA, Horde and Machete, including Resident Evil, there are more mods in there than you can count. Therefore, Resident Evil actually has another nickname, Nephrogenization Crisis. This is because with mods, it is possible to change a character's clothing, even including their appearance at the time. There is no such thing as not being able to do it, only not being able to think of it. Can you imagine Jill, Aaron, and Claire in various sexy outfits? Or rather, the streets are full of zombies, all of which turn you into long legs like Shadow Barbie. The fear was instantly gone, and there was even some excitement. It doesn't take long, by definition, after a game is released. Then there will be all sorts of gods, making all sorts of mods. But in today's world, the monopoly of the Goose Factory is in the way, resulting in a pressurized lack of such means for mod. After all, you can't expect, in an MMO, to install mods. Chen Yufei glanced at the screen of the other party's live broadcast. Monotonous and uninteresting. Playing Resident Evil without a mod is like missing a soul. Although, that said, it might be impossible to live stream it when it hits the mod, but at least it can be played privately so it can still draw a wave of new players in. Hey! Chen Yufei was also happy at the thought. If this benefit was given the whole thing, those players who hadn't yet been converted into fans of Genesis Studio would probably run straight to buy it without publicity. It's like fans of novels who love to see harem beauties, and players are naturally no exception. Thinking of this, Chen Yufei decided to get a mod out, as if to compensate players for the excessive benefits of waiting for the release of Call of Duty. Opening the system mall, Chen Yufei quickly browsed through it. Not surprisingly, he did find it. In addition to the most basic game code, there are quite a few black technologies in the system mall, like the virtual reality interaction guidance technology at the very beginning. Regarding mods, virtual reality mod technology is also available in the mall. Unlike PC modding technology, virtual reality modding technology, the physical sensation is more realistic and exquisite, and the emotion value is only 5,000 points. But, now holding tens of millions of emotional value, Chen Yufei was rich and powerful. Resident Evil 1 alone had provided him with 50 million emotional value, and there was no shortage of that right now. After acquiring the technology, Chen Yufei then began to operate. Less than 5 minutes, a mod of Jill's sexy super short dress has been created. Looking at the work, Chen Yufei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This players are so excited to see it that they could cry wolf for fear. Open the ST game platform, developer backend. Chen Yufei added a new feature to it, Creative Workshop. This one was a very important part of the previous life. On the Setamu, a central hub where player-created content and tools can be published, organized, and downloaded into the game. Different games will take different approaches to the application of Creative Workshop, and it also allows module authors to publish their work directly to the Creative Workshop for its subscription to the modules they want to use in their games. Now, Chen Yufei went straight through the system and added it to his ST gaming platform. Immediately after, then he took the mod he had just made and uploaded it. Chen Yufei didn't rest in the back either. A dozen different types of mods were made in a row. Includes various Jill costumes, Aaron, and Claire. We can't be mean to each other, can we? As for the male character Chris, I'm sorry, not interested. Obviously, he had just said that he couldn't be thick and thin with each other, and Chen Yufei was immediately able to forget about the male lead. Daily operation now. After making it, Chen Yufei went on the game first and tested it. After making sure that it can run perfectly compatible, Chen Yufei then made a new announcement on the ST Games platform. Resident Evil 1 Update Announcement. In order to make the majority of players to love this game more, the developers have deliberately added some small sincere work. I hope you can enjoy. This welfare increased age limit, only for players over 18 years old to experience. Just started. The update announcement was sent out without causing too many ripples, because right now, the vast majority of players, who should be playing the game, are playing the game, and not many people are paying attention, who has time to stare at announcements every day. But, when an anchor, at the urging of a live streamer, taps on the Creative Workshop, then, and his live feed was blocked, but it is true that the contribution he made can never be erased. Sacrifice yourself to accomplish thousands of players. The recorded video of that unlucky anchor spread, almost at the speed of light, to the eyes of every player. A never-before-seen path was thus opened up and placed in front of countless players. It's like opening the door to a new world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do I see? The dog writer loves you. This is even better than the benefits PDD plays with. I don't know what to say. Just with this wave of conscience of the dog author. In the future, mainly Genesis games, labor support. All I can say is that Faye knows the players too well. Naya, I'm embarrassed to play inside my home now. This mod, it seems to hit me in the heart. Every single one of them is an LSP, so let's not talk about it for a while. I'll install a wave. Haven't you heard the saying? The less fabric, the higher the defense. Asterisk 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 Genesis YYDS. The appearance of mod was like a demonic wind that instantly swept through the entire player base. In the face of such a novel way of playing, such an unheard of benefit, the players were literally moved to tears. Some players who have been afraid to play the game up to this point can always be bold enough to pay for the download at this point. This game smells so damn good. Chapter 75, The Birth of a Miracle. Magic City. Inside a certain university, 305 boys' dormitory building, a young man with a thin build and a flat head was sitting at a table bare-chested. In front of him was a desktop computer. The image is, naturally, of today's popular game, Resident Evil 1. Before, he never dared to play, but at this time, he was ready for the virtual helmet. Instead of being horrified by the original tense and scary game, he had a strange expression on his face. Little King, come to play King? This is, a fat man came over next to him. The youth said without looking up, forget it today. I'm going to play Resident Evil 1 and I don't have time. Oh, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You've told me before that you're too scared to play it, that you bought it and left it in your computer to eat dust. The fat man muttered and peered over, his eyes resting on the youth's screen. Just see the game screen with Jill's female character. Surprisingly, she was wearing an extremely revealing black tight top and a pair of long legs with black silk. Running up the road is as tempting as it gets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Resident Evil. What the hell are you doing playing with butter? I said, why are you quietly playing alone? You don't even play King anymore. I didn't realize you were this kind of person. The youth's face darkened. Asterisk 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 you butter. Raoul plays Resident Evil. Don't be ridiculous. I've seen Resident Evil. It can't be like that. The fat man had an I know you very well look on his face. We're all men. There's no need to hide it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm really playing Resident Evil and this hits the mod. It would be fine if he was actually playing with butter, but it really wasn't. He really can't afford to take a black pot like that to him. Mod. What the hell? Hearing an extremely unfamiliar vocabulary, Fatty couldn't understand the whole thing either. The youth didn't know how to explain, so he quit the game and opened the Creative Workshop on the computer, then pointed to it and said, it's a mod patch that can modify the appearance of a game character through the Creative Workshop, officially provided by Genesis. On the screen, all of them were mods that Chen Yufei had made earlier. It's almost always clothes with very little fabric. The fat man next to him was even looking dumbfounded on the spot, though it is true that he knows about the game Resident Evil and, well, there aren't too many people who don't know about the game nowadays, but for the sake of being timid and afraid of scary games, he was slow to get his hands on it, though he had his eyes on it too. But now, you tell the fat guy to pay $99 for it. Meh, 99 is a hammer, not enough to go out for a barbecue. Fatty just wanted to yell at this point, don't even stop me, take away the money of the laborers. Mud, this author just knows the players so well. If you'd gotten this earlier, you'd have paid for it already, and you wouldn't have to wait until now. Search for Resident Evil 1, scan, pay and download, a set of operations, all in one go. The youths watching were dumbfounded. Is this the same fat guy who was a wimp in the dorm room? After installing it, Fatty's smile gradually began to lewdly, opening the creative workshop and installing one mod after another, like the same scene, almost everywhere around the globe. It's on. The number of downloads of the mod, too, keeps rising at an alarming rate, for such a hot scene. In fact, Chen Yufei had already predicted it. Who could resist? After all, such a feast for the eyes. And with the sudden explosion of mods, sales, which had long been on the verge of stagnation, have surprisingly rebounded with a sudden wave. There was a surge. At this moment, Chen Yufei's gaze stayed on the backstage. Watching the rising sales is like looking at a perfect work of art. This feeling of enjoying the fruits is really great. By the next day, Chen Yufei, who had slept all night in the office, got up early in the morning, drinking the freshly brewed coffee that Mina had prepared early and eating a bite of toasted bread. Chen Yufei clicked on his computer. He actually preferred soy milk and buns, but the caffeine gave him a quick pick-me-up and he settled for that. Into the night to ferment. Resident Evil 1 sales, at another peak, have officially hit the 60 million sales mark. This achievement, already, it's an achievement that's enough to disrupt the entire gaming industry. Almost all of the manufacturers who were paying attention saw the future. The birth of a gaming giant. The game has been on sale for just half a month, and it's at a point that the vast majority of game makers won't be able to reach for several years. It's not like it's Tetris, the kind of puzzle game for young and old. This is a horror game. It was a total blast. Once upon a time, since the release of Pong, the first video game developed by Atari, it's not like game popping hasn't happened before, but never, say, has there been a game as dominant as the present day, Resident Evil. It's not just the grades, rather, the gameplay, content, graphics, operating feel, and all-around crushing. If anything, it can be challenging with interesting ideas in terms of content and gameplay, but the level of detail in the modeling, including the overall gameplay graphics, the ray tracing, these are like technological techniques from the future. This doesn't even include the unreleased Call of Duty, which had technical upgrades on top of the original. For the first time, people saw what it meant to be a true ninth art. Even on this day, Genesis Studios also pioneered a brand new way to play mod. This is a point that, before, no one had thought about. Granted, a number of big names have worked overnight on mod play for PC, and there are even tutorials related to mod creation, but trying to apply it to a virtual reality game like Resident Evil 1 is a no-brainer. Who's going to play mod on the PC after playing the virtual reality version of the mod? That's like leaving a 3D movie alone and going to watch a comic book. Only Genesis could produce such technology. This has certainly opened up new worlds for players around the globe. When it all stacks up. It is the birth of a miracle. Chapter 76. The gap is not a little bit. Resident Evil 1 sales, surprisingly, have exploded again and have reached 63 million copies. An amazing mod that jumped 10 million sales overnight. A miracle in the gaming world. 16 days, 63 million sales. Only Genesis Studio can do it. With 7 days to go for the new tour, will another sales myth be repeated? On this day, among the top 10 hot searches on Weibo, the topics about Genesis and Resident Evil directly occupied half of the mountain. It's just that this score is horrible. Look at the Dragon Kingdom, or even the world. There has never been a number like this. This qualifies, full stop, as an amazing statistic for Genesis. This sales miracle. Undoubtedly it also attracted a lot of, otherwise, netizens who don't pay much attention to the game. Countless netizens, too, have rushed to comment, haha, I didn't even play the game originally, and after reading about it, I decided to get my hands on it. Ditto, me too. Horror elements aside, this virtual reality feels really quite up there. Resident Evil Forever God. This wave I really want to blow up Genesis Studio, whether it's Resident Evil 1 or the new game Call of Duty. All round 360 degrees without a dead angle, crushing all the current games. Indeed, I've been playing all night since last night and I'm going off the deep end. It's mostly the mod feature that just poked me in the gut and drummed all night last night. The game would have blown it for life, but now with the addition of the mod, I don't even know how to blow it anymore. What's the point of blowing this? Half a month, 63 million sales, that explains everything. I'll ask for my good friend if this mod has a shirtless kind. You're a friend without a center. It's like 6666. Don't even think about it without clothes on. Genesis is after all a serious game company. The welfare to do this is already the conscience of the conscience. Don't even think about the illegal things. True, but now that I've joined the mod, I'm afraid to play it in front of people for fear they'll think I'm playing with butter. What butter? This is a gentleman's game. Watch the line.